Chapter 1. The Unfortunate Writer. In a somewhat chaotic little room, sunlight filtered through the mottled window, casting a warm glow upon the cluttered desk overflowing with books and papers. The unfortunate online writer was deeply immersed in his creative realm. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, producing a crisp sound with each keystroke. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could see the characters he conjured vividly moving before him. Occasionally, he murmured to himself, lost in the enchanting world of magic he had crafted. Finally, the beleaguered writer completed his 4,000-word piece. Stretching his limbs, he wore a weary yet satisfied smile and muttered, "Ah, at last it's finished. I hope it garners some response." He stood up to stretch again, but darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Meanwhile, in the world of Harry Potter, in the grand and solemn hall of the Ministry of Magic, numerous followers crowded around, surrounding Voldemort at the Centera scene reminiscent of stars orbiting a moon. These followers, their faces flushed with excitement akin to ripened apples, gazed fervently at Voldemort as he subjected his fallen adversaries to brutal torment. Behold the fate of those who oppose the Dark Lord," one follower shouted, his voice echoing in the hall, prompting a cacophony of cruel laughter from the others, a sound both jarring and frenzied. The wretched cries of the wizards reverberated through the air, creating a chilling symphony of despair. The stench of sweat and blood mingled in the air, overwhelming the senses and inducing nausea. At that moment, a cold and pure aura drifted in as Voldemort stood resolutely, resembling an iceberg, exuding a formidable presence that instilled dread. Clad in a robe of black that seemed woven from darkness itself, it billowed slightly with his movements, whispering tales of shadows. He was tall and gaunt, his skin as pale as parchment, devoid of color, as if he had emerged from the depths of an abyss. Beside him, a Death Eater, with a sycophantic grin, remarked, "My lord, that robe of yours commands such authority, truly the dominion of darkness." Voldemort merely cast a fleeting glance at him, his silence chilling and merciless. The veins in Voldemort's elongated neck were starkly visible, akin to blue worms writhing beneath his skin, evoking a peculiar terror. His gaze was icy and profound, resembling an infinite abyss of darkness that dared one to look away, lest their soul be consumed. Not far off, the Ministry's chief lay bloodied and battered on the ground, his clothing tattered, blood oozing from his wounds, resembling a flower blooming in the depths of hell. Yet, he bore an expression of disdain towards Voldemort, a testament to his unyielding spirit. Gritting his teeth, he stared defiantly at Voldemort and proclaimed, "You rule through fear, and your actions are despicable and laughable. Even if you defeat me, you cannot usurp my place as the champion of justice." Voldemort, expressionless, coldly regarded the chief, his gaze as frigid as a 1,000-year-old glacier, sending shivers down one's spine. He raised his chin slightly, as if to declare his unassailable dominion, and coldly replied, "Humph, you fool," still daring to speak defiantly. The Death Eaters lowered their heads, acutely aware that Voldemort was poised to unleash a massacre, each one too terrified to breathe, as if awaiting the decree of death. One timid Death Eater trembled and whispered to his companion, "Oh dear, how many will perish this time? Let us not be ensnared in this." The chief of the Ministry chuckled disdainfully, his face bearing the expression of glorious martyrdom, punctuated by a cough that expelled blood. Voldemort approached slowly, his footsteps light and deliberate, as if he were stalking prey, each step carrying the weight of impending doom. As he drew nearer, the oppressive aura intensified, threatening to engulf. "Why do you laugh?" Voldemort inquired, his voice low and gravelly, as if it emanated from the very depths of hell. Imbued with a bone-chilling menace, that Voldemort's scarlet eyes scrutinized the chief. His overwhelming power pressed down upon the chief like a razor-sharp blade, constricting his breath. Simultaneously, a dazzling green light erupted from the tip of Voldemort's wand, striking down the other kneeling wizards with brutal force. They fell lifelessly to the ground, their expressions frozen in terror, as if they had glimpsed their most dreadful nightmare in their final moments. "They have already submitted to you. Why must you kill him?" The chief bellowed, his voice rife with hatred and despair as he glared at Voldemort, demanding, "You demon, only knowing how to slaughter the innocent." Surprisingly, Voldemort ceased his carnage upon hearing the chief's words. The remaining wizards crawled to Voldemort's feet, weeping and pleading. One wizard cried out, "My lord, please spare us. We are willing to do anything for you." The Death Eaters, dissatisfied, dragged them away. A particularly vicious Death Eater spat, "Humph, these lowly beings think they deserve to touch the Dark Lord's robe? Mr. Chief, who now stands as the champion of justice." Voldemort replied coldly, "I can grant them life or death. Yet you are powerless, merely watching. Your hypocrisy crumbles in the face of true power." Is this your notion of justice? The chief trembled with rage, his pride and convictions trampled before Voldemort. His face flushed crimson as he retorted, "In terms of power, I may not match you, but Dumbledore surpasses you, far greater than you. He is the true champion of justice." The Death Eaters loathed the chief immensely, one sneering, "Humph, you once imprisoned Dumbledore, and now you use him as a shield. How ludicrous." Previously, Voldemort had orchestrated a series of schemes, leading the Ministry to doubt Dumbledore. After months of trials, the chief had personally imprisoned Dumbledore. Now, in a desperate bid to defend his justice, he invoked Dumbledore's name as a shield. That Dumbledore's power is indeed formidable, Voldemort said calmly. Yet he failed to comprehend human nature. Thus he lost. Had he forsaken justice and resolved to replace you, becoming chief and leading the Ministry, I might not have triumphed so effortlessly. The colossal serpent, Nagini, slithered to Voldemort's side, hissing, "My lord, I am hungry." With a swift motion, the purple wand carved a silvery arc through the air, slicing the chief's throat open, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He clutched his wound, writhing on the ground in agony, his face bereft of the glorious martyrdom expression, replaced by sheer terror. "Your dinner," Voldemort said softly. The chief struggled to crawl forward, leaving a gruesome trail of blood behind him. He transformed from a leader waving the banner of justice to a pitiful wretch on the brink of death. The great serpent tightened its grip around him, bones cracking audibly. The chief coughed up blood, convulsed a few times, and then fell still. Nagini opened her mouth, sinking her fangs into the head of the chief, gradually beginning to consume him. Voldemort turned to leave, while his Death Eaters commenced the grim task of clearing the bodies of the fallen wizards. As he stepped out, he abruptly halted, furrowing his brow at the aurora-draped night sky, murmuring to himself. He then unleashed a bolt of crackling lightning into the heavens. A struggling rider, drenched in sweat, suddenly awoke with a start, gasping for breath and murmuring, This nightmare is truly horrifying," that he panted, feeling his eyelids heavy with moisture, his mouth parched, and his body soaked in perspiration. Yet the most excruciating sensation was the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, burning with the same intensity as when it was first formed, compelling one hand to clutch his brow while the other wiped his eyes. He rose, his hand still pressed against the scar, searching for his glasses on the nightstand. "Where have my glasses gone? Alas, the pain is blurring my vision," he exclaimed anxiously. Just a few centimeters away, he found his glasses. Upon donning them, the world came into sharper focus. The small room in which he had been sleeping was now fully visible. He intended to switch on the light, but a surge of pain forced him to gently close his eyes. "Ouch! Why is there a scar on my head?" After a moment, the pain began to subside. He approached the wardrobe, and in the mirror on its door, he caught sight of the scar. It appeared normal, yet still burned with discomfort. In that instant, the thoughts of the struggling writer and Harry Potter intertwined in a remarkable fusion. Harry, feeling dazed, recalled the nightmare that had just unfolded. Who were those three individuals? He pondered intently, his brow knitted in concentration. He envisioned the serpent, the traitor Peter, also known as Wormtail, in that voice, the voice of the one who wished to kill him above all else. Voldemort, he has returned. Why does this nightmare feel so vivid? Harry trembled, a chill coursing through his entire being, that he remembered that Voldemort not only sought to end his life, but that he would inevitably have to confront him once more. It has already happened twice. I barely escaped. But what will happen next? Will I die, or will I be the one to vanquish him? Harry's voice trembled with fear and anxiety, his stomach churning as his chest heaved from the intensity of his breaths. Chapter 2. Transcendence and Confusion. In that familiar yet dimly lit chamber, the author found himself transformed into Harry, the very character he had penned. Sitting alone on the edge of the bed, his thoughts merged rapidly, creating a whirlwind in his mind. Faint moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows upon him. The cold sweat on his forehead had not yet dissipated completely. A flicker of bewilderment danced in his eyes. It was merely a nightmare, Harry. Just a nightmare, he murmured softly to himself, attempting to soothe his exceedingly restless heart. After the unsettling dream, he was astounded to discover that he had traversed into the world of Harry Potter, and had indeed become Harry Potter himself. A myriad of questions swirled within him as he pondered. Could that failed writer be another incarnation of himself in a parallel universe? Or was this still a mere dream? He directed his gaze once more to his scar, meticulously confirming its intactness, relieved that it had not split open in a gruesome manner. Then, turning his head, he beheld a large trunk standing wide open, brimming with an assortment of magical artifacts. Inside were cauldrons, brooms, books, parchment, ink, various quills, as well as his robes and a set of potion ingredients. By the door rested the cage of his owl, Hedwig. On the floor beside the bed lay an open book, the very tome he had been reading before succumbing to sleep. Evidently, he had drifted off mid-read. He picked up the book and gently placed it on the bedside table, the title read flying with cannon. In his eyes, it was indeed a tome about the finest sport in the world. He ambled slowly to the window, peering outside. The night sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, while a gentle breeze caressed the curtains. The last time his scar had burned, Voldemort had taken Ron's sister to the Chamber of Secrets, an event that filled him with trepidation. Although he harbored doubts about Voldemort leisurely strolling down Privet Drive, he could not fathom the Dark Lord merely passing by the Dursleys and casually stating, "Hello, Harry, I was just passing through the neighborhood and thought I'd come and kill you. Hope you don't mind." Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Moreover, if his dreams served him correctly, Voldemort would not hastily advance his plans before the conclusion of the Quidditch World Cup. Gently, he rubbed his scar and returned to bed. Glancing at the digital clock on the bedside table, he noted the time, 3:15 a.m. It was still quite early. At that moment, he heard a snoring sound emanating from the neighboring room, undoubtedly produced by Dudley. He felt nearly devoid of sleep, staring blankly at the ceiling, silently awaiting the return of the pain in his scar or any indication of impending trouble. However, as minutes passed, the anticipated pain did not manifest as he had expected. He let out a long sigh of relief. Harry did not fear pain. He was wholly capable of enduring it. He has endured a multitude of experiences that no child of 14 should ever have to face. In his heart, he silently reflects on the loss of his parents, the abuse from his uncle and aunt, and the fierce battles he has fought with a teacher possessed by a stone. All the bones in my right arm had once vanished, only to miraculously regrow during the night. I must admit, the pain was excruciating. Just last semester, a 30-centimeter-long fong had brutally pierced that same arm, not to mention his heavy fall from a broomstick soaring 15 meters high. I have grown accustomed to encountering a series of bizarre accidents and debilitating injuries. He heard the familiar sound of snoring, yet this time it was more distant and resonant, undoubtedly emanating from Vernon Dursley. He found a peculiar comfort in the sounds of their slumber, for if they were to awaken, their demeanor would be anything but amiable towards him. This way, at least, he could avoid their incessant complaints and grievances. Everyone on Privet Drive considered Harry to be a juvenile delinquent, while his uncle and aunt were regarded as the finest people on the street. They had taken an orphan and sent him to what they believed would reform him, St. Brutus' school for incurably criminal boys. In truth, however, Harry had been attending Hogwarts since the age of 11, making him a somewhat renowned underage wizard. Furthermore, the Dursleys were far from exemplary. They concealed crucial information that could potentially save his life. This revelation provided him yet another reason to confront Voldemort. The long-buried secrets finally surfaced weeks ago. Harry was acutely aware that once he returned to the magical world, everything would change. A voice within him incessantly urged him to leave his room. Of course, should Harry venture out to ascertain whether Voldemort was nearby, his uncle and aunt would undoubtedly awaken immediately, interrogating him with little courtesy. More precisely, they would bellow at him, insisting that now was not the time for noise. He often imagined trying to explain to them the significance of the pain from his scars, as well as the possibility of a dark wizard lurking on Privet Drive. The thought struck him as utterly ludicrous, nearly provoking a laugh. For Vernon would turn purple with rage and commence to shout at everyone. He adjusted his position in bed, attempting to clear his mind. In doing so, he noticed the cards sent by his friends, which had arrived for his birthday at the end of June. The inscriptions were filled with warmth and good wishes. His gaze then shifted to his desk, where he knew the most precious thing he currently possessed lay hidden between the pages of a book. He felt the metal around his neck, a question suddenly igniting fresh curiosity within him. What would happen if he revealed the discoveries made in the attic? What was so extraordinary about Gringotts? If he shared this dream and the pain of his scars with his friends, what might they say? Hermione Granger's voice, filled with a mixture of fear yet sweetness, resonated softly in his mind. "Harry, you must inform Dumbledore. I shall delve into tomes concerning magical ailments and afflictions, in hopes of alleviating your pain." Were this the utterance of his dear friend, he would harbor doubts about the efficacy of a mere book, let alone Dumbledore. For this esteemed wizard is perpetually occupied or might offer him a slight reassurance, such as, "Fear not, Harry, the scar may still ache at times." Regardless of the passage of time, pain is a natural occurrence. He envisioned this in the quintessential grandfatherly tone of his beloved professor. He was uncertain whether the professor was at Hogwarts or had ventured elsewhere during the school break. However, he was well aware that should he compose a letter to the professor and entrust it to his dear Hedwig, the professor would invariably receive it somehow. The lovely owl had never let him down, Even when the address was unknown, Hedwig always managed to deliver the message. He envisioned writing, "Dear Professor Dumbledore, I apologize for the intrusion, but my scar has been throbbing since this morning. I hope Voldemort does not intend to make an unexpected visit. Additionally, I wish to discuss certain matters regarding my parents. Sincerely, Harry Potter." Even in his mind, it sounded foolish and absurd. He recalled Ron, his closest companion, pondering what he might say. "Your scar hurts? But surely, the Dark Lord cannot be nearby, right? Perhaps it's merely your imagination. Mate, stop brooding. Let us grab a bite. Mom bakes some little cakes, and I'll treat you to one." He felt his eyelids grow heavier, having contemplated for half an hour, fatigue washing over him like tide. Perhaps the wisest course of action would be to slumber and await the occurrence of nothing. Yet he mused, if he were to write to Hermione, she would undoubtedly strive to unravel the matter. At her age, no witch could rival her wisdom. She was intelligent, creative, courageous, beautiful, cheerful, and resilient. Her voice was akin to an angel's song, and her honey-colored eyes never failed to captivate him. With a flutter of thoughts, he anticipated reuniting with Hermione soon, for they would be staying with her and the Weasley family at the Burrow for a while before attending the Quidditch World Cup. This thought brought him joy. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a deep slumber. He dreamt of two individuals to whom he could confide his dreams, Hermione and Sirius, who would do their utmost to assist him without adding to his worries or sharing his secrets. They were cherished individuals in his life. Of course, he chided himself for neglecting Ron, but that was a matter for another time. Now, he needed to write to Sirius. He glanced at the clock and noted it was already 7:02. Despite having only slept for approximately 4 hours due to reading and nightmares, he did not feel weary. Rising, he approached his trunk and retrieved 2 sheets of clean parchment. He extracted ink and a quill, preparing to compose his letter. As he began to write, he noticed the first rays of morning sunlight streaming into his room, the golden light warm and gentle. Upon completing his task, he reread the 2 letters he had finalized. "Dear Sirius, I appreciate your previous correspondence. That owl is quite large. It nearly struggled to fit through the window. As for your inquiry, all remains unchanged here. The Dursleys continue to live in fear that you might one day appear to cast your magic upon them and whisk me away. I suspect what truly unnerves them is the very essence of magic itself. They seem not averse to the notion of ridding themselves of me. You know how simple-minded, foolish, and insufferable those muggles can be. However, something peculiar occurred this morning. My scar began to ache once more. The last time it hurt was when Voldemort was at Hogwarts. Yet, I cannot fathom him wandering in the Muggle realm. Are you aware that scars inflicted by curses can still throb years later, even for no apparent reason? Chapter 3-2 Parchments. Harry sat alone in his room, mulling over his thoughts. Thus, I need not divulge the entirety of that nightmare to him, lest he become overly concerned. He sighed softly, folding the parchment before placing it upon the table. He then began to read the letter addressed to Hermione. Dear Hermione, thank you for your letter. At times, it is the sole source of joy that brings a smile to my face. As you know, Ron is not particularly fond of writing. Moreover, within the Dursley household, owls are regarded as objects of wizardry. In their eyes, they are akin to devices of the devil. Thus, they go to great lengths to prevent others from seeing Hedwig, fearing the judgment of our neighbors. Everything here is as splendid as it could possibly be. I relish witnessing Dudley's foolish expression when Aunt Petunia informed me of your letter's arrival. Ever since he laid eyes on your photograph in my album, he has repeatedly begged me to invite you for dinner. Naturally, my aunt is far from pleased about this. The sole reason they allow me to read your letters is so that I might relay to Sirius how poorly they treat me. They worry that my godfather might suddenly appear and transform them into frogs. Although I have told Dudley that he is more suited to sporting a pair of ears and the little pig's tail Hagrid fashioned for him. This morning, something strange happened. My scar throbbed again. I cannot quite comprehend why. However, I firmly believe you could locate a book regarding the occasional pain of cursed scars. Additionally, I dream of you today, specifically the day we went to rescue Sirius. I remember your screams and how you clung to me, terrified of falling. Upon waking, I felt particularly elated, reminiscing about your delightful smile. Please convey my regards to your parents, and thank your mother for the delightful cake she sent me for my birthday. It was truly exquisite. I absolutely adore that book. I have read it 3 times, and am about to complete my 4th reading. I can guess your thoughts. If only I could apply myself as diligently to potions, I wouldn't need to seek your assistance each time Snape vexes me. Nevertheless, I also understand that I will always require your aid. Yours sincerely, Harry. With a smile gracing his face, Harry contemplated the 2 letters before him. The missive addressed to Hermione was far superior to the one intended for Sirius. However, He felt that he could have refrained from mentioning the matter of that dream. He had no intention of disclosing the discoveries made in the attic to her. Such matters were best conveyed in person, rather than through correspondence. As he rummaged through his trunk, he unearthed an envelope, folded the letter neatly, and secured it within, sealing it with a touch of glue before inscribing the address. Over the past few weeks, he had dispatched an abundance of letters, and the addresses had become second nature to him. Once both letters were prepared, Hedwig joyfully tapped at the glass. Harry gazed at her and murmured, "Thank Merlin, this time she hasn't caught more than one mouse, just a tiny one." He opened the window, and Hedwig exuberantly placed her catch upon Harry's desk. Outside, a gentle breeze wafted in, carrying a breath of fresh air. Harry tenderly stroked her head and presented the parchment for her inspection. "I know you went out to catch a mouse, but I need you to fly once more." He carefully tied the parchment to her leg. "This is for Sirius. Be cautious not to be intercepted." After giving her one last affectionate pat, the large owl hooted joyfully and soared into the sky before he could finish his sentence. Harry leaned against the window, watching her gradually fade from view. Once she was out of sight, he picked up Hermione's letter and proceeded to the mailbox to send it off. Following this, he planned to leave Privet Drive and explore the shops in the Muggle world, certain that he would return late, just as he had every day that week. He glanced at his calendar, where September 1st was marked for his return to Hogwarts, and noted a reminder from nearly 15 days prior regarding the Quidditch World Cup. A smile spread across his face. He would soon reunite with his friends. On the fourth morning after that nightmare, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Harry's bed. He awoke peacefully and serenely. Despite being in that house, he remained vigilant regarding Privet Drive, wary of any unusual occurrences. His heart longed for signs of magic, or even any indication, such as the slithering of a snake or a hiss, that Voldemort was nearby. His stomach rumbled, signaling that it was time for breakfast. He rose, donned his glasses, and made his way to the small table beneath his bed, pulling it out to reveal an abundance of snacks, dried fruits, and various foods. Shortly after arriving at the Dursleys, he had learned that Dudley School had devised a new dietary plan for him. Harry recalled the scene vividly, where Uncle Vernon had angrily shouted at Aunt Petunia, "This is absurd. Dudley does not need to diet." Aunt Petunia had replied helplessly, but the school nurse said if he doesn't comply, Dudley won't be allowed to attend Smeltings next year. Uncle Vernon, his face flushed with rage, had retorted, "I don't care what the nurse says." Consequently, Aunt Petunia took the matter quite seriously. Throughout the holiday, Dudley had been consuming fruits and vegetables, while all his favorite indulgences, such as carbonated drinks, cakes, chocolates, and greasy foods, had been strictly prohibited. Uncle Vernon spent most of his time lamenting, "This is rabbit food." The most unfortunate aspect was that, in an attempt to spare Dudley any distress, Aunt Petunia resolved that everyone in the household would adhere to this decree. Harry observed that if he did not nourish himself adequately, he would wither away to nothing. Hence, he penned a letter to his friends, beseeching their assistance in order to survive at the Dursleys. He was already so emaciated that he could scarcely fathom the effects of a diet. Surely, it would lead him to anemia. Furthermore, if he donned Dudley's tattered and oversized clothing, he would resemble a diminutive figure in garments meant for a giant. Before long, a flurry of parcels arrived, brimming with provisions for Harry. Hermione sent a box filled with an assortment of nutritious foods. As Harry unwrapped the package, he could almost hear Hermione's voice echoing in his ears. "Harry, I've sent you some food. You mustn't go hungry." At that moment, he found it rather agreeable, as his friend demonstrated both concern for his well-being and a commitment to ensuring the food was delightful. Upon reading her letter, he discerned that her generosity was largely influenced by her parents rather than solely her own initiative. Hagrid dispatched a bag of dried fruits, which Harry sampled, grimacing as he muttered to himself, "This flavor is reminiscent of something pulled from a long-sealed pouch." He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Hagrid, yet promptly discarded the contents. His owl, Hedwig, however, seemed to relish the taste, devouring every last morsel. The Weasley family had Errol deliver their contribution, a weary and aged owl, strangely laden with an abundance of pastries and sweets, including several chocolate frogs from his friend Ron and an assortment of flavored pies. Poor Errol had taken 5 days to recuperate, as the package was indeed quite substantial. Harry immediately penned thank you notes to everyone, his heart brimming with appreciation. "They truly rescued me from a dreadful summer, allowing me to navigate a season devoid of low-calorie fare." On his birthday, once he had consumed all the pastries and sweets, including the honey candies sent by Hermione, he received 4 cakes of varying flavors. Each person extended their congratulations and well wishes. As Harry reminisced about the cake-eating festivities, he chuckled. The first to be devoured was Hermione's chocolate cake. Made at home with her mother, Absolutely delectable. I finished it in no time at all. Next was the Weasley-esque pumpkin cake, sweet and delightful. Adorned with frosting that read Happy Birthday, Harry. This small gesture brought tears of joy to my eyes. Then there was the cake from Sirius, which, while not as tasty, held a special place in my heart as it was my godfather's first congratulatory gift. Finally, Hagrid's cake. I truly endeavored to eat it, though tastier than the dried fruits. It was simply too immense. Even 2 days later, I still had half remaining, and there was even a bit of mold hidden within. He retrieved some of it to nibble on, reclining in bed until he heard Aunt Petunia's voice calling out, "Get up immediately." This was the signal that compelled him to descend the stairs. Harry furrowed his brow, pondering, how dare she conceal such a secret from me? Upon entering the kitchen, he beheld Uncle Vernon and a somewhat irate Dudley, both discontented with the mere half of a grapefruit on their plates. The air in the kitchen was tinged with a faint, sour aroma. Harry glanced at his own plate, discovering that his portion was even less than half. A mere quarter, or perhaps even less. Dudley regarded him with a malicious grin, to which Harry scoffed disdainfully. This did not perturb him, for he was nearly content with the treasures hidden away in his little refuge. He did not even cast them a glance, let alone engage them in conversation, but silently sat down and consumed his piece of grapefruit in one swift bite. The flavor was unremarkable, neither particularly pleasant nor excessively dreadful. It was simply a commonplace fruit. Nevertheless, no one offered any remarks regarding his demeanor. For an entire week, no one had spoken in Harry's presence, let alone attempted to hinder his actions. This, of course, was linked to Harry's repeated excursions from Privet Drive the previous week, without the consent of his aunt and uncle. He recalled the scene vividly. Uncle Vernon's face flushed with rage as he bellowed, "You are forbidden to go out again." Harry, undaunted, retorted, "You cannot control me." He then ventured as far as he could, exploring various locales. Yet lacking Muggle currency, he could merely observe different shops or sit idly on the street, allowing time to drift by. He longed for the day he could depart from his aunt and uncle's home, perhaps never to return to Privet Drive again. The first time his uncle discovered his absence from Privet Drive, he was beside himself, shouting until he was hoarse, even attempting to lock the door to his room. Harry merely kicked the door open, disregarding their glares as he strode outside. He would not permit those who claimed to be his guardians to further restrict his freedom. This provoked a fierce argument. Uncle Vernon roared, "You disobedient little brat." Harry raised his voice to remind them, "My godfather is Sirius Black. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you off lightly." It was then that their faces drained of color. They ceased their attempts to restrain him, even relinquishing conversation. The only sounds he heard were Aunt Petunia calling him to rise or to eat. Just yesterday, the Weasley family had written, requesting his aunt and uncle's permission to take Harry to the Quidditch World Cup. This news filled him with immense joy, but upon hearing his uncle's refusal, he promptly threatened to inform Sirius, leaving Uncle Vernon in shock. Ultimately, after a moment of contemplation, Uncle Vernon acquiesced. "I shall gather my belongings. My friends will arrive tomorrow afternoon," Harry stated indifferently, rising from his chair and retreating to his room. He began to prepare all that he would need for his visit to Ron's home and Hogwarts, opening his hidden compartment and emptying its contents, selecting what was edible and what was not. He packed all his books into a box. He also checked whether his father's cloak was preserved well, along with the firebolt gifted by Sirius and the Marauder's map. He meticulously inspected the room twice, ensuring it was tidy and that nothing was overlooked. Finally, he approached the desk and unlocked the sole drawer, which contained only 2 items. One was a small wooden box secured with a tiny lock. He touched his neck, recalling that he possessed the key, and carefully placed it inside the box, feeling somewhat exaggerated in his caution. Ultimately, he picked up a book that lay in the center of the drawer, dust settling upon its cover. Its title read The History of Hogwarts. As he opened the tome, he discovered 2 pieces of parchment within, prompting a smile as he recalled past events and the roots of his disdain for the Dursleys. Chapter 4. Loved You in Life and Death. Harry was diligently tidying the attic, a dim and dust-laden space suffused with an air of antiquity. This task was a decree from Aunt Petunia, though he felt a twinge of discontent, believing it unjust for him to bear this burden alone. He ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. He understood all too well that refusal would yield no favorable outcome. As he neared completion, a large, heavy box suddenly toppled, crashing to the floor and scattering its contents in disarray. Almost immediately, Uncle Vernon's voice echoed from below, declaring, "If anything is broken, you will pay for it, boy." The sound reverberated in the cramped space, strikingly grating to his ears. Amused, Harry chuckled quietly to himself, muttering, "Always thinking about money." He crouched down to gather the scattered items. among which was an old photograph that appeared to belong to Uncle Vernon's grandmother. The picture had yellowed with age, its edges worn. Harry examined it closely, finding it increasingly amusing, and remarked, "This is a spitting image of Uncle Vernon, save for the thick mustache." With a mischievous glint in his eye, he took a marker and drew a mustache on the photograph. Envisioning the hilarity of others, mistaking it for an image of Uncle Vernon in disguise, causing him to laugh until his sides ached. After a fit of laughter, he resolved to continue his task and picked up several broken toys belonging to Dudley. Some of the toys were familiar to him, evoking bittersweet memories of his childhood. He murmured, "I certainly wasn't allowed to touch these. My only possessions were the odds and ends beneath the stairs, the cupboard, and the occasional spider that passed by." Yet, the spiders had kept him company through many lonely hours, and he often found himself conversing with them. Faint light streamed through the small attic window, casting a glow upon the worn toys. He continued to tidy up until he stumbled upon a small bundle wrapped in a pink blanket. Intrigued, Harry unwrapped it, gently brushing off the dust, revealing a parcel wrapped in parchment along with 2 pieces of parchment that bore the simple title, "To our beautiful son Harry." The handwriting was exquisite, remarkably clear, imbued with boundless tenderness and love. A profound wave of nostalgia surged within Harry, as though he were encountering his very first letter. He delicately lifted the parchment, inspecting it closely, and as soon as his fingers made contact, a miraculous event unfolded. The words began to inscribe themselves. Initially shimmering in gold, they transitioned to a warm pink, appearing upon the yellow parchment. "My dear child, if you are receiving this package, it signifies our absence from your side. We are aware that, regardless of your location, it will find its way into your hands. This is intended for your 11th birthday. Happy birthday, my beloved child. We wish for your well-being. We deeply regret the circumstances that may have transpired. Regarding all matters, dear Harry, there are certain truths you should comprehend. Our love for you surpasses anything in this world, and we would sacrifice everything for your happiness. Child, the anticipation of your future remains shrouded in uncertainty. I beseech the powerful wizards of the past to grant you the strength to confront it. Your father, James, entrusted one of your forthcoming gifts to Dumbledore. Thus, it shall be yours this Christmas. We have traversed countless experiences with these treasures. They embody our love for you. Child, I fear we cannot elucidate how they function. However, if you find yourself perplexed, you may visit Gringotts, where the goblins will assist you in obtaining your rightful possessions." Unable to contain himself any longer, tears cascaded down Harry's cheeks like a torrential flood, large and fervent, dampening the letter slightly. He had never known his parents, yet now he possessed a letter from his mother. As he wept, he speculated. His father's gift must be the invisibility cloak. But why had it been discarded at the bottom of a box in the attic, as if it were worthless? However, to him, it held greater value than all he possessed in Gringotts. He caressed the letter, as though it could sense his anguish, and it began to form a circle, gradually becoming clearer until it fell from the paper, landing heavily on the floor. After staring at it for a considerable time, he realized it was a gold ring adorned with a ruby, inscribed on the inner band with the words, "Love you in life and death." Harry carefully picked up the ring, feeling it grow warm, as letters began to etch themselves upon it. "It's JP." A smile graced his face, his eyes still glistening with tears, as he murmured to himself, "Harry James Potter." Chapter 5. 2 letters. In that dim attic, the air was thick with the scent of age and dust. Harry sat quietly amidst a pile of clutter. The ink of the letter seemed to flow with boundless emotion. His gaze was fixed intently upon the parchment, as if it contained the essence of the entire world. Everything around him faded away, and he became wholly immersed in the words of his parents. He continued to read silently, his lips quivering slightly, his heart whispering, "I cannot miss a single word penned by my mother. This is her gift to me. We are acutely aware that you may not even realize we are speaking to you. However, as time progresses, you will come to understand the necessity of these gifts for the future. Your father and I are deeply concerned that you remain oblivious to Voldemort's plans. We have been investigating." Upon reading this, Harry could not help but furrow his brow, murmuring, "Mom, Dad, you have been worrying about me, yet I am so sorry. My Harry, my sweet child, forgive us. You should not have to endure all of this. You should not have to bear such burdens. The thought of you having to fight for your survival, and the possibility that we cannot assist you, fills me with dread. As your father told me, we cannot alter fate, but we can equip you with the tools you need. We can bestow upon you all our love to help you endure." Harry's eyes glistened with tears, and he choked back his emotions, saying, "Mom, I know you both have done your utmost. I miss you so much. Trust that your godfather Sirius will care for you, and according to our wishes, if anything were to happen to us, He, or our dear friend Professor McGonagall, will provide you with the love we cannot. Sometimes, I wish my sister could care for you, loving you as I do. However, from her demeanor during our visit, I have resolved that she neither wishes to nor will care for you. Perhaps it is because she does not regard us as family. And her husband is a contemptible man, only pleased when things go his way. Be extremely cautious of him. He can be quite impulsive at times. Nevertheless, I still hope you visit her, for despite her eccentricities, she remains your aunt and my sister. Harry scoffed, indignantly retorting, Aunt Petunia would hardly care for me. And Uncle Vernon is an insufferable man. I hope you find true love, dear. Seek out the one who brings you joy, with whom you can be your authentic self, who will share laughter with you, who will trust you implicitly, and who will never abandon you, even when all others oppose you. It is regrettable that we are not by your side, my dear. Be brave and kind. Eat well. Exercise regularly. Dress warmly when you go out. Enjoy your life. Harry, I love you wholeheartedly, my son, my love. Harry, Lily Potter, your mother. P.S. Do not open the box until you are both ready. Harry's tears flowed uncontrollably like a burst dam, trembling hands grasping the letter. He gently kissed it and whispered, Mom, I love you too. I will cherish this letter. His gaze fell upon the accompanying paper, the handwriting robust and strikingly similar to his own. His heart raced as he took a deep breath and began to read. The letter seemingly aware of his thoughts and continuing to write. Hello, my little one, Harry. I am fully aware that if you are reading this letter, your mother and I are no longer part of your life. I wish we had more time to be together, to witness your growth, to stand by you in times of adversity. Yet, I am acutely aware that this is no longer a possibility. Regardless, my dear child, I wish you a joyous birthday. This parcel is a gift from your mother, a token from her. I have infused it with a touch of magic, granting you a family ring, along with this letter and a chain. You must wear it until you arrive at Gringotts, where they will provide you with the pertinent information. At that moment, akin to the ring, a sufficiently large golden chain materialized abruptly, and Harry, quick-witted, caught it deftly, this time ensuring it did not fall. He scrutinized it, murmuring, It seems my parents had everything meticulously arranged. He continued to read, I have other treasures for you. One is with Dumbledore. I had intended to present it alongside the ring, but he requested it for a series of tests. He solemnly swore that should anything happen to us, he would bequeath it to you. Another is within the castle, likely requiring you to pilfer it from Filch's office. Once acquired, utter these words, my child. As Harry reached this point, his brow furrowed in confusion. He remarked, steal from Filch's office? That won't be easy. What exactly must I retrieve? However, before he could delve further, he discovered that due to missing letters, even the remaining portion was blank, as if the letter knew he had already surmised certain things. Subsequently, a phrase appeared. I swear my intentions are not malevolent. The letter continued, seemingly awaiting his realization. I swear my intentions are not malevolent. This is merely one of the many functions of the Marauder's map. I believe you've already discovered or even utilized it. There are numerous features within, unknown even to your mother or the Marauders. These modifications were made to ensure your safety and broaden your perspective. Of course, all functions will only be revealed when the ring is in your possession rather than around your neck. My child, I long to teach you, to engage in mischief alongside you. But if I cannot be physically present, my spirit will watch over you, observing each time you bend the rules. I have done so on several occasions, and I know you will too. I am confident you will be all right. You are as resilient and intelligent as your mother, perhaps even more formidable than the two of us combined. We love you dearly, Harry. It is precisely for this reason that we shall not permit you to confront Voldemort without any means of opposition. I have acquired vital information, which I will impart to you at the appropriate time. Within this accompanying wooden box lie two simple yet powerful items. Safeguard them, for they will prove invaluable tools for you and those you choose to stand beside. At Gringotts, they will provide you with more comprehensive information. If Sirius is still alive, convey to him that I love him as a brother. I hope he loves you as a son. Do heed your mother's advice regarding your aunt's home. She is peculiar, but her husband is truly the worst. He is the most dreadful muggle I have ever encountered. To know that your mother introduced me to numerous muggles, and that I also have a few muggle friends, yet Vernon is not among them, makes my time at their home rather unpleasant, even in the absence of Sirius. I firmly believe that Professor McGonagall will cherish you as dearly as she did me. She is an exceptional teacher, advisor, and friend, and we hope she will care for you in the event that your godfather cannot. Seek out true friendship and genuine love, and nourish yourself, well, if this is what your mother insisted I write. Continuously enhance your magical and physical prowess. Most importantly, save her life, my dear child. Additionally, do not adhere strictly to all the rules. Add a drop of blood. This will grant you access to all your documents, both muggle and magical. Your mother intended to pass them to the executor of the estate, but I persuaded her to give them to you now. I am proud of you. I love you. My little Quidditch player. James Potter, your father. P.S. Make good use of them. A smile graced Harry's face, yet his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. He murmured, Dad, I will not let you down. I will make good use of these to fight Voldemort. He carefully picked up the ring and placed it where it belonged, watching as it secured itself instantly. He donned a necklace around his neck, tenderly caressing the chain and ring, filled with emotion. This is from my parents. I shall wear them always. He handled the letter as if it might ignite spontaneously, then opened the package, as his father had described. It contained a box with an unusual lock, certainly designed to be opened with the ring, as they matched in form. He gently placed the box in his bag, casting one last glance at the letter before tucking it into his trousers. He sat down, engulfed in deep thought, brow furrowed, murmuring to himself, what kind of weapon did Dad leave me? Surely it must be the invisibility cloak Dumbledore gifted him 3 Christmases ago, and the Marauder's map, which Fred and George pilfered from Filch. Father improved it. It has more functions than merely being a map of Hogwarts, features that even Sirius and Lupin are unaware of. He sat in an old chair in the attic, the wood creaking as if recounting the passage of time. His parents hoped that either Sirius or Professor McGonagall would care for him in Sirius's absence. But my relationship with the Dursleys has ended. What if they refuse? Does Professor McGonagall not agree to look after him? Am I left with 2 who do not desire him? Anger clenched his fists as he stood abruptly, exclaiming, my wretched aunt and uncle tossed my parents' letters into this neglected old attic instead of delivering them to me, and these letters belong solely to me. I will confront them, but after taking a few steps, he halted, considering. But first, I must return to my room to safely store the letters in the small box. I do not wish to damage them in a quarrel. He stepped into the room, approached the desk, forcefully yanked open the drawer, and emptied its contents onto the bed. Muttering to himself, I must tidy this up. I cannot allow my parents' letter to get dirty. He diligently wiped away the wood shavings and ink with his shirt. He carefully placed a small wooden box inside, then took out the book History of Magic, which Hermione had lent him, murmuring, if I tuck the letter here, it should be safer. He promptly secured the letter in the middle, closed the drawer, and locked it before heading toward the door. However, just before opening it, he distinctly heard some words echoing in his mind, so clear that he could not discern whether they belonged to him or to someone else in the room. It is not yet time. The moment for explanations is approaching. Trust your instincts, a warm male voice said. Harry widened his eyes in astonishment, glancing around and exclaiming, Who? Who is speaking? But no one responded. He stood there, contemplating. I refuse to believe this is an illusion. I sense magic in this voice, for it has calmed me. One day, the Dursleys would have to answer many questions, as would the person who decided to make him live with them. I still need to speak with Professor McGonagall. Just then, 4 owls flew through his window, including Errol and Hedwig, bearing a large package. The sunlight outside bathed their feathers in a warm glow. Harry's eyes lit up as he smiled. Hey, it's Hedwig and Errol. What would this be? As he spoke, he caught a whiff of cake, instinctively patting his stomach and laughing. Oh dear, I haven't eaten anything yet while cleaning the old attic. This cake smells delightful. He surveyed his room, nodding in satisfaction, saying, My room has never been this clean. Some drawers have never been completely empty during the 2 summers I've spent here. I have never cleaned with such intent before, nor has it ever been this immaculate. He lay on the bed, which held only a blanket and a pillow. Gazing at the ceiling, he pondered all that awaited him outside. The prospect of being with his best friend Ron, who was almost like a brother to him, filled him with warmth. Since his birth, Ron had been the first to show him genuine friendship, a bond he cherished deeply. Then there was Hermione, his closest companion. She was the most intelligent person he knew, with a kind heart and striking beauty. At Hogwarts, some would mock her for her appearance, calling her a bookworm. But the girl said this out of jealousy, for she was beautiful, clever, and strong, a rare combination. The boys, on the other hand, spoke thus because she was simply too intelligent for them to ever surpass. How he missed her smile and her eyes. What had transpired between him and Hermione recently. He often thought of her, and each time her memory surfaced, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Many times, he would encounter her in his dreams. I longed for Hermione's presence the following day, eager to confide in her regarding the letter, as Hedwig remains outside. Harry closed his eyes, enveloped in nostalgia for his friends and dreams of the future. Chapter 6. I miss you too, Hermione. At noon the next day, sunlight streamed through the window into Harry's room, where his belongings were meticulously arranged by the door. Meanwhile, the Dursleys were seething with anger, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the wizarding family to escort Harry to their dwelling. I hope you've informed them to dress appropriately. Uncle Vernon bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the house. I've seen their appearance. They ought to exhibit some decorum and wear proper clothing. A surge of anger welled within Harry, but he quickly regained his composure. He fought the urge to shout back at his uncle, reflecting that Uncle Vernon had no authority to criticize others. The Weasley family was, in truth, his genuine kin. Truth be told, Harry was aware that the Weasley children often donned Muggle attire, though their parents invariably sported long robes. Thus, he sighed in resignation, fixating on a spot on the wall, lost in contemplation. Uncle Vernon donned his most prized suit, its crispness symbolizing what he perceived as his last bastion of dignity. Of course, this was not to indicate his intention to treat the impending guests kindly. Quite the opposite. He aimed to assert his superiority before those he deemed peculiar. Aunt Petunia slowly entered the living room, carrying a platter laden with fresh cheese and chopped celery, adorned with delicate flowers along the edge, clearly prepared for Dudley, rather than the Weasley family. Nevertheless, perhaps this would create the illusion that she was somewhat kind towards Harry. He glanced at her for a fleeting moment, filled with resentment over her concealment of his parents' letters. To him, those letters held far greater value than any gift. When Aunt Petunia turned her gaze towards him, their eyes met, and for a brief moment, Harry discerned guilt, sorrow, and perhaps a hint of concern reflected in her eyes. However, she quickly averted her gaze and settled beside her husband. They will arrive by car, I hope, Uncle Vernon announced loudly from the opposite end of the living room. Well, what of it? Harry momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Since the old Ford Anglia had gone missing in the Forbidden Forest, the Weasley family had borrowed a car from the Ministry of Magic. They had done so last year to retrieve Harry, as he was in peril due to Sirius Black, even though Sirius merely sought to capture Wormtail. Thus, Harry remained uncertain whether they would adopt the same approach this time. The clock read 4:55 p.m., and they still had to endure a few more minutes with this infuriating family. Although Harry understood that if not for Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's deception and lies, Dudley would not have been so cruel to him. Therefore, he endeavored to view Dudley without animosity, even attempting to treat him with a semblance of kindness. Harry silently exited the room and settled quietly on the stairs in the hallway, his gaze fixed intently on the clock. The clock ticked away, as if it were counting down the moments until he would leave this home. His heart raced with a blend of excitement and anxiety. When the clock's hands pointed to 5, Uncle Vernon bellowed from the living room. They're late. I know, Harry retorted, perhaps due to traffic. How should I know? He answered somewhat impatiently. I hope they don't think they can arrive late and stay for dinner, Uncle Vernon shouted from the other end of the living room. Harry merely smiled. They're just here to pick you up and we'll leave immediately, all right? Don't assume they will linger, and they surely have no concept of punctuality. Or perhaps their car is an old clunker that broke down on the way. Suddenly, a tremor shook the house as if the very foundation quaked. Harry was startled. At that moment, a ruckus erupted from beyond the living room door, causing the Dursleys to panic and scurry about. Harry swiftly drew his wand and dashed toward the living room, prepared to confront any potential intruder. He noticed Dudley's face drained of color as he clutched the armchair as if it were his lifeline, while Uncle Vernon distanced himself as far from the living room as possible. Following their gaze, Harry observed the fireplace, embedded with an electric heater, emitting sounds of banging and scraping. What is that? Aunt Petunia asked in sheer terror, her voice trembling. What is it, Vernon? Harry understood fully that Uncle Vernon was equally clueless, for he alone was the wizard in this house. Yet Aunt Petunia dared to inquire about such matters with that insufferable man. Then, a voice emerged from the fireplace. Oh dear, Fred, come back, go tell George, no. Oh no, George, there is no space left. Hurry back and tell him. Perhaps Harry can hear us. Maybe he can help us out. Harry, can you hear us? Followed by several more thuds. What is that? Uncle Vernon roared angrily, advancing slightly towards Harry, veins bulging on his forehead. Harry sighed and replied, They're trying to come through the Flynn network. He explained, suppressing a wave of laughter. They can travel from one fireplace to another, but they didn't expect this fireplace to be blocked. Wait, Harry called towards the fireplace. Mr. Weasley, can you hear me? The banging ceased, and a shushing sound came from within. The fireplace is sealed. You can't come through, Harry shouted, hoping they would comprehend. Blast it, Mr. Weasley's voice replied. Why do they block the fireplace? They installed an electric heater, Harry clarified. Really? Mr. Weasley exclaimed excitedly. You mean electric? With a plug? Good heavens, I must see it. Think of something, Ron. Ron's voice joined the others, prompting Harry to chuckle. What are we doing here? What happened? No, Ron, it's nothing, Fred quipped sarcastically. Indeed, we had a splendid time. George's voice sounded unusually somber. Harry, step back, Mr. Weasley shouted. It's the only way. Harry retreated to the side. Yet Uncle Vernon took a few steps forward. Wait, he called towards the fireplace. What do you intend to do? Bang! The electric heater was hurled out, colliding with the opposite wall, and a cloud of dust enveloped the entire room. Ultimately, the four individuals tumbled down, wooden boards from the fireplace scattered everywhere. Aunt Petunia covered her forehead with her hand and staggered backward, nearly falling onto the coffee table. Uncle Vernon caught her just in time, preventing her from getting hurt. Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley, Fred, George, and Ron rose to their feet. Uncle Vernon stared at them in disbelief, attempting to articulate something, yet no words escaped his lips. Much better, Mr. Weasley said, panting as he brushed off the dust from his green robe, adjusted his glasses, and furrowed his brow. You must be Harry's aunt and uncle. He immediately approached Uncle Vernon, extending his hand, causing Uncle Vernon to recoil in fear as if he had encountered a foul stench, pulling Aunt Petunia along with him. He was a mess, unable to utter a single word. Ah, my apologies for the chaos, Mr. Weasley chuckled. It's my fault. I did not anticipate the blockage. Furthermore, I must inform you that I connected your fireplace to the magical network today, and the ministry has approved it, so there is no need for concern. Uncle Vernon's complexion grew increasingly crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Let the children light the fire and leave. I shall repair this mess myself. Harry sensed that his uncle was on the verge of an outburst, and he was grateful that Mr. Weasley turned directly to him. Hello, Harry, Mr. Weasley greeted cheerfully. Is your trunk ready? It's near the door in the hallway. Harry smiled in response. He then went to retrieve his trunk, feeling an unprecedented urgency to leave this house as swiftly as possible. Let's go get it, Harry, Fred said with a grin, moving toward the indicated location. How could our guest manage the burden alone, especially the savior of the magical world? George added, winking at Harry to indicate that his remark was meant to leave the Dursleys astounded. The moment he laid eyes on Dudley, he knew their objective had been achieved. After his brothers exited, Ron approached, draping his arm over his friend's shoulder. Long time no see, mate. I've missed you. Are you ready to watch the World Cup tomorrow? Can you believe it? Your home is lovely, Mr. Weasley remarked as politely as he could, despite the utter disarray in the house at that moment. Uncle Vernon likely felt this was the most inappropriate comment he could make under the circumstances. Mr. Weasley surveyed the room, keenly observing every corner and various appliances, all of which required electricity, correct? He spoke enthusiastically. I see the plugs. He then turned to Uncle Vernon and said, I have many batteries at home, though my wife Molly thinks I've gone mad. Evidently, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia shared a similar sentiment. At that moment, Fred and George entered, laden with various belongings, including Hedwig's cage. They cast a glance at Dudley, who was still seated in the armchair, his fingers ensnared within it, his hands tinged with a faint blue hue. Is this your cousin, Harry? George inquired with curiosity, approaching Dudley and extending his hand in a gesture of greeting. Harry has spoken extensively about you, he added with a hint of malice. Yes, Harry replied, this is Dudley. Just then, the fireplace erupted in emerald flames, only to extinguish in an instant. All eyes turned towards the hole in the wall, and when Harry beheld the newcomer, a smile immediately illuminated his face. It was she, her light brown hair long and tousled, cascading casually, her skin smudged from travel, and those amber eyes, the enchanting Hermione. Harry, she exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him. Harry welcomed the hug, entirely disregarding the fact that his uncle's ire was now further ignited by the magical arrival. It's been so long. I truly missed you. To everyone's surprise, including her own, she planted a quick kiss on his cheek, growing slightly flushed as they parted. Harry noticed Dudley's mouth agape, his eyes nearly bulging out. Hermione had blossomed into an even more charming figure over the summer. As time passed, her form became increasingly pronounced. Harry decided to reciprocate Hermione's affectionate gesture, not merely to provoke Dudley, but also because he had longed to do so. I missed you too, Hermione, and you look absolutely stunning. Hermione blushed, and he too felt the heat rise to his cheeks as he sensed the eyes of the others upon them, prompting him to conclude matters with the Dursleys. All right, it's time to go. Harry took Hermione's hand, draping his arm over Ron's shoulder as they made their way towards the fireplace. Before they could reach it, a bellowing voice erupted from behind them. Where do you think you're going, you Potter? Uncle Vernon's voice startled Hermione and Ron, causing them to turn around in fear. Worry etched on their faces as they looked at Harry. Harry merely shot him a glance, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented anger, his face flushed crimson. Without hesitation, he raised his wand, pointing it directly at his uncle's face. At that moment, Vernon, stricken with fear, found himself speechless, releasing his grip and stumbling backwards. I'm not your family. You have never cared for me. I have endured your behavior all summer, but this is enough. Oh, Harry, Hermione whispered, her voice barely audible, filled with astonishment. Ron stood in stunned silence, taken aback by his best friend's words. I know you took my parents' letters, carelessly discarding them like refuse in that filthy, cold attic. Those belong to me, and me alone. You have no right to take them. He spoke softly, observing as his uncle's complexion drained of color. I can forgive you yelling at me, treating me like a servant rather than family, but separating me from my parents' belongings is something I cannot condone. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Oh, Harry, Hermione immediately responded, stepping closer to him alongside Ron. He gazed at them sorrowfully, noticing Hermione's eyes were red and Ron's face flushed, blending seamlessly with his hair. He was unaware of their thoughts, but wished fervently for them to speak or act in a manner that would enlighten him. He felt Hermione's hand grasp his from the right, while Ron placed his hand upon his left shoulder. In that moment, he realized he possessed the finest friends in the world. I'm sorry, children. I'm so sorry. Uncle Vernon could not finish his sentence as they both embraced Harry. Chapter 7. Hermione's Tenderness. Within the somewhat cramped confines of the Dursleys' home, Harry distinctly felt the warmth of Hermione's body. Simultaneously, Mr. Weasley gently patted his back and spoke, Well, I believe it is best for us to depart swiftly. With that, he waved his wand and exclaimed, Flame on. The sound reverberated throughout the room, resounding with strength and authority. He directed his wand toward the opening behind them, and in an instant, a roaring fire erupted in the fireplace, crackling as if it had been burning for hours, its fierce glow illuminating the faces of all present. Mr. Weasley approached and retrieved a small bag filled with green powder, handing it to Harry. Harry cautiously accepted the bag, his gaze tinged with hesitation. You go first, Harry, Hermione, and Ron urged in unison. Harry glanced at the green powder, slowly shaking his head. No, you go first. I shall follow last. I do not wish to leave either of you amongst these muggles, he resolutely declared, passing the powder to the twins. Fred took Harry's item and moved forward, with George trailing behind, both filled with curiosity about the newly emerged Harry. I like this new Harry, they whispered simultaneously, prompting a smile from Harry. They approached the fireplace, scattering the powder, and in the blink of an eye, vanished into the hearth. Harry cast one last glance at the Dursleys, just as he noticed Aunt Petunia rising again, hands covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Her tears traced two bright paths down her face. This was the first time Harry had seen her regard him in such a manner, as if she were witnessing Dudley injured or ill, as if her world were on the brink of collapse, and he were her sole concern. Why? Harry involuntarily questioned, aware that he might not cherish the answer, yet he felt an urgent need to know. Aunt Petunia locked her gaze onto Harry and slowly said, When you were born, my sister brought you to me, and you look just like your father. I viewed you as I would any child, a child different from us due to your magical blood. But when you opened your eyes, I saw those eyes. Harry felt a stir within. It was the first time he did not sense disdain from Aunt Petunia's gaze, but rather felt cared for. Aunt Petunia continued, I saw Lily, your mother. Though we are different, she is my sister, and I love her dearly despite her flaws. Our differences drove us apart. Harry let out a heavy sigh. It was not the first time he had heard that his eyes mirrored those of his mother, yet he did not mind. In fact, he cherished it, for it allowed him to see her reflection whenever he gazed into the mirror. 13 years prior, when I discovered you at the doorstep, I was engulfed by fear for my sister. Thus, I called her, even enlisting an owl to deliver the message. Days later, I learned of my sister's passing. She covered her face with her hands, her voice laden with sorrow, her shoulders trembling incessantly. Though your father holds little significance for me, and despite your uniqueness, my sister was my family, and all I yearned for was her return. However, Vernon wished to cast you into an orphanage to abandon you to fate. Yet I implored him, beseeching him to allow you to reside here, and ultimately, he acquiesced. He vowed to expel you at the first sign of magic. For all these years, I've been terrified that you would inadvertently reveal your powers and that Vernon would discover them. Vernon rose, storming towards his wife with the intent to strike her forcefully. His face flushed crimson, his eyes ablaze with fury. Harry was instantly filled with rage, his body tensing slightly. Yet, before Vernon could reach her, Dudley, for the first time since the Weasley family's arrival, leaped from his armchair, intercepting his father's hand, exclaiming, Do not touch my mother. This left his parents in stunned silence. Vernon, livid, was nearly driven to madness. Now, keep your distance from her, Dudley asserted, his gaze resolute, veins bulging on his forehead. Mr. Weasley feigned interest in the television while remaining vigilant, prepared to intervene if necessary. Observing this scene, he approached Harry and the two young ones. Ron clenched his fists, and Hermione bit her lip, drawing her wand, ready to immobilize Vernon if the need arose. Harry continued to watch as Vernon Dursley lowered his hand, striving to temper his foul temper. When he finally spoke, it was with an apology. "I am truly sorry, Petunia. Dudley, I am deeply regretful." Harry had intended to continue listening to Aunt Petunia's tale, but sensing the improbability of that, he retreated to the hearth. "Wait." Aunt Petunia's voice called out. "Let me finish. There is so much yet to tell." She embraced her son, and Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Amidst her sobs and whispers, she continued her narrative. "I truly endeavored to love you as I love my sister, as though you were my own son, but your disposition resembles that of your father, which I cannot endure. I never wished to harm you. Yet it transpired unknowingly. You are increasingly like him, the very man who caused my sister's demise." At this thought, Aunt Petunia broke down, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Hermione gently remarked, "He was merely a child then." As she spoke, she grasped Harry's hand, imparting warmth and strength. Aunt Petunia wiped her tears and added, "The sole reason I could not banish you was because of Lily's eyes. I adored those eyes. Years have passed, and just before your 11th birthday, a grand and imposing owl arrived, bearing several letters from Hogwarts. On that day, you believed it was merely another letter. However, in reality, Vernon wished to incinerate the letter, yet it eluded destruction, the flames perpetually extinguished." As she spoke, she raised her hands, her emotions aflame. Hermione, standing nearby, deduced, "Aunt Petunia, this must be a protective charm, safeguarding the object I surmise." "What does it matter?" Vernon Dursley muttered on the modest sofa he had just occupied, his hands clenched tightly together, knuckles turning pale. Harry, overhearing this, retorted coldly, "Vernon Dursley, if you continue to speak in such a manner, I swear I shall sew your mouth shut." He pointed his wand at him, his gaze brimming with menace. Aunt Petunia then continued, "When I beheld Lily's letter, I knew it was intended for you. I even cast it into the trash, yet it returned home, and I am thoroughly exasperated. Vernon nearly expelled you from our house, but he refrained. Thus, I resolved to conceal them in the attic. I relocated them there, visiting often merely to glimpse my sister's letters. I attempted to open them several times, but each occasion left my mind blank. Then I would find myself in the supermarket or the park. Did Lily mention me?" She concluded, her eyes filled with yearning, akin to a child longing for answers. Harry pondered for a moment, recalling how his aunt had implored him to stay, striving to love him, secretly missing his mother, which surprisingly dissipated the hatred within him. He did not comprehend everything, yet he accepted the reality of no longer harboring animosity towards his aunt, instead feeling a flicker of sympathy. He recalled a blonde, unfriendly Slytherin. Harry inched closer and said, "She expressed her love for you, stating that family is forever family, regardless of circumstances." His voice was calm, astonishing even himself. Then he extended his hand to his aunt, who grasped it, gently caressing his palm. "I shall send you a photograph of my mother, so you may gaze upon her when you miss her." Upon saying this, Vernon, sitting beside them, appeared slightly irked, yet remained silent due to his prior reaction. "I desire a photograph that remains still," he added, seeking to placate Vernon. "However, from this point forth, I shall no longer reside here. I will seek other accommodations. If I require any documents to facilitate my stay elsewhere, I hope you will assist and consent. Should you wish, I shall return to visit you, and if you encounter any issues, whether financial or otherwise, do not hesitate to reach out to me." He addressed all three of them, then immediately turned to Vernon Dursley. "You must treat my aunt kindly and also show some regard for Dudley. If anything befalls them, you shall be accountable to me, Vernon," he stated firmly, and although Vernon Dursley glared at him in anger, he nodded nonetheless. "Lastly, Dudley, you are to take care of my aunt and respect her, listening to her wishes. I hope our relationship can flourish. After all, we are cousins. I aspire that one day, when you have children and I have children, their bond may surpass ours." Dudley nodded, offering him a somewhat peculiar smile, yet it was a gesture he had never previously made. "Harry, I hope all is well with you. I apologize for my actions towards you and sincerely wish that one day we might become friends." As Dudley spoke, he extended his hand. Harry understood this was partly due to Hermione. Ever since her arrival, Dudley had been fixated on her. Nonetheless, he didn't mind and took Dudley's hand, replying, "Of course, cousin." Harry turned a glance at those uninvolved in the matter. Mr. Weasley, noticing the atmosphere had eased, continued to inspect the electric heater, television, and sound system, his eyes filled with curiosity and wonder. "Mr. Weasley, I deeply regret the disturbances at your home and am truly grateful for your understanding. I hope you can forgive my impulsiveness," he said with a smile, extending his hand. "There's nothing to forgive, Harry," Mr. Weasley replied, grasping his hand and drawing him into an embrace as if the boy were his own son. Don't take it to heart, my child. Merlin's beard. Look at the time. We've been here for half an hour. We must hurry, or we shall miss the preparations for the World Cup. After all that had transpired, Harry had nearly forgotten that the World Cup was imminent, and he felt a thrill at the prospect of attending a Quidditch match for the first time with his closest friends. He handed a small pouch to Hermione, who studied him for a moment, seeking reassurance of his well-being. I'm sorry, Hermione, he said in the softest tone. Hermione smiled, planted a quick kiss on his cheek, then took the powder and approached the fireplace, casting it into the flames while proclaiming, "The burrow." Her voice was firm and resolute. Immediately, the flames turned a vibrant green, and she stepped inside, vanishing in a remarkable manner. Harry passed the powder to Ron, who accepted it with a smile, moved to the fireplace, and repeated the process, disappearing as well. Harry turned, brushing his hand over the pouch he still held, and cast one last glance. Well then, goodbye. I hope to see you all again. Goodbye. Cousin. Take care, Dudley's rough, somewhat foolish voice chimed in as he waved farewell while tossing the powder into the flames. He had always called Harry names or other disparaging terms, but never cousin, which made Harry smile faintly. The burrow, he declared, stepping into the flames. The last sight he beheld was Dudley waving goodbye, Aunt Petunia weeping on Dudley's shoulder, Uncle Vernon silently exhaling a sigh, and Mr. Weasley smiling as though watching his own child grow, filled with affection. Moments later, Harry began to whirl rapidly. The Dursleys' living room faded into the emerald flames. He continued to spin in a whirlwind of fire, his elbows tucked against his sides, and with his final journey through the Floo network, he realized that without proper protection, it could hurt for several hours. He saw thousands of fireplaces flash before his eyes, then closed them, feeling dizzy. As the speed began to wane, he extended his arms, narrowly avoiding a face-first landing as he emerged from the fireplace. Are you all right, Harry? Hermione's sweet voice called out from somewhere in the Weasley kitchen, as several hands reached to assist him in standing. I'm fine. Harry rose to his feet, apologizing. I'm sorry for causing everyone concern. It's quite all right, mate. Even when facing muggles, we will stand by you, Ron assured him from his left, sincerity gleaming in his eyes as he picked up a piece of bread. Now I understand why you harbor such negative feelings towards your aunt and the others. Harry, Hermione said sweetly. She took his hand, her concern palpable. Yet she was also pleased that Harry had finally returned to the burrow. There is much to explain, Harry wearily remarked. He had not only confronted Vernon Dursley, but had also reconciled with Aunt Petunia and his cousin Dudley. However, number 4, Privet Drive, was no longer his home. For a fleeting moment, he felt a wave of sadness and emptiness wash over him. What would the future hold? It's all right. We still have time before Mrs. Weasley calls us to bed, he said, moving towards the sofa in the living room, where he sank down. Harry, you just silenced that loudmouth. I don't know what everyone else thinks, but to me, you're my new idol, Fred declared to his brothers as he entered the room, carrying several cups filled with orange liquid. Hermione, Ron, and Harry accepted the cups he offered, with George trailing in behind him. Of course, Harry, from this moment on, we all respect you, George concluded, making a gesture of doffing an imaginary hat, which elicited a laugh from Harry. Just then, a loud crack echoed and Mr. Weasley suddenly appeared beside George. Children, I'm back. I hope you won't pester Harry with a barrage of questions, Mr. Weasley said in a commanding tone. Everyone, including Charlie and Bill, nodded in response. Don't worry, Mr. Weasley, I'm fine, perhaps even better than in recent years. However, I would like to retrieve my belongings and check if I've left anything behind, Harry decided, feeling an inexplicable urge to be alone for a moment, as the crowd felt overwhelming, and he longed for a brief respite. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out. Ah, hello, Harry dear, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. Upon seeing him there with a smile, she turned to Mr. Weasley. Welcome home. Shall we discuss something over dinner? Just then, Ron's younger sister appeared at the kitchen door. The petite redhead, Ginny, smiled at Harry, who returned the gesture out of politeness, causing her to blush. Ever since Harry's first visit to the burrow, she had developed a fondness for him. Chapter 8. Rings and Necklaces. One can only hope, for Merlin's sake. This has nothing to do with Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. She glared at the twins, her gaze sharp as if it could shoot arrows, filled with warning and exasperation. It's not like that, Molly. This time, they were quite well behaved. Oddly enough, Mr. Weasley quickly reassured his wife, a hint of surprise and relief in his tone. Warm sunlight streamed through the windows, dust dancing in the beams. Of course not, Mum. If it weren't for our unwillingness to provide Harry with a long-lasting sweet or something of that nature. Fred winked at Harry, his expression playful and mischievous, as if harboring countless little secrets. Harry observed the scene before him, contemplating, if it were a different time, devoid of the recent troubling matters, This moment might have evoked a hearty laugh, perhaps even a desire to subject his cousin to the mischievous antics of the twins. Yet, at present, his mind was consumed with his own affairs. Mrs. Weasley was about to reprimand Fred for his idea, but Harry interjected. Right now, I wish to converse with Ron and Hermione. May we retreat to your room, Ron? He rose, tightly clutching Hermione's hand as though it were his lifeline, unwilling to relinquish his grasp. Curiously, the sense of emptiness he had felt since departing from the Dursleys vanished the instant Ron and Hermione were by his side. Of course. Harry, we shall speak later, Mr. Weasley replied, restraining his wife, who was on the verge of anger. He placed his cup on the table, not forgetting to express gratitude to the twins. Ron stood, and with Hermione still holding Harry's hand, the trio ascended the stairs. Below, the envious Ginny watched them intently, her mind racing with questions about what could possibly have transpired to keep them holding hands for even a second. What is the Weasley wizarding wheezes? Harry inquired curiously as they climbed the stairs. Ron erupted into laughter, his mirth resonating loudly enough to rattle the very foundation of the house, while Hermione frowned, visibly displeased. After a moment, Ron managed to compose himself and explained, "My mum discovered a stack of discount coupons while cleaning their room. A lengthy list of prices for their inventions. You know, joke wands, various trick candies, so many things. It's brilliant. I never realized they were so inventive," Ron said softly, admiration glimmering in his eyes. There was also some arguing because Mum wants them to work at the ministry like Dad and Percy, but they insist on opening a joke shop instead. Knowing them, they would excel at it, Harry said without hesitation, confident in the twins' abilities. They entered Ron's room in the attic, which appeared almost identical to the previous summer. Posters of Ron's favorite Quidditch team, the Chudley Cannons, were plastered everywhere, from the walls to the slanted ceiling, with players waving enthusiastically as if to warmly welcome their arrival. The fishbowl on the windowsill, once home to Frog's Pond, now housed a large frog. Ron's old pet rat, Scabbers, was no longer there. In its place was a small owl that had delivered Ron's letter to Harry on Privet Drive. This little creature seemed even more agitated than when Harry first encountered it. "Be quiet, pig," Ron exclaimed, maneuvering past the 4 beds that barely fit in the room. A faint scent of age permeated the space, with a few disheveled books and clothes scattered in the corners. "Fred and George are sharing our room because Bill and Charlie have taken theirs," he explained to Harry. "Why do you call this owl pig?" Harry asked Ron. "Her full name is Zhu Weiqiong, a name bestowed by Ginny, who found it quite endearing." Ron, rolling his eyes in mockery, remarked, "I'd like to change my name, but it's too late, so now I just call her Piglet. I have to keep her here because Errol and Hermes don't like her company." He glanced at her for a moment, then turned around the room, adding, "Honestly, I don't like her either." Harry, well aware of Ron's temperament, knew better than to take his words seriously. Ron had often complained about his old pet, Scabbers. Yet his sorrow, when he believed Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, had devoured Scabbers was unmistakable. "And where has Crookshanks gone?" Harry inquired. Hermione, who had been rather quiet since settling on the couch, replied, "I suppose he's in the garden. He enjoys chasing gnomes, though I've never seen it before." Her voice, crisp and melodious, cut through the slightly tense atmosphere like a precious drop of water in a desert, bringing comfort. "Well then, Harry, what is it that you wish to share with us?" Hermione continued, striving to make her tone more soothing, as if sensing that Harry had much on his mind. Harry sighed, aware that he needed to confide everything to them, including the dreams connected to Hermione. Naturally, there was also the matter of the ring and the wooden box concealing his parents' secrets. Although Ron might wish for him to open the box immediately, his father had instructed him to wait for the goblins at Gringotts, so he would have to bide his time. For now, he needed to be resolute with his friends. As for Hermione, at her age, there was no more astute witch than she. If anyone could offer him guidance and patiently await their visit to Gringotts, it would undoubtedly be her. Harry began to speak slowly, recounting the events from the attic and the discovery of the letters, briefly summarizing their contents. He then described how the necklace and ring had emerged from the letter and the small box. As he spoke, Ron's mouth fell increasingly agape, his eyes widening with astonishment, while Hermione gently embraced Harry, resting her head on his shoulder, silently offering her support. When he finished, the room fell into silence, broken only by Hermione's soft sigh. "We need to get to Gringotts as soon as possible," Ron broke the silence. "Indeed," Harry replied. Suddenly, Ginny burst through the door, glancing at Harry and Hermione. Her face flushed with anger. She then looked at her brother, noticing his peculiar expression. "Mum asked if you and Hermione could help set the table," she said crossly. Ron glanced at Harry, who still held Hermione's hand, and grinned, winking at Ron when Ginny wasn't looking. "Let Hermione help Harry pack his things and see what he needs for the World Cup. We'll handle it, and since they're guests." They shouldn't have to work, Ron declared as he stood up. Ginny was not pleased with this suggestion and immediately protested. Given that there were 11 people in the house and various dishes prepared by their mother, leaving much to be done. Before she could finish, Ron slipped out and shut the door. Harry was perplexed by his friends winking and their decision to leave him alone with Hermione. Yet he would not let this opportunity to continue the story slip away. Hermione, he began cautiously. Hermione immediately met his gaze, her eyes reflecting concern despite the slight redness in Harry's, a sign of his longing. If it's because of your scar, I have been investigating extensively, poring over numerous books and even consulting muggles, but to no avail. Once we return to Hogwarts, we must delve into the library, perhaps even the restricted section, she expressed with a hint of worry. A powerful urge surged within Harry, compelling him to embrace her tightly and never let go. Since entering Hogwarts, aside from Ron, Hermione had been the one with whom he had shared countless adventures. Were it not for her knowledge, he might have perished during the trials for the Philosopher's Stone. Not to mention the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. He had no idea how to enter, and even when the creature was petrified, last year's godfather, Sirius Black, and Buckbeak had nearly faced death for unjust reasons. Yet Hermione always managed to find solutions at critical moments. Now, despite witnessing his worst self, she offered no reproach, no judgment, and instead fretted over matters that solely affected him. She truly was the finest friend he could ever have. Not this. I thought there would be no progress before returning to school. Look at this, he finally said, causing Hermione to start slightly. He said no more, rising to his feet and releasing her hand, feeling an emptiness within him, a peculiar awkwardness, yet he restrained the impulse to grasp her hand once more. He walked to his sleeping area, opened his trunk, and carefully retrieved the book containing the letters along with the small box, returning to his previous seat. Torn between whether to take her hand again, he ultimately decided to show her the contents instead. Taking a deep breath, he handed her the letter for her to read. Hermione regarded Harry as though he had entrusted his life to her, her eyes filled with the fear of potentially causing him harm. Do not worry. I want you to read it. Perhaps you will understand something I cannot. You know I'm not as clever as you, Harry said with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. As Hermione read the letter, tears welled in her eyes, and she looked at Harry. Oh, Harry, they're beautiful. It is evident that they love you above all else, she concluded. Harry handed her the small box, and she began to examine it carefully. After her inspection, she turned to him. This is no ordinary box. I cannot discern what it is made from, but it evokes something in me. Furthermore, the lock is quite peculiar. I fear we will not easily find the key. Harry chuckled softly, observing his friend's earnest yet innocent demeanor. Before lifting the necklace, bearing the ring for her to see, Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment as the ring shimmered with brilliant hues of gold and red. Seeing her captivated by the exquisite piece, Harry placed it into her hands. She observed the ring with the same seriousness she had shown when inspecting the box. And upon noticing the engraving on the inside, she read aloud, "In life and in death, I love you, HJP." She smiled and returned it to its owner. We can only visit Gringotts after the World Cup, Hermione remarked. And according to your father, this is linked to the secrets of the Marauder's map and other such artifacts. So we shall need the goblin's assistance, correct? Harry did not respond, realizing that while at Grimmauld Place with Ron's brothers, he could not wear the ring in their presence or during the World Cup. Otherwise, they would see the necklace, necessitating him to hide the ring. However, should they search his belongings for previous items, the ring would be discovered. The box was manageable. He could fabricate a tale about finding it in the Muggle world but forgetting the key, or simply claiming it was a trinket he stumbled upon. After pondering for a moment, he arrived at the most reasonable conclusion. Harry, is everything all right? Hermione inquired with concern. He smiled at his friend. Hermione, I cannot wear these at Grimmauld Place, nor can we leave them here when we go to the World Cup. Therefore, there is only one solution, Harry said, filled with hope. We must separate the ring from the box. As anticipated, Hermione stated, indeed. He removed the necklace from around his neck and handed it to Hermione, whose face flushed in surprise. No, Harry, let me keep the box. The ring is far more precious. Harry shook his head, indicating she was mistaken. It was peculiar, but this was the first time he felt his friend was wrong. If the twins saw it, they would want to investigate, subsequently realizing it was no ordinary item. You know, they've always been in the magical world, and now, with Weasley's wizard wheezes, they might know more about magical artifacts. But if it were you, they wouldn't dare ask, for you would certainly retaliate, Harry explained. Hermione sighed, observing him closely, and after a few seconds, she began to believe her friend was correct. This was indeed the only way. All right, Harry, but do tell me when you wish to retrieve it. It is far too precious for you. After Hermione spoke, she caressed the ring, and astonishingly, upon her touch, the necklace shimmered and transformed, fitting perfectly around her neck. They both stood in awe, speechless for a moment, until Harry finally exclaimed, "You see, even it recognizes your beauty. You are truly lovely." He then grinned foolishly. Hermione blushed and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "This is Harry Potter, the knight, always making everyone feel good. Truly, Hermione, it suits you perfectly." He stepped closer and kissed her forehead, a gesture he would not typically extend to others. Yet Hermione was different. She always aided him, shouldering burdens that were not hers, and remained steadfast by his side. "I think we should head downstairs. Harry, we've lingered too long, and they must be wondering where we have gone," Hermione remarked as she moved toward the door. Harry chastised himself for his impulsiveness, yet truth be told, it was indeed time to descend. In reality, Hermione paused not to let Harry witness her blushing furiously from that kiss. As Harry stood, he returned the letter to the book, carefully placed it in the box, and tucked the box into his trousers, walking towards the door alongside Hermione. He was oblivious to her removing his glasses until she spoke. "Harry, your glasses are utterly filthy. They wouldn't survive a month without breaking, would they?" She sighed and cast a cleaning charm, rendering the glasses sparkling clear, as if freshly purchased. He promptly put them on and smiled at his friend. "Have you ever considered opening a glasses shop in the Muggle world? I would be a frequent customer." Hermione chuckled at his notion. Amidst a day filled with storms, secrets, and sorrow, that laughter shone like a ray of light, granting him a sliver of joy. "Don't be ridiculous. If I told my parents that, they would undoubtedly disinherit me. Let's not forget they are dentists." Hermione replied cheerfully, grasping his hand, "Never change." "Harry," she said this while leading him towards the door. Chapter 9. Department of Magical Cooperation. Once they descended the stairs, Harry noticed that Ron seemed somewhat fatigued, a hint of weariness evident in his eyes, and his steps appeared heavy. Meanwhile, Ginny was in a foul mood, begrudgingly setting up tables in the garden. As that tiny kitchen could barely accommodate the entire 11 members of the family, she pouted, her brow furrowed, muttering incessantly. "Harry, have you tidied up your things yet?" Mrs. Weasley inquired as she entered the kitchen, her voice laced with concern. "I'll be out for some fresh air. I'll join you shortly after finishing the dessert." Harry responded. "Yes, I believe that's for the best," he mused, planning to concoct an excuse later to organize the box and retrieve his clothing. As soon as they stepped into the garden, Crookshanks, the ginger cat, darted out like an arrow from the bushes. Its lithe form glimmered golden in the sunlight as it pursued a creature resembling a muddy potato with legs. In an instant, Harry recalled that it was a goblin. The goblin scurried through the bushes, then dove into an old boot, taunting Crookshanks with sharp, piercing laughter. Following this, a loud crash resonated, followed by a burst of laughter. Harry beheld Bill and Charlie waving their wands, propelling two dilapidated tables high into the air, colliding across the lawn before bouncing apart. The tables swayed precariously, as if on the verge of falling. Fred and George exuberantly shouted, their voices echoing in the garden. "That's brilliant. Do it again." Ginny laughed uncontrollably, her laughter ringing clear like silver bells. Hermione watched with keen interest, though a flicker of concern lingered in her eyes, fearing the magic might spiral out of control. Suddenly, Bill S.'s table collided violently with Charlie S., producing a deafening sound, and several legs of Charlie's table snapped off in response. "Could you possibly keep it down?" Percy shouted loudly from inside the house, evidently agitated by the clamor, his voice brimming with ire. "I apologize, Percy," Bill responded with a hearty laugh. "How's your calder bottom?" "Terrible," Percy retorted grumpily, and with a resounding thud, he slammed the window shut. Subsequently, Bill and Charlie positioned the tables on the lawn, placing them closely together. With a flick of his wand, Bill gently tapped the table, and to their astonishment, it instantly returned to its former state, as if the legs had never been broken, with the tablecloth and other items reappearing in an orderly fashion. Harry mused privately that they had likely decided to engage in a duel, merely lacking suitable implements, opting for the table instead to ensure that Ron and Ginny's efforts were not in vain. As they arranged all the items on the two tables, the wood creaked under the weight, yet the Weasley family paid it no mind, for the table had endured such strains for many years. Harry strolled towards the small patch of grass where he and Ron had played Quidditch in their second year. Sitting on a log as he contemplated his next course of action, to watch the World Cup, he silently resolved. Then, he would venture to Gringotts to unravel the mysteries left by his parents. He aimed to clear Sirius's name and ride the train back to Hogwarts, while also yearning for a moment of respite. Those nights on Privet Drive had been fraught with sleeplessness, plagued by the lurking presence of Voldemort and the Dursleys' concealment of his parents' letters. The accumulated anger and resentment from years spent in that household kept him restless. Lying upon the grass, he gazed at the azure sky, where clouds floated like cotton candy, shifting in form. Hermione looked at him with a face full of concern, well aware of Harry's past, having heard him confide in her about his experiences with the Dursleys. Yet, whenever the topic of his parents arose, Harry would attempt to mask the sorrow stemming from his lack of understanding of them and the grief that surfaced upon reflecting on their decision to entrust him to his aunt. Hermione tried to redirect her attention to the game of wizard's chess being played between Ron and his brother Bill, who was gradually gaining the upper hand. Having taught Ron the intricacies of the game, although she had never been fond of chess, she found herself intrigued by the tactics and their potential usefulness in future battles alongside Harry. Nonetheless, she remained puzzled by the peculiar shift in Harry's demeanor towards her. They had always been the best of friends, and he had consistently declared her his closest companion. Yet since that fateful afternoon when they first met, his behavior had been decidedly odd. Primarily, he had never been so affectionate with her. She did not resent it, and in fact, welcomed it. But she yearned to understand the reason behind his shift in attitude. If he continued in this manner, the feeling she had long suppressed might soon become uncontrollable. Moments later, as Hermione analyzed the chessboard, she realized that her greater concern lay in everything Harry had recounted in Ron's room and the events that had transpired. With each story he shared, she pondered whether he had changed since leaving Hogwarts. Witnessing the decisions he had made, she sensed a newfound maturity within him. However, when Harry offered her the ring given to him by his family, she hesitated at first, uncertain whether to accept it. However, Harry's reasoning was articulated with clarity, revealing his sincere intention to safeguard the ring and the profound trust he placed in her. Hermione silently vowed never to betray Harry's confidence and to protect the ring at all costs. She firmly believed that when they ventured to Gringotts, the truth would inevitably be unveiled. Furthermore, there was the matter of Harry's scar. Hermione delved into various texts, even petitioning the school library for access to an array of tomes. The volume of her reading became so overwhelming that the library sent her a letter, informing her that she could borrow no more until her return to Hogwarts. Left with no choice, she turned to Muggle literature, yet still found herself at a loss. With a deep sigh, her gaze fell upon her friend reclining on the grass. She recalled their first encounter on the train when Harry and Ron were indulging in sweets. At that moment, Hermione perceived Harry as merely an ordinary boy, believing that his admirers were drawn to his handsome appearance. She felt no anger upon hearing Ron's introduction. Despite her own Muggle origins and lack of wizarding lineage, her heart brimmed with a yearning for magic. When she witnessed Ron's wand pointing at Scabbers, her curiosity ignited, compelling her to observe the magical abilities of others. After witnessing Ron's failure, she inwardly rejoiced, convinced that she could potentially perform better than he. As they exchanged introductions, her surprise was palpable upon hearing Harry's name. He was indeed the pivotal figure who had vanquished the darkest wizard a decade prior. When she mentioned this, Harry exhibited astonishment, questioning the veracity of her claim, which only heightened Hermione's admiration for him. He was so innocent and pure, though they had merely exchanged a few words. Encountering a kind soul in such circumstances filled Hermione with joy. Over the years, Harry had occupied an extraordinarily special place in Hermione's heart, and undoubtedly, as time flowed on, her affection deepened. As the battle against Voldemort commenced, she longed to stand by Harry's side, fighting for the wizarding world, not merely for glory or the approval of others, but to lend him her strength. Though her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, Hermione understood that Harry's tasks could be set aside until after the Quidditch World Cup. Thus, she rose and approached Harry, attempting to rouse him from his reverie. She sat down slowly, turning to tell him how beautiful the sky was, only to realize he had fallen asleep, which elicited a gentle laugh from her. She was unaware of when Harry had drifted off or when he ceased gazing at the azure expanse, but she knew that upon awakening, his eyes would meet her own amber gaze. "I am not an angel. I am merely your friend, Harry," Hermione said, her cheeks flushed. Harry, oblivious to having spoken aloud, quickly sat up, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, it was just a dream." In the brief pause, his focus remained fixed on her honeyed eyes. "Harry, thank you for trusting me so deeply with something so significant." Hermione's voice was warm, yet slightly hoarse. "I don't know if I'm worthy of it." As she spoke, she gently held the ring. "Don't be foolish, Hermione." Harry gazed at the girl with chestnut hair, declaring, "You are the sole person I can trust, the only one who has never let me down. Therefore, you are the one to whom I would unhesitatingly surrender my life." Upon uttering these words, Harry felt a twinge of annoyance at the thought that Hermione might deem herself unworthy. "I would never ask for your life. I would rather offer my own to safeguard you, Hermione replied, gently placing her hand upon his chest, resting her head on his shoulder. They both admired the breathtaking view of the setting sun. The orange-hued sunlight enveloped them in a warm glow. And you will become the greatest wizard of our era. The most exceptional conjurer. You are the wisest witch, perhaps even as sagacious as Merlin. Though you are far more beautiful than he, Harry's words elicited a shared smile. Unbeknownst to them, in that moment, a unique emotion quietly blossomed in their hearts. Before long, Mrs. Weasley called them to dinner, where the table was laden with a plethora of dishes, each exuding an enticing aroma. For Harry, who typically subsisted on cake, nutritious food, and an array of candies, this was indeed a culinary paradise. Initially, Harry found himself more inclined to listen than to speak, as he savored the chicken and ham pie, boiled potatoes, and salad. The pie's crust was wonderfully crisp, its filling succulent, the potatoes tender and delectable, and the salad refreshingly crisp. At the opposite end of the table, Percy was regaling his parents with his report on cauldrons. I informed Mr. Cough that I would have it ready by Tuesday, Percy explained, his face aglow with pride, as this was ahead of the timeline he had proposed. I have always preferred to exceed expectations. He believed Mr. Cough would appreciate his early completion. With the Ministry of Magic currently bustling, especially due to the World Cup, the support from Ludo Bagman in the Department of Magical Sports was noticeably insufficient. I really like Ludo, Mr. Weasley remarked. He secured tickets for us to the World Cup. I repaired a lawnmower with supernatural abilities for him, and he promptly offered me several tickets. He is genuinely a good fellow. Of course, Bagman is very amiable and kind, Percy responded, but I truly cannot fathom how he became the head of the department. Did you know Bertha Jorkins has been missing for over a month? She went on holiday to Albania and has yet to return. Mr. Weasley frowned as he recounted. I inquired with Bagman, but he said Bertha often gets lost. However, if it were someone from my department, I would surely be deeply concerned. Naturally, the Department of Magical Cooperation has numerous pressing issues to address, leaving little energy to search for personnel from other departments. You know, after the World Cup, we must also organize another major event. Percy cleared his throat, deliberately drawing everyone's attention. He glanced toward Ron, Hermione, and Harry's vicinity. You are aware of that super-secret matter. Ron, with an expression of resignation, murmured softly to his two friends. He has been eagerly awaiting our inquiries since he started working. It must be some sort of cauldron exhibition. As Ron spoke of the fair, Harry picked up a chicken and ham pie. Across the table, Fred and George were animatedly discussing the World Cup. Everything felt so warm and pleasant. Before indulging in Mrs. Weasley's homemade ice cream desserts, she meticulously arranged various flavors to suit everyone's taste. Mr. Weasley conjured some candles to illuminate the garden. As dusk fell and the last candle was lit, the sky was completely enveloped in darkness. Fireflies danced in the garden like ethereal little sprites. Harry, feeling utterly content, watched Crookshanks tirelessly chase a gnome, experiencing a long-lost sense of tranquility and peace. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat and stood up, an action that took everyone by surprise. All right, family, today I have a decision to make and a toast to propose. I know everyone is speculating as to why. All eyes turned toward him, and Harry's heart raced, wondering if it was due to his impulsive behavior at the Dursleys, his manner of answering questions, or perhaps a threat made to a muggle. Surely, he wouldn't be informing the Ministry of Magic, would he? However, he soon relaxed. Mr. Weasley was a kind man, and he couldn't believe anything serious was amiss, perhaps just a lesson or warning. The news was this. Mr. Weasley continued. Today, as the head of this household, I agree to allow Harry Potter to reside here, starting today, until he decides to leave. Of course, if he is willing to stay in our humble abode. Had Harry not been seated, he might have fallen to the ground in shock, not merely due to the invitation, but at that moment his throat felt constricted. He fought back tears, unwilling to let anyone notice. He longed to speak, but knew that once he opened his mouth, he would surely be overcome with emotion. Harry, I would also like you to stay at my house, but my parents would surely disapprove, as they are too busy with work, and it wouldn't be proper for us to be alone at home, Hermione said apologetically. A long and profound silence followed, broken only by the crickets beginning their nocturnal serenade, until Harry managed to compose himself enough to speak. Thank you all so very much. Truly, you are all incredibly kind. If I could have family like you, I would be the happiest person in the world. I accept your offer and hope to contribute something to the household. With that, Harry rose from his chair and bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude and respect. Dear, there is no need for such formality. We are honored to have our child's best friend stay with us, Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Weasley conjured some cups filled with various beverages, spirits for the adults and butterbeer for the youngsters. Chapter 10. The Savior of the Magical World. Though night had fallen, the light within the burrow remained bright, radiating warmth and liveliness. The light streamed through the window, casting gentle halos in the night. Mr. Weasley raised his glass high, his face beaming with genuine joy, and declared in a loud voice, "To Harry Potter, the finest friend I know, an exceptional person, and the most remarkable wizard. Cheers!" The crowd responded enthusiastically, lifting their glasses, which refracted a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. They stood together, raising their voices in unison. Cheers to Harry. Then, they tilted their heads back and drained their glasses in one go. Harry's face flushed crimson. He mused to himself that if the colors spread to his hair, he would surely resemble another Weasley. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with emotion, experiencing a sense of belonging for the first time. Surrounded by those who allowed him to be himself, he no longer bore the weight of being the chosen one, the boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world. Here, he was simply Harry Potter. Beneath the table, he shyly reached for Hermione's hand, and she intuitively grasped it tightly in return, offering him silent support. Gradually, everyone resumed their seats, continuing their diverse conversations. Ron, smiling at Harry, said, "Harry, this is fantastic. Now that you live here, we can play Quidditch whenever we want. I still need to take you to some fun places. Maybe Mom will even let us stroll around a nearby village. She usually doesn't let us go alone. Probably because we're not very familiar with Muggle customs. But with your help, I'm sure we'll manage." Harry, filled with excitement, replied, "Of course, mate. You can do whatever you want, and I hope to visit you too. Hermione, I want to express my gratitude to your parents for all the things they sent me, and I want to spend more time with you." As they spoke, Mr. Weasley waved his wand, refilling their glasses with wine, the liquid swaying within and exuding an enchanting aroma. Hermione responded eagerly, "You're always welcome. You can come anytime." At that moment, Mrs. Weasley glanced at her watch and remarked, "Look at the time. You all should head to bed since you need to get up before dawn to watch the World Cup. Harry, if you give me your school list, I'll go to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy your things. I didn't have time last time. The match lasted over 5 days." Harry, even more excited, exclaimed, "I hope it's the same this time." But as soon as the words left his lips, he remembered unfinished business at Gringotts, silently reminding himself that even if the match lasted a day, he must find a way to make time for it. Thus, he continued to Mrs. Weasley, "Thank you very much, but I have something pending at Gringotts, so I will definitely go, don't worry." Mrs. Weasley nodded and replied, "All right, dear, no problem." Hermione, "My dear, I also need your list." With that, she waved her wand, and all the dishes obediently flew into the kitchen. As Hermione assisted in lifting the table into the shed, she remarked, "I must also venture to Diagon Alley. Thus, I wish to accompany Harry in addressing all matters before we return to Hogwarts." Her organizational prowess was unparalleled. If anyone could arrange items with their customary neatness, it would certainly be Hermione. She added, "However, I do hope the competition lasts several days." Percy, overhearing this, responded with displeasure, "Well, I sincerely hope not. The thought of my backlog of work growing for 5 days is quite dreadful." Fred, overhearing, jested, "Of course, someone might just add a dragon's dung." Percy? Percy, blushing, retorted, "That was a sample of fertilizer from Norway. It was not personal." As Fred and George made their way toward the house, they quietly told Harry, "It was indeed personal. We sent it to him." As night deepened, Harry lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. The moonlight spilled across his bed, casting mottled shadows. Upon awakening, he felt as though he had scarcely slept. Inexplicably, dreams of Voldemort and that old man returned, the horrifying images replaying in his mind, filling him with a renewed sense of dread. Worry crept in as he pondered the possibility that the Weasley family might now be in peril. He feared that Voldemort could strike while he was amidst the wizards, and he contemplated whether Death Eaters might burst into the room to seize the chosen one. Shaking his head, he endeavored to dispel these thoughts. He recalled Ron's assurance that as long as no one knew their whereabouts, the house was invisible to outsiders, and that no one would betray their location. Yet, a chilling thought surfaced. Did this imply that someone nearby might betray them? He chuckled bitterly within, wondering who could possibly betray the Weasley family. They were such good people. Harry would rather perish than see any of them harmed. At that moment, he heard someone entering the room. Instinctively, he grasped his wand with one hand and his glasses with the other. After hastily donning his glasses, he beheld a somewhat flustered Mrs. Weasley. "It's time to go. Harry, dear," she whispered, urgency lacing her voice. Harry quickly lowered his wand and nodded gently. He then heard Mrs. Weasley shaking Ron awake, urging him to rise. Sitting up in bed, Harry observed that the sky outside remained shrouded in darkness, with only a few stars twinkling faintly. Ron mumbled incoherently, while Mrs. Weasley continued to call for Fred and George. Is it time? Fred asked, bleary-eyed and still half asleep. In silence, they all dressed, knowing full well that if Harry wore the ring, it would surely provoke a torrent of questions and scrutiny. And it might even be confiscated by the twins. Once attired, they still felt dreadfully tired, stifling yawns as they endeavored to shake off their drowsiness. Before the four of them descended the stairs toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, Mrs. Weasley was stirring the contents of a pot set over the fire, steam rising in fragrant waves that filled the air with the aroma of food. Mr. Weasley, meanwhile, was meticulously examining a stack of parchment tickets, each emblazoned with bold letters and illustrations of various items, such as a quaffle, a bludger, and occasionally a fleeting glimpse of a golden snitch that vanished just as quickly. After perusing the tickets, Mr. Weasley looked up, extending his arms for all to see his attire, and cheerfully inquired, "How do I look? Do I resemble a magid?" This disguise is quite exhilarating. Harry chuckled in response. Yes, very much so. George, stifling a yawn, asked, "What about Bill, Charlie, and Percy?" Ron echoed the question. "Mr. Weasley replied, they can apparate so they get to sleep in a bit longer." Harry understood that apparition was a challenging skill to master, yet undeniably beneficial when accomplished. However, he was aware that not everyone could attain proficiency over the years. Fred chimed in with a complaint. Then why can't we apparate? Mrs. Weasley, while searching for Hermione and Ginny, responded to Fred, saying, "If you girls weren't preoccupied with Weasley wizard wheezes and instead focused on your studies, you might pass the exam and obtain your licenses." Curiously, Harry asked, "Is there an exam for apparition?" Mr. Weasley, tucking the tickets into his trousers, explained, "Indeed, the Ministry of Magic must impose fines on those who apparate without a license. It's not an easy skill, and if done incorrectly, it can lead to injuries. Some of those fined are still at St. Mungo's, contemplating how to avoid losing their limbs." Harry gasped. They lost their arms? He felt a twinge of fear about the answer. Mr. Weasley sighed. Not just their arms. They left various body parts along the way. The Magical Accidents Reversal Squad spent the day searching for their dismembered parts, which was quite unfortunate for them. It took 2 days to locate the last piece. Still concerned, Harry asked, "Are they all right?" Mr. Weasley reassured him they're fine. However, they incurred hefty fines, and I believe they've resolved never to apparate again. To be frank, many wizards still prefer broomsticks. Though slower, they are far safer. Fred grinned, recalling, "I remember when Charlie took his first exam. He was thoroughly scolded for veering off course by 8 kilometers, landing right on top of some elderly shoppers." Just then, footsteps echoed as Hermione and Ginny entered the kitchen, both looking pale and bleary-eyed. Ginny yawned, "Why are we up so early?" Hermione attempted to find a place to sit, but misjudged the chair and nearly toppled to the floor. Fortunately, Harry was nearby, quick to grasp her arm and assist her into a seat, to which Hermione expressed her gratitude. Mr. Weasley chuckled as he explained, "We're going for a stroll." Harry was filled with a mix of curiosity, concern, and excitement as he inquired, "Are we walking to see the World Cup? Is it nearby?" Mr. Weasley chuckled and replied, "No, not at all. It's quite far." He paused before continuing, "We have a considerable distance to cover. It is quite challenging to gather so many wizards in one location on the same day without attracting the attention of muggles. We must be cautious to avoid detection." They swiftly finished their breakfast, gathered their belongings, and prepared to depart. As they bid farewell, Mrs. Weasley frowned, for just as they began their meal, Fred's Weasley Wizarding Whirl was accidentally revealed, immediately catching her eye. Without hesitation, she conducted a thorough inspection of them all, uncovering every last trick, even casting a charm to summon them all into her hands before discarding them, much to the twins' dismay as they shouted in protest. "Such fun," Mrs. Weasley remarked, adding pointedly to the twins, "Behave yourselves." Shortly thereafter, they set off into the dark yard, with Fred and George leading the way, still irate about the earlier incident. Harry felt his legs grow numb from the cold. Although he wore trousers, they were too large, allowing the biting wind to penetrate. The chill was as sharp as daggers upon his skin. Hermione noticed his discomfort and, without further ado, cast a simple spell, causing Harry's trousers to shrink just enough to fit snugly into his shoes, offering better coverage for his legs. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Harry murmured, "Thank you, Hermione." He reflected on the fact that the only clothes he possessed were Dudley's, having just left them the day before, with no time to procure suitable attire. Once they had witnessed the World Cup, he resolved to buy properly fitting clothes in his own size. At that moment, only a faint orange glow heralded the approaching dawn, as the horizon began to brighten with a blush of pearly white, signaling the arrival of a new day. Harry was curious about how the Ministry of Magic would manage the logistics of thousands of wizards, prompting him to ask, "How will we travel without being noticed by muggles?" He felt a twinge of anxiety, concerned that his question might seem foolish. Mr. Weasley ambled along at a leisurely pace, giving Harry a reassuring pat on the shoulder when the moment felt right, saying, "That's a significant question, Harry. There are not many magical venues capable of accommodating such a large number of wizards on the same day, let alone for several days. Muggles would undoubtedly take notice. Thus, they had chosen a vast area several kilometers away, richly enchanted. Muggles would merely perceive an expansive plain, forgetting their destination and returning home, or in emergencies, will be promptly displaced. Additionally, they had arranged for staggered entry times. The cheaper tickets had sold out 2 weeks prior. Some individuals were notified to use Muggle transportation, such as cars, while others could disapparate from the nearby forest, although finding an ideal spot for disapparition was no simple task. There were also portkeys, which would transport a group of wizards directly to the location at a specific time, and that was precisely what they intended to utilize. Harry listened with great interest and inquired, "What is a portkey?" Mr. Weasley replied, "Anything, really. It's something that Muggles wouldn't notice or think to take or seize. Something that appears to be rubbish." As they continued along the mountain path, gradually losing the strength to converse, they stumbled over concealed rabbit holes or were tripped by the dense, dark underbrush. Harry felt breathless, his legs growing weak, and he closely followed Hermione to prevent her from falling. Ron came over to assist, standing beside him. Ginny was supported by Fred and George, and frankly, everyone was struggling significantly. When they finally reached a flat area, they were all fatigued and sweating, panting heavily. Mr. Weasley caught his breath and said, "All right, good job, children. We have about 10 minutes left. We need to find the portkey. It shouldn't be too large, so we should split up." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a shout. "Over here, Arthur, over here. Son, we are ready." The group turned towards the sound, spotting 2 figures on the other side of the hill. Mr. Weasley smiled and said, "Amos," then walked towards the other side, greeting a somewhat plump man with a round face and sparse beard. Mr. Weasley introduced him. "This is Amos Diggory. He works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I believe you all should know his son, Cedric." Harry had only seen Cedric during the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff at Hogwarts. He was the captain, quite handsome, and 17 years old, which comprised all his knowledge of him. Cedric greeted them with a smile, "Hello," and looked at everyone. They all responded, except for George and Fred, who had yet to forgive Cedric for winning against Gryffindor the previous year. Harry felt a twinge of guilt, thinking, if only he hadn't fallen from his broom, he could have caught the golden snitch. Amos Diggory surveyed everyone, including Harry and Hermione, and asked, "Are these all your children, Arthur?" Mr. Weasley clarified, "Not just the redheads. This is Hermione, a friend of Ron's, and he is Harry. They're just like family to us." Amos Diggory chuckled. "Cedric has told me a great deal about Harry. He mentioned last year's match. I told him, you should tell your grandchildren that you defeated Harry Potter." Harry was momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating that while it was indeed true, he had not anticipated that someone would regard that defeat so gravely. Cedric awkwardly interjected, "Dad," Harry fell off his broom. "I told you it was an accident." Amos Diggory continued, "Always so humble, my son. You certainly didn't fall off your broom." Mr. Weasley glanced at his watch and remarked, "It's nearly time. Amos, is anyone else coming?" Amos Diggory replied, "The Lovegoods have been there for a week already, and the Fawcett family couldn't get tickets. No one else is coming." Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, both somewhat at a loss, uncertain of what to do next. Cedric, noticing their confusion, remarked, "Just a single finger will suffice." Everyone complied, and Hermione found herself wedged between Fred and Cedric. On Harry's side, he was uncomfortably close to Ginny, while Ron merely observed his father busily attending to matters. 3-2. Harry's hair obscured his vision, and he attempted to push it aside with the hand clutching his boot. Mr. Weasley, noticing, quickly instructed, "Harry, hold on to it now." Hastily, Harry reached out to grasp it, hoping to act more swiftly, only to be met with an irresistible tug from his stomach, propelling him at great speed. Ron and Ginny's shoulders collided with his own, and his hand was magically fixed to the boot amidst a whirlwind of colors and sounds. After a few seconds, he felt his body make contact with the ground. Harry opened his eyes, which had closed due to the impact. He saw Cedric and the adults standing around, while Hermione was atop him, leaving him perplexed as to how she ended up there. Ginny was beside him, valiantly suppressing the urge to vomit her breakfast, while Ron was pinned beneath Fred and George. From Stoddard's Hill to here, 5 minutes and 7 seconds, a voice announced, "First transfer." As Cedric assisted Ron, Harry lent his support to Hermione, striving to prevent her from losing her breakfast as he replied, "Yes." Feeling slightly embarrassed, he added, "You fared much better than I did. During my first transfer, I landed 3 meters away, nearly breaking a hand." First-time travelers often get thrown quite far. Cedric explained. As Mr. Weasley handled the tickets, checked the destination, and processed all the paperwork, they gradually recovered from the bumpy journey. Once everything concluded, the welcoming wizard greeted them with a beaming smile, proclaiming, "Welcome to the Quidditch World Cup. Enjoy your time." Chapter 11. Journey to the Magical Campsite. Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family embarked on their journey to the magical campsite. Along the way, a tapestry of enchanting sights unfolded before them, leaving them in awe. After a challenging ascent, they finally arrived at the campsite. The scene before them was breathtaking, with an array of shops nestled in delightful disarray, each exhibiting a distinct style. Most endeavored to emulate Muggle aesthetics, albeit with a somewhat clumsy execution. Some shops sported chimneys from which tendrils of smoke wafted, as if recounting their own tales. Others had bells that chimed brightly, welcoming every patron. A few establishments featured one or two windows, through which various magical items could be glimpsed. Not far away, a shop stood like a castle, its entrance adorned with two peacocks, their vibrant plumage shimmering in the sunlight, captivating all who passed. Opposite, a three-story shop with several turrets resembled a fairy tale castle. Nearby was another establishment complete with a garden, pond, and even a fountain, the gentle sounds of flowing water harmonizing with the surrounding laughter and cheer. The entire camp buzzed with vitality and exuberance. "It is always like this," Mr. Weasley remarked with a smile. "Whenever everyone gathers, they cannot help but boast a little." He gestured toward the sign on a clearing that read Weasley. "This place is the best. Right beside it is the stadium," he added, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Erecting the tents proved to be a challenging endeavor. Over the next hour, Mr. Weasley struggled with the task, and during one near-failed attempt, he even injured Ron. Observing this, Harry decided to lend a hand. Although he had never been camping before, he had studied methods of tent assembly with Hermione and was quite engrossed in the flurry of hammering pegs and stakes. Each minor success elicited exclamations of surprise from Mr. Weasley, which inadvertently created more complications for them. Ultimately, they managed to set up several tents in two separate locations. These tents appeared quite ordinary, revealing no signs of being wizarding tents. Harry couldn't help but worry whether there would be enough space for 10 people once Percy, Charlie, and Bill arrived. When Hermione caught sight of Mr. Weasley clambering into the tent, she let out a chuckle. Harry looked at Hermione and found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty. Her radiant smile seemed to outshine the magical glow surrounding them. Shortly thereafter, he and Hermione followed suit into the tent. Upon entering, Harry's mouth fell open in astonishment. The interior of the tent was vast, featuring a kitchen, a living room, and a spiral staircase leading to the upper floor. The second floor housed several rooms, furnished with beds and wardrobes. This decor reminded Harry of the days he spent with Mrs. Figg while the Dursleys were on holiday, which were, in fact, some of his happiest memories. Mrs. Figg would allow him to play in the yard, watch television, prepare delicious meals, and even mend Dudley's old clothes for him. "All right, we need water and firewood," Mr. Weasley announced. "According to this Muggle map, there is a fountain on the other side." Ron entered the tent, seemingly unfazed by its size. "Okay, Harry and Hermione will fetch water while the others gather firewood from that grove," Mr. Weasley instructed, handing Harry a large bucket and Hermione a teapot and a cauldron. "But there's an oven here," Ron interjected. "We can." His sentence was abruptly cut off by his father. "Magical safety, remember. No magic allowed," Mr. Weasley replied sternly. "Can I go with them, Dad?" Ginny asked. Harry felt an inexplicable resistance. He wished for some solitude with Hermione, and Ginny's persistent attention made him uncomfortable, as it seemed she harbored feelings for him that he did not reciprocate. "I don't think it's necessary, dear. Harry can manage the bucket on his own, Mr. Weasley replied, "and I'll go with Ron. You can accompany Fred and George. I don't want you to get lost. So, children, you must look after her. It's your responsibility," he directed towards Fred and George. "All right, we'll take good care of our little sister, one wee George," Fred said, pinching Ginny's cheek, which left her looking quite displeased. "You two, Harry and Ron, must take good care of Hermione. Throughout this journey, she is your responsibility. This place is vast, and it is easy to lose one's way," Mr. Weasley remarked, handing over a map. "Of course, Mr. Weasley, even without your reminder. I would look after her," Harry asserted resolutely. Ron nodded and made his way to the axe by the fireplace. After placing his belongings in one of the rooms, Harry accompanied Hermione to the girls' quarters to stow her things. This room was smaller, containing only 2 chambers, yet it was more spacious than the boys' accommodation. Initially, only Hermione could enter, for the room was enchanted to permit access solely to those she allowed. Harry found himself unexpectedly barred from entry, feeling somewhat bewildered. It was only after Hermione granted permission that he was able to step inside. As they exited the tent, numerous wizards began to emerge from their own tents. Harry had never encountered such young children wielding magic. He observed several little girls attempting to fly on toy broomsticks. As soon as their fingers lifted from the ground, the broomsticks would plummet, yet the girls, undeterred, would giggle and climb back on. He also witnessed a toddler, around a year old, tapping a snail with a wand, causing it to enlarge instantly, only for the boy's mother to rush over and revert the snail to its original size, chiding him gently about the responsible use of magic. Seeing Harry's astonished expression at the young wizards, Hermione laughed, sharing in his fascination. Harry noted the diverse array of wizards from various nations, conversing in myriad languages. Some donned peculiar attire, clearly attempting to mimic muggles but missing the mark, while others wore overly extravagant dresses or donned exaggerated hats. He spotted a group of girls chatting near a shop marked with the word Salem, Witch Academy. Upon noticing Harry, they smiled and greeted him. Harry offered a polite response before turning to Hermione, inquiring if there were many other schools apart from Hogwarts, only to discover she had hurried away. "Hermione," Harry called, quickening his pace to catch up, almost breaking into a run to reach her. Once he did, he instinctively grasped Hermione's hand, tenderly caressing her soft skin. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" he asked gently. "Me fine, Harry. It's just those witches. They were flirting with you, so I thought you might go off with them," Hermione replied, her cheeks flushing. "Do not worry, Hermione. I am here to enjoy myself with you and the Weasley family. I won't abandon you for a few unfamiliar witches," Harry reassured her, stroking her hair in hopes of easing her shyness and masking the blush that had spread across her face from the chill. "And I will look after you, just as you will care for me. Won't you?" He teased lightly. "Of course, with so many wizards around, we cannot rule out the possibility of your admirers. You might inadvertently be whisked away," Hermione quipped in response, and they exchanged smiles as they continued onward. In the Clover area, upon reaching the next section, the sight before them resembled a visual illusion, everything cloaked in green, akin to a miniature forest, with every inch of land teeming with countless clovers. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Harry, Hermione!" It was Seamus Finnegan, Harry's roommate. He sat in front of a tent adorned with shamrocks, accompanied by a blonde woman who was likely his mother, while Dean Thomas was also present. "The shamrock is a symbol of Ireland, but you should see what the Bulgarians have hung up. I suppose they are supporting Ireland," Seamus remarked as he approached them. However, upon reaching them and catching sight of Hermione, he could not help but scrutinize her with wide eyes. Harry felt a twinge of displeasure, knowing that Seamus must have found Hermione more beautiful. "We certainly support Ireland," Harry proclaimed loudly, successfully capturing his roommate's attention. "Now, if you will, we need to fetch some water." Harry grasped Hermione's hand tightly and hurried away. "Hope to see you soon," Seamus shouted after them. "Harry, don't you think we're moving a bit too fast?" Hermione inquired. "Everyone is awake. Don't you think they would also want water?" Harry offered an excuse. Hermione seemed to accept it, quickening her pace, even more so than Harry had anticipated. At the fountain, a considerable number of people were already gathering water, with Harry and Hermione at the end of the line. In front of them stood two wizards engaged in a heated argument, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Suddenly, an elderly wizard clad in a long, printed nightgown appeared behind them. "My goodness, Archie, you can't just wander around like that," a stranger remarked. "Why not?" Archie retorted. "I bought this at a Muggle clothing store. Surely no one will mind. Because Muggle women wear that, while men wear this." He pointed to a two-piece pajama set. "That's all right. I enjoy the breathability it offers to my private parts," Archie declared cheerfully. Hermione burst into laughter upon hearing this, unable to contain herself and stepping out of line. After a moment of waiting, Harry grew anxious when he noticed Hermione hadn't returned. He later spotted her chatting with a Ravenclaw student, laughing and animatedly exchanging words, even embracing him. A sudden pang of pain gripped Harry's chest. He was bewildered by the sensation. Why did seeing Hermione with someone else hurt so much? He questioned himself, knowing Hermione was his dearest friend, invaluable to him. Yet the feeling had never been so intense. Was it pain, confusion, or jealousy? He realized it was jealousy, a sentiment he had never before experienced, as he had always accepted others possessing what he lacked. It was only when Hermione returned to his side that he snapped back to reality. His moment of distraction had created a gap of a meter in the line, and he hurried to close it, with only a few people remaining ahead of him. "I'm sorry, Harry. I ran into a friend who was telling me about his vacation," Hermione said as she rejoined him, simultaneously grasping Harry's hand. Harry's heart raced, a tingling sensation spreading from their clasped hands through his arm and straight to his heart. It was a novel feeling, one he had never encountered before. "That's all right, Hermione, but try to stay a little closer next time. I thought you had gotten lost." "I was quite worried," Harry replied as he filled the bucket with water. "I'm sorry. He is a really good friend, and I sometimes see him in the library." Hermione accepted the pot handed to her by Harry, causing a flutter of emotions within him. He resolved to accompany Hermione to the library more often in the future. "I believe we need not fill the teapot. This will suffice, and it would be best if we walk together. Otherwise, amidst this crowd, we might get swept apart and ultimately lose our way," Harry remarked, observing the throng around them. Just moments ago, the passage had been far less crowded, but now it was teeming with people. "Indeed, this is preferable," Hermione replied, hanging the teapot from her arm as she proceeded forward. On their way back to the tent, they encountered numerous acquaintances from Hogwarts along with their families. Oliver Wood, the former captain of Gryffindor, warmly pulled them over to introduce them to his family, who were delighted to see their son with such friends and mentioned that he had signed with the Quidditch team. After a brief conversation with Oliver, they continued on their way, soon crossing paths with Cho Chang, the charming seeker from Ravenclaw. She waved at Harry with a playful smile, but he merely nodded in response, reluctant to release Hermione's hand for a greeting. Hermione appeared somewhat irked and tugged at him, causing him to spill a bit of water on her leg. Harry felt puzzled, unsure if her irritation stemmed from another, which acknowledging him flirtatiously, though it did not seem so. Nonetheless, Hermione was fiercely protective of him, often wishing to ward off those who sought to approach him for his fame. Upon returning to the tent, Harry let Hermione enter first, carefully following her inside while balancing the water bucket. To his surprise, he found ample firewood for 2 days already prepared within. It turned out that Percy, Charlie, and Bill had brought it back while organizing their belongings. "You took quite a while," George remarked upon their return. "We ran into some acquaintances, and the line for water had grown considerably," Hermione explained, placing the pot on the stove. "Haven't you started the fire yet? Father is quite engrossed with the matches." Fred replied with a chuckle. Mr. Weasley had yet to ignite the flames, with the ground littered with his used matches, yet he seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. Each time he struck a match, he would exclaim in surprise, dropping the matchstick in astonishment. "Allow me, Mr. Weasley," Hermione said kindly, taking the matchbox to demonstrate the method of kindling the fire. With her skillful efforts, she successfully ignited the flames and added more wood to sustain the fire's glow. At that moment, Ron approached Harry. "How'd it go with Hermione? Any progress?" he inquired softly, handing Harry a small piece of bread. "What do you mean?" Harry quickly replied, chewing on the bread to mask his unease. Ron regarded him with exasperation, pulling him outside the tent and into the woods. "Look, I know I'm not as clever, brave, or remarkable as Hermione, and there is still much you need to learn, but goodness, Harry, I've seen the way you look at her," Ron said, leaning against a tree. "I know you fancy her. How could you say that?" Harry asked in astonishment. "I can't help it," Ron continued. "After all these years of watching my brothers get tongue-tied around girls at school and seeing Charlie with his girlfriends, I can tell that look in your eyes when you gaze at Hermione. I had hoped that you might make progress by going out alone, but evidently, you have yet to realize it yourself. I am uncertain as to the nature of the situation, Ron. If it were another girl, perhaps I would approach her, or even confess my feelings, but this is Hermione, our dearest friend." Harry, having finished his bread, remarked, "I understand she is our friend, Ron, and I genuinely wish for you to be with her. No one deserves happiness more than you do. I know you well. I am aware that you share more with her than you do with me, and I hold no resentment. A man in love would do anything for the one he cherishes." Ron retrieved another piece of bread from his pocket, popping it into his mouth, then tossed another to Harry, who caught it midair. "Ron, I'm grateful, brother. You see, I have only just come to realize my feelings for her. I am uncertain if she feels the same way about me, and there are other matters at hand." "Is it about Gringotts?" Ron inquired. "I thought you would wait until after the World Cup to embark on such adventures. You should enjoy yourself now. I know I'm not as mature as you, Harry, but you're like a brother to me. I know I have many friends," he sighed, "but you are among the few. Harry, you are my partner in adventure. I mean every word. If you have any concerns, do not hesitate to share them." His voice was calm and resolute. Harry simply munched on his bread, smiling in gratitude at Ron. "What about the ring? I wish to see it," Ron said. Harry shook his head. "I'm sorry, I do not have it." Ron nodded. "Does Hermione have it?" His words surprised Harry, as his friend had guessed correctly. "How did you?" Harry began to ask. "Harry, it is evident. You would not casually hand it to another. Since you do not possess it, I deduce that Hermione must have it," Ron stated. "I trust you completely, Ron. It is just that so much transpired yesterday, and I am quite troubled. I simply wish to be with Hermione. I apologize for not showing you. Do not concern yourself. I hardly believe it myself. You see, the last time I defended her, I spent the entire day sniffling. Ron chuckled, and they both laughed. Suddenly, Ginny approached, tugging at Harry's arm, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. What are you discussing? Ginny mischievously inquired. Nothing that concerns you. And do not bother Harry, Ginny. Perhaps the girl he fancies is nearby. Ron winked at Harry. Is there truly someone you like, Harry? Ginny stepped back, her face flushed like her hair. Harry pondered how to respond. If he mentioned Hermione, Ginny might feel hurt and possibly confront Hermione, which would inevitably reveal everything. If there is someone I admire, she might just be around, Harry replied subtly. I apologize, Harry, but I have no idea. Ginny released her grip on him. Father wishes for you both to return to the tent. It is too crowded, and he wants to be able to see us. Ginny's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Chapter 12. The Magical World Cup Journey. As the afternoon slipped away like a gentle stream, the excitement within the magical campsite thickened like an encroaching mist. As twilight descended, the fading light draped the entire campsite in a golden veil. Wizards from various nations could no longer contain their excitement and began to cast spells. Observing this, the Ministry of Magic ceased its strict prohibition against their magic, redirecting its focus towards enhancing security measures to ensure that this grand event could unfold in a safe environment. At that moment, vendors bustled about the camp, their figures scattered everywhere. Some carried trays, while others pushed carts laden with an array of peculiar trinkets, gleaming badges representing teams, green for Ireland and another hue for Bulgaria, each adorned with the names of players. Seemingly recounting the thrilling match that was to come, green pointed hats embellished with animated shamrocks, which appeared to possess a life of their own, gently swaying and dancing joyfully in the breeze. Scarves from Bulgaria, vividly printed with lions that seemed almost alive, occasionally emitting thunderous roars as if to leap from the fabric. The flags of both nations, when waved, could stir the heart with their stirring anthems, resonating in the air, and the miniature firebolt arrows that truly soared, tracing graceful arcs in the sky, shimmering with enchanting brilliance, along with collectible figurines of renowned athletes, capturing the essence of these stars in their lively postures. I have spent the entire summer saving up just to buy some cherished items here, Ron remarked as he navigated through the vendors alongside Harry and Hermione, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he were in a world filled with treasures. Ultimately, Ron purchased only a shamrock hat and a miniature crumb figurine, leaving him nearly penniless after paying for the hat. Quick-witted Harry discreetly covered the remaining cost, while Ron was momentarily distracted. Upon discovering this, Ron felt a wave of embarrassment flood over him, his face turning crimson as he stammered, Harry, this isn't right. I never intended for you to pay for me. With a warm smile, Harry gently patted his shoulder and sincerely replied, Hey Ron, it's nothing to worry about. We are good friends, after all. If there's anything you desire, please let me know. It means a great deal to me. You see, I never had the chance to share anything with anyone when I was younger. And now I want to savor these moments with you. After this, Harry bought himself the same items as Ron, and noticing Hermione seemed a bit cold, he thoughtfully selected a scarf for her. Initially, Hermione vehemently declined, shaking her head and insisting, No, Harry, really, it's unnecessary. I'm not cold, and you shouldn't spend money on me. Yet Harry insisted on purchasing it, and after much reluctance, Hermione feigned annoyance and shot him a playful glare before happily donning the scarf. However, the roar of the lion on the scarf was quite loud, drawing curious glances from those around them. Hermione, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stuck out her tongue and said to Harry, Look, this noise is rather loud, but thank you nonetheless, Harry. Suddenly captivated by a new vendor's stall, Harry exclaimed in awe, Wow, what is this? Before him lay an array of metallic objects resembling telescopes, yet adorned with a myriad of buttons and small wheels, exuding an air of complexity and mystery. This is a panoramic telescope, young sir, the vendor enthusiastically introduced. It is quite remarkable. It can replay any action from a match and even slow down the footage. If you desire, it can analyze each movement as if you were disassembling every moment of the game for meticulous study. Since you are the illustrious Mr. Potter, I shall sell you my only pairs capable of fully recording the match. He continued, These not only possess the aforementioned features, but their price is, naturally, a bit steep, 15 galleons per pair. As the vendor spoke, a broad smile illuminated his face, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Now I regret buying this hat, Ron muttered, disheartened by the price. I'll take 3, Harry declared decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Don't be like that, Harry. You've already spent a considerable amount on these items, Ron urged, raising the mini crumb figurine in his hand. Yet Harry merely chuckled and shook his head, turning to pay the wizard vendor. Consider this my Christmas gift, Halloween gift, birthday gift, and spring gift. Don't worry about it. Just take it, Harry said, handing the telescopes to Ron and Hermione. "All right, brother. I shall not be polite then," Ron said, accepting the telescope with a grin. "Thank you, Harry," Hermione expressed her gratitude. Her curiosity piqued as she observed a nearby telescope being adjusted, eager to explore its myriad functionalities. Harry noticed her keen interest in the device. "Here, Hermione," he said, offering her a small pouch of money. "Buy whatever you like. Don't hesitate on my account. I owe you so much. Don't forget those delightful pies you sent me during my forced diet. They kept me from starving." Hermione hesitated before accepting the pouch, smiling at him while calculating how much he had given her. "I will repay you, Harry, I promise," she assured him, before beginning to select her preferred telescope, ultimately purchasing an Irish badge as well. Upon returning to the tent with their acquisitions, Harry realized his pockets were nearly empty. However, witnessing the joyful smiles on his friends' faces as they held their souvenirs filled his heart with immense satisfaction. Inside the tent, Hermione attempted to return the pouch of money Harry had given her, but he immediately refused. "Keep it, Hermione," he chuckled. "I have another pouch. Let us save it for any other treasures we might come across. Moreover, I am aware that you do not possess as much wealth as I do. So consider this my temporary assistance. Even if you are reluctant to accept it, you must receive it." "Thank you, Harry, truly," Hermione said with deep emotion, then gently kissed Harry on the cheek. That kiss felt like a warm current coursing through Harry's entire being, leaving him with an electrifying sensation. He wished that this moment could last forever. His heart secretly yearned to embrace her and kiss her lips. However, he restrained himself, for he was uncertain whether Hermione harbored similar feelings for him. To act impulsively might make her uncomfortable. Just then, a deep and resounding cannon blast broke the moment, and everyone excitedly turned towards the source of the sound. "Children, the time has come," George and Fred exclaimed, accompanied by Ginny, Hermione, Harry, and Ron. Charlie would take care of George and Fred, while Bill would look after Harry, Hermione, and Ron. "Percy, you can take care of yourself," Mr. Weasley organized with calm precision. "Of course, I can manage on my own. I don't need anyone as assistance, Dad," Percy mumbled, visibly displeased. Subsequently, everyone exited the tent, their steps quickening. Harry held Hermione's hand tightly, while Ron grasped her other hand, with Charlie closely following behind them. Nearby, Fred, George, Ginny, and Bill paired off. Leading the way were Percy and Mr. Weasley. As they approached the stadium, the deafening cheers, spirited songs, and resonant trumpet sounds became increasingly distinct. The mingled voices of thousands, filled with chatter and whispers, grew ever clearer. Some individuals, filled with excitement, shouted incoherent phrases, their exuberance and joy nearly overflowing. Even Hermione, who usually showed little interest in Quidditch, was swept up in the fervent atmosphere and could not help but laugh with delight. Seeing this, Harry tightened his grip on Hermione's hand. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted his gesture and stole a glance at him, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. "This is my first time attending such a match," Harry confessed, somewhat bashfully, to his two friends. As they approached the stadium step by step, his anticipation intensified. "We know." "Harry," Ron exclaimed enthusiastically. "Just wait and see. Once the match begins, it will be absolutely thrilling. I guarantee you'll be captivated." When they arrived at the ticket booth, Mr. Weasley gathered everyone together and lined them up according to their assigned groups. "First-class seats," the ministry which inspecting their ticket said. "Main grandstand, keep going straight. Up the stairs, Arthur, all the way to the top." Following the route indicated by the witch, they soon discovered that the view was splendid, allowing them to see nearly the entire playing field. Harry scrutinized the surroundings with keen curiosity and suddenly noticed golden letters flickering intermittently on the ground. Leaning in closer for a better look, he discovered that it was an advertisement for the entire stadium. Swiftwing, a broom suitable for the whole family, sturdy and safe. Equipped with an anti-theft alarm charm, multi-purpose stain remover by Mrs. Scourgify. Sitting up straight, Harry turned to see who was beside him. To his astonishment, he found himself next to a peculiar creature with short legs dangling from the seat, draped in what resembled a kitchen cloth masquerading as a robe, concealing its face entirely. This appearance sparked a memory in Harry, prompting him to exclaim instinctively, "Dobby?" The small figure, upon hearing the call, slowly raised its face and parted its fingers, revealing brown eyes and a somewhat flat nose. Harry quickly realized that this was not Dobby, but rather a girl. "Did you just call me Dobby, sir?" she asked, her voice a higher pitch than usual, almost grating to the ears. Although Harry had recounted tales about Dobby to his friends, how Dobby had once caused a rogue bludger to break his arm, and later, how Lockhart had misaligned his bones, they had never actually encountered Dobby. Now, they all sat up straight in curiosity, eager to see what was unfolding. "My apologies. I mistook you for someone else," Harry hastily apologized. I know Dobby too, sir, she replied, continuing to shield her face. My name is Fizzing, sir. Suddenly, she recognized Harry's scar, exclaiming in astonishment, You are Harry Potter. Yes, I am, Harry responded somewhat impatiently, for he was accustomed to the excessive surprise others exhibited in his presence, and it irked him that even house elves reacted in such a manner. What has become of Dobby? He inquired next. Oh, sir, ever since you freed him, he has developed some peculiar notions about where he belongs, and freedom has rather overwhelmed him, Fizzing said, parting her fingers to reveal a look of dread in her eyes. He desires wages, sir, and even asked for a day off. Her tone was filled with fear as she spoke these words. That is wonderful. I hope he finds a suitable place soon, Harry replied cheerfully, feeling a sense of comfort knowing that Dobby was striving for his own happiness. Fizzing, however, upon hearing Harry's words, was struck with terror and buried her face in her knees, sobbing, You cannot give a house elf wages, sir. No, no, no. House elves must serve their masters. She cried out from between her legs. He has become rebellious. If this continues, he may end up imprisoned in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Well then, it's time to bring him some joy, Harry declared resolutely. House elves can only obey their masters, Mr. Potter. You are mistaken, Fizzing replied. Her head still buried, but her voice firm. Though she feared heights, she would wait here for her master. Why is he not here? Harry inquired, glancing at the vacant seat beside him in puzzlement. The master is busy. He is Mr. Crouch, a great wizard, but he has sent me here, as a loyal house elf. I shall wait until he calls for me, explained Winky. Well, if you happen to see Dobby, do tell him to come find me. I would gladly offer him a job. Should he be willing, Harry said earnestly. In truth, he had no desire for a servant, nor did he wish for anyone to toil on his behalf. However, he genuinely held affection for Dobby, as the house elf had once attempted to save him during his second year. So this is what a house elf is, Ron whispered to Harry and Hermione. It's rather peculiar. Isn't it? Dobby is even stranger. He would collide with benches if I made a mistake, Harry asserted confidently. It's unjust. They're not merely servants, but beings with emotions and feelings. They should not be coerced into servitude, Hermione declared passionately, her eyes brimming with tears due to the plight of the house elf. She fervently addressed Harry. When Dobby comes to find you, please do not treat him like that, Harry, or I shall not be able to finish my words. Harry gently caressed her cheek, urging her to calm down. I would never do such a thing. I stand with you, Hermione, but some house elves willingly serve their masters. Dobby has worked for the Malfoys for quite some time. Yet, witnessing the way they treat him, I suspect he yearns for a better life. Harry softly reassured Hermione, draping his arm around her shoulder. Nonetheless, that time he threw a bludger at me. Thankfully my arm is quite flexible, and I sustained no serious harm, Harry added, attempting to lighten the mood. After a while, they began to experiment with the panoramic telescope, eagerly exploring all its features. Harry, particularly engrossed, quickly learned how to set the recording function. The telescope was truly remarkable. It could not only capture Harry's perspective, but also record the entire field as if he were flying on his broomstick, freely maneuvering the viewpoint. When he observed someone sneezing, he found it amusing and replayed the moment in slow motion, watching as the individual gradually sneezed. The sight was utterly hilarious, prompting Harry to erupt with laughter. At that moment, golden letters appeared on the telescope, a vigorous sneeze. Harry chuckled as he deleted the recently recorded footage and reset it to capture the entire match. Oh look, Harry, there is going to be a pet exhibition, Hermione suddenly exclaimed. Just then, a familiar, shrill voice pierced the air. Indeed, there will be a pet exhibition. Only you, Granger, would find watching a piece of parchment interesting, Draco Malfoy remarked sarcastically from 2 rows behind. Seated further back were Malfoy and his father, along with a woman who bore a resemblance to his mother. If I were you, Potter, I would refrain from allowing anyone to see you embracing Granger. It may lead to misinterpretations along with that filthy. Before he could finish his sentence, Harry abruptly stood up, his wand pointed angrily at him, exclaiming, How dare you direct your ire at my son, Potter? Lucius Malfoy followed suit, drawing his wand in a fit of rage. I beg your pardon, sir, but your beloved son is about to insult my dearest and best friend. Therefore, I implore you to rein in your little miscreant and have him return to his seat, lest matters escalate into something unpleasant. Harry endeavored to keep his tone calm, yet his words resonated with unwavering resolve. So now you defend such individuals, Potter? Lucius retorted, his voice dripping with disdain. I would willingly lay down my life to protect them. If you wish to take action, I suggest you explain to the Minister of Magic why a trained, mature adult would attack another in such a setting, and not just anyone but me. You realize this could be construed as you aligning yourself with Voldemort. Harry stood unflinchingly, awaiting Lucius's response. Lucius Malfoy merely glared at Harry with a mix of fury and contempt, yet he refrained from further speech. Very well, since we have reached a consensus. You and your dear son shall refrain from any further nonsense throughout the event. I will remain here, in the company of those who are truly my family, and will no longer tolerate your foolishness, Harry declared, slowly resuming his seat. His gaze remained fixed on the Malfoy duo, vigilant against any further antics. Chapter 13. Hermione's emotional turmoil. Harry settled into his seat, a subtle unease stirring within him as he awaited the potential unfolding of events. Draco begrudgingly uttered, "Father, are you just going to let this go?" "Silence, Draco. This matter is concluded." Lucius's stern voice struck like a hammer, abruptly ending the tense exchange. "Harry, you shouldn't have done that," Hermione exclaimed anxiously, her brow furrowed. Yet Harry merely tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze unwavering. "Do you think I could allow that boy to speak ill of you?" Harry's voice was low and resolute. He continued, "I told you I would look after you. Whether facing loss or confronting Voldemort, I will not permit anyone to harm you." He focused intently on Hermione's honey-colored eyes, which were gazing back at him with equal affection. After a moment, Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently. Observing this, Harry tenderly caressed her cheek, and they exchanged smiles, as if the surrounding chaos had faded into oblivion. Just then, the stadium resonated with a booming voice, Fudge's voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, applause, and the sounds of exuberant spectators creating a cacophony of excitement. The incessant advertisements vanished without a trace, replaced by a colossal scoreboard displaying Bulgaria, 0 Ireland, 0. Now, let us welcome the Bulgaria mascots. The stands erupted into a cacophony of excitement as Harry and Mr. Weasley curiously scanned their surroundings. At that moment, Mr. Weasley grinned at Harry and said, "Harry, wait to see the villa." Harry, filled with curiosity, pondered the nature of these villa. However, it wasn't long before he understood. Hundreds of women entered in a graceful procession, the most exquisite he had ever laid eyes upon. Yet their otherworldly beauty led Harry to believe they could not possibly be mere mortals. For a fleeting moment, he was perplexed, wondering how their skin could radiate such brilliance and how their golden hair could dance without a breeze. As music began to swell, Harry observed that all the men in the box appeared to be under a spell, their faces transforming into expressions of rapture. Gazing at the villa, some men shouted in excitement, unable to divert their gaze from the enchanting figures. Instinctively, Harry glanced at Hermione, only to find her looking somewhat displeased. When she noticed Ron had stepped a foot out of the stand, her expression shifted dramatically, and she rushed over to grab Ron, exerting all her strength to pull him back to his seat. "What's going on, Hermione?" Ron asked, bewildered, his confusion deepening as he witnessed Hermione's transition from discontent to utter perplexity. "They are villa, Harry," Hermione whispered to Ron, her voice more captivating than the song of the villa. "They mesmerize men with their singing. No one can resist their allure, and a careless slip could even prove fatal. Only those truly in love or possessing great magical strength can withstand their enchantment." Harry found himself reflecting whether he was immune to their charm because of the hand Hermione held or if he had genuinely fallen in love. "I believe your magical strength is considerable, Harry. I thought you would be like Ron," Hermione mused softly to herself. Just then, the exuberant voice of Ludo Bagman rang out, urging everyone to raise their wands to welcome the mascot of the Irish national team. At that moment, a comet-like figure, shimmering in gold and green, streaked into the stadium like lightning, gracefully circling the field before miraculously splitting into two smaller comets that darted toward the goalposts. The two comets spun wildly, eliciting gasps of awe and admiration from the audience. Subsequently, they reformed to spell out Ireland, before transforming into a resplendent rainbow that vanished into the sky. As they reached their zenith, golden rain began to fall from the heavens. It was not until a gold coin landed at Harry's feet that he realized what was cascading down. "Fantastic!" Ron exclaimed in exhilaration, as once again the shamrock ascended and showered another round of coins. "It's the leprechauns!" Hermione shouted beside Harry. Ron, quick as a flash, began to collect the coins, turning his hat inside out to gather them, and after collecting a handful, he cheerfully handed some to Harry. "Here you go," Ron said joyfully, "for your omnoculars and other things. By the way, you still owe me a Christmas gift." He continued to bend down, picking up more coins. "There's no need for that," Harry murmured softly to himself, as Ron was preoccupied with collecting coins and did not hear him. However, Hermione seemed to sense Harry's sentiments. She gently rested her head on his shoulder, filling his heart with warmth. The sheer joy of experiencing her companionship at such close quarters brought him immense happiness. "You are truly wonderful, Harry. Let us do something for you, so that we may feel better," Hermione said tenderly. "All right, I can pay with the goblin's coins. But I need you to assist me with my potions and transfiguration homework. You know I am not adept at those," Harry teased with a smile. Hermione, upon hearing this, lightly tapped his shoulder and feigned annoyance. The team began to enter the field, and when Crumb's name echoed throughout the stadium, the crowd erupted in wild excitement. Even some Irish spectators were captivated by his charm. Behind him appeared a grand portrait depicting a tall, handsome, yet somewhat disheveled figure. Harry turned to Hermione and noted her expressionless face, which secretly delighted him. Soon, the players commenced their warm-up, soaring and diving on their broomsticks. Watching them, Harry was filled with joy, reminiscing about the exhilarating moments of flying at full speed during school competitions, which were some of his fondest memories. Then, the referee placed a box containing the balls on the ground and kicked it forcefully. In an instant, all the balls flew out, the quaffle darting about as if imbued with life, frantically attempting to collide with the players. Harry swiftly picked up his panoramic telescope, adjusted the focus slightly back, and saw the golden snitch zip past the player like a bullet, only to vanish from view in an instant. The referee seized the bludger and hurled it into the air, officially starting the match. This was a Quidditch match unlike any Harry had ever witnessed, with a speed that was beyond imagination, making it challenging even for him to discern every inch of the field through his telescope. He quickly resolved to switch the telescope to recording mode, extending the recording time to its maximum. Then, he settled down, focusing intently on Bagman's commentary. "Mallet has the bludger. Troy Moran, Dimitrov. Mallet has it again. Troy, Levis Moran." Harry immersed himself in the action, striving to observe each new movement as swiftly as possible. Gradually, he found that he could actually keep pace with the trajectory of the ball. Curiously, he slowed the speed down, merely to scrutinize the player's actions more closely. At that moment, the panoramic telescope displayed an eagle-headed attack. "Troy scores!" Bagman exclaimed excitedly, the stadium shaking with the cheers and applause of the crowd as Ireland led 10-0. Hermione whispered to Harry amidst the clamor of celebration, "If you don't watch the match at normal speed, you will miss so much." Harry turned to look at her, and in his eyes, Hermione appeared extraordinarily beautiful at that moment. He thought to himself that he usually played on the field, seldom having the chance to quietly observe her like this, which made him smile involuntarily. The Irish team showcased a remarkable performance during the match. With the players exhibiting seamless coordination, each member appeared acutely aware of the actions and intentions of their teammates, thus swiftly adjusting their movements accordingly. After several minutes, the Irish team scored 3 consecutive goals, bringing the score to an impressive 40-0. This development sent the supporters clad in green into a frenzy, far surpassing the excitement of those in red. The intensity of the game escalated as the Bulgarian batsmen gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to strike the quaffle, aiming to breach the defenses of the Irish chasers. Ultimately, Bulgaria managed to score their first goal. "Cover your ears," Mr. Wesley suddenly exclaimed. Everyone complied, except for Harry, who knew it would have no effect on him. As the villa began to dance and sing, he remained unfazed, firmly believing that her enchantment held no sway over him as long as Hermione was by his side. As many spectators, including several players, emerged from the villa's spellbound state, their faces flushed with embarrassment, they hurriedly returned to the game. Harry's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, caught sight of the golden snitch fluttering above the stadium. Just then, the cheers from Bagman erupted. 2 seekers dashed forward. Would the match soon reach its conclusion? A surge of alarm coursed through Harry. He shifted his focus from the snitch to see Crumb and Lynch diving through the chasers like arrows released from a bow, their speed seemingly enhanced by the weight of an enormous anchor. "They're going to collide," Hermione cried out in terror, burying her face in Harry's shoulder. Yet, confusion filled Harry's mind. He knew the golden snitch had not been there a second ago. So what were they doing? At the last moment, Crumb abruptly ceased his descent, spiraling upward with the grace of a nimble bird. However, Lynch, unable to halt in time, plummeted toward the ground, landing with a resounding crash. Most spectators gasped in astonishment. Crumb tricked him. Therapists rushed out like lightning to attend to the fallen Lynch. Seizing the opportunity, Harry retrieved the panoramic telescope to replay the sequence. The display revealed a feint by Crumb, a deliberate maneuver to lead another seeker into a perilous situation. After a moment of contemplation, he adjusted the speed back to normal. Harry realized that Crumb had not even glimpsed the golden snitch. He had intentionally dove towards the ground to lure Lynch into following him. and the poor Lynch had fallen into the trap. Eventually, with the help of the therapists, Lynch regained his footing, and at that moment, the cheers of Irish supporters surged like a tidal wave, as if everyone were soaring on clouds of unbridled joy. Nearly 3 hours later, the Irish team led with a score of 170-10. The Bulgarian team deemed such a score disparity profoundly unjust, prompting their actions to grow increasingly reckless. The batsmen struck the quaffle with greater precision, while the Irish mascot continued to mock them, performing various amusing antics in the air, until they crossed the line, soaring above the Bulgarian team and making an obscene gesture. As the enchanting maidens witnessed this scene, their fury erupted, transforming them into fearsome figures with heads resembling birds, flames erupting from their hair. Thus, dear children, beauty does not equate to everything. Mr. Wesley observed the spectacle and, with a wink at Harry, remarked with a smile. Harry, astonished, gaped in disbelief, pondering whether Mr. Wesley had discerned his feelings for Hermione. If Ron had managed to pick up on some clues, it was quite plausible that the older and more astute Mr. Wesley had too. Harry couldn't help but wonder how many Wesleys had made the same discovery. However, before the maidens could be quelled, Ireland's batsman Quigley seized a remarkable opportunity, striking Crumb's face with a passing row ball. Crumb, caught off guard, was hit squarely in the face, instantly bleeding profusely. Yet, due to the chaos wrought by the maidens on the ground, few noticed this incident. Witnessing the scene, Harry felt a swell of sympathy. He wished the match could be paused to attend to Crumb, fully aware that competing while injured was not only uncomfortable, but would severely impair performance. His eyes were fixed on the field when suddenly he glimpsed a flash on the ground, followed by Lynch diving at breathtaking speed, silent. With his target being the golden snitch below, most mistook this for a feint by Lonsky, erupting in laughter. Yet, both Harry and Lynch understood it was anything but. Shortly thereafter, Crumb, like a red flash of lightning, surged down, seemingly more affected by gravity, surpassing Lynch in the blink of an eye, leaving a trail of blood in the air, a breathtaking sight. They were about to collide. Hermione cried out in terror for the second time during the match, her hands tightly gripping Harry's arm. "It won't happen," Ron shouted beside Harry, his voice filled with tension and anticipation. "Lynch will succeed," Harry declared resolutely. It turned out Harry's judgment was correct, as Lynch collided heavily once more. Immediately, the furious maidens rushed over, seizing Lynch's legs. "Where's the golden snitch?" Fred called out anxiously. "Crumb has it. He caught it before landing. The match is over," Harry exclaimed excitedly, raising his empty arm in triumph. Crumb grasped the golden snitch in one hand, while the other clutched his bloodied nose. The scoreboard finally displayed. Ireland, 170, Bulgaria, 160. Silence enveloped the arena, as the spectators were left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. It was only a second later that an ear-splitting cheer erupted from the Irish side. At that moment, even the maiden songs could not penetrate the astonishment enveloping everyone regarding the match's outcome. Ireland had triumphed, Bagman announced loudly. Crumb caught the golden snitch, but Ireland emerged victorious. Why did he catch it then, when their team was 160 points behind? Ron shouted excitedly, leaping from his seat, hands raised in applause. The Fool concluded the match, conceding victory to the Irish team. His team would forever trail behind, so he could only strive to narrow the gap, hoping for a dignified conclusion even in defeat. Harry responded with enthusiasm, clapping fervently, his heart brimming with admiration for the splendid contest. He then noticed Hermione sharing in his joy, and they could not help but embrace, expressing their inner elation. "Wasn't it magnificent?" Hermione remarked, slightly distancing herself to glance at Crumb, her eyes reflecting a tinge of sympathy. How unfortunate. Shortly thereafter, Lynch's teammates descended, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Lost in a daze, he seemed unaware of his surroundings until his comrades hoisted him high in celebration, at which point a radiant smile broke across his face. Moments later, the awards ceremony commenced, and Moran and Connolly ascended the stage to receive the trophy, their faces alight with joy from scoring numerous goals during the match. They then handed the trophy to Lynch, urging him to raise it high. He accepted the trophy, his body still aching from the earlier attack, yet his face radiated pride. As the Irish team exited, Ron could not help but lament, "What a pity it didn't last longer. The last match I watched went on for 2 days, but this one was truly spectacular." "What are you saying, Ron?" "This was the most magnificent event I have ever attended, perhaps the only one," Harry replied, holding Hermione tightly. Hand in hand, they made their way towards the exit, their silhouettes stretching in the twilight, akin to a beautiful painting. Chapter 14. The Forbidden Forest. Upon returning to the camping tent, Harry prepared for slumber. The night was deep, Yet the songs of the Irish continued to resonate. The surroundings were alive with various celebrations, interspersed with the occasional jeers from the Bulgarians. He gazed at the canvas tent, his mind continually conjuring the myriad maneuvers he could attempt in this year's Quidditch match. He mused that with more practice on the Wronski feint, he might be able to utilize it against that Draco fellow, sending him tumbling in disgrace. As Harry meticulously observed the player's movements through the panoramic telescope, he silently noted them, intending to practice diligently upon returning to Hogwarts Castle. The joy brought forth by participating in such a thrilling event lingered in his heart, gently guiding him into slumber. Harry, wake up. Ron, Fred, George, this is serious. Mr. Weasley's urgent voice shattered the tranquility of the night. He shouted while vigorously shaking them. Instantly, Harry sensed the gravity of the situation in Mr. Weasley's tone. He knew well that Mr. Weasley rarely sounded so desperate. Typically gentle in nature, few things could trouble him. Yet at this moment, his voice brimmed with concern. "What's wrong?" Harry inquired, his voice tinged with sleepiness and unease. At this moment, only the sounds of shouting and the hurried footsteps of a crowd could be heard outside the tent. However, these were not cries of celebration or joy, but rather the pure manifestation of fear. Harry swiftly ran to the wardrobe in his room, grabbing his jacket and the wooden box containing essential items. There was no time for anything else. "Harry, secure your wand and do not lose it," Mr. Weasley shouted from below. Following Mr. Weasley's instructions, Harry ensured his wand was secure, carefully confirming that both the box and wand were in their rightful places. He fastened his jacket and descended the stairs with the others. Once everyone had gathered downstairs, Mr. Weasley began issuing commands. Charlie and Bill would assist the Ministry of Magic. Fred and George were to look after their sister. Harry and Ron were to find Hermione. Percy was with the minister, so he was likely already helping, he presumed. After locating Hermione, they were to head to the designated transfer point in the forest, where personnel awaited to facilitate their departure. When the instructions concluded, everyone rushed outside. Harry immediately entered the girls' tent, discovering they were already prepared. However, Hermione appeared somewhat pale, her hair disheveled. Ginny was teetering on the brink of hysteria. "We must leave. Take your wands and secure them," Harry urged. They nodded in agreement. "Ginny, you go with Fred and George. Hermione, you will accompany Ron and me." Harry grasped Ginny's arm and held Hermione's hand, pulling them outside. However, upon emerging, Harry noticed Ron was absent. Even Fred was nowhere to be found, leaving only George present. "Where's Ron?" Harry inquired anxiously. He tried to enter the tent, but was repelled by the protective charm and knocked his head. "He's unconscious. Fred is taking him to the transfer point," George shouted while hoisting Ginny onto his back, as if she were riding a horse. "We must go, Harry." Harry muttered a curse under his breath. With Ron unconscious, he was left to care for Hermione alone. He was not concerned about his ability to manage. Rather, having an extra pair of hands would certainly be advantageous. As Harry surveyed his surroundings, he noticed nearly 50 figures clad in black robes, their faces obscured, advancing towards the forest. They were casting spells, some striking the tent, while others exploded in the air. Harry immediately sprinted towards the forest, with Hermione closely following. In the midst of their flight, Hermione suddenly tripped and fell face first to the ground. Harry hurriedly helped her up before anyone could step on her. "Sorry, I tripped over a tree root," Hermione said, her voice tinged with frustration, reminiscent of when she miscast a spell or failed to complete an assignment on time. "That is perfectly normal. You are, after all, Granger," Draco's voice echoed from beside them, hidden behind a tree trunk like a shadow. Harry instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Hermione, his instincts flaring. Hermione cursed, startling even Harry with her words, while Draco merely mocked her. "Mind your language, Granger," Malfoy said with malice in his eyes. "Should you fall and injure yourself in the darkness, it would be quite unfortunate," Draco threatened, as a flicker of magical light gradually approached. "What do you mean by that?" Hermione retorted provocatively. "They are hunting down those of Muggle descent." Draco pointed at Hermione and declared. "She is a witch, you fool," Harry countered, his anger reaching a boiling point. "It matters not, Potter. They can easily identify mudbloods," Draco remarked, eyeing the advancing ranks of Death Eaters. "Say that again, Draco, and I swear I shall crush you," Harry declared, advancing towards Draco. "This is not the time. Harry, we must leave." Hermione grasped Harry's arm, halting his advance. "George and Ginny are already gone. If we do not hurry, we shall miss the evacuees." "Harry, there aren't enough personnel here to evacuate everyone," Hermione exclaimed, almost in despair. Her fury jolted Harry into awareness, shifting his concern solely towards her. "We shall settle this score later, Draco. If you dare not return to Hogwarts this year, I will ensure you pay for every harm done to Hermione." Harry shouted while gripping Hermione's hand. "You too," Draco chuckled, "though I doubt Granger will make it out of this forest." Without further words, they were engulfed by the panicked throngs fleeing the scene. After a few strides, Harry noticed Hermione limping. A flash of green light revealed the agony etched on her face. "You are injured, Hermione," Harry shouted, striving to be heard over the din. "Just a fall. It's a bit painful," Hermione fibbed. Harry turned his back to her and bent down, ready to carry Hermione. "No time to waste, hop on." Hermione hesitated for a moment before climbing onto Harry's back. To his astonishment, she felt remarkably light, and he bore her weight without a hint of fatigue, perhaps invigorated by adrenaline. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the surrounding clamor gradually faded. Ultimately, only the sound of their breaths filled the air. "Where are the evacuees?" Harry grumbled, attempting to navigate over the massive roots of a fallen tree. "Harry, I think we have passed them long ago. What now?" Hermione pleaded. "At least we are safe for now, far enough away." Harry paused to catch his breath and scanned for any pursuers. Fortunately, Luna was running towards them, albeit her movements appeared intermittently hindered. "What's wrong with her?" Harry inquired as he continued to progress slowly. "She seems disoriented. Her master may not have permitted her to leave. She must be distressed," Hermione commented from Harry's back. After a while, they decided to stop. They had ventured far from the incident site, yet faint explosions could still be heard in the distance. They perched upon a fallen log beside a clearing. Harry began to remove Hermione's shoes, but she reacted fiercely, forcefully pushing his hand away. "I must assess the severity of your injury, Hermione. If it's serious, we need to treat it immediately. Otherwise, just hold on a little longer. Time and distance may soon prove insufficient, perhaps in mere minutes or even seconds," Harry said, gripping her foot tightly. "What did you learn first aid, Harry?" Hermione inquired with curiosity. "Living with the Dursleys necessitated learning to care for myself. Every time I returned from school injured by bullies, I would do so. It alleviates some pain, though it doesn't heal the wounds completely or reduce the swelling." Harry replied nonchalantly. It had been a while since he had performed such tasks, and he felt somewhat out of practice. But he was grateful to the Dursleys for providing him with a means to assist Hermione. Upon hearing this, Hermione felt as if something had lodged in her throat. The abuse Harry endured at the Dursleys' home left her utterly astonished. That he had managed to endure it only added to her surprise. Discussing such sorrowful past with Harry still felt somewhat uncomfortable for her. Suddenly, they heard the sound of branches snapping under some unseen weight. Harry turned around, alert. The darkness obscured his vision, rendering it impossible to see far. Yet, he had a strong sense that someone was nearby. "Be cautious. Danger approaches," echoed the mysterious voice he had heard in the room once more in his mind. "Who?" Harry shouted loudly, drawing his wand from his trousers and turning to seek the source of the mysterious visitor. "Who is there?" he asked again, but only silence met him in response. At last, as he gradually regained his composure, a hoarse, deep voice cried out, "The dead rise." A beam of light shot forth from somewhere within the forest, piercing through the dense foliage and soaring into the sky. Almost instantly, the heavens were tinted a deep green, revealing a colossal, gaping skull. A moment later, the screams of thousands echoed through the forest, sending chills down the spines of both Hermione and Harry. A gigantic serpent slithered from the skull's mouth, twisting grotesquely through the air. "Who is there?" Harry shouted with increasing urgency. "Harry, we must go," came Hermione's terrified voice from behind him. Harry turned, scarcely able to believe the sight of Hermione before him. Her face was as pale as parchment, filled with fear, and her arms were wrapped tightly around herself, as if bracing for impending harm. "Are you all right, Hermione?" Harry asked with concern. "It's his mark, Harry. It's the dark mark." Hermione gasped, pulling him with all her strength, clinging to him as if the end of the world were nigh. "It's the mark of that person, you know. Voldemort's?" Oh dear, how bold of you to utter my master's name so freely. You are either quite brave or utterly foolish," came the hoarse voice from behind Harry. "Who are you?" Harry broke free from Hermione's grasp and turned to search for the source of the voice. Although the forest was illuminated, the figure remained elusive. "That is of little importance, Potter. What matters is that if I were to take you to my master now, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Just imagine, accomplishing the plan ahead of schedule. What a magnificent feat that would be," the voice said excitedly. "Run, Harry," Hermione shouted behind him, and Harry glanced back at her. "Leave me here. I will do my best to buy you time." Tears streamed down her face as she gripped her wand tightly. "What are you saying, Hermione?" Harry asked, almost in anger. "Leave you behind? I would rather die." He was still struggling to locate the source of the voice, which seemed to shift its position continuously. "Trust me, Potter. If you do not surrender now, Your fate will be worse than death, the voice taunted, darting around him. Run, Harry, this is not the time for heroics. Hermione cried out, her voice filled with fear and rage. I know, but without you, what meaning does my life hold? I will never forgive myself for leaving you here, Hermione, Harry murmured, while remaining vigilant for any subtle sounds, yet he still saw nothing. We are wasting too much time. I hope you are ready. A rope suddenly emerged from nowhere, flying directly towards Harry. He felt a heavy blow to his back and collapsed to the ground. The taste of blood filled his mouth, dirt crammed itself in, and his face burned from the impact, his teeth feeling loose. Struggling to rise, Harry, despite his blurred vision, caught sight of Hermione. She was tightly bound, groaning in pain, her eyes pleading for him to escape. A surge of unprecedented anger coursed through Harry, and he resolved to put an end to this. He raised his wand with utmost speed. However, before he could launch an attack, a series of popping sounds erupted around him. Nearly 20 wands pointed at him, and he then saw the individuals who had just appeared. Harry blinked, realizing he stood no chance. He could only hear Hermione's groans from a few meters away. Tied to a tree trunk, he collapsed to the ground, followed by a chorus of shouts. Stupefy, they all yelled in unison. Instantly, spells shot forth, illuminating the circle around Harry in deep crimson. All the incantations converged at the center, then exploded into a burst of red sparks. The shockwave from the explosion left Harry slightly dazed, yet he consciously shielded himself with his arms. Stop, a familiar voice commanded. Stop, don't you see? This is Harry. This is Harry Potter. Mr. Weasley stood in front of Harry, attempting to protect him from the incoming spells. Harry had no time to ponder. He hurried to Hermione's side, where she remained bound at the foot of the tree. This action elicited several screams, and more spells were cast, all of which Mr. Weasley successfully deflected. When Harry finally reached Hermione, the others realized his intent. He embraced her tightly, preparing to shield her with his body from any spell's harm. Get out of the way. Arthur, a dark yet terrified voice shouted. It was Mr. Crouch. His voice carried a strange anger to Harry, in the green light still enveloping the forest. His expression was filled with fury. Who did this? He bellowed, striding determinately towards Harry and Hermione. Who summoned the Dark Mark? He roared, his voice echoing with fury. We have done nothing, Harry exclaimed, his frustration mounting over the lack of assistance for Hermione. Why attack us instead of helping? The metallic taste of blood lingered in his mouth, yet he continued to shout, spitting blood with every breath. Do not lie, Mr. Potter. Mr. Crouch leaned in close, his wand pressed against Harry's forehead. In that moment, Harry caught a glimpse of madness in Crouch's eyes, desperately searching for something eternally elusive. We found you at the scene of the crime. Several voices echoed in unison. Chapter 15, A Confession of Love. Where did this mark originate? Mr. Weasley inquired, hastily approaching and forcefully pushing Crouch's wand away. Harry, we have no time. Where did it come from? I don't know, Harry replied anxiously. I only heard a spell. Then there was the flash of light, followed by the skull. We saw no one. As he spoke, he strained to free Hermione from her bindings. Please, someone help me, Harry shouted in desperation. I don't believe you, Crouch bellowed, spitting in anger. You summoned it. And then she let you go, didn't she, Potter? Don't be foolish. If I intended that, I wouldn't have tried to save her, Harry retorted angrily. For Merlin's sake, someone help her, he pleaded with one of the wizards present. A disheveled wizard bearing a scar on his cheek raised his wand and shouted, Finite incantatem. Instantly, the ropes vanished, and Hermione exhaled in relief. Now, let us hear what this young lady has to say, remarked a witch clad in a nightgown. What Harry says is true. Someone tried to take him, but I pushed him away, breaking the spell, and as a result I was bound myself, Hermione cried, immediately rising to shield Harry with her arms against those still pointing wands at them. Harry attempted to stand and calm the crowd, but as he did, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stumble and fall face first to the ground. Although the stunning spell had not directly struck him, the force of the explosion was sufficient to incapacitate him temporarily. Enough, Barty, shouted the wizard who had freed Hermione. This is ample evidence, and Pansy is right. They could not have summoned the mark unless they are followers of the Dark Lord. Moreover, this is Harry Potter, who thwarted the Dark Lord 13 years ago. If the Dark Lord sought his life, he would have perished long ago, Pansy remarked, rubbing her neck. And now it is too late. The culprits have undoubtedly escaped while we waste time. As he spoke, the wizard approached Hermione, offering her a small vial of strange liquid. Drink this. The spell may not have harmed you, but the blast force was too great. Hermione unhesitatingly took the vial and swiftly assisted Harry in sitting up. While the wizards gathered to devise a new plan, Mr. Crouch glaring at them with an accusatory gaze. Harry accepted the vial, took a sip, and discerned the flavors of mint and chocolate. A warm sensation coursed through his entire being. He pondered if this might be a healing potion. After consuming it, he felt nearly restored enough to rejoin the fervent discussion. "We must return. The Death Eaters may still be wreaking havoc, and we hope to capture a few," Crouch stated, raising his wand towards the sky and uttering an incantation, causing a skull to vanish in a puff of smoke. Subsequently, with a soft pop, everyone disappeared except for Mr. Wesley. He approached them and bent down to pick up something. Harry couldn't quite see what it was until it was handed to him. It was his shattered glasses, one lens missing a fragment. Harry accepted the glasses, his mind abuzz with myriad thoughts, yet he knew he could only address a fraction of them at this moment. "Is Ron all right? What transpired at the camp? Has everyone reached the relocation point?" he inquired. At that moment, Mr. Wesley stood up, distancing himself slightly. "Yes, Ron is fine. Ginny is taking care of him. As for the camp, it is in disarray. Most managed to reach the relocation point before the attack, with only a few hundred remaining in the forest." Upon finishing his sentence, he too vanished with a pop. After a while, silence enveloped them as Hermione sat beside Harry, who merely gazed at his broken glasses. At this juncture, Hermione drew her wand and uttered, "Repairing charm." Instantly, the glasses were restored to their original condition. "Why did you protect me?" Harry asked without hesitation. "What?" Hermione responded, perplexed. The spell. Harry dared not meet her gaze, having promised to protect her, yet still failing. "You once said that without you, my life holds no meaning. I can never forgive myself for allowing you to be captured," he continued. Hermione, cradling Harry's face, placed the glasses back on him, added, "And Harry, your face was nearly disfigured. The injury is severe." Her voice carried a hint of sorrow. It was only then that Harry noticed a small wound beneath Hermione's left eye and red marks on her lips from the rope. He instinctively lifted his hand to gently touch her lips, causing her to shudder slightly. However, as he brushed her cheek, she took hold of his hand, tenderly caressing it. "I'm sorry. This should not have happened. You had nothing to do with this. Look at me. I couldn't even protect myself, let alone a fool," Harry lamented, unable to continue looking at Hermione, overwhelmed with shame for the harm he had caused her. "Harry, this is not your fault. I chose to be involved. I wish to be with you and will never abandon you. And Harry, if that spell had been aimed at me, I believe you would have done the same. If there is anyone to blame, it is I. Had I not fallen from that tree, we would have reached the safe haven, and none of this would have transpired. I am truly sorry, Harry." Hermione lifted Harry's face once more. This time her eyes brimmed with tears, her voice heavy with sorrow. Harry found it unbearable to witness her distress, to see her burdened by guilt for something beyond her control. As the first tear cascaded down Hermione's cheek, Harry cradled her face, refusing to let her hide. He gazed deeply into her amber eyes, drawing closer until he felt her breath caress his skin. Their lips met, and an electric thrill coursed through his body, an exquisite sensation he could not resist. Yet, when she did not reciprocate, his heart raced with doubt, questioning whether this was indeed right. Perhaps she merely viewed him as a brother. However, as she began to respond, Hermione wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him back for another kiss. Initially sweet, their embrace intensified with fervor over time. When they finally paused to catch their breath, her smile was radiant, and he suspected his own mirrored hers. In that moment, nothing could shatter their joy, not even the ominous forest lurking behind them. "Hermione, Harry stammered, unable to articulate the words that had once eluded him in the face of Voldemort. Yet before the one he adored, he struggled to utter two simple words. Gathering his courage, recalling that kiss, he confessed, "I truly like you, Hermione Granger. I genuinely hope you will be my girlfriend. Will you do me the honor?" He spoke slowly, anxious that she might grasp his meaning. Hermione covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes shimmering with tears. Every word Harry spoke filled her heart with joy. When he asked her to be his girlfriend, she could hardly believe it. "Yes, I will," she replied, her happiness palpable. Despite Harry's chapped lips, bruised cheeks, unkempt hair, and clothes stained with dirt and grass, she leapt into his arms. Harry could hardly fathom it. Just a day prior, he had come to realize his feelings for his best friend, and now she was his girlfriend. He felt like the luckiest person in the world to have her by his side. "I think we should keep this a secret, Harry," Hermione said, nestled in his embrace. "It's not that I don't want others to know. I long to shout it from the rooftops, but I'm certain we will face many challenges ahead. Far too many dangers and countless judgments. For now, I simply wish to relish the moments spent with you, to treasure our time together, Harry." Harry gently stroked her long hair, replying, "You are right." He lifted her chin, gazing into her beautiful eyes. "But do not think it will be easy for me to witness others' gazes upon you, to see those fervent fans surrounding you. while you already belong to me. And I to you. What are you saying, Harry? Everyone thinks I'm a freak, and I can hardly tolerate your crazed fans trailing behind you. Yet I cannot voice my feelings, knowing you have a girlfriend. You chose me from so many, and I never imagined I would harbor such feelings for you, nor that you would reciprocate. Harry, it feels like a dream to me, but let us keep this to ourselves for now, shall we? Hermione whispered tenderly, pressing her forehead against Harry's and murmuring softly in his ear. I promised you I would ensure you emerge victorious in every argument, and I shall fulfill that promise. My Hermione. Harry bestowed a fleeting kiss upon her, eliciting a smile from Hermione. But someone will discover our secret, and they will wholeheartedly support us. Who? Hermione inquired, taken aback. Ron. He has known of my feelings for you for some time, even before I became aware of them myself. I believe he will soon figure out. Do you think we can tell him? Harry gently caressed Hermione's cheek as he spoke. Perhaps, Harry. All right, we shall tell him. I trust him. Though sometimes his mouth gets ahead of him, Hermione replied. They gazed at each other for a moment, smiling, until a sudden noise startled them, prompting them to distance themselves slightly in an effort to conceal their intimacy. Get ready, kids. We have a long way to go, Charlie called from behind them. Oblivious to the scene, he had interrupted. Did you catch any Death Eaters? Harry inquired, rising and helping Hermione to her feet, noting her still aching ankle. Charlie grimaced. The damned mark appeared and ruined everything. The Death Eaters fled as soon as they saw it. Many seemed terrified, and some were even injured, but regrettably, none were contained by the Ministry. He gazed toward the direction of the smoke. Hermione, let me carry you, Harry suggested, noticing her slight limp. If you wish, I can carry her, Charlie offered. Really, it's unnecessary, Hermione replied, slightly embarrassed. She secretly hoped for the day when Harry would carry her as he once did. But the opportunity felt too sudden, causing her cheeks to flush. Absolutely not, Hermione. If your injury worsens, we won't be able to return swiftly. This is for the best. Harry picked up the jacket from the ground and draped it over Hermione's shoulders, then turned his back to her, inviting her to climb on. She did not refuse. Harry, let me carry her instead. You've had enough trouble, Charlie said. It's the least I can do for her, Harry replied with a smile, resolute in his decision. All right, but if you struggle, let me know, Harry, and I'll take over, Charlie said as he began to walk, taking a moment to help Hermione settle onto Harry's back. Thank you, dear, Hermione whispered in Harry's ear, kissing the back of his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. Not at all, my dear, Harry quietly responded, ensuring Charlie did not overhear. As they walked, Charlie remained silent, appearing quite fatigued, undoubtedly exhausted from the pursuit of the Death Eaters. The atmosphere was subdued until they noticed Hermione's breathing become steadier. She had begun to softly snore, clearly worn out as dawn approached. Upon returning to the camp, they found it eerily quiet, yet entirely desolate, with only a few wizards around, likely Aurors. They spotted Mr. Weasley from a distance, noting the cut on his chin and several bruises on his face. Approaching him, Charlie embraced his father, who sighed gently, expressing gratitude to Merlin that everyone was safe. Charlie, you ought to be more cautious. You nearly broke another rib, Mr. Weasley remarked with a smile. Here, this is your means of transportation, said a bearded wizard, his pallor suggesting he, like Mr. Weasley, had just emerged from battle as he handed them an old tire. Is it safe for me to carry Hermione? She might want to sleep a bit longer, Harry inquired, hesitant about waking her. As long as you don't drop her on the way back, she won't even notice, Harry, Charlie reassured, picking up the tire. Perhaps we should let her rest a little longer, Mr. Weasley suggested. Harry also took hold of the tire, and moments later, they were transported back to the old hillside they had departed from the previous morning. Upon arrival, Harry felt a surge of energy almost topple him again. But with Hermione on his back, he braced himself against the force and managed to remain upright. Once they finally set down the tire, Harry spotted Ron, Fred, George, Ginny, and Bill approaching them rapidly. Are you all right? Bill was the first to reach them, standing beside his father, followed closely by Fred and George. Although their gaze was fixated on Hermione. I was worried sick when I realized you were gone, Harry, Fred said, ruffling Harry's hair, an unusual gesture for him. Imagine my shock upon seeing my siblings return without you and Hermione. I nearly punched them, thinking you both were dead, George added, attempting to ease the tension. I was really worried about you, Harry. I almost harmed my brother. Ginny finally approached, wrapping Harry in a tight embrace that nearly toppled both him and Hermione. Ginny, you might knock Hermione over, Harry complained, anxious that Hermione might be displeased by the display. Ginny stepped back, regarding Hermione. Is she all right? She looks a bit hurt. These words stung Harry. If he had been stronger, she wouldn't be in this state. As he wallowed in guilt, Ron came over and lightly punched him on the shoulder. What did I do wrong? Harry exclaimed, a mix of surprise and anger in his voice. Because you did not inform me about the protective charm. I spent the entire night in a state of dire anxiety. What on earth were you all doing last night? Ron appeared truly exhausted, his face etched with concern. It's nothing, Ron. Hermione merely fell asleep, Harry replied, feeling Hermione stir slightly on his back. Well, she had dozed off earlier. He gently lowered Hermione until she stood on the ground. Where? How? What? Hermione inquired, glancing around in confusion. Harry smiled at her, despite her disheveled appearance. She remained beautiful in his eyes. Yes, feel free to ask any questions. We shall answer them, Ron said, attempting to clarify her somewhat chaotic queries. Chapter 16. The Secret of Potions. I apologize, Ronald, but imagine being led through a long, dark forest, only to awaken on a hillside, surrounded by people who are concerned for your well-being. It would leave you quite bewildered, Hermione exclaimed, struggling to rise. Observing her difficulty, Harry nearly wrapped his arms around her waist to assist her, but ultimately extended a hand for her to lean on. I am sorry, Hermione. But consider this, being jolted from a tent, hitting your head, and waking to find your siblings present, only to think your friends have perished, Ron retorted, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. That was not our intent. We merely meant to say that when Harry and Hermione were missing, you cried as if you believed them to be dead, George chuckled, causing Ron's face to flush crimson. All right, children, we should return home. Everyone needs rest. We can continue this discussion once we are well-fed and well-rested, Mr. Weasley stated as he made his way toward the burrow. Along the journey, conversation was scarce, with Hermione occasionally voicing her discomfort regarding her aching feet. Upon their return to the burrow, Mrs. Weasley awaited them in the yard. Seeing them approach, she hurried to open the door, ushering everyone inside, particularly Harry, who was supporting Hermione. Thank Merlin, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, evidently having heard of the commotion. She rushed to the kitchen, fetching some potions alongside other necessities such as linens, clean clothes, and a tray of food, all while clutching the Daily Prophet. Arthur, you cannot fathom how worried I was. I truly believed you would never return. She wrapped her arms around her husband's neck, and Mr. Weasley smiled as he kissed her. We are unharmed. Molly, your children exhibited unparalleled bravery in battle. Harry picked up the newspaper that had slipped from Mrs. Weasley's hands. Noticing the headline about the horrific events at the World Cup, accompanied by a nearly captured image of the Dark Mark from the campsite. Thank goodness everyone is still alive. Madame spoke, her gaze sweeping over everyone present until it fell upon Harry, who appeared utterly disheveled after the assault, his lips bruised. She pondered whether he looked as dreadful as she imagined, only to notice Hermione was in a similar state. My Merlin, what on earth has happened to you, dear Harry? You look, Mrs. Weasley began, but Harry interjected. A few Death Eaters nearly gave us a thorough beating. Around 20 Aurors, in fact. He said this while urging Hermione to sit down, and he began to examine her ankle. Good heavens, saints preserve us. Arthur, Harry was attacked by Aurors. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her concern palpable. Well, it was Barty Crouch who believed Harry summoned the Dark Mark, nearly hitting him with 20 stupefy spells. Can you imagine 20? Thankfully, he managed. Mr. Weasley chimed in, giving Harry a reassuring pat on the back. Of course, I intervened in time to halt their assault, Molly, but they were still quite frightened by that mark. Mr. Weasley replied, observing the flush of anger on his wife's face. And what of Hermione? She can hardly take a step and appears utterly miserable. Mrs. Weasley sought clarity amidst the chaos. It's my fault, Harry admitted while rummaging through a bottle for something that might aid Hermione, offering her various options, which she declined. How can it be your fault, Harry? Several voices chorused, a collective gaze of 10 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Hermione shielded me from a vile curse, and in doing so, became ensnared herself, Harry explained, holding up a small green vial for her inspection, to which she gently took his hand in hers. It is certainly not your fault, Harry. I've already told you, Hermione chided him with a smile. I feel we've missed so much, Fred remarked as he settled beside where Charlie had previously Saturday. Let us not dwell on it. Harry has become the villain of the tale this time. A refreshing change. Wouldn't you agree? Fred added, positioning himself next to his brother, who appeared increasingly fatigued. You'd best recount the entire story, otherwise this conversation may never conclude. Mr. Weasley advised, accepting a drink handed to him by his wife. Thus, Harry commenced his narrative, starting from the moment he entered the girls' tent. Certain details he chose to share solely with Hermione, who occasionally filled in the gaps he left behind. When the tale reached the point of Harry being attacked by Aurors and needing assistance, they omitted aspects that perhaps only Mr. Weasley was privy to. Harry desperately wished to inform them that he was now Hermione's boyfriend, but when she mentioned they were merely waiting for Charlie, he refrained. Throughout the recounting, Harry found a potion suitable for Hermione, which she consumed, and soon her ankle healed sufficiently for her to prepare some tea for everyone in the kitchen. By the conclusion of the story, nearly everyone had succumbed to slumber, save for Hermione, who managed to stay awake a little longer. "All right, children, everything has passed. It's time to get some rest," Mrs. Weasley remarked as she tidied up, and everyone made their way to their designated rooms. As they ascended the stairs, Mrs. Weasley headed to the kitchen, followed closely by Mr. Weasley. Before climbing the stairs, Harry cast a glance at Hermione, and, seizing a moment of privacy, approached her and gently kissed her. "Sweet dreams, Hermione," Harry said with a smile as she draped her jacket over his shoulders and returned the kiss. "I will dream of you," she replied, continuing upstairs, for she knew Ginny would soon come looking for her, yet her face radiated with a brilliant smile. "Oh, how refreshing. Long awaited, yet entirely new." Ron's voice echoed from the doorway leading to the small kitchen, where he had discovered Harry kissing Hermione while fetching a snack. "Ron, you startle me," Harry exclaimed, offering him a broad smile that had been building since Charlie found them in the forest. "So everything went smoothly, did it, Harry?" Ron inquired as he ascended the stairs. "To be honest, while we still wish to keep it under wraps, we are uncertain if our assailant is still watching us. And I am concerned that Voldemort might attack if he learns of it," Harry replied as he crossed the threshold into the room, noticing Fred asleep in his pajamas and George dozing off in the same attire. "Tell me everything later, Harry. It's time for bed. You look like a weeping peach blossom." They chuckled for a moment. Harry placed his wand in a box, still remaining in the room, and to his surprise, found the telescope rolled up in a pocket of his jacket. He retrieved it, discovering that the recording button was still on. Pondering how much had been captured that night, and whether he could review the events frame by frame, he paused the recording, tidied away the items along with the box, yawned, and glanced at the small clock in the room. It was nearly 6:15. Donning his pajamas, he turned to see Ron sleeping like a rock, deciding it was best to sleep as well and worry about the events of the night later. One thing was certain, however, despite all that had transpired, he felt the happiest he had ever been. Chapter 17. Gringotts. Harry awoke late, the clock indicating it was already noon. When he finally managed to disentangle himself from the grasp of slumber, he realized that Ron and his brothers were absent from the room. He helplessly chose his attire, but none of the garments fit him quite right. Once dressed, he gathered the wooden box, his wand, and his father's letter, leaving the telescope behind. Slowly, he descended the stairs and entered the kitchen, where Mr. Weasley, Hermione, and Ginny were gathered around the table, enjoying their meal. They all greeted him with a cheerful good morning, and he quietly took a seat beside Hermione. At that moment, Hermione looked significantly better than in the morning. The bruises on her cheeks had vanished, and the wounds inflicted by the curse had completely healed. To Harry's eyes, she appeared even more enchanting. She remained as she always was, her hair slightly disheveled, yet Harry found this appearance only intensified his affection for her. Where had everyone else gone? Harry casually picked up a slice of toast, the first morsel of food he had tasted today that was neither dirt nor blood. "Charlie, Percy, and Bill have gone to work," Ginny replied, pouring juice from a jar into a cup and handing it to Harry. "Fred, George, and Ron have been dispatched by Mum to check on the Lupin family and see if they need anything. Once Molly returns, I too shall be leaving shortly. I presume you two are heading to Diagon Alley?" Mr. Weasley remarked as he served himself a generous portion of vibrant, pancake-like food. "Indeed, we are the only two left unprepared for Hogwarts, and Harry has nearly exhausted his funds at the World Cup," Hermione responded softly, discreetly grasping Harry's hand beneath the table. Harry gently rubbed her hand with his thumb. "Do you think, after the events of yesterday, they will still welcome us?" he inquired, taking a sip of the juice Ginny had offered. "Of course they will, Harry. The house elves are the most diligent of beings, Mr. Weasley assured as he rose and wandered over to the fireplace, his gaze settling on a small pouch above it. "Our supply of flue powder is running low. You might consider purchasing some while at Diagon Alley. I'll give you 4 galleons, he said, extending the money towards them. Harry lightly pushed it away. "I will handle the purchase. There is no need for your concern, and I intend to use the flue powder, so I cannot always rely on your generosity." "Harry, truly, there is no need for that," Mr. Weasley insisted. "I will contribute as well. I have saved a bit. Here are some galleons, and I have also used your flue network before. So let us cover the cost this time," Mr. Weasley, Hermione stated, producing a small pouch filled with galleons, which Harry estimated contained around 15 to 20. This was what he had set aside for her expenses. "Very well, but only a modest amount. We do not require much. The older kids can apparate, so it won't be necessary to use much," Mr. Weasley said, though his reluctance was evident as he wished to prevent them from spending excessively on flue powder. "I believe it is time for us to depart. If we delay any longer, We may arrive at Diagon Alley quite late. Mrs. Weasley might worry about that. Harry finished the last piece of the colorful pancake, which tasted remarkably like blueberries, exquisite indeed. Yes, that is for the best, Mr. Weasley said, patting Harry on the shoulder. May I accompany them, Dad? Ginny asked with a pleading tone. No, my dear, if the three of you go together, you would surely visit every shop in Diagon Alley, Mr. Weasley replied, turning his attention to Harry and Hermione. All right then, Mr. Weasley, see you this evening, Harry said, promptly taking Hermione's hand and leading her to the fireplace, taking some flue powder and scattering it over the flames. It is time to go, Harry announced, stepping into the fireplace and calling out Diagon Alley. In an instant, he found himself within the fireplace of the leaky cauldron, awaiting Hermione's arrival. In less than a minute, Hermione made her appearance. Harry gently brushed the soot from her face before they entered the pub together. As they walked, numerous wizards gathered around, some warmly greeting Harry, while others nearly pushed Hermione aside, eager for a moment of his attention. This left Harry feeling quite exasperated. Upon reaching the back of the pub, they finally found some semblance of peace. Without hesitation, Harry wrapped his arm around Hermione's slender waist, drawing her close. Hermione, taken aback, instinctively embraced his neck. Harry kissed her deeply, a sweet and tender kiss. After a few moments, he slowly released her, expressing, I truly need you, Hermione. I feel as though I'm losing my mind. Don't be foolish, Harry. To be honest, I've been hoping for a kiss from you as well, Hermione replied, pecking him lightly on the tip of his nose. Indeed, I believe we are in greater need of the invisibility cloak than ever. Now I comprehend the deeper meaning of the advice in the letter to utilize it wisely, as it pertains to situations such as this. Just as Harry intended to kiss her again, the door creaked open, prompting them to hastily separate and feign nonchalance. They hurried into Diagon Alley, hands tightly intertwined, making their way directly to the entrance of Gringotts. The white columns gleamed under the sunlight, majestic and awe-inspiring. Harry led Hermione inside, where enormous columns stood tall, and countless goblins busily darted between two long tables. The sounds of seals being stamped on paper, the rustling of quills, and the lively chatter of the goblins filled the air. Harry proceeded towards the end of the corridor, where a podium was situated, manned by a goblin responsible for handling matters pertaining to Gringotts. Approaching the podium, he spoke loudly yet courteously, just as Hagrid had first instructed him. I am Harry Potter, here to attend to some family affairs. Very well, Mr. Potter. What matter do you refer to? The goblin inquired, leaning closer to the edge of the podium. At a loss for how to broach the subject of the letter, Hermione raised her hand to her neck, removing a necklace adorned with a ring. As she did so, Harry noticed the mark left on her neck, likely from the tight binding of the cord. Hermione then handed the necklace to Harry, allowing him to focus on the task at hand. It's this, he said, raising the ring to show the goblin. Upon seeing it, the goblin appeared as if confronted by Merlin himself, standing frozen in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. He stared at Harry, then shifted his gaze to Hermione. Very well, Mr. Potter, you must follow me, the goblin stated, rising from his seat and beginning to walk ahead. Curiously, he personally attended to them, which was unusual, as he typically summoned another goblin for such matters. They traversed a wide corridor that seemed even grander than the bank itself, walking for nearly 10 minutes before reaching their destination. In front of a massive door, Harry and Hermione were about to enter when the goblin halted, awaiting Hermione's response. Granger, she replied softly. Miss Granger, should you wish to wait here, there are seats available along with a selection of magazines and books, the house elf remarked, conjuring an armchair and a small table adorned with various publications. Even a steaming cup of coffee was set before her. She can hear everything you say. I have complete faith in her. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, I hope she may accompany me, Harry thought, troubled by the possibility of Mr. Weasley's words coming to fruition. Yet, he speculated that if he exerted his utmost effort, Hermione might indeed gain entry. The house elf scrutinized Hermione from head to toe, contemplating her eligibility for admission. If you insist, sir, I must caution you that matters discussed here will pertain to secrets unknown even to the Ministry of Magic, secrets unheard of throughout the magical realm. This is knowledge that even our leader, Ragnarok, remains oblivious to. I trust her completely, Harry asserted resolutely. Very well, Mr. Potter, within lies our most ancient secret, one that has remained unspoken for over a millennium, let alone since the time your parents visited 13 years ago. From this point on, you shall proceed on your own, the house elf declared, watching them as they passed through the door, which quietly closed behind them moments later. I hope he is still here, otherwise we shall surely lose our way in this labyrinth, Harry remarked. Hermione smiled gently. I do not share your concern. I remember the path. At the end of the corridor lay an impeccably tidy room, where two house elves approached, stating, "Please declare your purpose." Harry silently produced the necklace adorned with the ring. "Ah, good, good. He is awake at this moment, so do not disturb him excessively." Instantly, a bed appeared, upon which lay an exceedingly aged house elf. Harry cautiously approached, and two chairs materialized beside the bed. "Come closer, child. I see you have brought something remarkably special." "I am Harry," Harry began, but the house elf interjected, "I know. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. I am Priscub, merely an old elf without any particular distinction. This ring was left to me by my parents." "What is it? How can it aid me in my future battle against?" "You know who?" Harry inquired, extending the ring toward the house elf. The elf gently shook his head. As the ring drew near, he slowly raised his hand to grasp Harry's. "Child, this object is unattainable by any magical creature, and even some wizards are no exception." "But what is it? Why a ring?" Harry questioned, comparing it with another ring, one set with a ruby. Chapter 18. The Legend Behind the Ring. In that mysterious and immaculate room, Priscub sat at the bedside, his hoarse and weary voice gradually unraveling an astonishing tale. "You see, your parents discovered the first ring while studying at Hogwarts. It was embedded in the sword of Godric Gryffindor." Priscub narrowed his entirely white eyes, as though reminiscing about a distant memory. They had always been unaware of what it truly was until they visited the grave of Henry Potter, the ancestor of the Potter family. It was then that they discovered a mark identical to that of the ring. Thus they arrived here. Priscub let out a gentle sigh and remarked, "If anyone in this world comprehends magical artifacts, it would undoubtedly be us little sprites. The items within the wooden box were entrusted to your parents when they visited. You see, these rings, if suited for a wizard or witch, possess formidable power." Harry and Hermione listened with rapt attention, their eyes fixated on Priscub. "In my youth, there existed an incredibly powerful wizard by the name of Merlin. He was extraordinary, interacting with all magical beings, giants, sprites, werewolves, and elves. He even had dealings with muggles." Priscub paused, seemingly savoring that legendary era. Muggles often perceive themselves as too weak compared to other beings. Therefore, Merlin collaborated with all these creatures to forge the Sword of Kings. Harry and Hermione gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless by this revelation. "Wait, muggles alongside magical beings? I have never heard of such a thing," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes brimming with curiosity and surprise, leaning slightly forward, eager to hear more. "And the ancient Sword of Kings given to Arthur Pendragon. Surely that is the most powerful magical sword." "Ah, my dear children, such matters are seldom inscribed in books." Priscub waved his hand dismissively, explaining slowly. "In ancient times, only a select few muggles were involved. Was it Camelot or Camelot? The crux is that this sword was forged using the magic of these beings, endowing it with incredible strength." Priscub cleared his throat and continued. "Perhaps the power was too great. With Merlin's assistance, Arthur ruled wisely over both the magical and muggle worlds. However, following Arthur's demise, the sword fell into the hands of his son, Mordred. This Mordred was ambitious, seeking dominion over both worlds, while excluding Merlin from his plans. When he realized that darkness filled his heart, he seized the Sword of Kings, intending to destroy it with the aid of every magical creature leader. Yet, as you know, such a powerful magical artifact could not be easily destroyed." Priscub shook his head, a look of wistfulness crossing his face. Thus, Merlin was compelled to seal his magic, dividing it into 4 rings, each adorned with a distinct precious gem: rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and topaz. These artifacts remain exceedingly potent. Therefore, Merlin resolved to encase his magic within these rings. Let every wizard and creature adorned with these jewels feel a fragment of his soul and consciousness, and thus declare their ownership of these magical powers. These artifacts were entrusted to the offspring of various wizards. The ruby ring was bestowed upon the Gryffindor family, the sapphire ring to the Ravenclaw family, the emerald ring to the Slytherin family, and finally, the yellow diamond ring was given to a gifted wizard of Muggle parentage, belonging to the Hufflepuff family. As Harry listened intently, he meticulously examined the ring in his hand, growing increasingly astonished by the formidable powers inherent within these rings. However, these names are none other than those of the 4 houses of Hogwarts, as I gleaned from my book, The History of Hogwarts. Over the years, these names have undergone transformations. Moreover, prior to the establishment of the school 900 years ago, these 4 houses were unknown to the world. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a student enthralled by a riveting history of magic lecture. She turned to Harry, who smiled gently while tenderly stroking her hand. "Indeed, I am well aware. Though this tale may sound implausible, I was present at that time. Priscub straightened his somewhat stooped frame, a hint of pride in his voice as he recounted. For many years, Merlin personally entrusted me to trace the lineage of the Ravenclaw family, which ultimately came to be known as Ravenclaw. Upon the passing of the house's founder, I sought the ring, for she had lost her daughter, and the ring lacked an heir, thus I preserved it. Despite the passage of many years, Merlin's magic has allowed me to endure, sustained by his power. Furthermore, this ring has extended my life until I entrusted it to your parents, Harry. Since then, the passage of time has increasingly weighed upon me. The effects of age are truly astounding. Yet I still possess a magic. You see, these are indeed priceless treasures. Priscub cleared his throat gently and continued. To be candid, I must inform you that even Nicholas Flamel endeavored to replicate the power of one of these rings. Specifically, the ruby ring. However, he only succeeded in imitating the abilities of delaying death and transmuting metal into gold. I remained unaware of where he had discovered the ring until your parents brought it to me. Flamel belonged to Gryffindor. Thus, he was able to see the ring upon the sword and replicate a portion of its power. Over the years, I have sought the remaining 3 rings. Yet it seems the founders never revealed to anyone where they concealed them. Ah well, at present, we possess 2, yet 2 remain elusive. As he spoke, Priscub suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, his face reddening. Observing this, Hermione hurried forward, gently patting his back with concern, saying, "Are you all right, dear sir? Please, take a moment to recover." After a moment, Priscub regained his composure and looked at Hermione with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my dear. That is the entirety of the story concerning these 2 rings, but I regret to inform you, Harry, that given your current condition, you may be unable to wield them." His voice wavered slightly as he spoke. "Why can't I use them? Is there darkness within my heart?" Harry exclaimed, taken aback. He was aware of his anger and hatred in certain aspects, yet he sincerely hoped that darkness did not reside within him. Looking anxiously at Priscub, "My child, your heart is pure enough to simultaneously wield all 4 rings. That is the truth." Priscub slowly raised his hand, pointing at Harry's forehead, prompting Harry to instinctively touch his scar. "I do not understand. What does this scar have to do with it?" Hermione asked, her face a portrait of confusion, her brow furrowed with uncertainty. "Children," Priscub continued, "as I mentioned, my eyes may be blind, but my spirit and magic can perceive. The magic cultivated over the years can sense both white and dark magic. Hence, when you entered, I felt 3 presences. One is capable of ending darkness with the soul. Another lays the foundation for the golden age of magic with the mind. The last seeks to destroy light with darkness. This is Voldemort." Priscub's voice grew increasingly weary. Upon hearing this, Harry began to look around anxiously, asking, "Where is Voldemort? How could he be here? No, his body is not here. But a fragment of his soul remains," Priscub explained, his voice growing even more fatigued. "A fragment? How can that be?" Harry pressed. "There exists a dark magic, created in pursuit of immortality, which is truly terrifying. To wield it, one must commit murder. This is how Voldemort operated. I believe it involves Horcruxes, his magic, his memories. His soul is sealed within this object. If sufficient magic is acquired, even if his body is destroyed, he can return. I do not know how many he has created. It was only when you arrived that I realized the horrific nature of his deeds. Yet, to be honest, I believe he made a grave error the night he attempted to kill you, my child." Priscub shook his head in resignation. "Then Voldemort is immortal. Without the rings, how can I defeat him? Which of our possessions has he turned into a Horcrux?" Harry, filled with urgency, spoke aloud to himself in distress. "I have already told you. My dear child, it is you." Priscub's voice suddenly became exceedingly weary, but what shocked Harry the most was the revelation that he himself was a Horcrux, and a vessel of Voldemort's. This cannot be." "When?" Harry exclaimed, his face drained of color, staring at the white marble floor, his mind in chaos. Hermione, who had remained silent until then, tightly grasped Harry's hand, her eyes filled with concern and determination. It was as if she were assuring Harry that she would remain by his side. Yet, a sense of trepidation gnawed at him. He feared that Hermione might disdain him for harboring such a thing within him. In a hushed tone, he queried Hermione, "Do you think I am frightening?" Hermione vigorously shook her head, resolutely replying, "Harry, don't indulge in such thoughts. We will undoubtedly find a way to resolve this. But there must be a method to extract it, correct? There must be a way for me to rid myself of it, yes?" Hermione gazed pleadingly at Priscub, her request laced with urgency. "Indeed, there are 2 specific methods," Priscub confirmed. "One involves the destruction of the related object. The other entails the expulsion of the soul, which minimizes the inflicted damage. For living beings, the least considered option is to end their lives. despite being the swiftest means to liberate both the bearer and the embedded soul. The alternative is an ancient rite, one of considerable antiquity, known only to a singular elf. You are fortunate that I am that elf, though the process is neither pleasant nor devoid of elements that are exceedingly difficult to procure. Not to mention, there exists the grave risk that the bearer might perish if not sufficiently strong. To address your inquiry, Harry, I surmise that when Voldemort confronted you that fateful night, he was utterly unaware that your mother would employ the most potent magic of true love to shield you, a love so pure. When the spell rebounded upon you, it undoubtedly reflected back upon him, tearing apart his soul and binding it to the sole living entity within that house. You, child. As Priscub spoke, he waved his hand, and a piece of parchment materialized before them. Hermione hastily seized it, finding it inscribed with the extensive requirements for the ritual, some of which were prohibitively expensive for an ordinary wizard, alongside a complete and detailed description of the rites. This is what is needed. Any wizard with knowledge of healing, runes, and fundamental rituals can perform it. However, there exists a second condition to expel this dreadful entity from Harry. Given that Harry is a living being, the ritual necessitates a slight modification. Otherwise, Harry himself would perish, which is not our desired outcome. Priscub continued his explanation, his expression grave. Harry merely stared at the ground, his mind in turmoil, pondering whether Hermione harbored any aversion towards him or felt disgusted by his existence. He incessantly wondered how others would react upon discovering that their foe resided within him, a fragment of the very being that had instigated the First Wizarding War. He questioned whether he could truly eradicate Voldemort from his life, or if the notion of someday being free was merely a delusion. What is the second condition? Whatever it may be, we shall fulfill it, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes brimming with fervor as she fixed her gaze on Priscub, hoping he would affirm that they could lift this curse from Harry. Perhaps this endeavor had already commenced when Harry's mother made her wish, seeking something that would enhance his magic. Child, she desired something that would empower you. To speak candidly, I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed. I have unearthed materials of such rarity that they are nearly impossible to find, for these creatures have long since perished, pure souls of ethereal fairies. You see, these beings held myriad applications in the realm of magic, far too numerous to enumerate. Their relentless hunting led to their extinction over the course of centuries. Yet, the essence of their magic lingers within their bones, blood, and wings. I have discovered several deceased fairies, preserved in immaculate condition, their souls still encased within, available for trade on the black market of the magical world. Frankly, I had to resort to thievery to acquire them, but I have successfully forged this. Priscub pointed to 2 additional rings nestled within Harry's box. You see, these rings forge a unique bond among wizards, a connection seldom achieved unless it is genuine. The same applies to the mortality of both parties involved. It establishes a link between your soul and heart. Only the most potent of magic can conjure such a bond, and that is love. If you choose to wear them, you shall remain eternally intertwined as long as one of you thrives. Should one party encounter peril, the other shall not perish. However, if both are attacked simultaneously, both shall meet their end if you decide to don these rings. You will become partners in matrimony, sharing the same fate. Upon your entrance, I sensed this connection. Though nascent, it was undeniably present. Priscub chuckled, noting the excitement that coursed through Harry and Hermione at the mention of marriage. Should we wear the rings, we would indeed be wed, and we could conduct the ceremony to purge the entity within Harry. Are you entirely certain? Hermione inquired, her cheeks flushed with a blend of anticipation and trepidation. As certain as I am of my own existence, spanning over 3,000 years. Truthfully, I once believed this was merely a fleeting whim of your mother, Harry, yet now I sense she perceived it as essential or wished for you to choose your true love. Priscub raised his hand once more, and several documents materialized before them. Each bore a distinct hue and sheen, one gilded, another silver, a third pearlescent, an additional one shimmering in various colors, and the last a fusion of crimson and gold. Chapter 19. The Marriage Certificate of Harry and Hermione. In that enigmatic chamber, Priscub held Harry's hand firmly. With a grave tone, he articulated, "These documents pertain to all properties belonging to the Ring family and the Potter lineage within Gringotts. Truly, these are sufficient for you to obtain 1,000 of each item listed. I have signed them. All that remains is your signature. Harry, return when you are prepared to claim them. The rings will serve as the key to their authenticity. By the way, your family ring awaits, ready for you to reclaim once you emerge from this ordeal. My dear boy, I advise you to depart from here, and with a drop of blood upon the letter, you shall uncover your parents' will, which will open new doors for you." Harry, however, remained motionless, fixated on his scar, his gaze vacant as it bore into the floor. Observing this, Priscub softly offered comfort. "Do not fret, Harry. All shall be well. I am certain that happiness awaits you in the future. Moreover, I will each of you a wish. What might they request of me?" Priscub's words resonated with compelling assurance. Since learning of the fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within him, Harry felt a flicker of tranquility for the first time, the corners of his mouth curving upward. "This will not render you weaker, grandfather." The words flowed naturally from him, startling even Harry himself, as if they had long dwelled in the recesses of his heart. Priscub chuckled softly. "Thank you for saying that, my child. However, my time in this world is limited. I wish to fulfill this task for you and your beautiful girlfriend. I too yearn to reunite with my beloved. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Please do not deny me this final wish." Harry had never witnessed such sincerity in a house elf smile before. Previously, he had encountered the chilling grins of malevolent elves. Yet now, Priscub's smile possessed a magical quality that soothed Harry's very soul. "All right, Hermione, you go first. I am uncertain of my own wish." Harry gazed into Hermione's amber eyes. To his delight, he found no trace of disdain or hatred within them, but rather a unique sentiment. Although he could not yet define it, he sensed that Hermione had begun to envision the day she would wear a ring and marry him. "I desire only the knowledge to defeat Voldemort and the ability to be happy with Harry," she declared resolutely, her gaze tenderly resting upon him. Harry responded with a warm smile, grasping her hand tightly. "I had a feeling you would say that." Priscub gently waved his hand, and a plethora of books materialized before them. Some were exceedingly ancient, their covers marred by mildew, while others bore the scars of torn pages. Harry could have sworn that one book even displayed traces of blood upon its pages. Priscub began to speak slowly. "You shall find what you seek here. But heed the advice of this long-lived elder. Knowledge is an extraordinary power. Yet, if not shared, it remains but cold, valueless data." It was now Harry's turn to voice his wish, and in his mind, a singular desire emerged. "I wish for the strength to find happiness one day, to be with Hermione, and to have a family." Harry mused that perhaps this strength he sought was already being quietly granted by the ring. He understood well that if misused, power could corrode the soul, much like many dark wizards. Nevertheless, he hoped Priscub would comprehend that what he truly yearned for was to build a joyous family with the one he cherished. Upon hearing his words, Hermione was deeply moved. She turned her face and gently pressed her lips to Harry's. For a moment, he was taken aback. "Of course," Priscub replied. A pair of parchment sheets appeared before them. Upon closer inspection, Harry noted a series of training guidelines encompassing both physical and magical exercises, along with introductions to various reference books and numerous projects he needed to undertake. Moreover, there exists a plethora of content delineating the proper utilization and execution of spells. "Power is not bestowed freely, dear child. I offer you, Hermione, a piece of advice. Strength is attained through diligence and finesse. Yet, if it becomes unbalanced with kindness and understanding, it shall erode any soul." Priscub smiled as he spoke. "I also extend my blessings to you. Believe in yourselves, and all shall be well. It is time for you to continue on your path. I shall await you on the other side." Upon finishing his words, Priscub reclined on the bed, gently closing his eyes. Harry and Hermione waited in silence for several moments, until they were certain the little elf had truly succumbed to slumber. "Harry, do you think you will be all right?" Hermione inquired softly, resting her head gently on Harry's chest. "He will be fine. After all, he has gifted us with ample weapons of happiness, and he feels like a grandfather to me." Harry rose, placing a tender kiss upon the little elf's forehead. He picked up the necklace, intricately entwining the two rings for better security, then closed the wooden box and slipped it back into his pocket. Subsequently, he took Hermione's hand, quietly exiting the room to allow the elderly elf to rest peacefully. As they traversed the white corridor, Harry abruptly halted. Hermione presumed he would bestow her with a passionate kiss as before. However, Harry merely rested his head upon her shoulder. His mind was still tumultuously stirred by the revelation of having a fragment of Voldemort within him. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I never imagined it would come to this. Truly, I feel so filthy, so horrifying, to know that a part of your parents' murderer resides within you. This is unbearable. If you choose to leave me, to never see me again, I shall not hold it against you." Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Hogwarts, this is not your fault, and I am here with you. From this moment on, we will stand together, fortifying this bond, so that we may perform the ritual to expel Voldemort's essence from within you." Hermione gently pulled Harry a little away from her, cradling his face with her hands. Before kissing him deeply, she then softly pressed her lips to Harry's lightning-shaped scar. Believe it or not, had you not been here, I would have completely fallen apart. Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. I shall always be by your side, from this moment forth. It is time to claim what is rightfully yours, Hermione declared, producing various sheets of parchment in different hues. Harry and Hermione navigated numerous twists and turns within the corridor. Harry closely followed Hermione, silently praying not to lose his way. To his astonishment, Hermione remembered the path with remarkable clarity. When they returned to the spacious room where the little elf had lectured, one of the elves approached them and asked, "Is everything well, Mr. Potter?" His voice was notably cold, starkly contrasting Priscub's warm and friendly tone, leading both to feel that this little elf harbored an aversion towards them. Indeed, all is well. I have acquired the information I sought, and now I hope someone can assist me with a bit of paperwork. Harry gathered the documents pertaining to Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and the Potter family, bypassing those of Hufflepuff and Slytherin. I shall summon our finest account manager. Please wait in that private room, he instructed. The house elf gestured towards a chamber adjacent to a cluster of other elves. As Harry approached the room, he entered to find a simple table adorned with parchment, ink, and various seals. A chair awaited him, and he and Hermione seated themselves. Harry, you really ought to retrieve the documents from the letter. Don't you think it's time? Hermione inquired, her tone tinged with shyness. She was concerned her words might come off as too assertive. While it occasionally happened, she genuinely hoped Harry would not hold it against her. You are indeed correct. I may not be privy to all the secrets, but it seems the moment has arrived. Harry responded, extracting a small card that revealed a circle. He picked up a quill from the table and pricked his finger slightly. A sharp pain caused him to wince as a few drops of blood emerged, which he placed upon the circle. In an instant, several sheets of parchment and some Muggle documents materialized before him. Harry began to sort the items somewhat clumsily, grateful for Hermione's assistance. Together, they swiftly organized everything into 3 distinct piles. One for Muggle documents, another for those pertaining to the magical realm, and a final stack that appeared to contain his parents' various research materials. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a document labeled Crown Function Expansion, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. The Marauder's map remained tucked away in his box, and he planned to study the new features his father had added when time permitted. At that moment, the account manager arrived, a well-dressed house elf whose nose was even more pronounced than that of the elf at the bank counter. Mr. Potter, is it? A pleasure to meet you. I am Apaccio, the manager announced. I have been informed you are here to claim the wealth of the Potter family, as well as that of the other 2 families. I trust you possess all the necessary documents, including the ownership letters and keys for the other 2 estates. Indeed, I do, Harry replied, producing the 3 ownership letters along with the magical documents. Apaccio scrutinized them meticulously before clearing his throat. Everything appears to be in order. However, if you would be so kind as to show me the keys to the 2 vaults. The house elf coughed, seemingly assuming Harry had not brought them. Immediately, Harry retrieved a necklace he wore around his neck, revealing 2 rings. Wow, Apaccio exclaimed. Excellent, Mr. Potter. Please grant me a moment. He began inscribing details on the documents, and after some time, he collected 3 sheets along with the one he had just completed. Now, I shall read the will left by your parents to ascertain whether these accounts belong to you. A will? Harry responded, astonished, for he had never contemplated that his parents would leave behind such a document, nor had he anticipated anything beyond the vault brimming with galleons. The house elf produced a pair of bronze letters, cleared his throat, and commenced the reading. I, James Potter, husband of Lily Evans, in sound mind and body, bequeath all to my wife, Lily Evans Potter. Should she no longer be present, all shall pass to my sole son and heir, Harry James Potter, including magical items, land, property, and vaults. In the absence of both parents, I entrust my son's guardianship to Sirius Black, his godfather and close friend. He shall serve as the executor of the estate until Harry reaches maturity and is capable of managing his inheritance. If he is unwilling or unable to care for Harry, guardianship will transfer to Professor Minerva McGonagall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She, too, shall act as executor until Harry can take possession of all. Should neither be able or willing to look after our son, he may be cared for by any friends willing to do so. They shall not have access to the estate at any time. Upon his 14th birthday, he will be liberated to freely manage his entire inheritance. He cannot be placed in the care of my wife's Muggle relatives, nor shall he be entrusted to Peter Pettigrew, for he is our secret keeper bound by the Fidelius charm. If this will is read, it signifies that he has not completed his task. This is my final wish, to be respected and executed with utmost diligence. The elf paused not for a moment, turning the page to continue reading. I, Lily Evans, wife of James Potter, in sound mind and body, bequeath all to my sole son and heir, Harry James Potter. It is not much, merely a small account for his expenses. In agreement with his father, should he neither have a father nor me, I entrust my son's guardianship to Sirius Black, his godfather and close friend. He shall serve as the executor of the estate until Harry can claim everything. Chapter 20. The vast inheritance of Harry's parents. In the mysterious depths of Gringotts, Harry remained lost in thought, while the elf continued to read the will. If Sirius is unwilling or unable to care for him, guardianship will be conferred upon Professor Minerva McGonagall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She is a friend of the family and will also serve as the executor until Harry can assume ownership of all. If neither can or will care for our son, he may be looked after by any friends willing to do so. They shall not have access to the estate at any time. Upon turning 14, he will be liberated to freely manage his entire inheritance. He cannot be placed in the care of my sister and brother-in-law, as they harbor no affection for him. Nor shall he be entrusted to Peter Pettigrew, for he is our secret keeper bound by the Fidelius charm. If this will his read, it signifies that he has not completed his task. This is my final wish, to be respected and executed with utmost diligence. Harry listened intently, his heart a tumult of emotions. He murmured to himself, why such arrangements? What secrets lie behind this? Hermione gently grasped his hand, offering solace. Harry, do not be overly anxious. We shall eventually unravel everything. Harry inhaled deeply and replied, so much has transpired recently. First receiving letters from my parents, then attending the Quidditch World Cup, being ambushed in the forest, and finally becoming your lover. Now, I have also discovered that a fragment of Voldemort's soul resides within me. And I learned that I was meant to be entrusted to Professor McGonagall or some family friend, rather than enduring torment at the Dursleys. However, this may serve as an opportunity to vindicate Sirius. Yet, I cannot comprehend why my parents ensured in their will that Sirius would not be punished. Yet their will was never read after their passing. Apacho cleared his throat, breaking the brief silence. Very well. It has been established here that all of your parents' assets will belong to you. I presume you have surpassed the age of 14. I shall prepare the emancipation documents for you. Shall all accounts, including those of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, be transferred to your name? Harry furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before resolutely stating, please transfer everything to the Potter name. Apacho swiftly began drafting the documents. Within a mere 10 minutes, he consolidated all papers, presenting a pristine platinum ownership page adorned with golden lettering and shimmering light. All that remains is for you to place the tip of your wand where I indicate. Without hesitation, Harry retrieved his wand and positioned it at the spot directed by the house elf, causing the documents to instantly radiate with magical brilliance. From this moment forth, all vaults shall be at your disposal. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Apacho inquired. Harry's gaze revealed a hint of contemplation as he slowly responded. To be honest, there is. You see, I would like a list detailing the contents of this new account. Additionally, I wish to transfer 100,000 galleons to the Weasley family's account. Furthermore, I seek a new method to acquire both magical and muggle currency without visiting Gringotts and to establish a new account. As he spoke, he became lost in his thoughts, oblivious to Hermione's bewildered expression. At that moment, a gentle feminine voice echoed in Harry's mind. You have many plans. Be sure to deliberate carefully when taking action, for some matters cannot be reversed even with magic. Harry was momentarily taken aback, pondering the source of the voice. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? However, he quickly regained his composure, reasoning that perhaps it was simply a benevolent reminder, and that he should proceed with caution, discerning the situation before him, possibly linked to the Horcruxes. Seeing this, Apacho remarked, very well, I shall retrieve the documents for the transfer and account establishment, along with the inventory of assets, any changes, and the total value of your estate. With that, he turned and exited the room. Hermione gazed at Harry, astonished. Harry, once the Weasleys learn of this, they will undoubtedly reimburse you. Harry nodded slightly in response. You are correct. Perhaps I should add a clause. If they repay me, none of them should be allowed to transfer funds to me again. What do you think? Hermione looked at Harry, her eyes filled with admiration. Oh, Harry, you are simply astounding. Now that you have reached the legal age of adulthood, I suspect the Ministry of Magic may not yet remove your tracker. But why do you need to open a new account? With that, Hermione gently pecked Harry on the cheek. Harry, with a playful nuzzle against Hermione's nose, replied, just wait and see. Before long, Apacius returned, his expression devoid of emotion, stating, here you are. You see, simply write down the amount you wish to transfer. And if there are any specific terms you wish to impose, jot them down as well. Finally, place the tip of your wand here. Harry complied, meticulously completing the necessary details and sealing the document with his wand. Excellent. Is the account to be opened in your name? Apacious inquired. Harry promptly responded, no. It will be under Hermione Granger's name. I am aware she possesses a study box provided by Hogwarts, but I wish for her to have something personal. As he spoke, Harry silenced Hermione's impending protest with a kiss, indifferent to the presence of the house elf nearby. Whether you like it or not, I desire you to have something that belongs solely to you, something that allows you to pursue your passions, while ensuring your security in both the magical and muggle worlds. Observing the glimmer of tears in Hermione's eyes, he tenderly wiped away a droplet, saying, Harry, truly, I cannot begin to express my gratitude for everything you have done for me and others. I still cannot comprehend how that thing found its way inside you. You are too kind. Hermione smiled, though her gaze carried a hint of sorrow. Leaning closer to her ear, Harry whispered, you see, I am not as wonderful as you think. You must repay me with a kiss, Hermione. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson. Apacious remained impassive, stating, please proceed with the account opening. Harry remarked, I presume a sum is required, perhaps 300,000 galleons. Just as Hermione was about to voice her objection, Harry covered her mouth with his hand. Apacious continued, very well, we only need Miss Granger's consent, and yours, Mr. Potter. Kindly place your wand here to signify your agreement. Miss Granger, and please sign the contract for Gringotts here. Both Hermione and Harry successfully completed the process. Apacious nodded in satisfaction, saying, excellent, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. With that, he conjured a few items before them. A pair of rings, one a silver band adorned with obsidian, the other a copper ring similarly set with obsidian. Along with a pair of small rectangular obsidian badges, several pouches tied with silver thread, and a black folder titled Potter Account. Please wear the rings. The silver one belongs to Mr. Potter, and the copper one to Miss Granger. They swiftly donned the rings, Hermione on her middle finger and Harry on his thumb, and the rings immediately adjusted to fit snugly. Apacious bowed slightly, stating, now you possess the emblem of your family, Miss Granger. You are the first in your lineage. You see, there are hardly any wizards or witches of Muggle descent with such substantial accounts at Gringotts. However, once established, you are regarded as the head of your family. In the eyes of many, you remain the daughter of Muggles. Yet, among our esteemed house elf community, you shall be revered as a true witch of noble blood. Apacho continued, these rings are the keys to your vault, Mr. Potter. While they have lost their significance to Gringotts, you may keep them. Before you lies a card specifically designed for wizards with substantial accounts at our bank. Mr. Potter, your account exceeds 4 billion galleons. As an exception, we shall also provide your girlfriend, Miss Hermione Granger, with these cards as a mark of respect for you. Should you visit any Muggle ATM, it will dispense the amount you desire. Furthermore, these small pouches can directly withdraw funds from your respective vaults. If they are lost or stolen, simply wait 10 minutes, and they shall return to your possession. They hold no value to anyone else, so there is no need to worry about theft. Harry, upon hearing the staggering sum in his Gringotts account, was left flabbergasted, his jaw nearly dropping. He exclaimed, just an hour ago, I had but a small pile of galleons in a vault. Now, this is simply unimaginable, as if I possess an entire mountain of gold. Hermione, equally astonished by the figure, laughed and remarked, Harry is a billionaire with more money than he could ever spend, and this poor fellow doesn't even realize it. It amused me, knowing that Harry never cared for wealth. Apacho picked up the black folder, took a deep breath, and said, lastly, this is the folder you requested, containing records of the bank's operations and transactions concerning your funds. Your father left specific instructions on how to manage your account and invest within both the magical and Muggle realms. Upon becoming the head of the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw families, you are entitled to approximately 50 to 55% of the earnings generated by the items created by these families and their members. In total, there are 150 properties, the locations and access details of which are enclosed within the folder. 80 Gryffindor properties, 60 Ravenclaw properties, and 10 Potter properties distributed across the globe. Additionally, there exists a complete island hidden from both Muggles and wizards near a Muggle locale known as Hawaii. After concluding, Apacho looked at Harry and inquired, is there anything else I may assist you with, Mr. Potter? Harry, with a hint of apology, replied, to be honest, yes. I am truly sorry for any inconvenience I may have caused you with the workload. Apacho sighed and said, it is no trouble at all. As you know, I charge by commission, so the more work I undertake, the better my family fares. Harry's expression turned serious as he stated, well, I wish to have my parents' will delivered to the appropriate authorities so they may investigate my godfather, Sirius Black. I wish to understand why these wills were not read upon their passing. What was the rationale behind the unjust imprisonment of Sirius? Furthermore, should you assist me in procuring certain elusive items, I shall offer you compensation. However, We require at least 10 of each item. If it is not too much trouble, could you also manage Hermione's accounts in the same manner as mine? With this, Harry handed over the list provided by Priscub. Apaskio accepted the list and remarked, "Very well. I shall dedicate myself to addressing the matters concerning your godfather, Sirius Black, with the Ministry of Magic. However, as he is currently at large, it may take approximately a year. As for the items, I will procure them as swiftly as possible. The funds will be deducted from your vault, and the items will be securely stored upon arrival, allowing you to access them at any time through the bag I provide. You may review these details in the folder. Rest assured, your accounts will be managed in the same manner." With a wave of his hand, he duplicated the parchment given to Harry, albeit with golden lettering and a final notation of 0, indicating no possessions had yet been secured. Apaskio continued, "Regarding these two matters, I shall keep you informed. With notifications delivered via Gringotts Owl." Harry furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. "I find this rather perilous. Someone might intercept and discover our procurement of items for the ritual. I wonder if Hedwig could serve as our owl. She is reliable and unlikely to be caught." With eager anticipation, Harry looked at Apaskio and added, "I possess an owl that can send me messages, should you be amenable." Apaskio smiled and replied, "Of course. Simply send me a letter addressed to me whenever you require assistance, and I shall respond immediately through your owl." The house elf rubbed his hands together, and Harry stifled a chuckle as he had anticipated this reaction. The elf then stated, regarding the reward for the items. Harry decisively interjected, "I suspected you would say that. 10 galleons for each item, and for today's time, you may take 100 galleons immediately without any conditions." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Apaskio's eyes, and he quickly responded, "Oh, I am exceedingly grateful to you, Mr. Potter. To be candid, I initially intended to request only 4 galleons, but it appears you have considered matters more thoughtfully. Fear not, I shall accept 7 galleons. As for today's compensation, I am more than willing to accept this, in deference to your wishes." With that, the house elf bowed deeply. Harry noticed Hermione's expression, which seemed tinged with displeasure. He understood she might perceive his actions as an attempt to exert control over the elf, though her concerns were not entirely unfounded. He had his own reasons. He addressed Hermione, saying, "From now on, please refrain from bowing. I would prefer we relate more as friends than as account manager and client." Apaskio straightened and replied, "Understood, Mr. Potter." Then he stood up and extended his hand, a gesture seldom made by house elves towards wizards. Harry understood this to be a symbol of the trust and respect between them, and he gladly took the little elf's hand. Apacho observed them and remarked, "Well, it seems you have brought quite an assortment of items." He gestured towards Hermione, who held the book given by Priscub, along with various documents, and Harry's wooden box, saying, "I suggest that after leaving Gringotts, you visit Ignatius' shop. They sell bags, wallets, and other items imbued with expansion charms, making it more convenient for you to carry your belongings. This is merely a suggestion from a friend." Harry smiled and replied, "I accept your advice. Thank you, Apacho. From now on, you may call me Harry." With that, he rose to prepare for the shop, extending his hand once more to Apacho before departing. Chapter 21. The Joy of Shopping. The house elf shook hands once more, and Hermione stood up, gently waving her wand while reciting an incantation. The books obediently floated into the air, allowing for easier transport. She smiled at Apacho and said, "You may call me Hermione, Apacho." Apacho returned her smile sincerely, responding, "Of course, Hermione." Harry gazed at Hermione, his thoughts drifting back to the moment they first met, when she had smiled at him in a similar manner. He pondered quietly to himself that perhaps that was the beginning of his burgeoning feelings for her. Apacho slightly inclined his body and cautioned, "Be careful. You will soon receive news from the ministry regarding your items." As they stepped out of Gringotts, Harry felt as if he had been rejuvenated, akin to a bird that had escaped its cage and regained its freedom. Yet in an instant, he recalled the final heavy shackles, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, and the dark presence of Voldemort himself lurking in the shadows. Like a thick haze that swiftly extinguished the joy in his heart, leaving only a profound melancholy. Instinctively, he looked up at the enormous clock overhead, its hands indicating 2:44. They had spent merely 2.5 hours inside Gringotts, yet to Harry, it felt as though he had lived an entire lifetime. They strolled slowly down the street to the right, and soon found themselves at the shop mentioned by the house elf. Inside, a female clerk sat languidly behind the counter, her figure slightly slender, garbed in a green dress. A sign beneath the counter read, "Ignatia Wildsmith, selling flu powder since 1227. The shop was empty, devoid of other customers, and the witch was engrossed in the world of Witch's Heart magazine. "Good afternoon," Harry and Hermione greeted politely as they entered. Suddenly, Harry recalled his promise to Mr. Weasley regarding the purchase of flu powder, and thought to himself that this shop was indeed an excellent place to buy it. The clerk, hearing their greeting, lifted her gaze from the magazine, her attention instantly sharpening as she warmly said, "It's a pleasure to serve you. We offer top-notch merchandise. What may I assist you with?" She then added, "Our flagship product is currently available at a 10% discount. We offer various weights of flu powder, as well as some enchanting floating lamps that illuminate automatically upon entry into a room. We are merely here to purchase flu powder and some items with expansion capabilities," Harry said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he struggled to recall the specific items mentioned by Apatio. Hermione quickly corrected him. "No, Harry, they are magical storage items with expansion properties." Harry turned to Hermione, silently admiring her remarkable intelligence and quick wit. "Very well. How much flu powder would you like?" the witch inquired. "We have options for a week, a month, a year, 10 years, or by weight, 1, 2, or 3 kilograms. Harry's expression faltered. He was uncertain which option would be most suitable for the Weasley family, and whether purchasing by weight or duration would be more economical. Thus, he cast a pleading glance towards Hermione. Understanding his dilemma, Hermione smiled knowingly and asked the shop assistant, "How much does the yearly supply weigh?" She appeared as if she frequently purchased flu powder. The shop assistant's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, "Ah, a connoisseur. A year's supply weighs 10 kilograms. Currently, it is priced at 5 galleons per kilogram, but we have a special offer. You only need 45 galleons. Quite a bargain." "All right, I'll take it," Harry said, though he couldn't shake the thought that Mr. Weasley might reproach him upon his return. However, he soon found solace in the fact that he possessed enough wealth to last a lifetime. What did a slight expenditure matter in the grand scheme of things? "And which expansion item piques your interest?" the shop assistant inquired as she unfurled a parchment on the table. The parchment depicted various items, including backpacks, handbags, wallets, simple boxes, and even exquisite pieces adorned with different gemstones. Each item was accompanied by a series of detailed specifications, including dimensions, which left them somewhat dazzled. "Harry, don't you think this one is the best?" Hermione pointed to a small wallet with a chain that could be worn around the neck. Leaning closer, Harry observed that the data indicated the wallet had an interior space comparable to that of a traditional Quidditch pitch. Furthermore, it boasted waterproof capabilities, impervious even to dragonfire. Seeing that Harry was still examining it closely, Hermione decisively chose the wallet. The shop assistant asked them to wait a moment while she turned to prepare the flu powder and the wallet. Taking advantage of this pause, Harry and Hermione continued to browse other items in the shop. Whenever Harry expressed astonishment at a particular object, Hermione patiently provided him with further insights. "Honestly, Hermione, after spending so much time in the Muggle world, you know more about magic than I do," Harry remarked, setting down a small frame that shifted colors and formed wondrous patterns. A faint blush crept onto Hermione's cheeks as she softly replied, "It's because I'm a bookworm. Harry, I've read many books." Harry felt a surge of affection and gently wrapped his arms around Hermione from behind, whispering in her ear, "You are truly remarkable, my little bookworm." At that moment, he heard the approaching footsteps of the witch and hastily released his grip. "Here you are. This is the bag of flu powder and the wallet, totaling 80 galleons, 6 sickles, and 20 nuts," the shop assistant announced as she placed a large bag and a small wallet on the counter. Harry reached into the wallet he had just received from the bank, and as if in tune with his thoughts, the required amount of money appeared the moment he extended his hand. He handed the money to the witch, generously giving an extra 2 galleons. The witch, seeing this, was immensely grateful. "How do we put things into the wallet?" Harry turned to Hermione for guidance. But the shop assistant interjected, "It's quite simple. Just tap it with your wand, and the wallet will gradually absorb the items. If the items are of suitable size to fit through the opening, you can store them immediately. To retrieve them, just speak a word. If you encounter difficulty, you can use the summoning charm. When putting things in, you can also specify where to store them, as if there are many compartments." Following the shop assistant's instructions, they categorized and stored their items in the wallet, such as books, parchment from Priscilla, Gringotts documents, and precious belongings, including letters from Harry's parents and a box for their wedding rings. While storing the flu powder, Hermione remarked, "Shopping." After leaving the shop, they examined the Hogwarts supply list for the first time, noting some peculiar requirements, including the necessity of formal attire. Nevertheless, they continued along the street, passing several shops before beginning to purchase each item on the list. At Miranda Goshawk's, they acquired a new quill, a dozen sheets of parchment, and a replacement set of Quidditch gear. The most numerous purchases included lionfish spines and belladonna essence. They even procured several items not mentioned on the list, such as a medium cauldron that stirred ingredients by itself, and a collection of voice-changing candies that, when consumed, would make one roar like a lion or whistle like a train. Harry was intrigued by a candy-labeled dragon's roar, which promised to make anyone who ate it so fearsome that no one would dare approach. He wished to buy it, but Hermione scolded him for his excessive purchases. Upon arriving at the bookstore, Hermione thrived among the shelves, spending a full half-hour meticulously selecting various tomes covering every conceivable subject, even delving into divination. Some exceedingly fascinating books require the shop assistant to clear the small counter to tally their quantity, ultimately resorting to parchment for bookkeeping. Seeing this, Harry intended to pay. But Hermione resolutely declared, "No matter what, I will pay this time. This is for me, and I am grateful to you, Harry, as it were a gift from you." With that, they left the bookstore hand in hand, each item safely stored in the wallet. Thanks to Hermione's magical adjustments, the wallet's chain could accommodate both the rings and the wallet itself, making their movements exceedingly convenient. They subsequently entered a clothing store, where they spent significantly more time than anticipated, as Hermione was resolute in selecting the perfect attire for Harry. By the time it was Hermione's turn to choose a dress for herself, another half-hour had elapsed. During this interval, Harry had ample opportunity to find clothing that fit him well. Upon donning the garments, he felt for the first time that he resembled a typical wizard, no longer clad in ill-fitting attire that resembled a tent. He pondered that, given sufficient time, he would desire to purchase even more appropriate clothing. Once Hermione concluded her selection of dresses, Harry eagerly awaited to see her choices, only for Hermione to cheekily stick out her tongue and declare, "If I wear this at Hogwarts, you will be the first to see it." As the clock approached 5 o'clock, they finally completed their shopping list for Hogwarts and indulged in a few ice creams, in addition to acquiring a new broomstick. "What do you think about strolling through the streets of London? This outfit is simply atrocious," Harry remarked, gesturing to his attire, to which Hermione nodded in agreement. They entered a nearby Muggle shop, where they spent another half-hour selecting clothing for Harry. The store clerk, noticing Harry in Dudley's old clothes, couldn't he help but say, "If you wish, you can change here. You look absolutely dreadful in that outfit." Harry changed into a fitted pair of jeans and a t-shirt emblazoned with a fire-breathing dragon. Gazing at his reflection, he found it quite amusing. He mused to himself how astonishing it was that Muggles genuinely believed such things existed. They wandered into a secluded alley, where Harry carefully stowed their bags before the pair began their journey back to the leaky cauldron. Along the way, they exchanged playful banter and, in a moment of affection, shared their first kiss in front of others. After all, in this Muggle world, no one recognized the illustrious Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Suddenly inspired, Harry suggested to Hermione, "How about we take the subway back? I've never ridden one in my life." Hermione readily agreed. On their return journey, they held sandwiches in one hand while their other hands remained intertwined. Upon finishing their meal, Harry felt a surge of joy, never having imagined he could so thoroughly enjoy such ordinary experiences, all while his beloved Hermione remained by his side. "Next time, let us invite Ron along, or perhaps him and some other friends. You know how ravenous he can be," Harry chuckled. Of course, he would surely be delighted. "These sandwiches are indeed delicious," Hermione replied as she gently brushed a crumb from Harry's cheek. "You're like a child. Thank you for always being by my side, Hermione," Harry sincerely expressed before they arrived at the leaky cauldron. "Harry, I'm the one who is truly fortunate," Hermione tenderly replied. Under the warm glow of the setting sun, they shared a long, passionate kiss. "It's time to head back," Hermione spoke as she grasped Harry's hand. "How about a trip to the cinema for our next date? What do you think?" As Harry entered the leaky cauldron, he replied, "Of course, Hermione, but I shall choose the film." With a determined tone, Hermione poured some Floo powder into the fireplace and stepped into the Floo network. Following her, Harry felt a profound change within himself compared to when he had arrived that afternoon. Chapter 22. The Wealthy and the Powerful. Upon Harry's arrival at number 4, the Dursleys' abode, the serene calm of the morning had vanished. The house was now bustling with people. The entire Weasley family had gathered, along with several unfamiliar guests whom Harry had never met. His gaze fell upon Hermione, who was warmly embracing a blonde girl. The girl's long hair appeared slightly disheveled and dirted. Her brows were faint, yet her large eyes seemed perpetually filled with surprise. Beside her stood an older man, resembling Arthur, but with a beard and a more imposing stature. "We're so glad you could come. Dinner is almost ready, and there are more guests arriving, Mrs. Weasley said as she carried a large box filled with what seemed to be cream. "Harry, let me introduce you. This is Luna Lovegood and her father, Xenophilius Lovegood." Mr. Weasley drew the assembled guests a little closer. "Luna, Xenophilius, this is Harry Potter, our dear friend." "Of course, I know Harry. Goodness, Arthur at this point. Who hasn't heard of this chosen one?" Xenophilius remarked, performing a somewhat comical bow. I've seen him at school. Over the years, he has ventured into the forbidden third floor, found and closed the Chamber of Secrets, and has even been pursued by Sirius Black. I believe he has nearly broken half of the school's rules. Yet he's a genuinely good person and quite handsome, Luna exclaimed, her inquisitive gaze drifting towards the fireplace. Harry quickly clarified, I did not intend to break any rules, and I was indeed trying to help. If it weren't for my friends, I might have met with disaster during my first year. At that moment, he noticed Hermione heading upstairs. His heart yearned to accompany her. Yet Luna and her father were right before him, making it impossible to extricate himself. Well, I thought that after your return, we could play a bit of Quidditch and then head to Diagon Alley to buy your books, Ron said, approaching with a few folding chairs, his voice tinged with disappointment. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Lovegood, the table is ready. Let us proceed to the garden. Everyone began to make their way outside, while Harry and Ron lagged behind slightly. So how was your first date with Hermione? And what about the bank situation? Ron inquired curiously. There are many stories to tell, Harry replied, stepping out into the garden while continually glancing back for Hermione. All right, we'll talk more tomorrow. By the way, your robes are quite lovely, Ron said, eyeing Harry from head to toe. Are they new? Of course, they're new. Do you think Dolly's clothes would look like this? Harry responded with a smile. Do you like it? I have a few shirts that should fit you quite well. You should give them a try. Ron recalled having purchased several shirts at a Muggle shop, one of which resembled his own, except instead of a dragon, it bore the image of a phoenix. Although the design was somewhat peculiar and bore little resemblance to a real phoenix. No, thank you, Harry, I have more than enough clothes. Ron replied as they both made their way to the table and took their seats. I suppose this must have been inherited from Fred and George, right? Don't worry, Ron. It's just clothing, Harry remarked, glancing at the prepared plates. And it even has an R on the front, he added with a hint of sarcasm. They exchanged a smile, and Ron began to eat heartily. Ron, wait for everyone. Hermione isn't here yet, Mr. Weasley called from the other side of the table. I'm here. I just want to get this. Hermione's voice came from behind Harry. Filled with joy, he quickly turned around to see her holding a slightly misshapen round package, which she then placed on the table, sitting right beside him. Looking at him, Hermione carefully handed him the package, a gentle smile gracing her face. Happy birthday, Harry. I know it's nearly a month late, but I couldn't send it to Privet Drive. It would have raised suspicions or been intercepted by your aunt and uncle. And with everything that has happened recently, I just haven't had the time. As she spoke, she gently took his hand under the table, affectionately stroking it. Harry felt an overwhelming urge to grasp her hand tightly and kiss her, but Hermione almost instantly shook her head, as if she had accurately anticipated his thoughts. Harry, open it. I really want to see what Hermione got you. I hope it's not a round book, Ron eagerly urged, wanting to see Hermione's gift. Harry complied, slowly unwrapping the package to reveal a beautiful quaffle. It was not a standard sphere, but its vibrant orange color was striking, adorned with the emblem of his favorite team. The Chudley Cannons, with their beloved old slogan inscribed below, "We shall win." Harry's heart swelled with joy. Not only was the quaffle beautiful, but it was also a gift from his girlfriend. It's lovely, Hermione. Thank you, he said, gently kissing her cheek, and, while no one was watching, he attempted to steal a kiss at the corner of her mouth. Initially, Hermione seemed taken aback, but she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. I ordered this from the catalog last year. It wasn't very expensive, she said as everyone began to enjoy the feast. The dinner was utterly delightful, featuring sweet cream and an array of exquisite desserts, leaving Harry thoroughly satisfied and unable to eat another bite. He listened intently to the hushed conversations around him while engaging in cheerful banter with Ron and Hermione, who recounted the events that had transpired since their departure from Gringotts, including Hermione's acquisition of nearly 50 books and Harry's slightly excessive spending on Floo powder. Alternatively, they might have shared amusing anecdotes from the Muggle world. Occasionally, Luna would join their conversation, occasionally offering peculiar and intriguing insights. Harry realized that he genuinely cherished Luna's company. What a splendid dinner, Mr. Weasley exclaimed. He lit several candles as night had quietly descended, while his wife busied herself clearing the table. At that moment, several owls swooped in, one of which, a brown owl, carried a large parcel. Hedwig's arrival filled Harry with elation. He immediately noticed it bore a letter, along with the customary feather from Griffin. Mr. Weasley reached out to grasp the owl and began to unwrap the parcel. Harry, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly opened the letter, which contained only a few brief lines. I'm glad you are well, little one. I've been well too. Buckbeak has been a bit restless due to his inability to fly, but I have procured the finest food for him. Concerning your scar, I am unsure. You should consult Hermione and Dumbledore, as they may have insights. Just as Mr. Weasley was about to finish reading, he suddenly exclaimed, Merlin, what is this? How could this be? He then swiftly turned to Harry. Harry was utterly perplexed, unsure of what was happening, but Hermione held his hand tightly, offering him silent support. Harry, did you transfer 100,000 galleons to our account? Mr. Weasley queried, his face a mixture of bewilderment and perhaps a hint of anger, but mostly astonishment. Everyone, including Luna, Xenophilius, and Ron, gaped in disbelief. Do not misconstrue this, Mr. Weasley. I merely wish for your family to thrive. You have all taken such good care of me, and I am immensely grateful. Thus, I wish to assist you in any way I can. To be honest, I even restrain myself, for if it were solely my decision, I would bestow upon you half of my wealth. Harry gazed earnestly at Mr. Weasley and his wife. Harry, I do not believe you harbor any ill intentions, but this is simply too much. It amounts to nearly a lifetime's earnings without spending a single galleon. It is excessive. Mr. Weasley took a moment to compose himself, sipping from what resembled butterbeer, and responded, I shall visit Gringotts tomorrow to return every galleon to you. There is just a small issue, Hermione interjected. Dear, what do you mean? Mrs. Weasley inquired, her eyes wide with surprise, though they appeared reddened from tears. I have established a stipulation. They cannot conduct any transactions from their account to mine. Should they attempt it, they will receive an additional 1,000 galleons. Harry shrugged and took a sip of pumpkin juice, speaking leisurely. My dear, you have already done enough for this family. You should tend to your own affairs and not worry about us, Mrs. Weasley said, her eyes widening further, as if on the verge of tears. Harry sighed softly, knowing that to persuade them, he must present a compelling rationale. Thus, he slowly rose to his feet. Today I visited Gringotts, where they read me my parents' will. They entrusted me with complete control over their estate and granted me independence. Thus, I now possess not only my vault at Hogwarts, but also that of the Potter family. As the head of the family, I wield authority over everything. He raised his hand to display a ring crafted from obsidian and silver. And I resolved to make certain adjustments according to my desires, for I find myself with surplus funds. Should I not share this fortune with my dearest ones? I would indeed be remiss. Hence, I established a vault for Hermione as well. I shall not disclose the amounts we each possess, yet I declare this is my intention. Should you wish to return the money, I would accept it, but my gift is given with utmost sincerity. I do not wish for you to perceive me differently. Yet I hope to assist. I understand that making such decisions alone is selfish, but allow me this indulgence just this once. Everyone was taken aback by Harry's words, and Mr. Weasley pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, Harry, thank you for your affection towards this family. We cherish your friendship, so do not think your presence among us is merely due to your wealth. Once more, thank you, Harry, for everything. Everyone rose, sincerely expressing their gratitude to Harry. Fred and George generously gifted him several magical trinkets from the Weasley collection, only to receive a stern reprimand from their mother. Ginny attempted to embrace Harry, yet Ron promptly interposed himself, preventing any undue intimacy. Nevertheless, Ginny managed to hug Harry tightly and planted several kisses on his cheek. In haste, Harry pushed her away, wiping his face with his shirt sleeve. Hermione laughed heartily at the scene. Harry inwardly wished to erase this moment from his life. Charlie grasped his hand firmly, solemnly stating that he owed Harry a significant favor and would assist him with anything. Bill ran his fingers through his hair, removed his dragon tooth earring, and gifted it to Harry as a token of his esteem. Mrs. Weasley enveloped him in a warm embrace, nearly rendering him breathless. Meanwhile, Luna and Xenophilius stood by, smiling and praising him. As the group gradually settled down and tidied the table, they returned indoors. They eagerly engaged in a game, exploring the workings of the Weasley family's magical gadgets. Fred and George elaborated on most of them, particularly the ones designed for skipping classes. After a while, they resumed playing a new game of Quidditch. Mrs. Weasley tried to dissuade them from playing indoors while simultaneously bidding farewell to Charlie, who was returning to his department in Romania. She then extended her farewells to Bill, who had numerous tasks awaiting him at Gringotts, assuring his mother he would not return until matters settled down. I suppose we should be on our way, Luna, Xenophilius remarked. Just then, Mr. Weasley suggested they utilize the Floo network, sparing them from the chill of the night air. Harry, do you have any Floo powder? Mr. Weasley inquired. Harry took out the necklace and the Floo powder, displaying the 10-kilogram bag. Upon seeing this, Mr. Weasley immediately began to express his discontent. In a moment of inspiration, Harry devised a plan that would alleviate Mr. Weasley's concerns. Do not worry, Mr. Weasley. I shall give half to Xenophilius as a token of our friendship, along with his daughter. Right, Luna? Harry said with a smile, his eyes glinting with anticipation, hoping she would chime in. Yes, Dad, we're running low. and it serves as a symbol of friendship that cannot be refused, Luna responded, albeit with her characteristic peculiar demeanor. Yet, she proved to be a good friend, prompting Harry to mentally note that he should spend more time with her upon their return to Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Xenophilius promptly took half of the Floo powder, bowed in gratitude to Harry, and then departed through the Floo network. Goodbye, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny. See you at Hogwarts, Luna said just before vanishing into the emerald flames. A few minutes later, Mrs. Weasley ushered them off to bed. Everyone ascended the stairs to their respective rooms, and Harry entered Ron's chamber, asking him to wait a moment. He turned to fetch Hermione, carefully donning the invisibility cloak before stepping out to retrieve his girlfriend. Before long, he returned with Hermione. Harry was acutely aware that his actions might surprise everyone, yet his intention was merely to reciprocate the warmth of their friendship. He hoped they would understand his heartfelt gesture and not perceive him differently due to financial matters. He cherished a bond with the Weasley family, which he held in the highest regard. He believed that true friendship remains unaltered by wealth. Chapter 23. To Silverhands Harry. You nearly frightened me to death when you entered the room. I almost attacked you, Hermione said, her expression slightly anxious after casting a silencing charm on the door. I was the one nearly scared to death. If you had attacked me, Hermione, I would have surely begged for mercy, Harry replied, gently wrapping his arms around her waist in an attempt to draw her closer. However, Hermione's eyes widened in surprise as she abruptly pulled away from him. Harry nearly stumbled at her astonishment, only to be met with a burst of laughter from the room. Hermione, calm down. If they see us being affectionate outside, everyone will know within a week, Ron remarked from his bed, covering his eyes with his hand, seemingly unwilling to witness their display of affection. I have no objection to you being a couple, but I hope you save your romantic moments for yourselves, he added, clearing his throat with a teasing tone. Hearing this, Hermione couldn't help but laugh as she approached Ron with a light step, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Thank you for your understanding, Ron. You truly are the best friend to both of us, she said, planting a kiss on his cheek. Ron grunted in response, sidestepping to sit beside Harry. As Harry gazed upon the harmonious interaction between his girlfriend and his closest friend, a warm sense of happiness surged within him. So, Harry, what brings you here? Hermione inquired curiously, seated beside him. Potter, had you not assured me of your noble intentions while boasting about your girlfriend, I would have been unforgiving, Ron jested, eliciting laughter from the group. No, truly, we will share everything we experienced. We barely scratched the surface during dinner. Honestly, without Hermione, I would surely have given you a headache, perhaps even caused one for myself, Harry explained with a smile. They proceeded to recount their adventures, pausing occasionally to allow Ron to ask questions, which not only enriched Ron's understanding of the events, but also aided them in recalling the unfolding narrative. When they reached the part about the Sword of Gryffindor, Ron's eyes widened with excitement, as if he were beholding the most wondrous treasure in existence. Moments later, he was on the verge of tears, his emotions overflowing. Upon discovering that Harry was a Horcrux, a torrent of questions escaped his lips, mirroring those previously asked. He also shared information provided by Priscilla and details concerning the aftermath of the Apatios. Ron appeared utterly bewildered when he learned of Harry's billionaire status, along with ownership of an ancient vault brimming with countless treasures and an entire island under his name. After discussing their shopping escapades, they displayed a necklace and 2 rings to Ron, along with various items, including a shirt they had purchased for him. Have you not yet perused your father's notes? Ron asked, reminding Harry about the Marauder's map and the investigation he had undertaken, as he retrieved the map and the notes from the necklace. Harry read the notes on the map intently. The content was concise yet informative. It specified 3 passwords to unlock the new modifications and detailed how the map was created and altered. Harry, don't you think we should attempt these modifications? Ron suggested, stifling a yawn, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I believe it's worth a try, Harry, Hermione chimed in, her gaze focused and earnest. All right, what is the first step, Hermione? Harry inquired, his tone brimming with curiosity. While the map is closed, concentrate on the object you wish to locate. Then place your wand upon the map and recite the following incantation. Reveal to me the hidden. Let me know of that which can be stolen. Then remove your wand, and the map will unfold. The locations of all items possessing similar magical records or physical characteristics will be revealed, Hermione concluded, raising an eyebrow. I wish your father could have made this simpler. Harry, these words make it seem as though you are engaged in some nefarious activity, Ron remarked. However, I believe this could be a splendid feature if you seek something specific. Harry picked up the most recent book at hand, History of Magic, Volume 2, and meticulously envisioned its appearance in his mind. He then diligently followed the outlined steps. As the map began to take shape, it revealed not only the inhabitants of Hogwarts, but also small dots resembling books, nearly all concentrated in the library. Some were located in classrooms, others in the Gryffindor common room, and even one in Hagrid's hut. Adjacent to these dots were labels indicating Rubius Hagrid, Keeper of Keys and Grounds, and Fong, Boarhound. Wow, this is fantastic. Now, if I misplay something, finding it will be much easier, Ron exclaimed excitedly while observing the map. Are there more steps, or is that all? He inquired curiously, following Peeves' trail. All right, proceed. Once the map is open, point your wand at one of the items, and it will reveal what the item is, who it belongs to, and whether there are any protective measures in place to retrieve it. Warning: it can only detect low to medium level protections. Advanced or higher level protections will not be detected and will display as smudged. Hermione read, reclining on her bed with a focused expression. Harry followed her instructions, pointing at a section of the restricted books in the library, and words appeared. Title: Guide to Dark Creatures and How to Vanquish Them. Wow, that sounds intriguing. Owner: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, accessible only to 5th through 7th year students. Of course, reminiscent of Mad-Eye Moody, who pilfered several volumes his 3rd year, with a little help from the pointy end of a fork. Protective measures: Madam Pants, Filch. Too simple for a troublemaker. He is quite serious. This will be immensely helpful, Harry remarked, contemplating how advantageous it would be if other features were equally effective, allowing him to strategize confidently when attempting to acquire a particular item. However, I feel those notes are somewhat unnecessary, Hermione yawned, displaying a hint of fatigue. Ron also appeared weary. After a while, he turned to Hermione, offering to escort her back to her room, but she had already succumbed to sleep on the bed. It's quite late. We should retire for the night, he noted, observing her peaceful slumber. With one arm wrapped around her waist and the other behind her knees, Harry carefully lifted her. Hermione instinctively clutched his neck, while Ron silently draped the invisibility cloak over Harry, adjusting it before opening the door. Moments later, he arrived in the room, slid the cloak aside, and gently set Hermione down, who immediately curled up. Harry brushed a strand of hair from her face and turned to leave, but Hermione grasped his arm. He thought she had awakened, yet her eyes remained closed. Harry, Hermione whispered softly. He approached and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Promise you won't ever leave me. With a sigh, she adjusted her position slightly, allowing Harry to withdraw his hand. I promise, Harry replied, his tone both resolute and tender. He picked up the invisibility cloak and departed the room. In Ron's quarters, Ron had already fallen asleep, and Harry soon followed suit. In the forthcoming week, Ron, Percy, and his father were seldom at home. They departed each morning before anyone else rose and returned only after dinner each night, creating a sense of chaos. Whenever they encountered family members, they would lament about the overwhelming workload and the cacophony they endured daily. Harry listened quietly to Mr. Weasley, nodding occasionally and posing a few questions to demonstrate his understanding and concern. Harry was quite fond of the Weasley family clock, which, devoid of numbers and even the semblance of time, displayed 11 golden hands, each labeled with various titles such as home, work, school, on the way home, in the hospital, and in prison. Between 11 and 12, one hand indicated extremely dangerous. Following the events of the World Cup, nearly all the hands had remained fixed on home, save for 4 that indicated work belonging to Mr. Weasley, Charlie, Bill, and Percy. The day after the World Cup, Mrs. Weasley added 2 silver hands inscribed with the names Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, serving the same purpose. At times, Harry felt a twinge of discomfort as his hand, despite being situated in the Weasley living room, would flicker to extremely dangerous before promptly returning to home. After observing this phenomenon a few times, he noted that it seemed perpetually on the brink of danger, and thus ceased to watch it. Harry persuaded Hermione to assist him in duplicating and enchanting a photograph of his mother, where she beamed and waved, blowing a kiss. He intended to send this photograph to Aunt Petunia, as he had promised. After several attempts, the photograph was finally stabilized. It appeared normal, yet would spring to life whenever Lily was mentioned, ultimately returning to a cheerful stillness. He hoped his aunt would appreciate this gesture, but felt it prudent to accompany it with a letter explaining its significance and requesting that she keep it from Vernon's view. He lamented the lack of time spent alone with Hermione, yet made the most of their interactions, engaging in playful banter, conversing, and sharing snippets of their lives. He also began to study the parchment that Priscilla had given him, opting to commence with physical training, which entailed a series of exercises lasting 1 to 2 hours. By the end, his body ached, yet the thought of this being the first step towards greater strength filled him with joy. However, Hermione did not overlook his discomfort and that evening invited him to sneak into her room. Following her instructions, he discovered she had prepared a potion to alleviate his pain, and he kissed her in gratitude. The two lay on the bed, Harry sitting with Hermione's head resting on his chest as he tenderly stroked her hair. Cherishing the extraordinary moment, he lingered as long as he could until Hermione insisted he return to sleep, playfully nudging him away, for he wished to stay a while longer. When he ventured to the small village to mail the letter, Ron and Ginny accompanied him, as Hermione remained behind to assist Mrs. Weasley in preparing dinner. Upon arriving at the village, he discovered that Ron and Ginny were utterly oblivious to the Muggle world, asking an array of questions, their astonishment palpable. Some of their inquiries were so rudimentary that Harry began to wonder whether he, too, was equally uninformed about the magical realm. Even the act of affixing a stamp to a letter bound for number 4, Privet Drive, captivated Ron, which struck the local Muggles as quite peculiar. After mailing the letter, just before leaving the post office, a passerby approached Harry, inquiring if he was a visitor. With a beaming smile, Harry quickly confirmed this, eager to avoid further questioning, as he claimed to have lived near the village all along. Chapter 24. Back to school the day preceding their journey to Platform 9 for the train to Hogwarts. The skies seemed to rupture, unleashing a torrential downpour that enveloped the world in a shroud of rain. Hermione sat in the solitary armchair, immersed in a copy of fourth-year spell rules. Although Harry harbored some skepticism, she appeared to be nearing the conclusion of her reading. Seeing her so engrossed, he seized the opportunity to settle on the floor at her feet, alongside the broom maintenance tools gifted to him the previous year. As he pondered Hermione's upcoming birthday and what gift might delight her, he concluded that her greatest love was likely books. Thus, he began to tend to his firebolt, meticulously trimming small twigs and sanding it down. He replaced the worn branches, discarding the most damaged parts. Meanwhile, Hermione would occasionally, when unobserved, tenderly stroke Harry's hair, as if this had become an unspoken game between them. In fleeting moments unnoticed by others, Hermione would offer him a gentle gesture, to which Harry would respond with a soft caress of her cheek. "What are you plotting?" Mrs. Weasley's gaze suddenly fell upon the twins, who were whispering in a corner and scribbling on a piece of parchment. "It's homework, Mum. We always leave it until the last moment," Fred replied, pen still dancing across the paper, his eyes not lifting. "How odd. You never do any work," Ginny teased as she entered. "Your father is on his way back, Mrs. Weasley remarked, glancing at the clock. The hand slowly transitioned from working to on the way, finally settling firmly on home. However, Harry's hand abruptly leapt to mortal peril before swiftly returning to home. This anomaly cast a shadow of displeasure across everyone's faces, yet none could alter the clock's state. Just then, a commotion arose from the adjacent room as Mr. Weasley appeared at the doorway, his expression grave. "Things have escalated," he announced, draping his cloak and taking a seat beside Charlie, who was tending to the fire. Today, Rita Skeeter was prying around the Ministry of Magic and learned about Bertha's disappearance. She immediately sought out Bagman, bombarding him with a barrage of questions that nearly drove him to exasperation. We had urged her several times to send someone to search, and even Percy's superior, Mr. Crouch, had to intervene. Thank heavens, it was finally managed. Moreover, she had yet to realize that Mr. Crouch's house elf, Winky, had been missing for nearly 3 days. When Winky returned, Mr. Crouch dismissed her. The poor elf had been causing quite a commotion in the ministry, desperately pleading with Mr. Crouch to rehire her, utterly heartbroken. I could well imagine how the headline would read. Head of Magical Games Department loses employee. International Magical Cooperation Chief shows callousness towards his servant. Mr. Wesley grew increasingly indignant. Mr. Crouch was not at fault. That elf was far too irresponsible. I searched for her in the woods for several hours. She merely hid out of fear. This was what she deserved. Just then, Percy arrived and hurriedly defended Mr. Crouch. If you wish to hear my opinion, Mr. Crouch is fortunate that the Daily Prophet has yet to uncover his mistreatment of the elf. Hermione, infuriated, set her book down and prepared to join the fray. Look, Percy raised his voice and retorted angrily. Hermione, a high-ranking official like Mr. Crouch deserves absolute obedience from his servants. You mean slaves? Hermione's sharp voice sliced through the air. Why not pay Winky a wage, right? Good heavens, Hermione. That is utter nonsense. Percy's words had not yet finished when Harry stood up in fury. His anger stemmed not only from Percy's loud reprimand towards Hermione, but also from the realization that Percy's thoughts increasingly mirrored those of the pure-blood adherents, distancing him from the Wesley family. Silence, Percy. You will see that it is people like you and your sanctimonious Mr. Crouch who have soured the relationship between the magical world and magical beings. Just as Voldemort's followers believe in pure-blood supremacy, deeming those different from them unworthy of respect, even unworthy of a dignified life, relegating them to mere refuse on the streets. Yet they are also ordinary beings. House elves are flesh and blood, capable of thought. They would even lay down their lives for those who show them no kindness. Harry's face flushed as he fixed his gaze on Percy, shouting, "Harry, I only." Percy attempted to explain, but Harry offered no opportunity for dialogue, continuing, "You defend Mr. Crouch as if he has done something remarkable for you, Percy. For heaven's sake, he considers you just an ordinary employee, while a house elf would risk her life to care for you. I know a house elf who fought against a malevolent force far stronger than himself to protect me. Although he did not succeed, he stood against his own master for the sake of a person he had never even met. It is solely because he perceives me as a grand sorcerer, despite my nascent acquaintance with magic. Therefore, Percy, I sincerely hope you do not genuinely hold such a belief. I urge you to extend an apology to Hermione, for she is unequivocally correct." After Harry spoke, he awaited Percy's response in silence, whether it be an apology or a retort. However, Percy merely stared at Harry in astonishment, rendered speechless. "I believe it is time for you all to check the luggage." Mr. Weasley shattered the awkward silence. "Come on, everyone, immediately." Harry swiftly gathered his broom, maintenance tools, and firebolt, resting the broom upon his shoulder, prompting Hermione and Ron to hurriedly assist him. The trio was the first to exit the room, followed closely by Ginny, as Fred and George packed their belongings and departed. They overheard their father admonishing Percy, "I hope this serves as a lesson for you. Reflect on what Harry has said." Subsequently, all ascended the stairs to continue with the Weasley family's magical practice. Upon returning to Ron's room, they stowed all their belongings within a necklace, then collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion. Hermione's face was tinged with a faint flush of anger as she sat upon Harry's bed. "He deserves it, Mr. Crouch this, Mr. Crouch that. I have had enough of it." "Thank you, Harry, for silencing him," Ron remarked while mimicking Percy's voice. "I should not have uttered those words. I instigated the dispute," Hermione gently said, caressing Harry's hair, who quietly relished the tender touch of his girlfriend. "No, it is he, Hermione. His thoughts increasingly terrify my parents, and even we are concerned. He resembles a blind devotee rather than an ordinary employee. If Harry does not intervene, he is bound to cause significant trouble at some juncture." Ron mused, gazing at a poster of the Chudley Cannons. "I merely think that the little elf is excessively attached to Mr. Crouch. She deserves better treatment," Harry concluded, recalling his brief interaction with Winky, who initially reminded him of Dobby, and he genuinely wished to assist her. The rain intensified. The sound of raindrops against the window grew louder, and the howling wind violently shook the panes, not to mention the wretched wails of the ghost in the attic. Pigwidgeon began to buzz anxiously in his cage, eliciting weary glances from Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Give him some owl treats," Ron suggested, tossing a packet of snacks to Harry, hoping it might quell the creature's restlessness. Harry rose, stuffing the treats through the bars, before returning to the bed. This time, Hermione lay down, with Harry beside her, using his arm as her pillow, his hand gently resting upon her chest as he embraced her tenderly. "I do not believe I shall take that garment to Hogwarts this term," Ron remarked, pointing at a dress that appeared to be entirely frayed. "Mother claims it is a formal gown, but it is simply atrocious. She must be jesting. The young couple must have already purchased their attire, haven't they?" "Indeed, we have. Hermione chose mine, and I was utterly at a loss in the boutique," Harry chuckled, while Hermione nestled her face against Harry's shoulder, filling his heart with warmth. "I would never wear such a thing," Ron stubbornly declared. "Never. Why not order one by mail? I could lend you some money, mate, after all. You know I have an abundance of it at the moment." Harry relished Hermione's gentle caress on his chest as he spoke. "No, Harry, that's too much. You've already given to my family, to Hermione, and now you wish to give to me," Ron replied, while Hermione playfully stuck her tongue out at him from the other side. Yet, Ron remained unfazed, continuing to gaze at the ceiling. "Well then, perhaps you should go without. It might attract a few girls. I could capture a memento of the occasion, though I suspect you might feel quite chilly," Harry quipped, tenderly stroking Hermione's hair. Ron pondered for a few moments before conceding, "Fine, I'll order it, but I promise to pay you back, Harry." With that, he sat up and tossed a pillow at Harry. Harry blocked it with his arm, placing the pillow atop his head, grinning as he said, "All right, I could certainly use your assistance, Wesley, perhaps 1,000 favors to settle the debt." "If the need arises, a multitude of favors, Ron," Hermione interjected, planting a kiss on Harry, who gladly accepted, "You know what I mean." "Oh, Merlin, no, please, not in my room." Ron clasped his hands together, as if in prayer, causing everyone to erupt in laughter. The following morning, as the holiday drew to a close, a subtle melancholy filled the air, with rain persistently tapping against the windows. Harry donned a fresh pair of jeans and a light blue sweatshirt, intending to wear his school robes on the Hogwarts Express. As they descended for breakfast, Mrs. Wesley hurried towards the fireplace, clutching a quill, ink, and parchment. "Make way, this is urgent," she exclaimed, rushing past everyone like a gust of wind. A stranger's voice resonated from the fireplace, accompanied by Mr. Wesley's. "Arthur, it's truly a disaster. The Muggle neighbors heard the explosion and the screams and have alerted those who monitor our world." "What do they call them, Morris?" "Arthur, you must go immediately," the voice urged anxiously. Harry stepped into the room, hardly believing the scene before him. A man's head appeared in the flames, seemingly unaffected by the fire. Despite sparks and flames leaping around him, he appeared entirely detached from the chaos. "What is that madman saying? What has transpired?" Mr. Wesley picked up the ink, ready to take notes, inquiring. "He claims he heard noises from below the house, assumed it was an intruder, and cast a spell. It ended up hitting a few trash bins, which are now ablaze and flying everywhere. The Aurors arrived and witnessed part of the scene." The man recounted in detail. "I shall make my way there shortly. It is imperative that I resolve this predicament before anyone discovers it, lest the Daily Prophet gets wind of it, which will be disastrous. As I traverse the path, I shall contemplate matters concerning my department, pondering how to address this issue," Mr. Wesley remarked as he donned his cloak. "I apologize, Molly. I regret to intrude upon you, but given that today marks the commencement of your husband's new position, only Arthur can assist me." "It is quite all right," Mrs. Wesley replied. "Are you certain you do not wish to indulge in a slice of toast before departing?" The wizard hesitated for a moment. "Very well, but just a single slice," he responded cheerfully. Mrs. Wesley retrieved a piece of toast and, with tongs, offered it to the wizard's lips. "Thank you," he uttered, and with a snap, he vanished, leaving only embers in his wake. Mr. Wesley bid farewell to all, combing his hair, kissed his wife, and wished the children a splendid year before disappearing himself. "Isn't that Mad-Eye Moody?" Fred suddenly remarked as they enjoyed their meal. "Indeed, yes. Your father holds him in high esteem. He was once a great Auror and an old friend of Dumbledore," Mrs. Wesley responded. "Well, father does collect connections," George teased. "Who is Mad-Eye Moody?" Harry could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, his interest thoroughly piqued. "He is a retired wizard who previously worked at the Ministry of Magic." Charlie replied between bites. "I met him once when Dad took me to work. He was an Auror, perhaps one of the finest, a hunter of dark wizards. Half of Azkaban cells are filled because of him, but I have heard that he has become rather paranoid in his old age. He no longer trusts anyone and sees dark wizards everywhere." After breakfast, everyone prepared to head to King's Cross Station, even Percy, who had ceased his usual chatter, yet still wished to accompany them, considering they had an abundance of trunks and belongings. Harry resolved to place everything within his necklace, meticulously organizing them according to their owners' names. Naturally, pets could not be included, as he was uncertain of their survival within it. Soon, they made their way to the Leaky Cauldron, where Harry and Hermione found themselves separated by the throng. "I apologize, Harry, but I'm exceedingly excited about my first job, and I hope this does not alter our relationship," Percy said somewhat forlornly. "It is perfectly fine, Percy, but you need not apologize to me. Rather, you should extend your apologies to Hermione," Harry asserted confidently, believing his stance to be just. "You are right. I am sorry, Hermione. My behavior towards you yesterday was unacceptable. I sincerely apologize." Percy offered a slight bow to Hermione, prompting curious glances from passers-by. "It is quite all right. Do not concern yourself. I merely hope you will no longer support those foolish laws regarding magical creatures," Hermione said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Mrs. Wesley instructed Harry to summon 3 Muggle taxis. To be frank, Harry had never hailed a taxi before, yet he presumed it would not be overly complicated. However, during the process of calling for the vehicle, he faltered, ultimately delegating the task to Hermione. When the taxis arrived, the drivers displayed evident displeasure at the sight of so many passengers, accompanied by an owl and a cat. Compounding the situation, Crookshanks grew increasingly agitated due to the rain. Thus, as they approached King's Cross Station, the scratches on Harry's skin outnumbered the unblemished areas. And Hermione fared no better. Only Ron remained unscathed, as he held tightly to the little pig, keeping it calm. Upon disembarking, the relentless rain quickly drenched them. They made their way along the platform, cautiously evading the curious glances of onlookers. Harry spotted the wall marked with 9 and 10, as well as a clock in the center. They resolved to split up, recognizing that if Muggles witnessed an entire family vanishing through a wall, it would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention. Harry, Hermione, and Ron proceeded first, as they were accompanied by Crookshanks, the little pig, and Hedwig, who was indignant at being ignored by Harry. Their pets were incessantly vocal. After ensuring no one was watching, they bravely passed through the wall. Once through, They beheld the splendid, deep crimson exterior of the Hogwarts Express, alongside a throng of students and their parents. In a hurried manner, they boarded the train amidst the rain, their urgency suggesting that any delay might result in the train departing without them. After considerable effort, they located an empty compartment in the middle carriage and hastily stowed their luggage inside. As they packed, they murmured fervently, emphasizing the necessity of having their belongings securely arranged in their respective rooms upon arrival at Hogwarts. Once their luggage was secured, they swiftly disembarked from the train to bid farewell to Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, and Percy on the platform. Charlie wore a gentle smile as he lightly patted Ginny's shoulder, saying, "Perhaps we will meet sooner than you expect." With that, he opened his arms and enveloped Ginny in a tender embrace. Fred, observing nearby, scratched his head in curiosity and asked, "Why is that?" "Charlie, your words have piqued my curiosity. Do tell." With a mischievous grin, Charlie replied, "You'll find out in due time." Following this, he embraced his brothers with such vigor that they could not help but complain. "Ouch! Charlie, are you trying to suffocate us?" George exclaimed dramatically. Bill then approached and, smiling at Ginny, remarked, "Perhaps I shall visit Hogwarts soon." He then kissed Ginny on the cheek before turning to Percy and bestowing a kiss upon his face as well. Observing this, George's eyes widened, and he promptly inquired, "Why is that? Are you hiding something from us?" At that moment, all the train whistles pierced the air with a sharp urgency, as if urging them to hasten aboard without further delay. Hermione nimbly boarded the train, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, and promptly leaned out of the window. She called out to Mrs. Weasley on the platform, "Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Weasley. It has truly been a bother for you." Harry followed suit, poking his head out and adding, "We really appreciate it, Mrs. Weasley. I hope we haven't caused you too much trouble." Mrs. Weasley smiled warmly, waving her hand. "Oh, I'm delighted. Truly, you're just like family to me. Perhaps you want to be able to visit this Christmas, but rest assured, I will send you gifts." Upon hearing this, Ron, somewhat irate, shouted, "Mum, what is it that you know that we don't? Don't keep us in the dark. Please tell us." Mrs. Weasley, observing Ron's anxious expression, replied with a chuckle, "Oh, you'll find out tonight. I assure you, it will be quite thrilling. And I am relieved that the rules have changed. Otherwise, I would have been exceedingly worried." The train emitted a loud whistle once more before it began to move slowly, its wheels turning as it gradually departed the platform. Fred, in a state of agitation, stomped his feet and shouted at the window, "What is going to happen? Mum, just give us a hint. It's driving me mad." Yet Mrs. Weasley merely smiled and waved her hand, bidding them a final farewell. Harry, Hermione, and Ron returned to their compartment as the rain intensified, drumming violently against the windows with a deafening clatter. The outside world was rendered a blurred haze by the incessant downpour, revealing only a misty landscape. As Harry sat in his seat, an inexplicable unease surged within him, as if he sensed the ominous danger indicated by the Weasley clock, akin to an invisible hand swiftly closing in on them. "We will aid you in your trials," a deep male voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "If you follow the instructions given by Prisco, you will grow strong." Shortly after, a gentle female voice accompanied it. Harry jolted in surprise, a wave of confusion washing over him. What was happening to him? Was he on the brink of madness? He even wondered if Voldemort had invaded his thoughts. Anxiety gripped him as he pondered whether he was losing his sanity or if it was indeed Voldemort's essence at play. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Although he was aware that a fragment of Voldemort's soul was intertwined with his, he had never imagined it would speak directly to him. After a brief moment, he vigorously shook his head, dismissing the terrifying notion, considering that if it were truly the voice of his greatest adversary, the enemy would surely exploit this opportunity to manipulate him or attempt to control him, ultimately leading to his demise. Yet, these voices merely offered him counsel. What could this possibly mean? Harry, Hermione and Ron anxiously called out to him, yet Harry remained lost in the tumult of his thoughts, oblivious to their cries until the sixth call jolted him back to reality. He noticed a pair of amber eyes, filled with concern, gazing at him. Those were Ron and Hermione's eyes, their faces etched with worry. "Hey, what's the matter, Mione?" Harry forced a smile, attempting to mask the turmoil within, and feigned nonchalance. Ron, with furrowed brows, looked at him with unease. "I've been saying this all along. Look, my siblings and parents seem to know something about what's going to happen at Hogwarts, yet no one has informed us. Isn't that suspicious? And you? We've called you several times, but you seem completely lost. What is going on?" A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Harry, and after a moment's hesitation, he told a lie. "I was thinking about the same thing. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Don't worry. Deep down, He was acutely aware that hearing voices only he could perceive, whether in the Muggle world or the magical realm, was hardly a good omen. He recalled the second semester at Hogwarts when he had heard the voice of a basilisk through the castle walls, and when he recounted it to his friends. They thought he had lost his mind. Perhaps he could hear snakes through parcel tongue, but this time he was certain it was not the whisper of a serpent, but a distinctly human voice echoing in his mind. "Harry, are you really all right? You look quite pale," Hermione said, extending her palm to gently touch his forehead, as if measuring his temperature, then moving her fingers before his eyes to scrutinize his pupils. "When did you learn to take temperatures and check vision, Mione?" Harry attempted to divert the topic with a jest. Hermione, however, paid no heed to his banter and continued her examination. Feeling helpless, he reached out and grasped her hand to stop her. In that moment, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. He longed to kiss her. Yet, the thought of being clearly visible in the corridor quelled that desire, and he merely brushed his fingers gently over her hand. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I must have eaten something that didn't agree with me," Harry said, striving for calmness. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice, drawn out in a long tone. "My father wanted me to attend Durmstrang instead of Hogwarts. He knows the headmaster there. Well, you know what Dumbledore thinks. He only favors half-bloods. Conversely, at Durmstrang, they do not accept such mongrels, but my mother didn't like the idea of sending me away." Upon hearing that voice, Hermione's face flushed red with anger. She swiftly walked to the door and slammed it shut with a bang, as if to completely isolate Malfoy's voice from the outside, muttering indignantly. "Thus, they intend to send him to Durmstrang, which would be better for him, wouldn't it? Humph. That way we shall no longer have to endure his presence." Harry furrowed his brow and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Is Durmstrang another school of magic?" The moment the words left his lips, he immediately regretted it, mentally chastising himself for asking such an obvious question. Of course, it was a school of magic. Otherwise, how could Malfoy's father have thought to send him there? He couldn't help but feel a pang of shame, lowering his gaze. Hermione, in a huff, took a seat not beside Harry as usual, but directly opposite him, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. He thought to himself that even if she wished to conceal her feelings, it need not be to such an extreme. It truly stung his heart. Hermione, with a hint of irritation, replied, "Yes, Harry. As far as I know, they excel in the dark arts." Ron, while feeding Pigwidgeon some sweets, remarked that, honestly, no one knew much about its whereabouts or their teaching methods. Harry scratched his head, still perplexed, and asked, "Why is that unknown?" He felt a twinge of annoyance at being the last to learn everything. It seemed he truly needed to read more and practice magic diligently. He recalled his trip to town with Ron and Ginny, thinking that if he wished to avoid such ignorance, he must indeed put forth greater effort in his studies. Hermione rolled her eyes and explained, "You see, Harry, there exists a traditional rivalry among all the magical schools. To be frank, both Durmstrang and Beauxbatons prefer to keep their locations concealed to protect their secrets." After finishing her explanation, Hermione turned to Harry with an expectant look, hoping he might contribute something of relevance. Yet, in truth, Harry had only read half of a history of Hogwarts. Stopping around the section discussing the International Wizarding Conference of 1289, and had set the book aside, awaiting a letter from his parents. Ron scoffed. "Only you would be puzzled. Just look at how they managed to hide a place as large as Hogwarts. It's all thanks to magic." Hermione nodded in agreement and continued, "Indeed, it is enchanted. If a Muggle were to look upon it, all they would see is a collection of ancient ruins, with a sign at the entrance reading, 'Extremely dangerous. No entry.' The castle has been enchanted since its founding, with various spells designed to confuse and repel intruders. There are also charms that prevent any map or person from marking its location, much like Harry's Island, because it belongs solely to the Potter family. I believe that if anyone were to wander within a certain radius of the island, they would either become disoriented or completely forget they had ever seen it." It dawned on Harry that Hermione seemed to have delved deeply into related materials. The two of them continued to examine the black folder containing their belongings, inscribed with Potter Island, which even mentioned that one must retrieve a key from the vault to access it, though the vault contained a plethora of intriguing artifacts. Harry resolved to refrain from further investigation until he could untangle the myriad of experiences he had undergone. However, Hermione's insatiable curiosity prevailed. As she perused the items, she remarked, "Durmstrang must be located in a northern country. It is evident they don cloaks made of leather as their uniform." The rain outside intensified, its relentless patter sounding as though it might inundate the entire world. Ron, resting his chin in his hand, dreamily suggested, "That makes it easier. Just toss Malfoy into a glacier, and it would seem an unfortunate accident." As the rain poured ever more heavily, The train journeyed northward, the sky growing increasingly dim. The windows were already fogged, compelling them to switch on the lights by midday. When the dining car passed, they did not hesitate to purchase nearly everything they desired. Consequently, Hermione and Ron ventured out in search of Luna, hoping to see if she had passed by their compartment for a snack, joined by Neville and the twins. Harry remained alone in the carriage, quietly observing the rain as an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He sensed that the closer they drew to Hogwarts, the more palpable the aura of danger became, as though an invisible hand were tightly gripping his throat, rendering him breathless. If anyone were to inquire about his feelings, he would articulate his thoughts and emotions clearly. He was profoundly afraid. Well, fear can indeed sharpen one's alertness and focus. The deep, malevolent voice echoed once more within his mind. "Who are you?" Harry mentally shouted, the voice seeming to threaten to burst through his skull. "In due time, you shall know," the voice replied leisurely. "Here is a message to ease your mind. You are not losing your sanity," a gentle feminine voice chimed in. "But who are you? And what are you doing in my head?" Harry pondered, striving to make it sound like a shout, though uncertain of its efficacy. He waited long, posed countless questions, yet received no answers. What were these voices? Whose were they? Why were they communicating with him? Harry felt as if he were on the brink of madness, even failing to hear the door creak open when Hermione entered. Ron, Luna, Neville, Fred, George, and Ginny all arrived, and upon witnessing the scene within the compartment, their mouths fell agape in astonishment, unable to close for quite some time. Unbeknownst to him, Harry had inadvertently used magic to disarray the entire room. Items floated above his head, creating a chaotic spectacle. When he became aware of the situation, everything came crashing down with a cacophony, even the luggage thumping heavily to the floor. Hedwig, startled by the commotion, flapped her wings in the luggage area, while Pigwidgeon circled the compartment, chirping excitedly. Crookshanks found himself utterly bewildered, trapped between a suitcase and some clothes, his fur standing on end. For a moment, everyone stood there, frozen in disbelief, merely exchanging glances, with no one daring to utter a word. Harry yearned for someone to take action, even if it meant declaring him mad and confining him, or reassuring him that nothing was amiss. He would have even accepted a beating. What pained him most was the look on Hermione's face. It was as if she no longer recognized him, her eyes filled with terror and confusion. It was not until Draco's voice pierced the air that everyone seemed to snap back to reality. "Oh, Potter, you truly have lost your mind," Draco taunted, peering from among his friends with a smug and derisive grin. Unable to endure it any longer, Harry abruptly rose from his seat and stormed out of the compartment, pushing past Draco with force, muttering furiously, "Shut your mouth." He merely sought a place to contemplate the nature of the voices swirling in his mind, to fathom why he felt so wretched and terrified. He hurried through the train corridors, nearly running, until he reached the end of the carriage. He recalled having been here during his first term, yet now it was utterly deserted. Without hesitation, he flung open the last door, which led outside. The torrential rain poured down relentlessly, but he was beyond caring. The rain soaked his clothes instantly, yet he felt nothing but an overwhelming despair, unable to quell his fear and trembling. What was happening? The cacophony of the train, the rain, and the wind assaulted his ears from every direction, the clamor threatening to tangle his thoughts into chaos. However, this noise also obscured all his thoughts for a considerable time, granting him a semblance of peace that allowed him to calm himself and ponder what he would say and do upon his return. The voices insisted he was not insane. Fear would keep him alert. He recalled the phrase, "You will know when the time comes," hoping that moment would arrive swiftly, lest he truly lose his sanity. He lingered there for a long while, striving to devise a plan, attempting to find a rational explanation for himself. He believed they were nearing Hogwarts. It was time to confront what had transpired. As he stepped through the door, his heart heavy with trepidation, he was met by two figures waiting in the corridor. It was Hermione and Ron. Their appearances markedly changed from when they had entered the compartment. Hermione's eyes were red, as if she had recently wept, her hair drenched and clinging to her face, her hands trembling incessantly. Ron's complexion was pale, one cheek flushed, his hair more disheveled than usual, as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Upon realizing Harry had spotted them, they both stood abruptly, yet remained motionless, simply gazing at him. "Harry, what's wrong?" Ron broke the silence first, his tone laced with anger, yet underscored by deep concern. "Harry," Hermione echoed softly, her voice quivering significantly, as if she truly feared him, which pierced Harry's heart once more. He silently vowed to himself that he would never harm her, yet he was certain that his recent actions had frightened her. "I don't know." Harry lowered his gaze, unable to meet their eyes, quietly awaiting their reproach, yet he could not confess that he had heard the voices. Is it the soul of that person, Harry? What has it done to you? Ron inquired as he approached Harry briskly, attempting to ascertain whether he bore any wounds or bruises. While waiting outside, Harry had contemplated using this possibility to justify his behavior, but he felt it would be excessive. He understood that if he were to claim it was Voldemort's soul at play, they would surely attend to him around the clock to ensure Voldemort could not invade his mind again. Yet, deep down, he was aware that it was certainly not Voldemort. Then why? Harry, do you appear to be losing your mind? Why did you rush out as if your life depended on it? Ron continued, leaning against the corridor wall with a look of irritation directed at Harry. Hermione, perceiving the tension, swiftly interjected, Ron, can't you see this is not the time? But it is the time, Hermione. Ron raised his voice. If he cannot articulate what has transpired, it signifies something exceedingly dire. Everyone is going to inquire about what happened. We need a credible explanation. Harry gazed at them in silence, his heart heavy with guilt. He recognized that his actions had caused them distress, yet he truly did not know how to explain the strange sounds. He did not wish to exacerbate their worry, but he found himself unable to conceal the fear festering within him. Ron, Hermione, I realize my actions have alarmed you, but I genuinely do not know how to express it. I'm uncertain about those sounds. They appeared suddenly in my mind, beyond my control. I am terrified that I'm losing my sanity or that something far more sinister is occurring. I rushed out simply to find a quiet space to reflect and make sense of it all. Harry's voice trembled as he looked into their eyes, hoping for understanding. Ron furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding, Harry, we are friends. Regardless of what transpires, we will face it together. But you cannot continue to keep us in the dark. We need to know the truth in order to assist you. Hermione nodded in agreement, adding, Harry, we will not blame you. We are merely concerned for your well-being. If you have heard anything, perhaps we can work together to uncover the reason. Harry felt their concern and support wash over him like a warm tide. He knew that whatever happened, they would stand by him. Thank you, Ron, Hermione. I will endeavor to share more with you, but at present, I'm truly unsure. Those sounds are enigmatic, and I require time to comprehend them, Harry stated. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, and then Ron said, All right, Harry, we will give you the time you need. But if you require us, do not hesitate to reach out. Hermione also said, Indeed, Harry, we shall always support you. Chapter 26, Feigning Madness. At present, I cannot divulge anything until I comprehend the situation. Please refrain from inquiring further, Harry stated, his voice initially robust, but gradually dwindling to a whisper that Hermione and Ron could barely discern. Ron furrowed his brow slightly, responding with a hint of irritation. Very well, Harry. We shall refrain from questioning you until you place your trust in us, but we must provide an explanation to everyone else. Harry lowered his head and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, Just say I felt unwell and went to the restroom to be sick or something of that sort. Yet Ron remained dissatisfied, raising his voice. What about the chaos in our compartment? Harry, somewhat exasperated, explained, I attempted to practice a spell, but it went awry, leaving me feeling rather ill. This rationale was not entirely implausible, but lacked credibility. Ron, now genuinely incensed, demanded, And how do you account for your erratic behavior? Harry sighed in resignation. Let it be if they believe it, they do. If not, there's nothing to be done. He was acutely aware that with every lie he told his friends and every attempt to conceal the truth, the weight of guilt deepened within him. Ron, in a huff, turned to leave. Fine, Harry, I shall return to my family and friends with falsehoods. You should think of a way to change your clothes so no one suspects you were drenched. Harry watched Ron's hurried departure, feeling a tide of despair and self-reproach wash over him. He abruptly turned and struck the window of the door through which Ron had exited. With a shattering crash, the glass exploded, scattering fragments everywhere, startling Hermione, who gasped at the unexpected outburst. Harry leaned against the door, his back to Hermione, his chest heaving, filled with rage toward himself. He knew that while he had lied and concealed things in the past, he had never done so with Ron and Hermione. They had always stood by him without hesitation, offering unwavering support in his times of need. He longed to reveal everything, and he was prepared to do so. Yet a voice within urged him to wait a little longer. Hermione slowly extended her arms from behind and embraced Harry tightly. He felt the warmth radiating from her back, the pressure of her arms against his ribs, and her forehead gently resting on his shoulder. Her breath, close and rhythmic, provided a semblance of solace amid the turmoil. A surge of emotion welled up within Harry. He yearned to turn around and kiss her fervently, to confide in her the peculiar voices echoing in his mind, to seek her forgiveness, and to proclaim to the world that she was his girlfriend. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his body felt immobilized, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Hermione's voice trembled slightly. It was imbued with unwavering resolve. I do not know what troubles you, Harry, but I am here by your side. I understand that you cannot or do not wish to reveal what transpired, but promise me you will share it. Promise me you will heal. Promise me you will remain by my side. Harry silently responded within himself, for he truly loved Hermione, despite having deceived everyone, including her. And appearing quite mad, she steadfastly supported him. He endeavored to keep his voice steady. I swear, you will be the first to know. I'm truly sorry for all of this, but I speak the truth. I know not what has occurred. I merely require time to contemplate. When Harry finally summoned the courage to turn around, his gaze met Hermione's eyes directly. Her beautiful amber eyes were filled with affection and concern, gazing at him intently. We have half an hour until we reach the castle. I should fetch you some clothes to change into, Harry. These compartments are empty. You can change here. There is no need for others to see, Hermione said, preparing to turn away to retrieve clothing for Harry. Instinctively, Harry reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his forehead against hers, and then gently kissed her. In that moment, he cared not whether anyone might witness them. In his heart, this was the solace he desperately needed. I love you, Hermione. Harry confessed his feelings without hesitation. Hermione's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes widening in surprise, clearly taken aback by Harry's sudden display. However, she quickly regained her composure, her face radiating a joyful smile as she swiftly kissed Harry and then turned to leave. A few minutes later, Hermione returned, holding a pair of trousers, a shirt, Hogwarts robes, and what appeared to be several pairs of Harry's underwear. This rendered Harry somewhat embarrassed. He had remained rooted in place since Hermione's departure, quietly awaiting her return. All right, come. Hermione gently urged Harry into the compartment. Harry silently rejoiced, for he had grown weary of pondering. His mind was in a haze, and he wished to do nothing. With Hermione taking the lead, he felt a sense of reassurance. Once inside the compartment, Hermione softly closed the door. She first donned the robes over her head, then retrieved a small vial containing a green liquid from her pocket. Drink this, and you will feel warmth, and your hand will heal. As Hermione spoke, she opened the door, leaving Harry alone inside. It was only when Hermione mentioned it that Harry instinctively glanced down at his hands. He noticed several wounds upon them, slowly oozing blood, his palms a vivid red. However, there was no trace of panic on his face, for he had endured far worse circumstances. Silently, he removed all his clothing, soon standing bare in the compartment. He picked up the vial, bringing it close to his nose, discovering it bore a scent reminiscent of mint. He tilted his head back and downed the liquid in one gulp. Instantly, a warm sensation flooded through his body, and he couldn't help but display a faint smile. As Harry stepped out of the compartment, he noticed Hermione diligently repairing the door's glass, her expression focused and earnest, occasionally checking its integrity. Mione, Harry whispered. Startled by a sudden voice, Hermione turned around and, upon seeing Harry, her face broke into a gentle smile. Don't scare me, Harry. I've had enough for today. As she spoke, she approached him, tenderly caressing his cheek before taking his hand and planting a soft kiss on the back of it. Harry gazed at Hermione, his eyes filled with confusion. Tell me what happened. I saw your hair was wet, and Ron's face was flushed. He was aware that an apology to Ron was in order, but first, he needed to understand the situation. Hermione sighed softly, lost in thought. It's like this, she was perplexed by Harry's previous demeanor. He seemed to be in a daze for an entire minute. Harry, however, seemed utterly unconcerned, prompting Hermione to sit before him, striving to suppress her strong desire to be by his side. She understood that this was not the right moment. She had made her decision and was prepared to accept any potential consequences. For a fleeting instant, a look of sorrow crossed Harry's face, but he quickly regained his composure, even appearing somewhat irritable when the snack trolley arrived. She and Ron had ventured out to find Luna, Neville, Fred, George, and Ginny. The trolley was laden with an abundance of sandwiches, and everyone was enjoying themselves. However, upon returning to the compartment, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Harry's gaze was vacant, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse, and all the scattered items around him floated in midair. As Harry became aware of their presence, those objects plummeted to the ground, creating a chaotic mess within the compartment. Sandwiches fell, and various belongings were strewn about. The pets inside the compartment were also thrown into a panic. Hermione's first instinct was to rush towards Harry without hesitation and embrace him tightly, but for reasons unknown, her body felt as though it had turned to stone, rendering her immobile. After a minute of despair, she finally regained the ability to act. Just then, Malfoy's cruel voice echoed from behind them. You've truly lost your mind, Potter. Anger surged within Hermione, and she yearned to draw her wand and cast a curse upon Malfoy immediately. Yet Harry surged forward as if his life depended on it, forcefully shoving Malfoy, who collided with the compartment wall, an expression of displeasure on his face. "Potter, where are you going? Planning to jump off the train? That way we can all be rid of you and your madness," Malfoy drawled, provoking the Weasley family, who turned crimson with rage, Ron especially so. "Shut up, Malfoy. Only you would think that. Harry must be feeling unwell. He must have cast the wrong spell. Otherwise, how do you explain this?" Ron shouted furiously. "He's gone mad?" Malfoy laughed heartily. "You see, Ron, while you were away, he was thrashing about in the room, shouting, 'Who are you? Why is it me?' I certainly don't think that's the behavior of a sane person." He deliberately mimicked Harry's voice, feigning madness. "It was all lies," Fred and George exclaimed in unison. At that moment, Luna entered the compartment, quietly organizing her belongings and placing them on the seats, while Ginny joined her in the task. Both of their faces etched with palpable anger. "They may say that, but you didn't hear it. Moreover, I am certain Potter does it intentionally." Always seeking to draw attention to himself, Malfoy continued. Crabbe and Goyle had just emerged from their own compartment. "What are you babbling about, Malfoy? Harry never seeks the spotlight." Ron's fury intensified. "Back off, Malfoy. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" Malfoy glared menacingly at Ron. "You, with your background, have no right to speak to me in such a manner. This isn't about background. We're discussing facts, Malfoy. Let me tell you, you've gone too far." George asserted solemnly. "Enough. Don't bother us. Just leave." Fred replied impatiently. Meanwhile, Hermione's gaze remained fixed on the direction Harry had vanished, her heart in turmoil. She wished to seek out Harry, yet she understood that if he were in such a poor state, perhaps granting him some time would be more beneficial. Maybe after a while, he would feel better and his mind would clear. Thus, she compelled herself to enter the compartment, assisting Ginny and Luna with the tidying up. "You Weasleys are so kind to others, even to a madman who has ruined his own compartment and a half-blood," Draco remarked, directing his words at Hermione. Upon hearing this, Hermione could no longer contain her fury. She rose swiftly, drawing her wand and pointing it squarely at Malfoy's face. For years, she had felt inadequate due to her status as a Muggle-born, always believing she could never measure up to the finest wizards. Consequently, she had studied fervently, hoping others would evaluate her based on her deeds rather than her lineage. Just when she thought no one would judge her for her non-magical heritage any longer, Malfoy's words struck her like a dagger, piercing her heart deeply. She cherished her friends and took pride in being a Muggle-born, yet such slander left her profoundly saddened. She was not a half-blood. That was sheer nonsense. Harry had repeatedly demonstrated to her, especially in recent weeks, that the moments spent with him were the most cherished of her life. Since their first year, only Harry had treated her like a normal person, sometimes even making her feel immensely powerful. Her affection for him had begun when he bravely ventured into the restroom to save her. She had never allowed herself to voice those feelings, and when Harry's attitude toward her changed, her heart brimmed with joy. Perhaps there had once been a glimmer of hope, but in the shadowy, foreboding forest, she had succumbed to despair at the thought of losing him. The sudden kiss in the darkness astonished her, and she pondered whether falling for him had been the right choice. As the kiss drew to a close, an indescribable sense of loneliness surged within her. She understood that she needed to take action, thus she conveyed her mutual feelings to Harry. She had not anticipated that he would confess his affection and ask her to become his girlfriend. This revelation filled her with immense joy, even upon awakening on that hillside. She found herself questioning whether everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. It was not until that kiss before ascending the stairs to her room that she found her answer. During their journey to Gringotts, she remained enveloped in this bliss. And when she witnessed Harry's astonished expression upon learning of Voldemort's return, she too felt a surge of surprise. Yet, her resolve was steadfast. She vowed to stand by Harry's side for eternity, regardless of whether he still loved her, regarded her merely as a friend, or ultimately chose to be with someone else. The sensations from the previous week spent with Harry felt so perfectly aligned. Even their playful antics at the burrow made her eagerly anticipate his affectionate gestures. She had to admit that she had hopelessly fallen in love with Harry. "What do you want, Granger? To hit me like last time?" Malfoy snapped, his words jolting Hermione from her reverie. She slowly lowered her wand. "You don't seem as brave as usual, Granger," Malfoy mocked with a smirk. "You are not worth it," Hermione replied calmly, turning to head in the direction where Harry had gone, determined to share her feelings with him. Stupid blood. Hermione heard a muffled sound from behind and quickly turned to see Malfoy clutching his cheek, while Ron stood with clenched fists, and Fred and George held him tightly from behind. "Are you daft, Malfoy? Can't you see she's now the head and founder of her family? She has evidence in hand, Ron declared, raising Hermione's hand to showcase the glimmering obsidian ring. So you must respect her. It must be Potter's doing, right? Malfoy exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. And she deserves it. She is the most exceptional witch among her peers. I wager she could defeat you in a one-on-one duel, Malfoy, Ron asserted, even as he struggled to free himself from his brother's grasp. What's going on here? A booming voice interrupted, prompting them to turn and find Scabier, this year's Slytherin prefect. Weasley just hit me, Malfoy complained while rubbing his face. Is that so? Scabier replied with a somewhat sinister smile. Well, it seems the quarrels have begun even before reaching Gryffindor. Perhaps I cannot deduct points just yet, but this issue must be resolved immediately, don't you think? An eye for an eye, how about it? His voice dripped with malice. But it was Malfoy who instigated this, Fred complained discontentedly, with George nodding in agreement, along with others, including Neville, who had been a bystander until now. I don't care who started it. It was a Weasley who threw the first punch, so he must face the consequences. Otherwise, things could escalate further by the time we reach the castle. Scabier maintained his wicked demeanor. Very well. Ron gazed steadfastly at Malfoy, asserting, get him out of this compartment, or I shall undoubtedly strike him again. Ron, are you out of your mind? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief at Ron's willingness to endure Malfoy's blows. The notion was utterly preposterous. Why? We're out of time, Hermione. Ron's expression, though tinged with anger, was clearly not directed at her. We must check on Harry, have you forgotten? As Hermione looked at Ron, she gradually came to realize the validity of his words. Perhaps Voldemort was infiltrating Harry's mind, or maybe Harry was beginning to mirror Voldemort himself. There were too many profound issues at play that she remained unaware of. This thought filled her with an overwhelming dread, so intense that for a fleeting moment, she felt the urge to weep. Granger, if only this could come to an end. We have just a few hours until we arrive, and I wish to return to my compartment to attend to my matters, Scorpius stated gravely. Now, Malfoy, you had best be swift. He crossed his arms, signaling Ron to brace for the impending punishment. With a sudden surge of determination, Ron broke free from Fred and George's grasp and steadied himself. In an instant, everything transpired. Malfoy clenched his fist and struck Ron with considerable force. Ron's body swayed slightly, yet he withstood the blow. He immediately reached up to rub his cheek, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 27. The turmoil on the Hogwarts Express. Within the compartments of the Hogwarts Express, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Scorpius, arms crossed and countenance severe, commanded loudly. Given the circumstances, you shall return to your own compartments. You, Malfoy, proceed to the front compartment with Pansy Parkinson and her companions. I have observed that there are numerous vacant seats there. His voice resonated through the compartment, imbued with an unmistakable authority. Although reluctant, everyone complied. Meanwhile, Hermione contemplated her next course of action. As soon as they departed, she would hasten to find Harry. The moment Ron stepped into the compartment, Ginny rushed forward with a damp cloth, concern etched across her features as she pressed it against his face, chiding, "Brother, you are far too impulsive. Malfoy is merely seeking confrontation. Look at your face, does it hurt?" Luna, with nimble hands, busied herself tidying up the chaotic compartment, attempting to restore order to the strewn garments while murmuring to herself, "Oh dear, what a mess. We must clean this up post-haste." Fred and George wore expressions of fury, assisting Luna in her efforts while vociferously cursing Malfoy. "That scoundrel! Just wait until we settle the score with him." They huddled together, lowering their voices as they seemingly plotted some form of reprisal. At that moment, Hermione was too preoccupied to concern herself with their antics. She strained her ears to listen for any signs of the prefect nearby. Sure enough, after a brief interval, she heard footsteps passing outside, her heart racing with anxiousness. I must wait a little longer. I cannot afford to be discovered. Within the carriage, friends expressed their grievances regarding the recent events, their faces flushed with indignation. With the exception of Ron and Hermione, who remained silent. Hermione was preoccupied with thoughts of Harry, recalling his invisibility cloak, which was nestled alongside his most treasured possessions in his wallet. She couldn't help but remember that Harry had placed the golden snitch she gifted him in the same cherished location, a thought that warmed her heart. Yet, her mind was too troubled to linger on such sentimentalities. If Harry were in dire need of assistance while she was helplessly trapped here, that was simply unacceptable. Fred stood up, gazing towards the corridor with a serious expression, and addressed the group. "Friends, let us return to our compartment. If we encounter Scabier on our way out, we must devise a means to detain him before hastening to find Harry. Should you see him, reassure him that it was merely a spell gone awry." Do you remember how chaotic our room was during our initial attempts at magic? However, I still fail to comprehend why Harry reacted so strongly this time. George shot Fred a disapproving look and retorted, "Don't be foolish, Fred. You don't recall the explosion from our fake wands? That was far more chaotic. We went nearly 2 days without food. Can you truly compare the two?" Luna, exuding calmness, was the first to rise, preparing to leave. As she walked out, she remarked coolly, "If you require anything, do let me know. Also, inform Harry that transfiguration can sometimes lead to spell mishaps." Neville followed suit, trailing behind Luna and muttering, "Do say hello to Harry for me. I haven't seen him yet, and I wish to chat with him for a while." Ginny joined Fred and George as they exited, her voice laced with concern. "I hope he is all right. If anything happens, please be sure to inform me." Soon after, Hermione and Ron left the carriage as well. They traversed the corridor slowly, glancing into each compartment, hoping to catch a glimpse of Harry. However, they searched nearly the entire train, even checking the restrooms multiple times. Yet Harry remained elusive. As Hermione anxiously scoured the train, she was entirely oblivious to an open window towards the rear, and suddenly, a splash of water soaked her completely, drenching her hair. But she had no time to dwell on such trivialities. Her heart was consumed with worry for Harry, and she was determined to find him to reassure him that everything was fine. At last, they arrived at the final compartment, which was empty and devoid of any presence. Ron, feeling both anxious and irate, winced as the pain from the punch he received from Malfoy throbbed on his face. As they prepared to search the other side of the compartment, they suddenly noticed an individual sitting by the door leading to the train's rear, obstructing their exit. A sudden chill gripped Hermione as hard as a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Harry had taken Malfoy's harsh words too seriously and intended to leave from the train? It was certainly a possibility. Fear seized Hermione's heart in an instant. She was gripped by an overwhelming terror that compelled her to rush toward Harry. She could not allow such a calamity to transpire. Just as she was about to dart forward, Ron grasped her arm firmly. "Did you not see him over there? We must." Hermione's eyes filled with tears as she cried out in distress, her thoughts racing with the dread of losing Harry just as she had begun to fall in love with him. The thought was unbearable. Ron quickly sought to comfort her. "He won't jump. He values his life more than any of us, Hermione. He may be deep in thought or simply too sorrowful to return. Let's wait here, and if we see him rise, we shall save him immediately." With that, Ron plopped down on the corridor floor, rubbing his swollen cheek. Hermione, her voice trembling, asked, "Does it hurt much?" At that moment, her hair clung damply to her face, yet she was indifferent to her appearance, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Ron furrowed his brow, a hint of irritation in his tone as he replied, "A bit. I didn't expect that brute to be so strong." Upon hearing this, Hermione sat beside him, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her face within them, weeping for a considerable time as she released all her feelings of despair and helplessness. After an indeterminate period, as calmness began to wash over her, she lifted her head and noticed Ron still massaging his cheek. Suddenly, it struck her that she had prepared some potions earlier, intended for Harry in case he felt sore after training. Regrettably, they remained packed away in her luggage. As they sat there, neither of them noticed someone quietly observing them from the doorway. It was only when they turned that they recognized Harry. His eyes, once vacant, now bore a bewildered expression. His face was haggard, his clothes drenched and clinging to him, hair matted against his forehead, and his glasses askew upon his nose, presenting a disheveled appearance. Upon seeing him, both Hermione and Ron sprang to their feet. "What is wrong, Harry?" Ron asked anxiously, his voice laced with frustration. Harry, however, did not respond, keeping his head down and fists clenched, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy silence. Hermione, gripped by anxiety, called out, her voice quivering, "Harry." She was profoundly worried, fearing that something dire had befallen him or that he had fallen under the influence of something sinister, such as Voldemort. Finally, Harry spoke slowly, his voice low and heavy, "I don't know," before lowering his head once more. Ron's concern escalated, and he could not suppress his inquiry. "Is it the soul of that person you know, Harry? What has he done to you?" His words echoed Hermione's deepest fears. As Ron approached Harry to inspect him for any wounds, Harry shook his head. At this sight, Hermione felt an immense weight lift from her heart, nearly leaping toward Harry to shower him with countless kisses. Before she could take any action, Ron interrupted her. Frowning in confusion, he turned to Harry and asked, "So, Harry, why do you appear to be deranged? Why did you rush out as if your life depended on it?" Hermione could hardly believe Ron would utter such words at this moment. She shot him an angry glare and exclaimed, "Ron, can't you see this is not the time?" Yet Ron raised his voice in rebuttal. "Of course it is, Hermione. If he can't explain what happened, it implies something truly dreadful occurred. You know everyone will be asking what transpired. We need a credible excuse. Hermione was both furious and anxious, unable to comprehend why their friends had not questioned Harry earlier. But now Ron was behaving just as intolerably as Malfoy. Harry sighed in resignation and replied, "For now, I cannot say anything until I understand what happened. Please, do not ask." His voice started strong, but dwindled to a whisper by the end. Hearing his feeble tone pained Hermione deeply. She could see that Harry was genuinely unable to speak, his face etched with helplessness and exhaustion. However, Ron persisted, his anger intensifying as he declared, "All right, Harry, we won't ask until you trust us, but we must provide an explanation to everyone." With his head bowed, Harry pondered for a moment before quietly suggesting, "Just say I felt unwell and went to the restroom to be sick or something." Hermione felt as if something was lodged in her throat, rendering her speechless as she looked at Harry with compassion. Yet Ron remained dissatisfied, raising his voice to inquire, "What about the mess in our compartment?" His fury seemed to escalate, leaving Hermione astonished as she watched the exchange unfold. Harry, feeling exasperated, explained, "I attempted to practice a spell, and it went awry, which made me feel terrible." Upon hearing this, Ron's face flushed with anger as he demanded, "How do you explain your frantic state?" Harry shook his head in helplessness, his voice low and frail as he replied, "Just say that. If they believe it, they do. If not, there's nothing that can be done." His tone was laden with guilt, as if his troubles were causing those around him to suffer as well. Ron, fuming, turned away, saying, "Fine, Harry, I'll go back and lie to my family and friends. You figure out how to change your clothes without arousing suspicion." Hermione gazed in disbelief at Ron's retreating figure, contemplating how he could utter such words. It was truly astonishing. Shortly after Ron departed, a loud crash echoed behind her, followed by the sound of shattered glass. Hermione jumped in shock, nearly crying out, but managed to stifle her voice just in time. Turning swiftly, she saw Harry leaning against the door, his fist bleeding, with shards of glass scattered across the floor. Hermione felt her heart constrict as she beheld the anguish of her beloved. The sight of Harry in such a state filled her with profound sorrow. Slowly, she approached him from behind, extending her arms and enveloping him in a tight embrace. Drawing upon every ounce of strength she possessed, she could sense the weight of his drenched clothes, the chill of the rain, and the deep despair that surrounded him. Resting her forehead against his shoulder, she waited in silence for him to speak. However, all that met her was the sound of raindrops falling onto her hands and Harry's soft groans. At that moment, Hermione could no longer contain her emotions and, with a quivering voice, implored, "I do not know what troubles you, Harry, but I am here by your side. Perhaps you cannot or do not wish to share what has transpired, but promise me you will speak, promise me you will heal, promise me you will remain with me." She felt her voice tremble, her fear of losing Harry overwhelming her. Yet, deep down, she understood that Harry would never choose to be in such despair. If he could, he would surely avert all misfortunes. Alas, it seemed that fate was unrelentingly cruel to her boyfriend. Harry, moved by Hermione's words, endeavored to steady his voice, saying, "I swear you will be the first to know, Hermione. I'm truly sorry for all of this. But I speak the truth when I say I do not know what has happened. I just need time to think it through." After a few moments, he gradually turned to face her. Hermione gazed into his beautiful green eyes, the very eyes she had seen countless times in her dreams. Each glimpse of those eyes would elicit an involuntary smile from her. She thought to herself that, if possible, she would gladly remain with Harry in this moment forever. But time was not on their side. Looking at Hermione, Harry bashfully remarked, "We have half an hour until we reach the castle. I should fetch you some clothes to change into." "Harry, these compartments are empty. You can change here without anyone seeing," Hermione assured him. She sensed that Harry needed more time to compose himself, so she nodded, preparing to retrieve his clothes. Yet before she could turn away, Harry wrapped his arm around her waist, resting his forehead against hers before gently kissing her. Hermione's heart skipped a beat, yet she was unconcerned about being seen by others. At that moment, all that mattered was Harry. Gazing deeply into her eyes, Harry declared without hesitation, "I love you, Hermione." A wave of warmth enveloped her, and she smiled, fully aware of her love for Harry, now certain that this affection was mutual. Hermione lovingly responded, "I love you too, Harry." With that, she quickly kissed him again before hastily turning to fetch his clothes, determined not to let him fall ill. As Hermione stepped out to find Harry's clothes, she left him leaning against the door. Upon her return to the compartment, she discovered Ron lying there, staring up at the ceiling. "How is he?" Ron asked, his tone less irate than before. At times, he bore the weight of the world upon his shoulders, which was utterly exasperating for her. Hermione smiled softly, contemplating that Ron, despite his occasional foolishness, was indeed a good person. As she rummaged for her trousers, shirt, and underwear, she remarked, "He is much better now. He still isn't saying much, but he seems improved." Ron sat up, handing her a pair of underwear, and inquired, "Did he tell you what happened?" He continued, "I suppose if he did." Hermione shook her head sadly, stating, "No, Ron. He hasn't said anything. As if there is something on his mind he cannot express." Ron nodded, sitting up further and flipping through a Quidditch magazine, saying, "Well, if there is news, you'll tell me, right?" Hermione handed him his robe, replying, "He will tell us in due time, as he always has when he knows how to articulate it." Ron, still perusing the magazine, remarked, "I just hope he doesn't take too long. If it concerns Voldemort, we need to act and inform Dumbledore." Hermione retrieved 2 bottles of painkillers from her bag, offering one to Ron, saying, "This will alleviate the pain and swelling." With that, she took her clothes and stepped out to return to Harry. She found Harry unchanged, seemingly as unresponsive as before. She understood that she had to take charge, otherwise, Harry would not recover. "All right, come on." Hermione gently took Harry's hand, guiding him into the compartment. Harry smiled faintly at her in gratitude. Once inside, Hermione first donned her robe, then produced a bottle of painkillers. "Drink this, and you'll feel warm, and your hand will heal," she told Harry, noticing his injured and bleeding hand, which Harry seemed oblivious to. After speaking, Hermione exited. She ran her fingers through her still damp hair, feeling utterly exhausted. Yet she still needed to fix the window. She searched for shards of glass nearby, pondering whether the pieces that had fallen from the train would return on their own. Habitually, she glanced at Harry in the compartment, and to her shock, she quickly turned away, her face flushed, chastising herself for not considering the possibility of Harry being unclothed. After a while, Hermione repaired the window and pointed it out to Harry, saying, "It's fixed." The window was restored to its former state, and she inspected it carefully. Harry, after listening to Hermione recount the events that transpired after they left the compartment, was filled with guilt. He thought his best friend Ron, who had been struck by the loathed Malfoy simply out of concern for his well-being, while he himself had concealed matters from his friends, leading them to deceive their families. Nonetheless, Harry felt immense gratitude toward Ron. Hermione left first to avoid arousing suspicion, given that they had been outside for quite some time. A minute later, Harry set off, passing several empty compartments before encountering one that was not entirely vacant. However, his mind was solely focused on returning to his compartment to resolve matters with Ron thoroughly. Just as he was nearing his destination, several hands suddenly obstructed his path. "Harry!" Ginny called softly from behind him. Harry turned to see Ginny, as beautiful as ever, though today her hair was tied back in a ponytail and her robes appeared somewhat wrinkled. "Are you all right? I've been so worried." Her voice brimmed with concern. Harry hastily replied, "Everything is fine, Ginny, just a misplaced spell." He felt urgency rising within him. The train was approaching, and he needed to resolve matters with Ron quickly. "Harry, I think," Ginny began to stammer, but her words came too slowly for Harry's current impatience. "Not now, Ginny. We're almost there, and I need to speak with you, brother." "I'm sorry." With that, he released her grasp and hurried away. Upon returning to the compartment, everything appeared fresh and new. Hedwig slept peacefully in the corner. Pigwidgeon flitted joyfully about the ceiling, and Crookshanks purred beside Hermione. Ron was engrossed in a Quidditch magazine, with several cauldron-shaped cakes beside him. "May I come in?" Harry asked, glancing at Ron, who merely nodded in consent. Harry entered the compartment, seated himself beside Hermione, facing Ron. Harry began, his voice trembling slightly, unsure of what to say, particularly how to apologize to Ron. Observing this, Ron tossed a slice of pumpkin pasty to Harry, saying, "Here. You don't need to apologize, Harry. It's all in the past. To be honest, I was just angry about that punch." He gestured to his slightly swollen cheek, which, unless scrutinized closely, appeared almost as it always did. No wonder Harry found himself questioning what he was pointing at. Harry accepted the pasty, took a bite, and found it quite delightful. He had just realized he hadn't eaten since breakfast. Gratefully, he said to Ron, "Yes, I'm sorry. Malfoy will pay for this." Ron took a bite of the remaining pasty, replying, "Indeed, and it will be doubled." "Well then, all is well, brother." Harry endeavored to keep his tone steady, yet a flicker of guilt lingered in his eyes. "What is there to say?" Ron responded nonchalantly, which surprised Harry. He had expected Ron to still be upset, until he realized Ron might simply be waiting for him to confess the truth. As the Hogwarts Express gradually slowed and came to a halt at the station, Harry felt significantly better, his spirits calming. Although the deep-seated fear within him had not entirely dissipated, he was no longer overwhelmed with anxiety. He reassured himself that whatever was to come would arrive in due time. and he would face it bravely alongside his closest friends and loved ones. As the train doors creaked open, a thunderous roar erupted above the platform. Hermione swiftly enveloped Crookshanks in her cloak, while Ron hurried to cover Pigwidgeon's cage. The rain poured heavily, as if someone had emptied bucket after bucket of icy water from the heavens. Harry couldn't help but mutter a curse. His freshly donned dry clothes were instantly drenched once more. "Hey, Hagrid," Harry shouted, his voice straining as he searched the end of the platform for that familiar towering figure. "Is everything all right, Harry?" Hagrid bellowed back, waving vigorously. "If we don't drown, I'll see you at the feast." Harry gazed at the small boats lining the platform, recalling the old tradition of first-year students rowing to the castle. In the midst of this tempest, such a means of transport seemed akin to courting disaster. Yet, he reassured himself that with Hagrid present, they would likely encounter no grave peril. "Ah, I certainly do not wish to take a boat in this weather," Hermione concurred, her tone laced with conviction. They hastily made their way to the cluster of carriages that had been patiently awaiting them. "Harry, Hermione, Ron," and Neville climbed into one of the carriages, feeling a wave of gratitude that no one was inquiring about the events on the train at such a moment. However, before the carriage could set off, Luna appeared, drenched and ghostly, taking a seat beside Neville. She offered Harry a mysterious smile without asking any questions, merely muttering her discontent about the torrential rain. The carriage door closed with a heavy thud, and a moment later, they began their slow journey toward Hogwarts Castle through the storm. They engaged in lively conversation about various topics at school and some amusing rumors overheard on the train. As the carriage gradually approached the castle, the familiar silhouette loomed in the distance, as if it were opening its arms to welcome their return. Chapter 28. The Arrival of Dobby the House Elf. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Luna dashed from the carriage like arrows released from a bow, aiming for the castle's cavernous entrance. The entrance was illuminated by blazing torches that seemed to float as if imbued with life, radiating a warm and enigmatic glow. After rounding a corner, they were met with the grandeur of a marble staircase. Just as they were caught off guard, a torrent of water cascaded down like a raging flood, drenching them instantly with icy droplets pouring from above. "Enough already, Peeves," a furious voice echoed around them. "Go cause trouble elsewhere, for goodness sake." Professor McGonagall, the vice principal and head of Gryffindor House, was briskly descending the staircase. As she reached the group, she slipped, but fortunately, she managed to grasp Hermione in time to prevent an awkward fall. "I'm so sorry, Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall said, somewhat apologetically. "Do not worry, Professor," Hermione replied, panting slightly, for it was no easy feat to bear the weight of the professor unexpectedly. "Peeves, come down," McGonagall shouted upward, adjusting her iconic hat. Like a bolt of lightning, Peeves dashed into the depths of the castle, cackling maniacally while hurling a barrage of derisive remarks at the students and drenching them with balloons filled with water. "All right, let's go," Professor McGonagall commanded, directing everyone to the Great Hall. Harry surveyed the chaotic scene before him and could only manage a wry smile, his thoughts drifting far away. He mused that if he had not been raised by the Dursleys, but had instead grown up learning magic alongside Professor McGonagall, perhaps everything that had transpired would have been simpler, or at the very least, less tumultuous. He found himself lost in these reveries, oblivious to Professor McGonagall, who was watching him quietly from a distance. Meanwhile, his friends were being jostled forward by a throng of students rushing up the stairs. "Harry," Professor McGonagall called out with a warm smile. "Hurry up, be careful not to slip." Snapped back to reality by her voice, Harry quickly complied, returning her smile. The grand staircase had become slick from Peeves' antics, but fortunately, no more water balloons were forthcoming. He tread carefully, mindful of his footing to avoid a humiliating fall, then turned right and entered the double doors. The Great Hall had been meticulously decorated for the start-of-term feast, appearing more enchanting and resplendent than in any previous year. As Harry stepped inside, the deep-seated dread within him seemed to evaporate instantly. He tilted his head back, basking in the warm glow emitted by thousands of floating candles above. He made his way directly to the Gryffindor table, passing by the Slytherin table where a chorus of laughter erupted. He surmised that Malfoy had likely exaggerated the incident from the train to entertain his peers. Approaching the table, he noticed nearly headless Nick greeting him warmly, to which Harry politely responded before taking his seat, saved for him by Hermione and Ron. Suddenly, a sharp whistle caught his attention, and he turned to find its source at the far end of the Gryffindor table. It was Neville, seated beside Fred and George, who were enthusiastically waving at him before resuming their animated conversation. "I hope the sorting ceremony begins soon. I'm absolutely famished," Harry remarked, twisting the hem of his robe to wring out the water. Of course, you've only had a few pieces of toast and a slice of pumpkin pie today. Hermione chimed in, mimicking his action and discreetly grasping Harry's hand beneath the table. The sorting ceremony for the new students always took place before the feast commenced. Yet Harry seemed perpetually unlucky, having missed this delightful tradition each year except for his own. He turned to glance at the staff table, where the diminutive Professor Flitwick, responsible for charms, was perched atop a stack of cushions, appearing both small and endearing. Beside him, Professor Sprout, with her kindly demeanor, was engaged in pleasant conversation with the astronomy professor, Professor Sinistra. At the far end of the table sat Severus Snape. The mere sight of him caused Harry to involuntarily furrow his brow. Snape was undoubtedly the professor Harry disliked, most at school, as he consistently found ways to vex him. Had it not been for Snape, Harry might have developed a profound appreciation for potions. Behind Snape, there was certainly an empty seat reserved for Professor McGonagall. At the center of the table, Professor Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster, was seated, his thick silver hair and beard shimmering with the glow of wisdom reflected in the candlelight. A sudden surge of intense emotion welled up within Harry. He yearned to approach Professor Dumbledore immediately and inquire who was responsible for his living with the Dursleys, who had thwarted the brighter future that was rightfully his. However, he quickly realized that this was not the appropriate moment. He merely wished to relish the rare occasion of the feast with his friends. Thus, he lifted his gaze to the ceiling, where the tempest outside seemed to have no bearing on the joyous atmosphere within the great hall. Just then, the doors to the hall creaked open, and Professor McGonagall entered with a group of first-year students yet to be sorted. Harry observed that those newcomers were drenched from head to toe, but one student appeared particularly disheveled. He was quite small, clad in an enormous leather coat that Harry instantly recognized as Hagrid S. This little fellow was gazing at third-year Colin Creevey, muttering about having fallen into the lake, though his expression suggested he was rather pleased with the mishap. Subsequently, the sorting hat was brought in and placed upon a stool. All eyes were fixed upon the old yet remarkably magical hat, which suddenly split open and began to sing. Perhaps 1,000 years ago, I was tailored, shaped, and sewn. There were 4 renowned wizards then, whose names endure in memory. Brave Gryffindor, hailing from. The hat continued, promising to reveal to each student their rightful house. As the song concluded, the great hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Yet, Harry's heart raced as he felt a violent tremor from the ring on his finger, and for a fleeting moment, he feared it might explode. To his horror, he realized that each time the hat mentioned Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, the ring emitted increasing heat to the point that after the song, his robes felt as though they might ignite. This is unlike the song we heard during our sorting, Harry remarked with a furrowed brow, striving to maintain a casual tone to conceal the peculiar sensations he was experiencing. It sings a different song each year. It seems to have about 100 in total, constantly repeating throughout its existence, Ron explained beside him. You know, after the sorting, that's all it has to do. One by one, students stepped forward to have the sorting hat briefly rest upon their heads before announcing their respective houses. Each house's students applauded warmly to welcome the new members, clearing a seat for them at the table. When the little fellow clad in Hagrid's coat was sorted into Gryffindor, he excitedly dashed to his brother's side, incessantly chattering about his plunge into the lake. Yet, something had thrust him back onto the boat. Harry privately speculated that it must have been the doing of that giant squid, although he had never laid eyes on the creature, leaving him curious about the mysteries hidden beneath the lake's surface. The sorting ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, with the line growing shorter until Witsy Kevin was assigned to Hufflepuff, met with enthusiastic applause, marking the conclusion of the sorting and the commencement of the grand feast. Professor Dumbledore rose slowly, his face adorned with his signature smile, raising his arms and proclaiming, "I shall utter just 2 words." The audience perked up with curiosity. Let the feast begin. In an instant, trays, goblets, and all the tables seemed to be enchanted, overflowing with a plethora of delectable foods and drinks, particularly those exquisite dishes. The aroma wafting through the great hall was utterly intoxicating, and without a moment's hesitation, Harry began to pile his plate high with food, with Ron and Hermione eagerly joining him. "This is magnificent," Ron mumbled with his mouth full, as he stuffed himself beside Harry. After indulging in dessert, Harry leaned back contentedly in his chair, feeling pleasantly full, while many others were still enjoying their meals. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment for having eaten so quickly, but he simply couldn't resist, having previously consumed almost nothing. As Hermione leisurely savored her syrup pie, a sudden light pop resonated nearby. Curiously, Hermione turned to see a note materialize, inscribed with the words, "Outside the Great Hall." In the corridor, upon seeing the note, Harry excused himself to the restroom and discreetly handed the note to Hermione. They watched as Harry feigned nonchalance while exiting the Great Hall. Upon stepping outside, Harry found himself alone, puzzled, when suddenly a sharp voice rang out. "Mr. Harry Potter." A moment later, a house elf swooped towards him like a shadow, arms outstretched, and tightly embraced his midsection. The elf's strength was astonishing, nearly prompting Harry to regurgitate his recently consumed dinner, filling him with a fleeting dread. "Dobby?" Harry exclaimed, both astonished and perplexed. "Yes, sir, Dobby is here," the elf replied, loosening his grip slightly, revealing a rather crooked smile. Only then did Harry notice that Dobby was dressed in his usual attire, a tattered, filthy rag fashioned into a headscarf, resembling something scavenged from a refuse bin. "What are you doing here, Dobby?" Harry asked, though a sense of joy welled up inside him at the sight of the little elf, tinged with concern over whether something was amiss. Dobby was told that if Dobby was happy, he would eagerly await the chance to see Harry Potter, and now Harry Potter is looking for Dobby, the elf exclaimed, jumping and shouting with excitement. "What are you talking about, Dobby?" Harry inquired, his face a canvas of confusion. His confusion did not elude the keen eyes of the house elf, who gazed at Harry with those large, green orbs before abruptly turning to dash into the wall. Quick as a flash, Harry intervened just in time to prevent the collision. "Wait, Dobby, it's not that I don't wish to see you or anything of the sort. I'm merely a bit muddled. Could you possibly elucidate the matter for me?" Dobby had been informed by Winky that if he were to struggle finding employment, the illustrious Harry Potter might be inclined to assist him, as Dobby could indeed be of service. The little elf bowed respectfully as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Harry recalled the words he had exchanged with Winky during the Quidditch World Cup, and he felt a pang of guilt for having forgotten that the poor Dobby was still in search of work and had yet to secure a position. He thought it would be beneficial to hear Dobby's thoughts. "I apologize, Dobby. You see, following the match, I was quite exhilarated and somewhat forgetful," Harry said, releasing the elf so he could move freely. Dobby was overjoyed, bouncing with excitement. "Dobby can work for Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter will give Dobby a job," the elf exclaimed. "Wonderful, but first, let us ascertain what you require. What are your demands?" Harry inquired, settling onto the hard stone floor to meet Dobby at eye level. Since his second year, Harry had grown considerably, and now Dobby had to look up to meet his gaze. "Dobby desires wages, sir, new clothes, and also wages, Harry Potter. For Dobby cherishes freedom." The elf grinned, revealing his teeth. "Splendid, Dobby, absolutely splendid," Harry replied with delight, his mind drifting to the dismal life Dobby had endured at the Malfoy household and the liberation plan he had once contemplated. "How does 10 galleons a week with weekends off sound?" Dobby's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of terror as he stammered, "Dobby enjoys freedom, Mr. Potter, but not so much freedom. Dobby prefers work." Seeing Dobby's reaction, Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment. He realized that the little elf merely sought to experience freedom while engaged in work, yet old habits are not easily shed. "Very well, Dobby. Tell me how much you would like, and which days you wish to take off." Harry extended his hand, gently stroking the elf's head. Dobby was momentarily taken aback by the gesture, retreating slightly. No one had ever touched Dobby before. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Potter. Dobby appreciates it. But it is quite new for Dobby," the elf said while gazing at his own legs. "Do not fret, Dobby. You shall grow accustomed to it," Harry reassured gently, reaching out to pat him once more. This time, Dobby appeared quite pleased. "Now, back to our negotiations. How much do you desire? Which days do you prefer not to work?" "Dobby wants 1 galleon a week and 1 day off a month," the elf said, bouncing with excitement again. "All right, here is my counteroffer. 1 galleon a week, along with the sickles and a canute, and 2 days off a month." Harry extended his hand while Dobby stood there, earnestly contemplating whether to accept. "Accept it, for it is not excessive for me, and you shall need clothing, which I will procure for you." Harry looked at Dobby with eager anticipation. "There remains a portion I have yet to disclose to Mr. Potter." Dobby glanced once more at Harry's outstretched hand, neither lowering nor accepting it. "What is it?" Harry inquired, astonished. "Dobby is a house elf. We can perform magic without wands. However, over time, without a master to serve, we lose our powers. Thus, Dobby and other elves require a master," he explained, casting his gaze downward, anxiously rubbing his arms. "Do you still have ties to the Malfoy family?" Harry seemed to grasp the reason behind the elf's sorrow, yet he did not mind as long as the elf wished to be with him. Noticing the elf's silence, he grew increasingly concerned. "In these past 2 years, have you not associated with any other wizards, Dobby?" Dobby no longer maintained contact with that wicked wizard, yet he had committed wrongdoings that he ought not to have. As he spoke, his emotions surged, nearly prompting him to dash against the wall. "Dobby was freed by the great Harry Potter, sir, severing ties with that vile wizard, only to connect with you immediately, I am connected to you, Mr. Potter. Harry was taken aback by this revelation. He had never contemplated such a magical bond between an elf and its master. However, considering their reverence for their masters, it seemed somewhat plausible. Still, he was curious as to why Dobby chose to connect with him, implying that Dobby had relied on him for these 2 years. This realization did not anger him. Rather, it comforted him that the elf had chosen him over others. All right, Dobby, it's fine. You are my friend, so do not worry. If there is anything else troubling you, please tell me. I will need your assistance and have much work to do, Harry stated earnestly, observing the elf lift his head, tears brimming in his eyes as if he were on the verge of weeping. Dobby shall be the best servant of the great master, my great master, the elf exclaimed, excitedly grasping Harry's hand before suddenly leaping onto his head to embrace him. Okay, Dobby, but I can't see anything now, Harry chuckled, attempting to pry the elf off. At that moment, he heard Hermione's voice. Harry James Potter, how did you become this elf's master? Hermione shouted, having witnessed the scene. So you enslave him too? She turned to leave, but Harry swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, preventing her departure. Wait, Hermione, it's not what you think. He is Dobby, the elf I mentioned, the one referred to by Winky. Hermione struggled fiercely to break free from Harry's embrace, but the elf approached her, raised his hand, and uttered a spell, rendering her immobile. Dobby, what are you doing? Harry exclaimed anxiously. Dobby is preventing this lady from fleeing, he replied, lifting the enchantment, while Harry quickly positioned himself in front of Hermione, cupping her face in his hands. I have not enslaved Hermione. I have offered him a job, remember? Why should I trust you, Harry? Hermione exclaimed in anger. Her face flushed crimson. Harry noted that her furious expression bore a striking resemblance to Professor McGonagall's when she was incensed, yet she remained undeniably beautiful. He resolved to soothe Hermione's feelings first. I heard it call you master. Yes, but that is merely its habit. I never instructed it to do so. As Harry spoke, he gazed into Hermione's tear-filled eyes. He continued, I will pay him a wage, grant him time off. We have already come to an agreement, Hermione. Please trust me. Upon hearing Harry's words, Hermione's ire seemed to dissipate slightly as she turned to look at Dobby. Is that true? Hermione's voice was gentle yet resolute. Master will pay Dobby 1 galleon a week, 1 sickle and 1 canute, and will grant him 2 days off each month, as well as clothes to wear. He is the greatest wizard in the world, Dobby declared, bowing deeply to Harry. That seems rather insufficient, don't you think? Hermione shot another furious glance at Harry, who began to doubt whether hiring Dobby was indeed the right decision. With a resigned sigh, Harry leaned in and kissed Hermione, who attempted to shy away. It is not my decision. It is his. He will not accept more. Ask him, and he will answer all your questions. If you find it inadequate, I shall provide him with a greater wage and more time off, as long as you deem it fair. Harry was acutely aware that only Dobby could persuade Hermione at this juncture. Very well, Hermione replied resolutely. How much did you ask from Harry? Dobby requests 1 galleon a week, 1 day off a month, and clothing to wear. Dobby bowed again to Harry, astonished that his esteemed master would consider granting him more. Do you not think it should be more? Hermione's tone softened slightly. This is too little. Dobby cherishes freedom, but not too much freedom. Miss, Dobby is a free elf. Only because of his great master. Dobby was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Hermione nodded, looking at Harry, and this time, she initiated a kiss. I am sorry, Harry. I thought you were enslaving poor Dobby. She embraced him tightly, and Harry's unease vanished completely. Dobby would no longer be enslaved, and he was elated that his great master allowed him to serve. Dobby approached Hermione, saying, Please, Dobby begs you, do not call me great master or master anymore. Just call me Harry. Harry pleaded, finding Hermione's anger at Dobby calling him master already quite taxing. Dobby must respect his master, and the new mistress, Dobby replied, bowing once more to Hermione, who gazed at him in astonishment. What mistress? This agreement was made with Harry. I have no part in it. Hermione returned a bow. Dobby believes that since you are with my master, you have become my mistress. Dobby spoke, moved to tears by Hermione's actions. It is an honor to serve my great master and my beloved mistress. All right, Dobby, I think that is enough for today. We must return to the Great Hall, Harry stated, mindful that everyone might be nearing the end of their meal, hoping to conclude this conversation before returning. Moreover, from this moment forth, as you have suggested, you must also heed Hermione's counsel. Should you be unable to locate me, or if she calls upon you, you are to comply with her wishes. Dobby shall abide by this, my master. Dobby joyfully leaped, and with a hint of shyness in his gaze, he expressed a final request, should his master permit it. What is your request, Dobby? Inquired Harry, eager to conclude their conversation and return, whatever it may be, do not hesitate to speak. Dobby timidly articulated his desire for a small nook of his own, a place to rest and store his belongings, as he did not wish to wander without a home. Harry chuckled softly. "No problem, Dobby, I shall find you a suitable place." "Thank you, Master Harry," Dobby exclaimed with excitement. "Dobby will work diligently." Thus, the trio made their way back to the Great Hall. At this juncture, the feast was nearing its conclusion, and students engaged in cheerful conversations. Harry, Hermione, and Dobby's arrival did not attract much attention. They quietly returned to their seats. Ron looked at them curiously. "Where have you been for so long?" "Just handling a few matters. I'll explain later," Harry replied vaguely. Dobby stood aside, his eyes wide with curiosity, marveling at everything within the Great Hall. Hermione gently patted Dobby's shoulder. "Dobby, why don't you find a place to settle for now? We will call for you when we need you." "Yes, mistress." Dobby obediently responded before vanishing from sight. Chapter 29. The Triwizard Tournament. Dobby had heard that Winky was dismissed by her previous master, and he fervently hoped that his master would offer her a position. Dobby nearly shouted, "All right, Dobby, let her come to me, and we shall discuss her employment," Harry stated. However, before departing, he recalled the habits of house elves and resolved to establish a few rules. "Before we proceed, I believe I must set some guidelines for our time together." Hermione appeared irked, nudging him with her elbow, her expression one of annoyance, yet Harry paid her no mind, believing she would appreciate these stipulations. "You command, master." Dobby listened intently. "Firstly, you are not to punish yourself in any manner, including burning your hands, striking yourself, or scratching yourself. In short, any action that might cause you harm is forbidden. Secondly, should any issues arise, you must not hesitate to inform me, so feel free to express any desires, even if they pertain to increased wages or additional rest. Thirdly, you are to select a room in the house nearest to the castle to store your belongings, and you shall reside there until I graduate from Hogwarts. All items you purchase with your own money are yours, and anything you save shall similarly belong to you. However, if you require clothing, food, or anything else, simply inform me, and I shall support you when you are in need." As Harry spoke, he noticed Dobby's mouth agape, on the verge of tears. Yet, Dobby merely continued to bow fervently, his nose nearly touching the cold ground. "Oh, Harry, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated you would say such things." As Hermione spoke, she endeavored to assist Dobby in standing up. Dobby was obedient to his master's wishes. This time, Dobby embraced Hermione, leaving her momentarily breathless, as he affectionately declared his willingness to follow orders. With a beaming smile that revealed all his teeth, Dobby then vanished with a soft pop, followed by a flash of lightning and a rumble of thunder. I suppose, at this moment, when Dobby envelopes me in his embrace, I must learn to hold my breath, Harry remarked, attempting to elicit a smile from Hermione, who merely responded with a slight grin. "By the way, what brings you here? You left me a note outside the Great Hall, leading me to believe you wanted me to accompany you." As Hermione began her stride towards the Great Hall, she added, "I assumed you had something to discuss with me." The note was left by Dobby. He wished to see me because Winky mentioned that I could assist him. Harry continued as they entered the Great Hall, which was bustling with students and lively conversation. "I wasn't aware. You merely handed me a note, and I never considered that it was he who instructed you to do so." Hermione appeared somewhat vexed, remarking that had you mentioned it earlier, we could have avoided that little incident. "What incident?" Ron inquired with curiosity. "Did I miss something? This kind of situation seems to be occurring more frequently, don't you think?" After recounting everything that had transpired outside, Ron was not particularly surprised by Dobby's request. He even remarked to Harry that it was peculiar for a house elf to desire so little, considering Harry had found himself a commendable servant. Fred, George, and Neville shifted their seats in front of them as all the students settled down. "Harry, are you feeling better? That spell you practiced earlier was quite effective. Would you mind teaching us after this?" Fred said while eyeing a passing Slytherin boy. "Well, but if you can't manage it, perhaps we need more practice," George remarked, sipping his pumpkin juice. "To be honest, Harry, practicing spells in such a manner isn't advisable. I once practiced in a cupboard and woke up 2 days later. My grandmother nearly killed me and ruined her favorite wardrobe in the process," Neville recounted, tearing off a piece of what resembled cake from his robe. "You are right. I appreciate your concern for me," Harry said, taking a sip of juice, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Excellent." Dumbledore smiled at everyone. "Now that we are all well fed, I would like your attention as I announce some news. Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone that the list of prohibited items within the castle has expanded this year, now including screaming yo-yos, fong frisbees, and spiked boomerangs. The complete list now comprises 437 items. I believe you may check it in Mr. Filch's office." Harry mused that when the Weasley family's new magical inventions hit the market next year, this number would likely escalate to 500. Dumbledore continued, as every year, I must remind everyone that the forest surrounding the castle is off-limits to students. Furthermore, Hogsmeade Village is prohibited for all first and second-year students. Students in the third and fourth years may not visit without the permission of a guardian. I regret to inform everyone that the Quidditch Cup will not be held this semester. What? Harry gasped, having devoted the entire week to mastering various Quidditch techniques, only to have the match cancelled. He glanced at Fred and George, his teammates on the Quidditch team. They merely moved their lips, uttering no sound, as they were undoubtedly too disheartened to speak. Dumbledore continued, this is due to an event commencing in October, which will persist throughout the semester and demand considerable time and energy from the faculty and staff. However, I am confident that you will thoroughly enjoy it. I am delighted to announce that this year at Hogwarts. But at that moment, a deafening thunderclap echoed, and the doors of the Great Hall were suddenly flung open. A man appeared at the entrance, leaning on a cane, his travel cloak dark and voluminous. All heads turned to him as he lowered his hood, revealing a mane of black hair interspersed with strands of white. With each step he took, a dull thud resonated, until a flash of lightning illuminated the entire hall, prompting Hermione to let out an involuntary scream. This man was unlike anything Harry had envisioned. His face appeared to be sculpted from wood, as though crafted by an artist utterly unfamiliar with their tools, resulting in a chaotic visage. His mouth bore numerous scars, and a portion of his nose was missing. What struck Harry most was his eyes, two distinct ones. One was a normal black iris, while the other was large and blue, glowing like a light bulb, darting about without blinking. Harry felt as though the man was observing him several times, but he quickly averted his gaze. The strange figure approached Dumbledore, extending a hand as rough as his face. The headmaster accepted it, and they exchanged a few words, though Harry could not hear them from his distance. The man then seated himself in the chair designated for the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Allow me to introduce our new professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Dumbledore declared cheerfully. In response to the silence that enveloped the hall, he added, Professor Alastair Moody. Ordinarily, this would have elicited a round of applause, yet only silence prevailed, with Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Hagrid being the sole clappers. Moody? Ron whispered. Mad-Eye Moody? The one your dad assisted this morning? It must be him, Ron stammered. What happened to him? Hermione inquired softly, glancing at his face. It seemed the new teacher was unfazed by the lukewarm welcome. He produced a small flask from his cloak, took a sip, seemingly disliking it, yet finishing it nonetheless. Harry observed that beneath his cloak, a portion appeared metallic rather than flesh, with only a metal leg where one would expect a human limb. As I mentioned earlier, Dumbledore continued, attempting to redirect attention from Professor Moody, but to no avail. We are honored to host an exhilarating event, one that has not been held for a century, which will take place over the coming months. I am delighted to announce that this semester will witness the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament. You must be joking, Fred exclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the hall, prompting laughter from all present. I assure you, Mr. Weasley, I am not jesting, the headmaster replied with a smile. However, someone shared a particularly amusing joke with me this summer, involving a house elf, a troll, and a goblin who walked into a bar. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat loudly. Though this is not the time, perhaps I shall share it another day. Now, regarding the Triwizard Tournament, I dare say some of you might be unfamiliar with its significance. So allow me to elucidate, Dumbledore continued. Harry glanced at Hermione, thinking that perhaps the professor could explain it well, but he often found himself struggling to comprehend the details. So he turned to Hermione, who he believed could clarify things for him. Hermione understood his unspoken request and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. This tournament was established approximately 600 years ago as a friendly competition among the three most esteemed magical schools in Europe, Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. Each school selects a champion to participate in 3 magical trials, with the event rotating among the institutions every 5 years. It was regarded as an excellent means of fostering connections among wizards. However, as fatalities among participants increased, it was ultimately discontinued. I am uncertain why it has been reinstated now, but I hope they have implemented adequate safety measures, Hermione said with a hint of trepidation. Harry nodded, recalling the Olympics he had watched while at the Dursleys, although this tournament appeared to be on a smaller scale. His heart raced with excitement, momentarily overshadowed by fear. While most in attendance buzzed with exhilaration, he found himself feeling only bewilderment. We have endeavored to revive this tournament, and while we have faced challenges, the Ministry of Magic has granted us the authority to proceed. In October, the headmasters of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive with their lists of candidates. and the selection of the 3 champions will take place on Halloween. A fair panel of judges will determine which students are eligible to compete in the Triwizard Tournament, bringing honor to their schools and a prize of 1,000 galleons, Dumbledore announced, surveying the assembly. I'm going to give it a try. Come with me, brother, George exclaimed excitedly. Of course, Fred replied, though I believe everyone aspires to claim the Triwizard Tournament trophy. Dumbledore continued, seeking to quiet the Great Hall. However, the headmasters have decided to impose an age restriction on this year as participants. Only students of age, specifically those aged 17 and above, may enter. A chorus of protests erupted. Even Ron began to boo. But Harry felt this was for the best, as it meant he would not be on the list of candidates. Amidst the uproar, Hermione leaned toward Harry and whispered, "Thank goodness, Harry. This is a necessary measure, as the task will be exceedingly challenging and perilous, irrespective of the precautions we implement. Thus, only 6th and 7th year students may participate. I shall ensure that no underage students deceive our judges. Thus, I caution you not to register if you do not meet the age requirement." Dumbledore addressed Fred and George, who were the most vocal in their complaints. Having established these limitations, let me elaborate on the freedoms that accompany them. Our guests will reside with us. They may roam all areas of Hogwarts, including Hogsmeade Village. In any case, if our guests are permitted to do so, students in the 3rd year and above will enjoy complete freedom to travel to Hogsmeade Village. Of course, during after-class hours and leisure time, we will arrange for monitors to oversee the entirety of the competition. Not only the 3 schools, but also their families, should they wish to attend, may do so. To facilitate this, you must complete the application form provided by your head of house, Dumbledore stated, and Harry felt elated at the prospect of visiting Hogsmeade after classes, which offered him hope for numerous dates with Hermione, perhaps even solitary moments in a shrieking shack. As night had fallen, I understand that it is crucial for all of you to remain alert and well-rested for tomorrow's classes. Hence, it is time for bed. Prefects, please escort everyone to their respective dormitories. Dumbledore sat down and began conversing with Mad-Eye Moody. We will turn 17 in April. We deserve a chance, Fred exclaimed abruptly. But his voice was drowned out by the clamor of everyone preparing to leave. No one can stop me from participating, Fred insisted stubbornly, frowning at the staff table. Champions get to do many things we are usually prohibited from doing, and there's a prize of 1,000 galleons. Indeed, Ron chimed in dreamily, 1,000 galleons. Let us go. Hermione expressed a hint of disappointment towards her friend's attitude. If we don't leave now, we'll be left behind. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Fred, and George exited the hall. The twins were engaged in a discussion about what measures Dumbledore might take to prevent those under 17 from entering the competition. Who decides who the champion is? Harry inquired. I don't know, Fred replied, but we must outsmart him. True, but he isn't the one to determine who the champion is, right? George remarked cleverly. In my view, when that judge learns who wishes to participate, he will select the best from each school without much regard for age. Dumbledore merely wants to deter us from signing up. But someone has died before. Hermione pointed out anxiously as they passed through a hidden door behind a tapestry and began ascending another, narrower staircase. Yes, Fred acknowledged nonchalantly. But that was a long time ago, wasn't it? And without a hint of risk, where lies the thrill? Hey Ron, if we figure out how to deceive Dumbledore, wouldn't you want to participate? What do you think? Ron asked Harry. It will be quite something, wouldn't it? But I suspect they will choose older candidates. I'm not sure we are ready. I'm definitely not ready, came Neville's disheartened voice from behind Fred and George. I think my grandmother would want me to give it a try. She often tells me that I should bring honor to our family. If I wish to earn her approval, one day I must accomplish something of significance. They arrived at the entrance of Gryffindor Tower, concealed behind the grand portrait of a plump woman clad in a pink silk dress. Password? She inquired as they approached. Flibberty-gibbet, George replied. That's what the head boy below told me. The portrait swung open, revealing a passage in the wall, through which they entered. Inside the common room, a circular fireplace crackled warmly, surrounded by tables and plush armchairs. Harry felt a wave of joy as he returned to this familiar and welcoming space. Though Hermione bade farewell to the others and ascended to the girls' dormitory, he nearly followed her out to give her a good-night kiss, as he had done in the burrow, but restrained himself and went upstairs with Ron and Neville instead. In the tower, he found 5 beds, each adorned with personal belongings. Dean and Seamus were already in bed. Seamus had hung an emblem of the Irish team above his head, while Dean had pinned a poster of Victor Crumb to his nightstand, accompanied by an old West Ham United poster. He has lost it, Ron sighed, shaking his head at the paper footballers. Harry, Ron, and Neville donned their pajamas and climbed into bed. Someone, undoubtedly a house elf, had placed a bed warmer between the sheets. Lying comfortably and listening to the storm outside was a soothing experience. I could sign up, Ron muttered drowsily in the darkness. If Fred and George come up with a way to enter, who knows, right? I doubt it. Harry turned over in bed, his mind conjuring a series of dazzling images. He had deceived the fair judge into believing he was 17 and had been chosen as Hogwarts champion. Standing in the arena, he raised his arms before the entire school, who cheered for him as he triumphed in the Triwizard Tournament. Amidst the indistinct crowd, Hermione's face stood out clearly, filled with admiration and affection. Harry smiled into his pillow, relieved that Ron could not see the visions in his mind, although a voice within warned him that danger was imminent. Hedwig gently woke him with soft pecks, as she had been trained to do since he began his training with Mad-Eye Moody. Despite still feeling somewhat groggy, he stroked her beak in gratitude before donning his tracksuit and sneakers and heading downstairs to commence his training. The dawn had yet to break, so he took his time until he reached Hagrid's hut. It was only as the first rays of sunlight fully emerged that his training progressed smoothly. By the end of the week, his body ached less and his stamina improved. Just as he was nearing the end of his training, he heard Hagrid's voice. "Harry, why are you up so early? Are you training?" Hagrid, clad in a large coat and holding a coffee cup the size of a teapot, inquired. "Hagrid, I currently have a daily training regimen that I cannot miss, although I have already skipped 2 days." As he spoke, he walked toward his friend's cottage. "How are you? I only greeted you yesterday." "I am well, Harry. It truly surprises me to see you up so early." Hagrid welcomed him into the cottage, noting that he was sweating profusely. Failing to exercise outdoors could have adverse effects on one's health. "When did you start this routine?" Chapter 30. The new term at Hogwarts, the blast and its grit. Since last week, life at Hogwarts has gradually unfolded amidst magic and novelty. Harry meandered through the corridors and courtyards of the castle, inadvertently encountering Hagrid, whose large hound Fong was joyfully wagging its tail beside him. Harry greeted Fong warmly, skillfully scratching its head, and remarked with a smile, "I haven't been training for long, but I hope to improve quickly." Hagrid grinned widely, turned, and filled a large mug with steaming hot chocolate. The fragrant steam wafted enticingly, and Harry joyfully accepted the cup. Hagrid kindly advised, "That's wonderful, Harry, but you must take care of yourself and eat well. Overexertion is not good either." After saying this, he tilted his head back and took a hearty sip of the warm beverage. Harry furrowed his brow slightly, asking with a hint of confusion, "Do you think there will be any issues with me rising so early? Being late might incur a penalty, but I wonder if I'm allowed to leave the common room at this hour." He took a delicate sip of the chocolate, relishing the slightly bitter taste that spread across his tongue, which he found quite enjoyable. Hagrid gently shook his head and replied, "Harry, I've never heard of anyone exercising at this hour. Most students try to sleep in as late as possible." Hagrid sat beside him, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "However, you should discuss this with Professor Dumbledore. He will assist you." Suddenly, a small explosion erupted near the armchair, causing Harry to leap to his feet, alert and focused on the source of the sound. Before him appeared a cluster of peculiar creatures, each about 5 centimeters long, lacking shells, pale in color, and slimy, resembling deformed lobsters. Intrigued, Harry leaned closer, attempting to locate their heads, only to realize they seemed to be non-existent. With a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "What are those?" "Hagrid?" Hagrid smiled mysteriously, covering the creatures with a blanket, and said, "You will find out during my class. But first, tell me about what you did over the holidays." "Harry." For the next hour, Harry and Hagrid engaged in delightful conversation, recounting amusing anecdotes from Harry's holiday and thrilling moments from the World Cup, skillfully sidestepping the weighty topics of Death Eaters and the Dark Mark until they finished their drinks. As breakfast time approached, Hagrid escorted Harry back to the castle. Harry ascended the stairs alone to return to the common room, encountering not a single soul along the way. Upon passing through the portrait of the fat lady and entering the common room, he discovered several first-year students animatedly discussing the new timetable. Upon seeing Harry, their eyes sparkled with excitement and admiration, and they eagerly greeted him, with more than one student fervently requesting his autograph. Harry smiled in response, saying, "Wait a moment. I must first take a shower and change my clothes." Shortly thereafter, Ron, Neville, Seamus, and Dean returned to the common room, still in their familiar jovial spirits. Harry then entered the small bathroom, quickly washing away the sweat from his body. Upon exiting the bathroom, he found Ron already awake. They hastily changed their clothes and made their way to the Great Hall. Upon entering, Harry looked up and noticed that several gray clouds continued to float across the ceiling, casting a somewhat somber atmosphere over the hall. They walked directly to their usual breakfast seats, where Hermione was already waiting, her face adorned with a radiant smile, eagerly assisting them. Yet, A peculiar emotion stirred within Harry. He was not fond of merely maintaining a facade of friendship with Hermione in front of others. As they gathered around to review their class schedule, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were animatedly discussing ingenious ways to age themselves and how to cleverly deceive the judges to participate in a competition. Ron lightly traced his finger over the column for Monday on the schedule, exclaiming with delight, "Today is quite splendid. We have no classes all morning." However, his expression soon shifted as he frowned, lamenting, "Having herbology with Hufflepuff is absurd, and sharing care of magical creatures with Slytherin is nothing short of a joke." Harry shrugged in resignation, adding, "But we do have 2 hours of divination this afternoon." His tone was laced with disinterest, as divination was his least favorite subject, even more so than potions, which he found particularly vexing. Nearly every divination class, the teacher incessantly predicted his demise, which left him feeling quite unsettled. While elegantly spreading butter on her toast, Hermione earnestly remarked, "If you were to abandon this course like I have, you could learn something truly beneficial for the future, such as arithmancy." She continued, "Moreover, I wish to inform you that I am beginning an initiative for the rights of house elves." Her eyes sparkled with pride. Harry silently speculated that perhaps Hermione was no longer as angry with him over the events of the previous night. Yet, she seemed resolute not only to assist one house elf, but to advocate for the rights of all house elves. Harry nodded in quiet support of her decision. He genuinely hoped that the elves would receive better treatment. For now, he simply continued to eat his porridge in silence, refraining from further comments. With his mouth full of toast, Ron mumbled, "Good luck, Hermione. I hope it goes well. As far as I know, house elves can be quite stubborn." Hermione shot him an irritated glance before turning her questioning gaze toward Harry, who once again nodded affirmatively. In herbology class, they gathered around a cluster of thick, dark plants, their above-ground portions swollen with large lumps. Professor Sprout patiently explained, "These are bubotubers. The pus inside can be beneficial for treating acne, provided one knows how to handle them." Thus, Harry busied himself, diligently filling nearly 20 bottles. Ron, however, offered little assistance, instead engaging in cheerful conversation with Hannah Abbott. Hermione appeared quite displeased by the odor emanating from the plants. Thus, nearly all the responsibilities fell squarely upon Harry's shoulders. When the dismissal bell rang, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief and eagerly departed the classroom, intent on returning to Hagrid's side to unravel the mysteries of the enigmatic creatures he had encountered that morning. As they approached Hagrid's hut, it seemed that similar explosive sounds, reminiscent of the morning's events, echoed once more. Harry found himself pondering whether these creatures were indeed docile. Hagrid, spotting their approach, greeted them warmly, "Good morning." He gestured toward a large box filled with the creatures Harry had seen earlier, introducing them with a grin, Blast-ended Scroots, with one enormous hand resting on Harry's shoulder. Harry swayed, slightly, almost losing his balance, but he managed to steady himself just in time. Ron and Hermione, a mixture of curiosity and trepidation on their faces, observed the Blast-ended Scroots when suddenly one of them detonated, sending brilliant sparks into the air. Hermione instinctively stepped back, her hand clasping Harry's in a moment of panic. A wave of joy surged through Harry. Since the previous evening, an unspoken barrier had lingered between them, and this brief contact felt as though everything had returned to its former state. However, Hermione quickly recognized her lapse in composure, hastily releasing her grip, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks, causing Harry's fleeting joy to vanish without a trace. Hagrid, witnessing the scene, chuckled and remarked, "These are newly born. This is a splendid project for nurturing creatures." Students from Slytherin began to arrive in droves, many bursting into laughter upon spotting Harry, some even making exaggerated gestures at him. Yet, when they learned that the creatures were Blast-ended Scroots, they began to criticize Hagrid, attempting to evade the impending task. Unfazed, Hagrid presented a variety of food for the Scroots, announcing loudly, "Whoever can identify or discover what they like to eat will earn points." Clearly, no one was aware of the Scroots' preferences. For the next few minutes, everyone gathered around the Scroots, attempting to feed them. However, despite their best efforts, the Scroots showed no interest in the offerings, as Harry observed his own Scroot writhing on the ground. Its movements were so peculiar that it reminded him of a sea crab, albeit with a far more erratic motion. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Harry's mind. Perhaps the blood Hagrid had previously mentioned was the key. Without hesitation, he picked up a sharp stone and gently pricked his finger, allowing several drops of blood to fall cautiously onto each type of food. Remarkably, the Scroots soon began to feast, their antics quite extraordinary. Harry's Scroot settled upon a piece of snake meat and quickly devoured it entirely. Surrounding students gaped at Harry in astonishment, and by the time he noticed, most were gaping, their expressions full of disbelief. Even Hermione failed to notice that her screw-it had begun to explode, instantly shattering the box it was contained in. Hagrid excitedly approached Harry, praising him. "Well done, Harry, splendid." He then handed Harry some more snake meat, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he inquired, "How did you do that?" Harry, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and explained, "Well, initially I allowed it to choose for itself. However, upon hearing of its blood-sucking tendencies, I dropped a few drops of blood onto each type of food. It then began to sniff around before it started to eat. I didn't really do much." Hagrid nodded in satisfaction and boomed, 20 points to Gryffindor. After uttering this, he handed Harry a small badge. In the following hour, everyone attempted to feed the blast-ended screw-its using Harry's method. Harry eagerly assisted Hermione in feeding her screw-it, placing the same food around it. But it did not approach the snake meat. Instead, it lunged directly for the ant eggs. Observing this, Hermione pricked her finger, letting a few drops of blood fall, and the screw-it promptly began to eat. Some screw-its opted for meat, while others chose frog liver. As they walked back to the castle, Ron pondered aloud, "Well, at least they're small for now." Hermione retorted angrily, "They're small now. When Hagrid finds out they grow over 2 meters, I hope he will consider getting rid of them." Ron chuckled nervously, saying, "Well, if they prove useful, it won't matter. I only said that to silence Malfoy, but they can't possibly be of much use. I hope he realizes this before someone gets hurt." Harry felt that Hermione's words were somewhat exaggerated. He thought perhaps these screw-its had their own merits. With proper training, they might become formidable pets capable of scaring off other dangerous creatures. They arrived at the Great Hall, ready to indulge in a feast, yet Hermione consumed her food at an astonishing pace. In contrast, Harry's dining speed the previous night had resembled that of a sluggish tortoise. Once Hermione hastily finished her meal, she stood up and declared, "I'm heading to the library. See you tonight." She rushed off without uttering another word to Harry. Ron called out after her, "It's only the first day. We haven't even been assigned homework yet." He turned to Harry, winking, and suggested, "You should spend some time with her." Harry sighed in frustration and replied, "I don't know, Ron. I understand we need to maintain our friendship, but this seems excessive." As he served himself another helping of potatoes, Ron remarked, "Perhaps you'll see her in the library, 1TU. Did you do something to upset her, Harry?" Harry shook his head helplessly, saying, "Not that I know of." With that, he finished his meal just as the bell rang for afternoon classes. They made their way to the North Tower where, at the end of a narrow spiral staircase, a circular trapdoor marked the entrance to Professor Trelawney's divination classroom. Upon entering, a cloyingly sweet aroma enveloped Harry, prompting them to hastily find their seats. "Good morning," Professor Trelawney's voice suddenly echoed from behind Harry, startling him. In her usual somber tone, she addressed Harry. "You are quite troubled, dear. My inner eye perceives beyond your brave facade, revealing the tumultuous soul within. Regrettably, I must inform you that your fears are profoundly overwhelming, and I foresee challenging times ahead, exceedingly arduous ones. The very events you dread are imminent, arriving sooner than you anticipate." Ron cast a worried glance at Harry, who coldly regarded the professor, having grown accustomed to such ominous prophecies. Professor Trelawney paid them no further heed, turning her attention to other students. As the lesson commenced, Harry's mind was consumed by the professor's words. Throughout the academic year, she had delivered at least 5 death predictions to him, all of which he had dismissed with indifference. By the end of the class, Harry had formed a resolute plan. He sought a secluded place to continue his training under Priscabor, his magical studies. Instead of heading to the Great Hall, as was customary, he made a beeline for Gryffindor Tower. In his haste, he brushed past numerous students and even encountered Luna. He courteously greeted her, reminding her that the dining hall lay in the opposite direction, before hastily apologizing that he would arrive shortly. Harry swiftly entered his room, retrieving the Marauder's map and his father's notes. As he gazed at the notes, he silently prayed, "Help me, Dad." He fervently searched through the pages until he finally discovered the expanded instructions for the Marauder's map. He read attentively, "Expansion 2. This is primarily designed to assist you in locating desired places. It merely presents possibilities relevant to your immediate intentions. To add this feature to the map, you must open it, place the tip of your wand on the title, and utter the following incantation. Help me find what I seek, guide me to my goal. Subsequently, articulate the conditions you wish to fulfill, such as a place where magic may be cast, and a map will reveal various potential locations in blue ink. Warning: this function will display only possible places, not the optimal ones. Multiple locations may appear, and your wand's direction will lead you to one of them. However, it will not indicate whether the location is magically protected or restricted. Upon reaching this point, A faint smile graced Harry's face. He mused that while it may be a minor expansion, it would certainly prove beneficial. Nevertheless, before putting it into practice, he resolved to read through the final expansion. Expansion 3. This implementation is more intricate, as incorporating it into the map necessitates considerable magical power. In essence, this is an extension of the map itself. It no longer merely represents Hogwarts Castle, but also includes locations known to the user. For instance, King's Cross Station or the Hogwarts Express, along with all preceding functionalities. Due to its complexity, certain limitations apply. 1. Unfamiliar locations cannot be utilized. 2. Only places bearing magical traces will be displayed. 3. Beyond a Hogwarts map. The item finding feature is entirely ineffective, for this function may only be summoned by my successor, as the map is bound to my magic. To incorporate it, first hold the closed map in your hands, visualize it in your mind, and then say, "See my heart, behold every corner, and render it flawlessly." Strive to recall each place you wish to include. As if strolling down memory lane, one recalls, gradually, then touches the map with the tip of the wand and speaks the desired location aloud. This act consumes a significant amount of magic instantly. One may experience hunger or disorientation, and the effects remain uncertain. Should one wish to alter the destination, merely vocalizing the request prompts the map to erase and redraw the specified locale. It is advisable that by touching a person with a wand and stating their inclusion on the map, this individual will appear, be they muggle or wizard. Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself to complete all the steps. Upon finishing, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of intense hunger and fatigue. Yet he felt a pleasant sense of accomplishment within. Following the instructions, he incorporated number 4, Privet Drive, and Hogsmeade into the map. Upon unveiling it, he discovered the map to be remarkably accurate, displaying the names of locations. For instance, switching to Hogsmeade and then to Privet Drive, he noticed small dots labeled with Molly Weasley's name. Hogsmeade revealed even more figures on the map. Satisfied, Harry closed the map, his hunger gnawing at him. Having spent considerable time on it, and he made his way downstairs to the Great Hall. On his way to the Great Hall, Harry fortuitously encountered Hermione. Her face also etched with fatigue. Concerned, Harry inquired, "Is there a lot of homework?" Hermione sighed in exasperation, lamenting, "Professor Trelawney has assigned us an entire weekend's worth of work, including classic prophecies concerning my various deaths. I've been burned, drowned, exploded, bled out, and my personal favorite, dying at Voldemort's hands." Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Hermione's horror-stricken expression. Chapter 31. Transfiguration, the Fat Lady's Portrait. "Harry, how can you still attend that class?" "That woman only brings bad omens," Hermione exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "You'd better choose arithmancy. Professor Vector has assigned no homework and would be thrilled to have you." "Harry, I mentioned you to her, and she was quite fond of the idea." At that moment, regrettably, a throng of students surged into the corridor, the clamor instantly engulfing the surroundings. Harry found it impossible to elaborate on the Marauder's map to Hermione. As they squeezed into the Great Hall, it was already packed with students queuing for their meals, the noise deafening. To Harry's astonishment, Ron was engaged in a heated argument with Malfoy, both glaring at each other defiantly. Anxious, Harry hurriedly pushed through the crowd, grabbing Ron just as Malfoy, his face flushed with rage, raised his fist, ready to strike. "Calm down, Ron," Harry exclaimed, gripping Ron's arm tightly. "It's not worth it. He will pay for his actions. Look who has here, the Mad Potter Weasley. Just look at your partner. This poor lunatic doesn't even know what he's doing, yet he claims I'm not worth it," Malfoy shouted, his face reddening, his lips twitching slightly. "Shut up, Malfoy." Hermione hastened to Harry and Ron's side, her voice ringing with indignation, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Let me take care of this, Harry. I shall break that pretty face of his." Ron forcefully wrenched his arm from Harry's grasp, compelling Harry to hold on more tightly. With a voice filled with rage, Ron bellowed, "I was merely inquiring whether your mother has always resembled a pig, or if it is merely the result of poor photography." Malfoy erupted into laughter, his derisive chuckles echoing through the air. "Ha ha, Weasley, is that the best you can do?" Yet, before Ron could retort or take action, Harry interjected, his face flushed with emotion, nearly shouting, "Have you ever looked in a mirror, Malfoy? Your expression suggests you've been smelling something foul. Has it always been like that? Or is it just when you're around?" Malfoy's face contorted with rage as he roared, "Do not insult my mother, Potter." With that, he swiftly drew his wand and shouted, "Incendio." Instantly, a barrage of fireballs erupted from his wand, streaking through the air like meteors. Gasps arose from the crowd. Harry felt one of the fireballs graze his cheek, a searing sensation accompanied by a sticky residue. Anxious, he reached for his wand, but before he could grasp it, he heard another incantation, though he did not catch it entirely. "No, you shan't, boy." Harry turned to locate the source of the voice, spotting Professor Moody limping down the stairs, clutching his wand firmly. Meanwhile, a white ferret had appeared where Malfoy had stood moments earlier. "Did it hit you?" Moody inquired in a gruff, serious tone, his gaze exuding authority. "No," Harry replied, still shaken, "it merely grazed me." "Good," Moody responded impassively, pointing his wand at the ferret, which levitated a few feet into the air before plummeting down, only to be levitated again just before hitting the ground, repeating the act several times. "I have little tolerance for sneak attacks, especially from spoiled children." "Professor Moody," Professor McGonagall shouted, having reached the staff table, her concern palpable as she rushed out of the Great Hall. "What on earth are you doing?" she called out while pursuing the ferret. "Teaching," Moody gruffly replied. "Is this a lesson for a student?" McGonagall exclaimed anxiously as she swiftly drew her wand. "No," Moody calmly stated, "it's merely a very foolish animal." Just then, Malfoy reappeared, sprawled awkwardly on the marble floor, curled up in a ball, his golden hair disheveled over his face, a pained expression etched upon him. After a moment, he slowly rose to his feet. "Professor Moody, we never use transfiguration as punishment." McGonagall exclaimed furiously, her eyes filled with discontent. "I believe Professor Dumbledore has spoken to you about this. Perhaps he mentioned it. I am uncertain, as I have not been particularly attentive lately." Moody replied indifferently while scratching his chin. "I prefer the old-fashioned methods, as you know. They tend to keep them in line. I shall inform my father." Malfoy's voice was barely audible, yet tinged with resentment. "Oh, will you?" Moody approached the boy slowly and remarked, "Ah, I have known your father for quite some time. Go and inform him that Moody will be keeping a close watch on his son. Relay to him that your headmaster is Snape. Is that correct?" As he spoke, his prosthetic leg echoed sharply down the corridor. "Yes," Malfoy said resentfully. "What a surprise. Yet another old acquaintance." Moody gruffly replied, "I have long wished to have a word with old Snape. Come along." With that, he grasped Malfoy's arm and led him toward the basement. "All settled. Either come in for dinner or return to your respective dormitories," Professor McGonagall declared, shaking her head in resignation before returning to the Great Hall. Harry and his friends exchanged glances and then silently followed her. Once seated, Harry was incredulous to witness the same scene as that afternoon, with Hermione devouring her food at an astonishing pace. "Off to the library again?" Harry inquired, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Didn't Professor Victor say he hadn't assigned you any homework?" His tone carried a hint of irritation. "It's not homework, Harry," Hermione replied, hastily finishing her last morsel. "I believe I have only about 2 hours left before the library closes." Moments later, Hermione abruptly rose and exited the Great Hall. Disappointed, Harry slowly ate, feeling as though the food would never end, his mood sinking further. "Don't worry, she is probably studying something or searching for materials on arithmancy." Ron attempted to console Harry, patting him on the shoulder. "I don't know, Ron. Ever since last night, she seems different, like she is actively avoiding me." As Harry finished his meal, he stood up, preparing to continue his study of the Marauder's map. "All right, mate, she isn't avoiding you. I think she just wishes to keep a low profile. You know the issues she has to face, your crazy fans, and the opinions of others seeing you together. Not to mention her situation with the professors. Some teachers disapprove of students dating at school. What problems could there be with being with her?" Harry frowned, his mood worsening. "I accepted her conditions because I felt that if Voldemort found out, he would come after her, not because of what others say. I couldn't care less about their opinions." "Yes, Harry, I understand, but don't you think she might feel pressure as well?" Ron tried to keep his voice calm, patiently reasoning with him. "This is new territory for her too." "Rubbish," Harry replied as he entered the fat lady's portrait. "I want to pester her with those questions, but I hope she feels comfortable enough to talk to me." Harry dashed up the stairs and into his room. "Oh, Harry, I'm really not sure what to say to you. I've never encountered a situation like yours, but you should talk to her," Ron sighed, lying on his bed. "I know, but every time we are alone, someone interrupts us. I thought I would have time to chat, but she went to the library again, even in the evening," Harry lamented, pulling out the Marauder's map, his face a picture of frustration. "There will be opportunities, Harry, there will be." Ron merely gazed at the ceiling, offering solace. "So, what are we searching for on the map this time?" Harry elucidated the latest enhancements and functionalities of the newly added map. "That's splendid. What are you seeking now?" Ron inquired, leaning closer to examine the map. "A location," Harry replied, his eyes steadfast as he held his wand. "A place where I can hone my magical skills unnoticed, without anyone seeking me out." A section of the 7th floor illuminated, yet appeared merely as a line, resembling neither a room nor anything else. "In any case, Harry, this map is faulty," Ron lamented, reclining once more and shaking his head in disappointment. You should consult Dumbledore when you have clarity. Perhaps he could provide you with a private chamber. Although Harry felt disheartened by his inability to locate the place on the map, he decided to postpone his worries. For he was both weary and vexed. He changed his clothes and lay down, contemplating the possibility of meeting Hermione alone the following day to discuss the map and inquire about her activities in the library. A week passed like a shooting star. Yet for Harry, each day felt interminably lengthy. His morning routine now included a few minutes of conversation with Hagrid, who was utterly captivated by blast-ended Scroots, a topic he could not cease to expound upon during their encounters. During breaks, Harry attempted to find a training location, seeking out Hermione during breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But almost every time he spotted her, she was on the move. This saddened him greatly. On several occasions, he ventured to the library only to find her engrossed in her own affairs, utterly oblivious to his presence. In class, they remained focused, and Harry was acutely aware that Hermione would not forgive him for being inattentive, leading her to dash off to the library or her next class once the lesson concluded. Come on, cheer up, Ron encouraged, giving Harry's shoulder a hearty pat as they made their way to their first defense against the dark arts class. We'll see her there. What good will that do? Harry retorted angrily. She'll just head to the library again. I can't even discuss the map with her, not to mention what I had for breakfast today. Eggs and bacon. What else? Ron teased with a grin, but Harry merely grunted in response, dismissing his jest. All fourth-year students were eagerly anticipating this class, with most already settled in the classroom, prompting Harry to find a seat. He saved a spot for Ron, who instead opted to chat with Hannah. Consequently, Harry leaned dejectedly on his arm, closed his eyes, and patiently awaited the arrival of their teacher. Harry! He heard Hermione's voice and quickly opened his eyes to see his girlfriend, who now felt almost like a friend again. I just came from the library, Harry said wearily as Hermione took a seat beside him. Hermione! Yet he could not continue, for the teacher had arrived, and reluctantly, everyone, including Harry, retrieved their books. Now you can put your books away, Moody gruffly announced, his metal prosthetic leg clattering as he approached the lectern and took his seat, prompting everyone to follow suit. Ron excitedly found a seat in another row, gazing at Harry, who offered him a reluctant smile. Moody retrieved a list and commenced roll call, scrutinizing each student with his magical eye. When he reached Harry's name, that peculiar eye seemed to gaze beyond him, oddly swiveling to one side as if signaling something. All right, he declared after finishing the roll call, I have received a letter from Professor Lupin. Clearly, you have fared well against Boggarts, Redcaps, Chimeras, Grindylows, Kappas, and Werewolves. He cast a final glance at Harry before continuing. However, in my estimation, you are lacking in your understanding of curses. Moody continued thus. I have merely one lesson to teach you how to defend against spells cast by one wizard upon another. He pointed to two random students. So let us proceed. Curses take various forms and levels of severity. According to the Ministry of Magic regulations, I am only permitted to instruct you on counter curses, and that shall be the extent of it. You're not to learn the forbidden curses until your 6th year, as they deem you too immature to handle such topics beforehand. However, Professor Dumbledore holds you in higher regard, believing you capable of withstanding it. And I concur that the sooner you comprehend what lies ahead, the better. A wizard preparing to cast an unforgivable curse will not give you prior notice. They are unlikely to act with chivalry. You must be prepared. You must remain vigilant. And you, Miss Brown, stow that away while I am speaking, he said solemnly. Lavender, taken aback, flushed crimson, having been revealing her complete horoscope to Parvati beneath the table. It seemed Moody's magical eye could penetrate solid wood and discern her every action. Now, does anyone among you know which curses are deemed the most severely punished under magical law? Moody continued his lesson. Several hands shot up, including Ron's and Hermione's. Moody pointed at Ron. Although his magical eye remained fixed on Lavender. Ron hesitated. My dad mentioned one. I think it's called the soul-sucking curse, or something similar. Correct, Moody affirmed. Your father is quite knowledgeable. Once, the soul-sucking curse caused considerable upheaval for the Ministry of Magic. Moody then produced 3 large spiders from his drawer, placing them on the desk. These spiders remained still until he pointed his wand at one and uttered the incantation, soul departure. The spider leapt from the desk, scampering to an adjacent table, swinging on its delicate, silken thread. It then crawled back onto the desk, extending its legs rigidly, as stiff as though it were a specimen, before beginning to spin in circles. With a flick of his wand, the spider commenced a tap dance. Laughter erupted from the students, except for Moody. You find this amusing, do you? But this is an illustration of complete control over the cursed. As Moody spoke, he waved his wand, causing the spider to soar into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, the laughter abruptly ceasing. Many years prior, this curse had been cast upon countless individuals. Moody elucidated that it had caused considerable trouble for the Ministry of Magic, as they were uncertain whether these individuals had acted of their own volition or had fallen victim to the curse. The spider began to move once more, albeit with less agility, for several of its legs were broken. Upon its return to the table, Moody placed it back into the drawer. Could this curse be resisted? Certainly, but it requires a formidable will, preferably an unwavering determination. However, it is best not to become its victim at all. He regarded the audience with his normal eyes, urging them to remain ever vigilant. Does anyone know anything else? He inquired, and to Harry's astonishment, Hermione raised her hand, closely followed by Neville. Speak up, child. He directed towards Neville. There is a cruciatus curse, Neville murmured, his voice faint and unclear. Moody scrutinized him with both eyes. Are you Longbottom? He asked, setting aside his magical eye to check the roster. Nervously, Neville nodded. Moody then retrieved a second spider. For the second curse, we require a larger spider, he declared, his wand gleaming as it swiftly enlarged. Chapter 32. Under attack by the cruciatus curse. The spider instantly transformed into a wolf spider. Ron, already seated at a distance, paled further at the sight of the creature, hastily pushing his chair back even farther. Harry, witnessing Ron's reaction, was reminded of his deep-seated fear of spiders. This spider, in stark contrast to the one in the Forbidden Forest, appeared entirely different. Cruciatus, Professor Moody stated, his expression impassive as he pointed at the spider, reciting the incantation coldly. The spider writhed frantically on the table, curling up in distress. Harry had never heard such a piercing scream from spider. Well, aside from the acromantula. But the wails of the creature before him were chillingly horrific, as if it were on the brink of death. It began to tremble violently, prompting Hermione to leap from her seat, her face flushed and her eyes filled with terror and compassion. Stop! Hermione cried out sharply. Harry turned to her, only to find her gaze not upon the spider, but fixated intently on Neville. Neville clutched the table tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. His face etched with fear as his body trembled slightly. Moody ceased the incantation, and the spider gradually relaxed. The professor, maintaining a stoic demeanor, reduced it back to its original size and returned it to the drawer. Pain, he whispered softly, his tone heavy with gravity. It does not require a knife, fire, or any other instrument to inflict. Once it begins, it is nearly impossible to defend against. Only those with a strong soul can endure such agony. Yet even so, it can inflict irreversible damage upon a wizard. The room fell silent, each individual gripped by fear, but none more so than Neville. Even after the spell had ceased, he remained fixated on the drawer, his fingers nearly swollen from the intensity of his grip. Moody picked up the final spider and gently placed it on the table before Harry and Hermione. Can anyone tell me about the last one, Miss Granger? He gazed at Hermione, his eyes reflecting a trace of scrutiny as his finger gently pointed at the spider. Hermione's lips trembled slightly, on the verge of tears, and she whispered Avada Kedavra. Harry sat nearby, motionless and silent, yet a foreboding sense of dread surged within him, an instinct that foretold calamity. Avada Kedavra! Moody suddenly bellowed, thrusting his wand at the spider. A blinding flash of green light erupted, and Harry felt his vision fade to nothingness, followed by a thunderous roar echoing through the classroom. In the next moment, the spider lay lifeless on the desk, devoid of any wounds, yet its demise was unmistakably palpable. This was ominous. Moody's tone remained calm, but his gaze was sharp and unyielding, tinged with displeasure. There was no counter-curse, no means of intervention. Only one person survived this curse, and he sits beside you, Miss Granger. Harry instantaneously sensed the collective gaze of his classmates fixate upon him, yet he paid them no heed, turning instead to Hermione. By now, she was sobbing uncontrollably, her hands pressed tightly against her face. A wave of empathy surged within Harry, compelling him to rise and envelop her in a gentle embrace. For reasons unknown, a voice from the previous semester echoed in his mind. Run with Harry, Lily. It was his father's desperate cry in the face of Voldemort, while his mother held him tightly, but it was all too late. I love you, Harry, followed by his mother's piercing scream. There was no counter-curse, no escape. Why then should I teach you? Moody's voice rose again. Remember, dark wizards will show you no mercy, so be vigilant. The suddenness of his shout startled everyone in the classroom. Harry tenderly urged Hermione to sit down, and she wept softly in his embrace. The surrounding students fell into a profound silence, neither speaking to them nor inquiring, merely taking notes on the curses. Gradually, Hermione calmed, pulling slightly away from Harry's hold, her lips moving gently as she murmured her gratitude. Remember, these 3 are unforgivable curses. Anyone who employs them will be sent straight to Azkaban. I want to remind you all to be prepared to confront these, to be ever ready to evade them at all costs. Maintain an unwavering and irrevocable vigilance. Upon concluding, Moody slowly resumed his seat. For the remainder of the lesson, the classroom was steeped in an eerie stillness, no one daring to speak. Harry even found the time to meticulously note these down on parchment, next to the spells he was to learn. Counter curse for the Cruciatus Curse, counter curse for the Imperius Curse, counter curse for the Avada Kedavra, and the importance of remaining vigilant. At last, the bell rang, and students began to filter out of the classroom, leaving only Harry, Hermione, and Ron behind. Moments later, they too stood to exit, eager to avoid the bottleneck at the door. Upon stepping outside, they were met with lively discussions about the lesson, as if it were an enthralling theatrical performance. Yet for Harry, it was merely an excessively brutal lesson, and Hermione seemed to share his sentiment. "Let's hurry." Hermione, with a furrowed brow, addressed Harry and Ron with evident anxiety. "Aren't you heading to the library today?" Ron inquired, curiosity lacing his tone. "No, immunity play." Gesturing toward a side corridor, there sat Neville, his hands resting on his knees, gazing vacantly out the window, remnants of fear still flickering in his eyes. Harry immediately grasped Hermione's intent and hurried alongside her to Neville. "Neville," Hermione called softly. Hearing her voice, Neville reluctantly turned his head, forcing a faint smile to mask his inner turmoil. "Hey guys, how was class? I was wondering what we'll have for dinner." "I'm starving," he said, attempting to rise. Harry quickly placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to sit back down, and took a seat beside him. "Neville, I'm certain my parents were killed by the killing curse. Witnessing that spell was strange. It serves as a reminder that Voldemort is still out there, seeking to finish what he started with me." Harry spoke slowly. Hermione and Ron gasped in shock, and Hermione's complexion drained of color. "Harry," Neville began, but Harry gently interrupted him. "Neville, you don't understand. Those curses are the most dreadful things in existence. Yet, those who wield them must pay a price for their actions, whether or not they are fatal," Harry stated, resting a comforting hand on Neville's shoulder. "My parents, they were attacked by the Cruciatus Curse at St. Mungo's. They hardly recognize me. I seldom visit not because I don't love them, but because it's too painful." Neville's voice trembled as he spoke. "Pain," Harry interjected empathetically, his heart aching as he witnessed his friend's tears. "I can't fully comprehend your feelings, but sometimes I imagine what life would be like with them. That thought is more agonizing than knowing they are gone. I can only imagine it's worse for you. But remember, Neville, you have friends who will support you. If you need someone to talk to, you can come to me or us," Harry said earnestly, gesturing toward Hermione. Tears streamed down Hermione's face, and concern etched Ron's features. Upon hearing Harry's last words, a flicker of a smile crossed Neville's face. "Thank you, Harry, Hermione, Ron," he began to express his gratitude, but was abruptly interrupted by the jarring sound of Moody's prosthetic leg. "Neville, why don't you join me for a cup of tea? I have something to show you," Moody suggested, glancing at Neville and Harry. "Are you all right, Potter?" "I'm fine," Harry replied defiantly, lifting his chin and offering a reassuring pat to Neville. Neville stood up, smiling at Harry before following Moody back to the classroom. "Do you think he'll be okay?" Ron asked, helping Harry to his feet with concern. "He will be," Harry asserted firmly. "He is strong, perhaps even stronger than I am." Hermione looked at him in surprise, but merely smiled. Harry yearned for a hug, a kiss, yet received nothing, deepening his sense of despondency. A minute later, they made their way to the Great Hall. Before Harry could utter a word to Hermione, the twins rushed in like a gust of wind to engage in conversation with them. Before Harry could fully comprehend the situation, Hermione, akin to a bolt of lightning, swiftly finished her meal and hurried off to the library. With a sense of resignation, Harry and Ron returned to the Gryffindor common room, only to find it crowded with first and second-year students. Upon spotting Harry's return, they immediately flocked around him, clamoring for autographs. Harry exchanged handshakes with each of them, while Ron feigned an angry expression, successfully scaring off some of the younger students, prompting a grateful smile from Harry. "Shall we delve into divination?" Harry suggested, irritation creeping into his tone. "We ought to give it a try. We could concoct some calamities for you, Harry, that might please her and earn us high marks." Ron replied with a grin as they ascended to their dormitory. Upon entering, they discovered Neville seated on his bed, engrossed in a book, appearing considerably calmer, though his eyes remained slightly red. "Neville, are you all right?" Ron approached him with genuine concern. "Yes, I'm fine," Neville responded, setting his book aside and sitting up. "Thank you. Harry, your words were quite helpful. Professor Moody gifted me this book." He held it up for their inspection. The title read Magical Aquatic Plants of the Mediterranean and Their Properties. Professor Sprout said I excelled in herbology, so she rewarded me with this book. A proud smile radiated from Neville's face. Harry and Ron patted him on the back, then began searching for materials for their divination assignment, subsequently descending to the common room to tackle their homework. Half an hour elapsed, yet their progress was negligible. Consequently, they opted for Ron's light-hearted suggestion to fabricate some predictions. Ultimately, Ron's forecast involved a life-threatening flu, embroiled in jealousy, leading to brawls and injuries inflicted upon others. Harry's prediction entailed burns. A plausible scenario given that the blast-ended Scroots were maturing, accompanied by a friend who would betray him, resulting in a loss of something most treasured, followed by gambling loss. Moreover, it seemed he would confront a plague alone, alongside a series of unfortunate events. Mere moments after they completed their predictions, Hermione appeared at the doorway. "Hello," she greeted with a beaming smile. "I just finished." "So have we," Ron replied, his tone warmer than Harry's. Hermione seated herself beside Harry and, seizing a moment of privacy, gently grasped his hand, leaving Harry both startled and elated. It was as though she had forgotten him for nearly the entire week, yet now she resembled her former self. She reviewed their predictions and mockingly remarked, "This year does not bode well for you." Crookshanks leapt onto her lap, inadvertently resting atop the spot where Hermione held Harry's hand, seemingly aiding his owner while simultaneously vying for her attention. "Well, at least it won't come as a shock," Harry chuckled, uncertain whether his joy stemmed from her presence or the fact that she finally had time to discuss the week's events with him. "You will drown, suffer burns, and get lost within the castle." "How can you still get lost with the Marauder's map, Harry?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on the list, perplexed. "And how could a plague infiltrate the castle?" "Well, I don't always carry it, and the burns might be due to the blast-ended Scroots. You know, Amige grew at least 5 centimeters this morning," Harry replied, gently caressing Hermione's hand. Crookshanks, believing he was being stroked, purred contentedly. "Amige? You named it, Harry?" Hermione exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Don't get too attached. They're merely projects." "But it exploded less frequently when I was around," Harry explained. "Hagrid told me this morning that it nearly detonated every half hour when I wasn't there. But when I am, it only goes off every 45 minutes. Noticing Hermione's bewildered expression, he continued, "This morning, we have care of magical creatures on Mondays and Wednesdays." "What did you see it?" Hermione bit her lip, looking utterly confused. "I have my own schedule, Harry, remember? I've been doing this near Hagrid's hut." As Harry began to pack his belongings, eager to discuss all that had transpired this week, he felt a sense of urgency to connect with her. "Ah, Harry, I'm sorry. I should have been helping you, but I've been busy with Pedo," Hermione said, lowering her head slightly, seemingly fighting the impulse to kiss him. "What is Pedo?" Ron inquired curiously, pulling out a wizard chess set. "It's not Pedo," Hermione corrected sharply. "It's Pedo, the promotion of elfish welfare." "I've never heard of that in my life," Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Of course you haven't, T," Hermione said with a touch of pride. "I just founded it." "Really?" Ron set up the pieces and asked, "How many members do you have?" "Well, if you two register." "That makes 3, Hermione replied, but Harry recognized that it was more of a statement than a question. In response, he simply held his girlfriend's hand tightly, and Hermione gently stroked his hand in gratitude. "Do you think we'd be willing to walk around wearing badges that say Pedo?" Ron teased with a laugh. "Pedo," Hermione corrected him again, annoyed. "I originally intended to write about stopping the shameful abuse of magical creature companions and demanding a change in their legal status. But I couldn't fit all in, so that's the title of our manifesto." She waved a stack of parchment in front of them. "I've been researching in the library. The enslavement of house elves dates back centuries. I don't understand why no one has done anything about it until now." "Hermione, get a grip," Ron interjected bluntly. "They enjoy being slaves." "Not everyone, right, Harry?" Hermione said cheerfully, disregarding Ron and focusing solely on Harry. "Well, Dobby is an exception, but Winky seems quite adamant about not wanting a wage," Harry chuckled. Though Hermione had been preoccupied all week preparing for Pedo instead of spending time with him, he felt like a fool. Yet at that moment, he was genuinely happy. At that moment, a sudden sound of a soft pop startled them. The noise emanated from between their chairs by the fireplace, revealing Dobby. With a beaming smile, Harry silently rejoiced that the others had not noticed his arrival. "Dobby, what brings you here?" Harry inquired, somewhat astonished. Upon hearing my Master-S call, Dobby came immediately, he replied, casting a curious glance at Ron. "Hello, Dobby. Your timing is impeccable. Here, take this." He handed Dobby a Pedo membership card. "And this as well." He produced a small shirt, a pair of jeans, socks, shoes, and a knitted woolen hat, all in Dobby's size. "These are for you." You may wear them from now on. Chapter 33. The Monster Book of Monsters. Dobby trembled with excitement as he accepted the gifts with quivering hands. He was immensely grateful to his kind mistress, unsure how to process such generosity. Feeling overwhelmed by the abundance, he was nearly brought to tears. Harry promised you this, though he must have been quite flustered, so I helped to simplify it, Hermione said, gently stroking the little elf's head. Dobby smiled. With a snap of his fingers, he changed into his new attire, looking a bit peculiar, yet fitting well. Thank you, Hermione. You truly are the best, Harry said, tenderly caressing Hermione's cheek. I'm sorry, Dobby. I mistakenly called you by the wrong name. It was an error. Dobby had been quite busy, discovering some surprises around the Potter residence, which had been nearly tidied up, albeit with a bit of dust. He had thought others were residing in his master's home. As he gazed down at the socks adorning his small feet, he expressed his delight, for their presence was his favorite. So what happened next, Dobby? Harry inquired, leaning closer to the little elf. Is everything all right? Dobby revealed that there were many house elves still serving at his master's abode. He had checked each household this week, totaling nearly 300 house elves, master. With another snap, a lengthy list appeared, detailing the names, heights, weights, and images of the elves. Dobby believed his master would find the list useful. Harry's jaw dropped. He had not anticipated the existence of so many house elves within his estate. Clearly, they had been watching over the place for years, awaiting their master's return. Dobby, I am uncertain about how to proceed. Have you discussed your employment contract with them? Harry glanced at Hermione, who nearly shouted at him, as she had on the night of the party. Have you mentioned it to them? I have indeed brought it up, Dobby cheerfully responded. Many of the elves were elated, though some refused such compensation and even grew angry with Dobby, wishing to flatten his ears. Very well, Dobby. Tell them all that I will reach out to ensure they retain their magic. Those willing to be treated as you are shall receive the same. And for those who prefer otherwise, that is perfectly acceptable. They will remain under my protection. In exchange, I hope they will not retaliate against those who are willing. Do not eavesdrop. From this day forth, you shall be the leader of them all. Dobby, as the primary responsible party, you must inform me of the situation. Every 6 months, you shall receive an additional 2 gallons as a reward for your diligent efforts. Harry endeavored to temper his tone, though he doubted it would affect Dobby. The elf believed his great master to be exceedingly benevolent and vowed to adhere to his commands. As he spoke, Dobby diligently noted each word Harry uttered. He wished to inquire if Winky might also join, but she had refused to accompany him. Dobby, albeit a tad apprehensive, felt more confident than the first time. Of course. Dobby, also, how can I establish contact with them if they do not come to Hogwarts? As Harry spoke, Hermione handed him a stack of parchment, and he instantly understood. Dobby can act as an intermediary. Master, they may communicate with you through me without the need for direct contact. Dobby accepted the parchments and scratched his ear, pondering. What is this, Master? This is the application for membership in Pedo. Hermione smiled at the little elf. Deliver these to everyone. If they complete them, it signifies their contract with Harry and their membership in our new association, thus making them active participants. Oh, Dobby is most eager to assist in his master's endeavors. My dear mistress, he declared before vanishing with a pop. Why does he call you mistress? Ron inquired, his mouth agape. For what other reason, Ron? Hermione replied, gesturing to their intertwined hands. Ron, slightly embarrassed by the question, nodded in understanding. Harry spent the remainder of the evening recounting to Hermione all that she had missed. Their morning conversation with Hagrid, Trelawney's prophecy, and his recent discoveries on the map, omitting the moment when the map had gone awry while he sought a place to practice magic. After a considerable time of playing games and exchanging banter, Hermione had grown irritated with Harry's aggressive moves in wizard's chess on several occasions. The common room was nearly deserted, leaving only the 3 of them. Ron bid farewell and retreated to the boys' dormitory, leaving Harry and Hermione alone. I have missed so much, Hermione lamented, biting her lip. To be honest, I thought you were avoiding me, Harry remarked, raking his fingers through his hair. I wasn't sure. I thought you might regret our relationship. Harry, I shall never regret it. It's just that after seeing Dobby that evening, I felt compelled to assist the house elves and put an end to their servitude. Though I admit I may have exaggerated my intentions, Hermione said, creating a small gap between her thumb and forefinger. Harry playfully widened the gap, causing her to chuckle. It is somewhat exaggerated. It feels as though we hardly speak anymore, and I almost think the library has become your lover instead of me. Harry feigned a sorrowful expression, prompting Hermione to laugh heartily. The great Harry Potter, envious of a place, Hermione teased, eliciting another bout of laughter from him. Certainly not, Hermione. I merely wished to set it ablaze. Harry shrugged, pondering, perhaps an unexpected fire would do the trick. Don't be foolish, Harry. I truly apologize. Hermione remarked, glancing at Harry. Once an idea takes root in my mind, no one can alter it, can they? Harry replied, planting a gentle kiss on Hermione's lips. I knew you would understand, Harry. Hermione said as she rose from her chair. It's time for bed. You must rise early tomorrow, correct? As Hermione made her way to the stairs, Harry followed closely behind. At that moment, a red-haired girl descended the staircase, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Ginny, why are you up so late? Hermione inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Shouldn't that question be directed at you too? Ginny replied, rubbing her eyes as if just awakening. I merely came down for a drink. I've run out of water in my room. Wishing you both a good night's sleep. Harry bid farewell before promptly retreating to his room. The following morning, as customary, Harry was gently roused from slumber by Hedwig's soft pecks on his face. He dressed and headed out for his morning exercises, making his way to the fields near Hagrid's home, where he commenced his routine. However, as he neared the conclusion of his workout, he remained oblivious to a chestnut-haired figure perched upon a stone, observing him. Upon finishing, he intended to seek out Hagrid, but upon noticing her, he initially mistook the sight for a dream conjured by his lingering thoughts of Hermione. You finally noticed me, Potter. Hermione strode over, a confident smile upon her face. I've been watching you for 15 minutes. Now I see why Professor Moody insists you should always be on guard. She mimicked Moody's voice in a rather amusing manner, eliciting laughter from herself. My apologies, Hermione. I didn't anticipate you would come to see me, Harry said, taking her hand. You know, I can rise early too. Often I wake up early too. Hermione's words were interrupted by Harry. To the library, I presume? I know, Hermione. He concluded. Not so foolish. The library doesn't open that early. I intended to visit the common room for a leisurely read, Hermione clarified, bestowing a light kiss upon Harry. A leisurely read? You mean something as hefty as the Monster Book of Monsters? Harry quipped sarcastically. Had I known, I would have stopped to read with you, Granger. As if you enjoy reading, Potter, Hermione retorted. How do you know I don't enjoy reading? It may not be my absolute favorite pastime, but it certainly ranks among them, Harry replied, earning himself another kiss from Hermione. Harry, Hermione? They separated instantly, as Hermione playfully pushed Harry back, causing him to tumble onto the grass, dampening his clothes, while Hermione froze in shock. Hagrid? You shouldn't be so startling, Harry remarked upon seeing the keeper of keys and grounds holding 2 cups, assuming he was about to receive his customary morning hot chocolate. But the sight of Hermione made him forget entirely. Well, I must say I'm more surprised to see you with Hermione, Hagrid said, beckoning them closer. They complied, and as they approached, Hagrid enveloped them in a hearty embrace that nearly left them breathless. I'm thrilled you two are finally together. I've always thought you would make the perfect pair. I just wish I could witness the moment when the blast-ended Screwed explodes with Hermione holding your hand. Hagrid ushered them into his hut, handing them the cups. I initially thought Hermione was merely accompanying you today. What a delightful surprise. Hagrid, at the moment Harry was about to express his own joy, hesitated upon seeing Hermione's expression. We are in a relationship, Hermione swiftly interjected, eager to preempt Harry's words. And we wish to keep it confidential. She concluded her statement promptly. Oh well, that is quite reasonable. Hermione, you could be in danger. Harry might be besieged by his fervent admirers. Hagrid clapped Harry on the shoulder, nearly dislocating it, but added, I warn you, should you harm Hermione, I shall hang you upside down from the astronomy tower. Hermione snapped back to reality, chuckling at the sight of Harry grimacing under Hagrid's large hand. Hagrid, do you truly support us and keep our secret? Why would I doubt that? Hagrid scratched his beard. I am your friend, am I not? Of course, Hagrid. Harry took Hermione's hand, attempting to shift the topic. What about a mage? He's splendid, Hagrid replied, picking up a piece of bread. The snake meat is his favorite. He no longer requires blood to eat. You truly named the blast-ended Scrit? Hermione said, somewhat annoyed. I find it unnecessary. It will only lead to attachment. Just then, a 20-centimeter long blast-ended Scrit scuttled out of a box and began to climb up Harry's leg. Hermione gasped, nearly letting out a scream. Hello, a mage, Harry said. Having taken a calling at that for a couple of days, looks like you've been eating well. Good to know. He stroked its tail, which joyfully emitted a small explosion. See, Hermione, clearly Harry possesses a remarkable talent for magical creatures. Most blast-ended Scrits are only 15 centimeters long. Yet a mage has already grown to 22 centimeters, making him the largest and evidently the strongest, even capable of controlling the explosions of his tail. Isn't that marvelous? Hagrid said, lifting a mage and tossing a few pieces of snake meat onto the ground, where it promptly dashed over to feast. Yes, Hermione, they may appear useless, ugly, dangerous, and peculiar, Harry remarked, noticing Hagrid's pained expression upon hearing those descriptors. But they're quite friendly almost like dogs. Fong barked from the other side of the hut, no offense intended. Fong, Harry added. You say that, Harry, Hermione observed as she watched the script consume its meal, which culminated in a cheerful whistle and another small explosion from its tail. I think I shall endeavor to train my blasted script to do the same, or at least to grow as large as yours. Her gaze remained fixated on the little creature. Imagine, Hermione, if they were to grow to 2 meters, they would be unstoppable beings, capable of climbing any surface, consuming less as they grow larger, and their explosions could be controlled by their mood. Moreover, they could be trained to perform certain tasks. Harry mused while stroking the contented, whistling script. What tasks, Harry? Hermione inquired, moving closer to pet it, which delighted Harry. He held Hermione's hand, guiding it to the script's favorite spot, causing the creature to whistle even more exuberantly. Well, you'd best see for yourself, Harry said, playing a little tune. The explosive tail snails soon began to emit the same melody, sending forth small detonations in the direction of Yaya, who roared in response. However, it quickly returned to its meal. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Hermione pondered its relevance. Currently, it holds little significance, but envision the possibilities when they reach 2 meters in length. If trained adequately, they could serve as guardians of Hogwarts grounds. Their training may also prove invaluable to wizards. Should they desire, the intensity of the explosions can be minimal, rendering them useful during training. Harry contemplated this, adding that their skin, akin to that of a fire crab, renders them less susceptible to magical influences. Perhaps it may indeed possess utility, Hermione remarked, attempting to temper Harry's enthusiasm. What is the first step in training them? To be honest, I am uncertain, Hagrid replied, retrieving a box familiar to Hermione. The other tail snails remained unresponsive to Harry's commands. Seemingly only Amiji heeded him. You should give it a try, Hermione, Harry suggested, handing her a tail snail approximately 12 centimeters in length, half the size of Amiji. I believe they are akin to house elves, forming a bond with the wizard who first nourishes them with their blood. All right, I shall attempt it, Hermione said, kneeling down to stroke her tail snail. It suddenly detonated, though Hermione was unharmed. What now, Harry? Name it, he suggested thoughtfully. Perhaps we could call it Biblios. Since it is male? Hermione shot Harry an irritated glance, to which he merely shrugged. I was just joking when I named my tail snail. It scurried up my leg and climbed onto my head, and I feared it would devour me. So be cautious, lest you provoke it. Mine is female, and yours is male. Very well, Hermione sighed as she stood. Billy, how are you, Nasu? She hesitantly inquired, yet the tail snail began to scuttle all over her. She merely closed her eyes as it climbed atop her head, causing a few small explosions. Is that it? Or must I allow it to remain there a while longer? Put it down, Hermione. You will find it more docile and endearing than before, Harry remarked as he finished his chocolate cup. Hermione lifted the tail snail. It neither exploded nor attempted to escape her grasp. However, its spikes quivered like a dog's tail, which Hermione found charming, smiling at it. I believe you are correct, Harry. It is indeed adorable. Hermione placed it beside Amiji, but Nasu climbed onto Amiji, who offered no resistance for the moment. What is happening? I have witnessed this behavior in salamanders when they select lifelong mates, but that typically occurs in their more mature stages. Hagrid expressed keen interest and delight. I perceive this as a positive commencement for incorporating them into the magical creatures compendium. Evidently, the bond between them is established through their owners, namely, you two. The remainder of their time was spent frolicking with the tail snails, despite occasionally startling Hermione with its explosive antics. She held a fondness for Nasu and even promised to provide more ant eggs the following morning. When they ventured out for breakfast, they were compelled to part ways to avoid raising suspicion. Thus, they reconvened in the Great Hall, enjoyed their meal, and proceeded to their defense against the dark arts class. To everyone's astonishment, Professor Moody announced he would have each student attempt the Patronus charm to gauge their ability to withstand its effects. As usual, many students grumbled, yet no one objected when the time came. Harry observed his classmates engaging in the most peculiar antics. Dean Thomas was hopping on one leg while singing the national anthem, and Neville was performing gymnastic feats worthy of the Olympics, clearly unaware of the absurdity. However, he was certain he could at least secure a bronze medal. As it seemed, all had fallen under the spell. Potter, Moody's gravelly voice interrupted. It's your turn. Harry stood in the center of the classroom, amidst the clear desks, as Moody raised his wand, pointing it at him. Explico Patronum. A marvelous sensation enveloped Harry, akin to floating. All his worries and concerns dissipated. He barely registered Hermione's gaze, astonished to see him grinning as he did when she kissed him, with Moody's frantic voice echoing in his mind. Jump onto the table. Harry prepared to leap, questioning the rationale behind such an action. Behind him, he heard his own voice. How foolish. This is utterly absurd. Jump onto the table. I don't think so. I prefer to avoid embarrassment. Thank you, he asserted, his voice growing louder and more resolute. No, refusa. No, jump. Moody barked in frustration. This time, not only his voice, but a chorus of male and female voices joined in, pulling him from the enchantment. He found himself sweating profusely. Face down on ground. Excellent, splendid. The first to break free from the enchantment, Moody exclaimed as he hoisted Harry to his feet. Harry's head throbbed, and the curious stares of his peers made him feel like an oddity. Look at this, everyone. Potter resisted it. This wretched fellow succeeded. Let us try again, Potter. You truly are impressive. Controlling you is no easy feat, Moody remarked, patting his back, while Harry wished fervently never to endure such an experience again. After 4 more attempts, Harry managed to break the curse on his first try, yet he collapsed, sweating more than ever. He tried to make me kiss Lavender. Harry confided to Hermione upon his return, only to find her suddenly incensed. Of course I resisted. In fact, that was the only time I broke free on the second attempt, he continued before she could unleash her ire. You had better, Harry. If not, I shall cast the same spell on you and parade you naked to the Great Hall, Hermione retorted, turning her back. Harry approached, leaning close to whisper in her ear. That would be quite difficult, you see, I can hardly control it. But if he instructed me to kiss you, I would undoubtedly comply, he teased. Granger, Moody's voice resounded. It's your turn. Do not seek counsel from Potter. It would be of no use to you. Hermione's cheeks flushed deeply, uncertain whether it was due to the professor's words or some unspoken implication. Harry watched her stride to the center of the classroom, only for the professor to cast a spell upon her. She raised her wand, pointing it at Harry, who gazed at her in confusion. Now it is my turn to bewilder you, Potter, Hermione declared, though her tone was so frigid that Harry realized the spell had taken effect. He stepped forward, placing her wand against his chest. Come on, Hermione, Harry urged without hesitation, if this is what you desire. He locked eyes with her. They seemed devoid of vitality. Yet a second later, Hermione shook her head, beginning to resist the enchantment. You can do it, Hermione, Harry thought, as she desperately shook her head. You can do it. I love you. He sensed she needed assistance to break free, yet he could not profess his love before everyone. Nevertheless, he endeavored to convey it through his gaze. She appeared to understand, as she relinquished her wand and knelt. Not quite as formidable as Potter, Moody remarked while attempting to approach them, but there is room for improvement. With more practice, you shall succeed, Granger. Harry supported Hermione's shoulders as she whispered to him while returning to her seat. I tried to incapacitate you, but your voice evoked a response within me. Then I recalled what happened on the train. It felt like me, yet not me. It's difficult to explain, too terrifying. I understand. Hermione, Harry replied, guiding her into a chair. I've experienced it 4 times. Battling with the mind is no easy feat, and I heard your voice in my mind, Harry. Hermione blushed slightly. Is that truly what you said? What did I say? Harry asked, bewildered. Hermione leaned closer, whispering in his ear. You said you love me, didn't you? Chapter 34. Arithmancy Divination, a Special Day. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of Hogwarts Castle, illuminating the 4th-year students hurrying to their next class. This lesson was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. However, Harry was absent-mindedly lagging behind the group, his mind preoccupied with the question, why does Hermione seem to always understand my thoughts? Could it be the curse from that moody fellow? But before he could arrive at a conclusion, the overwhelming workload assigned by the professor swept his worries away. Professor McGonagall stood before the podium, her expression grave as she announced, You are entering a crucial phase in your magical education. A chorus of low murmurs erupted from the students, all frowning at the lengthy list of assignments. Ron exclaimed in agitation, but we won't be taking our ordinary wizarding levels, OWLs, until 5th year. Professor McGonagall responded calmly, Indeed, Ronald. But trust me, you must prepare as thoroughly as possible. Look at Miss Granger. She remains the only one in the class who has successfully transformed a hedgehog into a perfect pincushion. And each time someone approaches her hedgehog with a needle, the little creature instinctively curls up. Upon hearing this, Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. Harry, observing her from the side, mused silently. She must be quite pleased with her own performance. As the bell rang, Hermione hurriedly bid farewell to Harry and Ron before preparing to leave. Harry quickly detained Ron, saying, Ron, I need to have a word with Professor McGonagall. I might be a tad late for divination class. If I'm not there on time, you must ensure my assignment gets submitted. Ron merely cast a fleeting glance at him, asked nothing, and turned away with the parchment in hand. Harry then approached Professor McGonagall. who was preoccupied with tidying up a collection of small twigs intended for transfiguration into dusters. While sorting, she glanced at the twigs that were still shedding feathers and inquired, "What seems to be the matter, Harry? Do you have any questions regarding the lesson?" Taking a deep breath, Harry met her gaze with determination and replied, "No, Professor. Do you remember when I first encountered you on the stairway in the Great Hall? Since that moment, I've longed to discuss something with you, but I could never find the right opportunity. Now, I've finally summoned the courage to do so. Are you aware that my parents specified you as my guardian in the event that my godfather, Sirius Black, is unable to care for me?" Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in shock, resembling a state of profound bewilderment that surpassed even her reaction when Harry first disclosed the existence of the Philosopher's Stone in his first year. She slowly sank into a chair, her complexion paling, and blinked repeatedly as if ensnared in an absurd dream. "What did you say, Harry? How could this be?" she murmured. Observing her reaction, Harry continued, "It's a long story, Professor. Would you like to hear it?" Regaining her composure, Professor McGonagall replied gravely, "Of course, Harry. Why would I not wish to listen?" Thus, Harry began to recount in detail, "Professor, I stumbled upon letters left by my parents. And then I visited Gringotts to peruse the will. It was during this process that I uncovered this matter." As Harry narrated, Professor McGonagall's mouth fell agape, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. When Harry mentioned that her guardianship had been designated by his parents, tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she hurriedly concealed her eyes with her hands, her voice trembling as she said, "Harry, I truly had no inkling. Had I known earlier, I would have taken care of you with utmost diligence. I apologize. Please forgive me. I never fathomed that they had not entrusted you to your Muggle relatives, your aunt and uncle." With that, tears continued to stream down her face. She lifted her head and urgently questioned, "But who concealed the reading of your parents' will? Who forcibly took you away from me?" Harry shook his head helplessly and said, "I am uncertain, Professor. I only know that many questions remain unanswered. I also wish to inform you that I have begun efforts to exonerate my godfather, Sirius. Before he was apprehended at Hogwarts, I had already established contact with him, and I am fully convinced of his innocence. I must expose the true perpetrator who has tormented me for so many years at the Dursley's home. Therefore, Professor, I genuinely hope to receive your support." At this moment, Harry could not help but clench his fists, suppressing the fury within him. This anger surged like a tumultuous tide whenever he recalled the concealed will and the various abuses he suffered at the Dursleys. He continued, "Moreover, my parents have granted me independence, so as long as it is feasible, I shall never return to that place." Professor McGonagall gazed at Harry with deep affection, sighing softly, "Oh, Harry, how I wish I could take care of you." Harry looked back at the professor and offered a faint smile, thinking to himself, "My parents' decision was wise. The professor will undoubtedly care for me wholeheartedly." Yet, the thought that this very professor could have nurtured him had circumstances been different, while he endured so much suffering at the Dursleys, intensified his resentment towards the unseen mastermind behind it all. Professor McGonagall continued, "From this moment on, Harry, if you wish, you're always welcome to come to my home. I will do my utmost to assist you with anything you may need." Harry could no longer contain his emotions. He stepped forward and embraced the professor tightly. She returned the embrace gently, and the warmth enveloped him, prompting Harry to ponder what it might feel like to have a mother who offers such unwavering support and love. Lost in thought, his eyes brimmed with tears, and a few drops cascaded down his cheeks. After a moment, he released the embrace, wiping his tears as he said, "Do not worry, Professor. The Weasley family has also warmly invited me to stay with them, so I can say that I am not entirely without a home. However, I am immensely grateful for your kindness, and I will seriously consider your proposal." Professor McGonagall nodded with a smile, saying, "Very well, Harry. Regardless, you can always come to me for any matters in the future, whether as a teacher or, if possible, as a guardian." That smile was indeed a rare sight upon her face. Harry hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Actually, Professor, may I trouble you for a favor tomorrow? Additionally, I have some requests and questions I would like to discuss with you." He pondered that perhaps with the assistance of this esteemed teacher, he could have more opportunities to continue his magical training. Professor McGonagall instantly reverted to her usual stern demeanor, stating, "Do not hesitate, Harry. However, it must remain within the bounds of school regulations." Harry felt a twinge of apprehension and steeled himself to say, "Well, Professor, my request may indeed contravene more than one regulation, perhaps even all of them." He endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Yet the serious expression on his most respected teacher's face left him feeling as though he might be courting trouble. As anticipated, No sooner had Harry spoken than Professor McGonagall chided him for a few moments. Reluctantly, Harry persevered and recounted the matter of the Potter's house elf in its entirety to the professor. He concluded by mentioning that he currently possessed a bit more financial resources than before, of course. He refrained from disclosing his intention to withdraw from school if he so desired. After articulating his thoughts, he cautiously inquired, "Professor, could you lend me a classroom tomorrow and summon Hermione before breakfast?" Professor McGonagall regarded him with a puzzled expression, and Harry understood that once she comprehended the full extent of his request, her ire would surely intensify. True to form, such a simple request ignited a cascade of reprimands and fervent debates. Helpless, Harry racked his brain to propose increasingly challenging alternatives. And after enduring considerable hardship and making numerous difficult promises, he finally secured the professor's reluctant consent. Undeterred, Harry pressed on, asking, "Professor, is there a place in the school where I can practice magic without being discovered?" After a thoughtful pause, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and eventually shook her head in resignation, saying, "Harry, you know that students are virtually everywhere in the school. Achieving concealment is exceedingly difficult." Upon glancing at the time, she added anxiously, "Oh dear, divination class starts in 15 minutes. If you are late, Professor Trelawney will surely be furious." Off you go. Alarmed, Harry hastily scribbled an apology for the professor and dashed out like a gust of wind. Fortunately, the professor ultimately acquiesced to most of his requests, lifting his spirits once more. When Harry arrived at divination class in a flurry, he found Professor Trelawney remarkably calm, displaying no surprise whatsoever. She merely accepted the notes Harry presented, smiling as she said, "I anticipated this, so I shall grade your assignments accordingly." Ron, witnessing this, handed over Harry's parchment detailing predictions of future calamities. Professor Trelawney examined the parchment, nodding with satisfaction. "Well done, Ron. Your divination is quite commendable. You received an excellent grade." Harry and Ron leaned in to observe that the same parchment also bore the inscription, "Begin to open your inner eye." After class, Harry and Ron, gazing at the divination assignment notes, could not help but burst into laughter. In history class, Professor Binns stood at the lectern delivering his monotonous lecture. "Students, today you are to summarize the elf rebellion of the 18th century. Upon hearing this, Harry mused to himself, if I were to converse with Phineas Nigellus, he could certainly provide me with a detailed account, perhaps even reveal some secrets unknown to Professor Binns." In Professor Snape's classroom, the oppressive atmosphere lingered as always. Professor Snape coldly announced, "Today, you must procure an antidote for me, and I must warn you, prior to October, I shall poison one of you to ensure your work is impeccable." Upon hearing this, Harry could not suppress a heavy sigh, pondering to himself, "Alas, I am clearly the target." Indeed, as Professor Snape uttered these words, the eyes of the majority of his classmates swiftly turned towards him. Were it not for the scornful glances that Snape occasionally cast in his direction, Harry might have genuinely believed he was under clandestine scrutiny. Professor Flitwick, with a cheerful demeanor, instructed the class, "Today, you will read 2 entire chapters from 4th-year magic spells." Harry, reflecting on this, mused, "Has Hermione already memorized these contents? Perhaps when I summarize later, she might be willing to elucidate each chapter for me." As the day's lessons finally concluded, Harry felt utterly exhausted. However, the thought of spending time with Hermione the following day filled him with anticipation. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry was engrossed in a book on arithmancy, fervently scribbling on a lengthy piece of parchment that nearly grazed his feet. At that moment, Hermione walked through the portrait of the fat lady and, noticing Harry's focus on arithmancy, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Arithmancy?" Harry looked up and replied with a smile, "Indeed." He then returned to his parchment. Hermione approached, sitting down and picking up the parchment to read the opening lines, subsequently asking in confusion, "But you haven't chosen this course. Why are you studying it?" Harry's heart sank. He hesitated before fabricating a response. "I just suddenly felt like learning it." He endeavored to maintain a tone of casualness. Hermione, raising her voice in surprise, remarked, "Just a little? This is quite an in-depth study for a novice." Realizing he could no longer deceive her, Harry conceded, "All right, you are correct. I find myself rather intrigued by this subject." He then began to gather his books, as he could no longer concentrate. Fortunately, with Hermione's enthusiastic assistance, Harry successfully completed the assignments from Professor Flitwick and Professor Binns. Afterward, they joyfully studied together for a while before retiring for the night, as Ron had already fallen asleep. The following morning, Harry awoke earlier than usual, donning his robes merely for appearances. First, he penned a letter to Apollinaris, inquiring meticulously about Sirius and the will. He also wrote to his godfather, informing him that he had discovered evidence to prove his innocence and that answers would soon follow, cautioning him against any reckless actions. After completing the letters, he secured them to Hedwig's leg. Hedwig appeared exceedingly eager, as if she had longed for the opportunity to soar, and she joyfully flew out the window. Harry quickly descended the stairs, heading toward the classroom that Professor McGonagall had lent him, calling for Dobby along the way. Dobby arrived just in time to assist, but upon assessing the workload, Harry promptly summoned the other house elves. Upon seeing Harry, the little elves bowed deeply in utmost respect. Harry issued precise instructions, and the elves worked swiftly, completing the task in approximately an hour and a half. After a thorough inspection, Harry, as if under a spell, dashed up to Gryffindor Tower. Upon entering the tower, he spotted Hermione, her cheeks slightly flushed. The moment Hermione laid eyes on Harry, she anxiously inquired, "Where have you been?" "I went downstairs to wait for your training, yet you were nowhere to be found. Hagrid said he hadn't seen you either." Feigning indifference, Harry replied, "I merely wandered around the castle. Repeating the same routine every day has become exceedingly dreary." Hermione, seemingly unconvinced, shot him a disapproving glance before sitting down on a chair and picking up a book to read. Observing this, Harry slowly approached her and asked, "What shall we read today?" Without turning her head, Hermione replied, "I intend to read a bit about fire crabs." Harry nearly succumbed to the urge to reveal the truth, but then remembered that Hermione would soon discover it on her own. Thus, he merely leaned silently against her back. They remained in quietude for a while until more students descended, prompting them to ascend together to change clothes and head to the dining hall for breakfast. However, before departing for the dining hall, Harry exchanged a few words with Ron. At that moment, Ron was still groggy, and when Harry shared his plans, Ron's mouth fell agape in surprise, yet he readily agreed. He promptly grabbed the invisibility cloak, waking Neville in the process as they made their way downstairs. Harry hurried towards the Great Hall, nearly being sent tumbling by Peeves, who sent him sprawling halfway down the stairs in a fit of laughter, shouting gleefully as he ran away. Harry anxiously awaited Hermione in the Great Hall. Just as he spotted her entering and preparing to sit down, Luna approached and whispered something in Hermione's ear. Upon hearing this, Hermione, with a look of profound regret, apologized to Harry, appearing even more exasperated than she had that morning. Before hastily departing, Luna turned to Harry, blinking and stating, "Well, Harry," just as Professor McGonagall mentioned. Harry stood up in a flurry, asking, "Are Neville and Ron ready?" "You should wait for Dobby near Hagrid's hut with them." As Luna walked briskly, she curiously inquired, "What is the matter, Harry?" Harry hurriedly replied, "Ron will tell you." With that, he turned and left in haste. He swiftly made his way to the designated meeting spot with Hermione, donning the invisibility cloak in an empty corridor and then darting towards the borrowed classroom like an arrow released from a bow. He leaped over countless stairs with a dexterity that surpassed even Peeves. Clearly, his daily exercise had proven effective. Although he did not choose the most expedient route, he still arrived at the classroom ahead of Hermione. He entered the classroom, removed his invisibility cloak, and quietly awaited the arrival of his beloved girlfriend. When Hermione stepped into the room, her face was a canvas of astonishment, a mixture of disbelief, confusion, and even a hint of the urge to lash out. As she closed the door, she incredulously inquired, "Harry, aren't you in the Great Hall?" No sooner had her words left her lips than a myriad of blue, floating flames ignited within the classroom, and several hefty tomes cascaded to the floor, their pages flipping open as if animated by an unseen force. Ink seemed to come alive, swirling in the air, gradually coalescing into the words "Happy Birthday," before whimsically transforming into the shape of a heart, which eventually faded away. Following this, a flurry of colorful tomes soared into the room like birds, their opened pages radiating a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire classroom as brightly as day. Finally, a resplendent birthday cake materialized at the teacher's desk. Hermione, brimming with excitement, dashed toward Harry, who embraced her tightly and bestowed upon her a passionate kiss that lingered for several moments. After they parted, Hermione gazed into Harry's eyes and remarked, "I never anticipated this. So this is the result of your morning's endeavors. How did you manage it? Is this advanced magic?" With a smile, Harry replied, "It was the house elves who lent a hand. As for the classroom, I had to exert considerable effort to persuade Professor McGonagall, especially regarding the arrangements for the remainder of the day. When I made my request, she nearly punished me with a detention." As he spoke, Harry picked up a meticulously wrapped square parcel adorned with red gold paper from the table and handed it to Hermione, her heart brimming with joy. Hermione gazed at the box and asked, "The remaining time? Is this for me, Harry?" Harry nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, it is for you. Do not concern yourself with anything else. You shall soon discover the surprise that awaits us." Hermione, unable to contain her anticipation, eagerly unwrapped the parcel to reveal a delicate chain necklace that could adjust its size automatically, mirroring the style of a necklace worn by Harry. However, Hermione's necklace featured a charming heart embellishment at its center, which could be detached and enlarged. "How beautiful, Harry! But when did you acquire this?" Hermione exclaimed in delight. Harry explained, "This is evidently an heirloom passed down from my father's side of the family." He gently adorned her neck with a necklace, which adjusted slightly, the heart transforming into a vibrant shade of crimson. "I retrieved it from the vault." Hermione, gazing at the heart with a conflicted expression, replied, "I cannot accept this. It is a family treasure." With a gentle finger, Harry silenced her, saying, "My dearest one, there is a surprise if you remove the heart." Cautiously, Hermione detached the heart, which instantly expanded to a size that fit comfortably in her hand, revealing itself to be a finely crafted locket. As she opened it, she discovered an inscription on one side that read, "To my best friend, my girlfriend, my life." The opposite side held a space for a photograph, though it was currently empty. Tears of emotion shimmered in Hermione's eyes as she exclaimed, "Harry, what have I done to deserve such a wonderful boyfriend? This is the most magnificent gift I have ever received." Harry kissed her again, a lingering kiss that lasted several minutes. "Now let us commence the celebration, Dobby." No sooner had he spoken than nearly 20 house elves appeared in an instant, joyfully dancing and chanting, "Happy birthday, dear mistress, Ron, Neville." And Luna also approached hand in hand to extend their heartfelt congratulations to Hermione. Harry introduced the little elves he had met that morning, while Dobby introduced the others. Almost all the house elves were donned in attire, albeit some were merely draped in tattered cloth resembling robes. Dobby distributed the cake, initially offering each wizard a piece. They then passed the cake to the nearby elves, who seemed bewildered, insisting that it was far too much for them and that they were simply delighted to receive any help. Thus, nearly everyone savored the cake, reveling in the sweetness of the morning. Just then, the class bell rang unexpectedly. "Hurry, everyone," Hermione urged anxiously, pulling Harry along. "We're going to be late." "But look, Hermione," Harry replied calmly, standing still with a smile, "I persuaded Professor McGonagall to grant leave to all the teachers today and to postpone our assignments until tomorrow. For today is your birthday, and we shall celebrate to the fullest. Therefore, you may choose wherever you wish to go." Upon hearing this, Dobby swiftly vanished all the decorations and cake, restoring the classroom to its original state. 20 pairs of eyes turned expectantly towards Hermione. "What did you say?" Hermione asked again, her face a picture of confusion. "Hermione," Ron said, still holding a piece of cake, "you see, Harry convinced us to do this. Just yesterday, it was merely an idea." "I certainly do not wish to attend potions class today," Neville added nervously. "I fear if Snape doesn't poison Harry, he will poison me." "Come on, Hermione. This is Harry's kind gesture." Luna approached her friend, attempting to persuade her, and he will have much to attend to upon his return. "Luna." Harry shot her an irritated glance. "She will find out eventually." Luna, undeterred by his annoyance, remained attentive. "So you were studying arithmancy yesterday?" Hermione inquired, slowly moving closer to Harry. Chapter 35, Lavish Expenditures, A Journey to London. In that classroom filled with surprises, Harry, faced with Hermione's inquiries, candidly admitted, "Well, yes." He shrugged in resignation and continued, "Luna is correct. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. You should see what I promised Professor McGonagall to secure our exit from the castle. To put it mildly, I must become one of the top students at Hogwarts by the end of the month. I need to exert considerable effort in transfiguration, history, and arithmancy, not to mention potions, which I can hardly bear to contemplate." Hermione furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before asking, "So, will she allow us to leave the castle for Hogsmeade?" "No." As Harry spoke, he deftly removed his robe and handed it to Dobby, while his friends gathered around him. A hint of mystery glimmered in his eyes, suggesting that their destination could be anywhere they desired, Diagon Alley, London, or even Paris, as long as it was within their imagination. Of course, they needed to return within the stipulated time, and it was only with Dobby's assistance that they could embark on this adventure. "I sense that she would likely send someone to keep an eye on us. Do not ask me how I know this." "Really?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "But where will we get the money?" "From here," Harry quickly replied, gesturing towards the obsidian card in his pocket. "Come on, Hermione, I've already done so much. Just accept it." Ron chimed in, his gaze fixed on a bowing house elf nearby. Hermione stood there quietly, biting her lip, clearly torn. After a moment, she finally said, "All right, but we can only go to London." With that, she gently kissed Harry. Harry was momentarily taken aback, for only Ron was aware of their relationship. He awkwardly glanced at the other two, noticing Neville's mouth agape. Hermione, I think Harry is about to say something. He hesitated, awaiting his friend's reactions. Luna, clearly perceptive, caught the exchange in their eyes, and Hermione, with a pleading gaze, turned to Neville. Neville appeared startled, jumping slightly. Harry knew that since first year, after he had petrified Neville, the latter had developed a slight fear of Hermione. Stammering, Neville said, "Will you keep it a secret? I won't say a word. More importantly, congratulations. You two are quite the match," he added, patting both Harry and Hermione on the back, to which Hermione expressed her gratitude. "And Harry, I simply cannot contain myself. You have given me such a delightful surprise today. If I do not express how much I adore you throughout the day, I shall burst," Hermione said, wrapping her arms tightly around Harry's neck, her fingers gently caressing the nape of his neck, before kissing him once more with deep affection. "Oh, please. We cannot endure you two being like this all day," Ron said, covering his eyes, his face a picture of disdain, which provoked a laugh from Neville as well. "By the way, why didn't Ginny and the twins come?" Neville attempted to shift the topic. Harry patiently explained, "Ginny is only in 3rd year, and I only receive permission from students in 4th year and above. The twins are preparing for their ordinary wizarding level exams this year, so they firmly declined. I merely provided them with their names." As Harry spoke, he grasped Dobby's hand, saying, "But we must be on our way." In an instant, the house elves vanished, leaving only Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, and Neville. Hand in hand, with a soft pop, they disappeared from the classroom, reappearing behind a bubbling cauldron. Harry felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and from the expressions of Neville, Hermione, and Ron, it was evident they too felt nauseous. Luna merely bent down, as if hoping that closer contact with the ground would alleviate her discomfort. "Well, from here, anywhere is convenient." Harry released Dobby's hand, and Dobby immediately inquired with concern about everyone's well-being. Harry continued, "There is one more thing. The people at the pub will wonder why we are here, as we are still minors, and we ought to be within the castle. So, Dobby, when we step out, please stall them for a minute, and let us meet back here before 7, before the dinner bell rings at Hogwarts. That is the time set by the professors." Everyone nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, they wandered joyfully through the streets of London. They entered a subway and purchased some sandwiches. Ron's voracious eating was quite comical. He had finished his first sandwich even before Hermione had stepped out of the shop. Afterward, they meandered through the bustling streets of London, exploring numerous intriguing shops. They also visited the Tower Bridge, where Ron and Neville curiously circled around it, incessantly questioning how it operated. Hermione shook her head in exasperation and began to explain in detail, as only she could elucidate the mysteries of the Muggle world. Harry was also curious, but felt a bit shy about asking, having lived in the Muggle realm for so long. At Hermione's insistence, they made their way to the British Museum. Within the museum, they felt as though they were immersed in an ocean of history and culture, captivated by the various exhibits. Hermione, like a living encyclopedia, narrated the stories behind each piece of art and each instrument, even delving into the history that accompanied them. Harry listened quietly, occasionally posing a few questions. Observing Hermione so enthralled, he felt it was the most beautiful sight he had encountered in that place. Unbeknownst to them, the entire morning slipped away in the museum, and they soon found themselves ravenous. Harry led them to the nearest restaurant. Initially, they nearly got kicked out, as the waiter assumed they were joking. How could a group of children dine in such an establishment? However, when Harry presented his obsidian card, the waiter's demeanor shifted instantly, as if he had come to a profound realization. They were seated at a comfortable table, even provided with 2 dedicated waiters. A hint of sympathy seemed to wash over the others for Harry, considering he would be footing the bill for the meal. Harry, however, remained unfazed, extravagantly declaring, "Order whatever you like. The price is of no concern." The group hesitated but eventually ordered their meals, although Ron, Neville, and Luna found some of the dishes rather peculiar. Yet they still left feeling quite satisfied. Later, Harry learned from the chatter of other diners that they rarely visited restaurants, let alone a 5-star establishment. As they dined, they engaged in cheerful conversation, which eventually turned to the World Cup. Ron, brimming with excitement, animatedly gestured, his mouth full of food as he mumbled, "It was absolutely thrilling." The skills of the Irish team. What impressed me the most was Waski's feint. Harry reminisced about that moment, thinking that he would have to try it as soon as he mounted his broom. "Poor Lynch, he had it rough," Hermione murmured softly, leaning against Harry's shoulder. "I would love to go, but my grandmother doesn't want to. I can get tickets, but she doesn't seem to care for Quidditch," Neville sighed regretfully. "I recorded it using the panoramic telescope, and will lend it to you later." Harry smiled at Neville, saying, "You will surely enjoy it. I haven't watched it yet." but I have seen that a lot was captured. By chance? Harry turned his head and noticed that nearly everyone in the dining hall was staring at them as if they were mad. A sudden tightness gripped his heart, prompting him to hastily change the subject. If this attracted trouble from the Ministry of Magic, he would undoubtedly be sent straight to Azkaban. Not to mention the trouble it would cause Professor McGonagall. When it came time to settle the bill, the exorbitant figure on the receipt nearly caused everyone's eyes to bulge in disbelief. Even those who were not particularly aware of the value of pounds could sense that this meal was outrageously expensive. With calm composure, Harry proceeded to pay, leaving the waiter astonished by his unhesitating payment of the full amount. Generously, he also tipped them 30, which brought smiles to the waitstaff's faces. However, Harry still heard someone muttering that it was a scam. He merely tightened his grip on Hermione's hand, knowing that Gringotts would support him and that he need not concern himself with such idle chatter. They then exited the restaurant and continued to explore the city. Harry had long wished to visit the London Eye. During his previous visits to London, he had always seen it from a distance, but had never approached it. At that moment, everyone was captivated by the magnificent Ferris wheel. When they reached the foot of the London Eye, it was even more spectacular than they had imagined. They entered a private capsule, and as it ascended slowly, a breathtaking sunset unfolded before them, the vibrant colors rendering them silent, lost in this enchanting moment. How wonderful! Hermione beamed, her face radiant with happiness. Harry gently embraced her from behind, and she clasped his hand. It's too beautiful, almost unreal, Hermione marveled. Just like you, Hermione. Harry tenderly kissed her cheek. Thank you. This is the best birthday of my life. Hermione turned to him and planted a heartfelt kiss on his lips. Enough already. Ron feigned a complaint. If you keep this up, I might just jump off. Go ahead. Harry kissed Hermione again. I'll catch you before you hit the ground. Yes. Harry is a star player. Luna winked at him, but I doubt you could handle his weight. I'm not that heavy, Ron grumbled, glancing at himself, right? Harry was talking about the levitation charm. Hermione explained with a smile. Before they knew it, it was nearly time to return. And since they were still some distance from the burrow, Hermione hailed a taxi. On the way back, they enthusiastically discussed the delightful day they had experienced, while Harry internally braced himself for Hermione's complaints about the mountain of homework awaiting them. Yet, Hermione simply smiled and listened to Ron and Neville tell jokes. Upon entering the burrow, most patrons cast surprised glances at them, but paid little heed, for they would soon return to the castle. They waited there for Dobby, who arrived punctually. Together, they vanished, reappearing just outside the Great Hall, which was empty at that moment. Dobby handed them their robes, and they donned them as they stepped into the Great Hall. The students in the hall were intrigued about their whereabouts, yet they could only maintain a unified front, stating that Professor McGonagall had assigned them a task, which they had just completed. However, no one could deny that they appeared to be having a splendid time. I see you are all enjoying yourselves, McGonagall remarked with a smile as she approached. Suddenly, she shifted the conversation, but Harry, I advise you to keep your relationship with Miss Granger under wraps. Instantly, both Harry and Hermione's faces flushed crimson, as if they were about to ignite. Harry stammered, what? My goodness, Harry, no one would plead so earnestly for a birthday unless there was something more between you two, she replied. Moreover, you're not letting go of each other's hands, which gives me a clue. As she spoke, she pointed at their still clasped hands. They awkwardly released their grip, as though parting from each other was an excruciating ordeal. Their expressions a mix of carefree joy in front of friends and the sudden realization of the secrecy surrounding their relationship. I'm sorry, Professor, Hermione murmured, her cheeks still flushed. It's quite all right, Miss Granger, but I must warn you, no romantic displays at Hogwarts henceforth. That is your assignment for today. McGonagall handed Hermione a list containing only a few tasks, while Harry's assignment had fallen to the floor, scattered and incomplete, having rolled several meters away. Don't tell me mine is as lengthy, Ron exclaimed in astonishment, his expression mirroring the concern he had when Ginny was kidnapped in the Chamber of Secrets. No, Mr. Weasley, only Harry's. This is his assignment for allowing you all to go out, McGonagall explained as she distributed the list to the others, none of whom had assignments that compared in length to Harry's. In fact, their tasks were almost trivial in comparison. Harry, is it truly that extensive? Hermione asked, her eyes filled with concern as she perceived his burden. From her gaze, Harry sensed that she wanted to express just how much she cared for him. It's nothing compared to what Hermione has done to celebrate your birthday, Harry replied resolutely, although his mind was already racing to devise a plan to complete each task, even contemplating how to utilize his free time for something special. During dinner, they hardly consumed anything, having indulged excessively in London. Afterwards, they returned to Gryffindor Tower. Neville mentioned he would escort Luna to her common room before departing. Ron hurried upstairs to his room as soon as he arrived. before anyone else could notice. Hermione quickly kissed Harry as a token of gratitude for the unforgettable day he had given her. Harry pulled out all his assignments, ready to immerse himself in his studies and complete them as swiftly as possible. Approaching 2 in the morning, he found himself alone in the common room, deeply engrossed in his studies, racking his brain on how to transform the various potion ingredients into an effective antidote. He was almost certain that Snape would mercilessly punish him for skipping a class. Chapter 36. Is it a dragon? In the dimly lit stairwell of Hogwarts, Harry was troubled over his potions textbook when suddenly Hermione's voice echoed from the staircase. Are you still here? We're just waking up. Hermione rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned widely, saying, You ought to get some rest. Harry sighed in resignation. I must accomplish as much as I can. Otherwise, everything will pile up, and no teacher would forgive me for failing to complete my assignments. With that, he buried himself once more in the weighty tome of potions. Damn Snape, he muttered under his breath. I missed just one class, and he assigned me nearly half a book's worth of homework. Hermione gently settled beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. As the clock approached 3, Harry felt it was indeed time for sleep, but when he turned to rouse Hermione, he found she had already succumbed to slumber. A tender warmth swelled within him, and he allowed Hermione to continue leaning against him, gradually drifting off as well. Harry was startled awake by Hermione's gentle shaking. Harry, we've fallen asleep. We could be seen. It would be best if we returned to our own beds, she urged anxiously. Harry, still drowsy, nodded and made his way back to his room, only to realize that dawn was fast approaching. He understood that if he did not venture out for his morning exercise, he would feel lethargic throughout the day, so he reluctantly dressed and descended the stairs. He commenced a new day as usual, yet he was acutely aware that this time, Hermione would not be joining him for training. Thus, a week slipped by in a blur of busyness and fatigue. Harry often stayed up late, several times even dozing off atop his assignments. Hermione would always rouse him, and together they would continue their tasks according to Professor Priskett's instructions before heading to Hagrid's home. Hagrid's blast in its skirts had grown nearly half a meter long, and Hermione's had remarkably caught up with Harry's since she resolved to care for it diligently. They devoted nearly all their free time to teaching the Scroots new tricks. Amagi quickly learned a multitude of small antics, responding more keenly to Harry's whistle than to his commands, while Hermione trained her script through applause. After leaving Hagrid's, they went for breakfast, where Harry struggled against fatigue, more than once burying his face in a bowl of cereal, drawing laughter from the Slytherin students. The workload not only remained unchanged, but seemed to multiply. However, by the end of the month, Harry had nearly completed everything, save for the task of transfiguring a cat into a chair. To practice, he borrowed Crookshanks from Hermione, but the cat proved uncooperative, pouncing at him every time he attempted the spell, offering little assistance. Nevertheless, in the end, the cat did transform into a splendid chair, albeit one adorned with Crookshank's orange fur. What troubled Harry most was the need to find an antidote to prevent Snape from poisoning him, as he had avoided consuming anything that appeared even slightly suspicious on multiple occasions. Finally, just as he completed all his tasks and prepared to seek out the final antidote, even at the cost of sleep, they entered the Great Hall and spotted a notice pinned there, which read, Triwizard Tournament. The representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang are set to arrive on Friday, October 30th at 6 o'clock. The classes will conclude an hour earlier. How splendid, Harry exclaimed, his excitement evident as Hermione gazed at him in astonishment. Snape won't kill me on Friday. He chuckled, prompting laughter from his friends and even some nearby. Only 2 days remain, Ron remarked joyfully, though he did not share Harry's fervor, as this signified a brief respite from his burdensome assignments. Do you think Cedric will participate? Harry inquired while entering the dining hall. He merely stated that he is too old and seems quite knowledgeable about magic. Yes, not foolish. This is a perilous competition, and with so much homework, if he competes, he must also prepare for the tournament, Hermione noted, beginning her meal. However, if he does join, he is likely to become Hogwarts champion. Hogwarts champion? Ron retorted, slightly irritated. But yes, an idiot. You are just upset because they defeated us in last year's Quidditch match. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving look. I've heard he is an excellent student and a prefect. A prefect? Just because he is handsome? Ron replied sharply. I'm sorry, but I don't like him. And I do not only judge based on appearances. Ron, Hermione said, her expression turning fierce. Ron cleared his throat, his voice reminiscent of Lockhart, prompting Hermione to glare at him more threateningly before turning her attention back to Harry. Harry merely smiled at Hermione, indicating that he was indifferent to everything else at that moment. A few minutes later, Harry felt his face collide with his plate, the evident lack of sleep taking its toll. Over the next 2 days, he became one of the most informed yet most fatigued students in class. Even during Professor McGonagall's lesson, he transformed a cactus into a peculiar creature with Neville-esque ears. The professor promptly corrected his mistake and teasingly advised him not to yawn while casting spells, nor to close his eyes while pointing at the target. Yet, Harry sensed a shift in the professor's gaze towards him. It seemed more amiable than before, although she remained the stern deputy headmistress in front of others. On October 30th, Harry awoke late, having missed his workout time due to Hedwig's absence as she had gone to deliver messages to Sirius and Horatio. Descending to the common room, he found Hermione waiting for him in her school robes. Harry hurriedly apologized, to which Hermione gently replied that it was quite understandable after so many sleepless nights. They made their way to the Great Hall, where they beheld the splendid decorations prepared for the day's arrival. The vibrant banners of each house adorned the walls, accompanied by 2 additional banners that Harry presumed belonged to Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. At the head of the staff table hung the emblem of the entire school. As they enjoyed their breakfast, Ron, Fred, and George continued to speculate about who the judge would be and whether they had a chance of participating in the competition. To speak candidly, Harry had grown weary of the incessant discussions echoing throughout the castle. That said, who is to judge each test? Harry endeavored to steer the conversation regarding the competition in a new direction. Hermione glanced at everyone and, with a measured tone, remarked that each head of house was part of the judging panel, along with representatives from the Ministry of Magic. The group looked at her in astonishment, prompting Hermione to elaborate. Why is this the case? Because in the competition of 1792, all 3 heads of house were injured when a basilisk emerged, and the champions had to subdue it. Noticing the gazes upon her, she furrowed her brow slightly, displaying impatience that she was the only one familiar with such fundamental knowledge, all of which was documented in Hogwarts history. However, that book had become somewhat unreliable. A more fitting title would be The Censored History of Hogwarts, for it made no mention of house elves, did it? Harry, glancing at his girlfriend, smiled and responded. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. We will change all of this, Hermione. Your advocacy for house elf rights has garnered 120 members, not to mention the many we are persuading, including our friends. Harry stated resolutely. The group regarded him with some confusion, except for Ron, while Hermione offered him a grateful smile. The clouds of her earlier worries dissipating a little as she reminded herself that things were not as dire as she had imagined. However, to be frank, Neville seemed somewhat intimidated by Hermione's determination, and Luna appeared uncertain of what she had become entangled in. Yet, before they could be overwhelmed by a barrage of questions, an owl arrived bearing messages. Harry looked up to see Hedwig soaring toward him, while Hermione and Ron watched anxiously, knowing she surely bore replies from both Horatio and Sirius. Hedwig landed on Harry's shoulder, folding her wings and gently pecking his head to indicate her fatigue. Harry offered her a piece of the bacon he had been eating, and she pecked at it before heavily extending her leg. As Harry removed the letter, he began to read the first one under the attentive gaze of Hermione and Ron. Dear Mr. Potter, I wish to inform you that concerning the case of Sirius Black, the authorities have reviewed the will and are conducting an appropriate investigation. They have recognized that your godfather was never afforded a fair trial, having been imprisoned immediately upon capture. However, a definitive decision will take considerable time. Additionally, he still needs to account for the incident resulting in the deaths of 20 muggles on that fateful day. I also wish to inform you that your inheritance has been placed in your vault, though it is missing the venom of the acromantula. It appears that it has not been seen for many years, so I regret that I cannot fulfill your order. Regarding your parents' will, this too is under investigation, and they have found that it was executed by someone associated with Hogwarts. At the time, no authority was aware of why this matter was overlooked, leaving only the school's authority to address it. However, it could involve anyone from a professor to the current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Unfortunately, due to a lack of evidence, they have decided to close the case. Should you have any new information on this subject, it may prove beneficial. I shall continue to keep in touch with you. Sincerely, your servant, Horatio. Harry finished reading the letter, still harboring some concerns regarding Sirius. He intended to seek Professor McGonagall's assistance in investigating his parents' will. To his astonishment, they had prepared everything for the Horcrux ritual, save for the venom of an acromantula. Harry glanced at Ron, whose expression turned grim. No, Harry, Ron said, stepping back from the letter, I shall not revisit those matters unless that person you know forces me. We will go, Ron, Hermione remarked, observing Ron's demeanor. Perhaps we can reach an agreement. I do not think so. Harry recalled the attack from 2 years prior, but decided to discuss it later, turning his attention to another letter. He unfolded it and began to read softly, My dear little one, Your endeavor to seek evidence of my innocence and strive for my freedom fills me with pride, Harry, and I am delighted to know you are well. I must inform you that I will attempt to contact you and long to see you, but I cannot leave this place yet. It will be too easy to be captured. I have heard rumors regarding the Triwizard Tournament, and I have a foreboding feeling about it. Even your father does not wish for its revival. Be cautious, remain vigilant, and truly, thank you for everything you have done. Sirius. Harry tucked the letter away, gently stroking Hedwig's beak and head before offering her a bit of orange juice, after which she flew back to the Ollery. That day, an air of anxiety enveloped Hogwarts, and no one felt particularly enthusiastic about attending classes. However, during Transfiguration class, Harry finally succeeded in transforming a cat into a chair without leaving any tail or whiskers on the seat, which granted him a slight sense of accomplishment. Yet, as he passed Snape's classroom, the professor's icy voice pierced the air. I shall postpone the poisoning until the next lesson. This nearly drove Harry to the brink of madness, for he had yet to discover the antidote to Snape's potion. In defense against the dark arts, Professor Moody awarded Harry 30 points for his swift escape from the Imperius curse. Harry had, in fact, deceived the professor by feigning to be under the spell, then promptly seized the professor's wand and pointed his own at him. Remain vigilant. Indeed, Harry remarked with a smile at Professor Moody. The professor laughed heartily and awarded him additional points, lauding his cleverness. After class, they returned to Gryffindor Tower to drop off their belongings before heading back to the Great Hall. The heads of each house arranged the students in various positions to welcome the visiting schools, and then they descended to the lakeside to greet the guests. It seemed they would have to wait a while longer, and Harry could not help but recall what Mr. Weasley had said. It's always like this. Every time we gather, we cannot resist the urge to show off. Clearly, this time guests would also make a grand entrance. They're coming, Harry, Hermione suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the sky. Harry looked up to see a long object, perhaps longer than 100 broomsticks combined, soaring through the blue sky towards the castle, growing ever larger. Was it a dragon? A first-grade student exclaimed with excitement. Don't be silly. It's a flying house. A sixth-grade student, seemingly knowledgeable, remarked. Harry moved closer and discovered that it was a colossal light blue carriage, towering to the height of 4 stories, drawn by a team of brown, winged horses. The manes and tails of the horses were white, each creature as large as an elephant. When the carriage landed with a thud, the hooves struck the ground heavily, causing the students in front to recoil, some even gasping in astonishment. Neville, in his retreat, accidentally stepped on a Slytherin student. Before the door swung open, Harry noticed the emblem upon it, reminiscent of that in the Great Hall, a pair of crossed golden wands, with stars emanating from their tips. As the door slowly opened, Harry beheld the largest woman he had ever seen and instantly understood the reason for the carriage's immense size. He had only encountered one other person of her stature, Hagrid. They appeared to be of similar height, yet this woman seemed extraordinarily tall. Upon closer inspection, Harry realized she was quite beautiful, possessing dark skin, large black eyes, and a sharp nose. Her hair was braided and adorned with a shimmering bow. At that moment, Dumbledore emerged to greet her, applauding, which prompted the crowd to join in. The woman extended her hand, and Dumbledore inclined slightly, placing a kiss upon it. My dear Madame Maxime, Dumbledore exclaimed warmly, welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore. Madame Maxime responded in a deep, resonant voice, I hope all is well. In splendid condition, thank you, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Chapter 37, The Best Seeker. On the grounds of Hogwarts, the cold air seemed capable of penetrating clothing. Madame Maxime's magnetic voice rang out, my students. She pointed towards the several young men and women disembarking from the carriage, appearing nearly 20 years old, their bodies shivering slightly. Their attire was rather thin, and despite some donning scarves or woolen hats, they were still unable to fend off the chill. Is Karkaroff here? Madame Maxime inquired, turning to Dumbledore. With a gentle demeanor. Dumbledore replied leisurely, unfortunately, not yet. Would you prefer to wait here, or step inside to warm up? I choose the latter, Madame Maxime answered without hesitation. My horses flew from a great distance. Fear not. Our care of magical creatures professor will treat them with the utmost care, Dumbledore assured her, adding, though he is currently attending to an urgent matter. Something concerning a blast-ended Scrut. Ron murmured to Harry. Harry replied quietly, I told you they're friendly. Friendly to you and Hermione, but mine keeps exploding, Ron complained, somewhat irritated. That's because you haven't paid it enough attention or named it. They resonate more with names. Harry softly suggested, signaling for his friend to be quiet. What shall I name such a thing? Ron lamented. Inform Professor Hagrid that these horses only consume pure malt whiskey. Madame Maxime instructed Albus, then strode purposefully towards the castle. Minutes passed, and everyone shivered in the cold, their eyes fixated on the lake's surface, awaiting the arrival of Durmstrang. Suddenly, without any warning, bubbles began to rise from the lake, growing larger and causing waves to crash violently against the shore. First, a mass slowly emerged, and gradually, a ship surfaced from the depths of the lake, appearing as though it had been submerged for many years, now re-emerging into the light. Moments later, the vessel anchored steadily at the water's edge, its anchor clattering into the depths. Seconds later, several small boats swiftly approached, their occupants clad in thick leather cloaks. Yet among the crowd, one man stood out. His skin was distinct, smooth and silver, just like his hair. Dumbledore, he called out with enthusiasm, nimbly ascending the slope. How are you, my old friend? How do you fare? Quite well, thank you, Professor Karkaroff, Dumbledore replied with a smile, extending his hand to shake with Karkaroff. It is splendid to be in ancient Hogwarts. Magnificent, Victor, this is Hogwarts, Karkaroff declared, pulling forward the Bulgarian team seeker. Harry, it's Victor Crumb, Ron exclaimed excitedly as they made their way towards the castle with the Durmstrang delegation. Crumb, did you see that, Harry? Ron, for heaven's sake. He is merely another Quidditch player, Hermione retorted, perceiving Ron as a child who had just spotted a superhero. Merely a player. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. He is the greatest seeker in the world, Hermione. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation, her expression one of incredulity. Upon entering the Great Hall, everyone noticed that the Beauxbatons students were seated at the Ravenclaw table, while the Durmstrang students crowded at the entrance, bewildered and unsure of where to sit. Eventually, they decided to approach the Slytherin table, where the Slytherins appeared delighted at the arrival of Quidditch star Crumb. Why is everyone making such a fuss over one person? Hermione exclaimed in annoyance, as Ron continued to persuade Harry to seek an autograph, even suggesting that he sleep in Gryffindor Tower just to obtain it. All students settled into the Great Hall at their respective tables, including the Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students, as the teachers took their seats as well. The heads of the three houses stood up. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts, and especially our esteemed guests, Dumbledore greeted warmly, addressing the foreign students. I am delighted to welcome you to Hogwarts. I hope your stay here is comfortable and enjoyable. I am certain it will be. A Beauxbatons girl, clutching her scarf tightly around her neck, scoffed at this remark. No one is forcing you to stay, Hermione muttered angrily under her breath. Harry hastily set his hand down, gently grasping hers, and tenderly said, "Do not be upset." He attempted to soothe his girlfriend. The competition would officially commence after the banquet concluded. Dumbledore explained now. I invite everyone to indulge in food and drink, as if you were in your own home. The three heads of houses took their seats, and Harry observed Dumbledore engaging in conversation with Karkaroff. Subsequently, as was customary, their plates miraculously filled with an array of food. Harry gazed at the dishes, silently marveling at the vast variety, some of which he had never encountered before. What is that? Ron inquired, pointing a long stew pot containing a dish made with mussels, accompanied by a familiar meat and kidney pie. French seafood soup, Hermione replied with a glance. Just in case, yours. Ron sniffed at the stew. Don't be foolish. This is a French dish, Hermione explained, slightly irritated. I tried it during my last holiday, and it was utterly delicious. I trust you. There's no need to taste it. The familiar good is far better than the unfamiliar bad. Ron chuckled at Harry. Where did you learn Proverbs? Harry asked incredulously. We saw it at a restaurant when we were in London. Those muggles have devised all sorts of things, Ron replied, smiling at him. Excuse me, isn't that French seafood soup? A girl from Beauxbatons softly interjected. She possessed long, silvery blonde hair, cascading down to her waist, striking blue eyes, and impeccably white teeth. Ron's face instantly flushed crimson, and Harry's mouth fell slightly agape, a sight that did not escape Hermione's notice as she discontentedly nudged Harry's foot. You can take it, Harry quickly said, eager to prevent Hermione from stepping on him again, as he handed the stew pot to the girl. Are you finished with her? The girl inquired, smiling at Harry, who felt the pain in his foot intensify. Yes, Ron gasped, it's exquisite. The girl carefully carried the stew pot back to the Ravenclaw table, while Ron continued to gawk at her, as though he had never seen a girl before. Hermione ceased her foot nudging, yet her cheeks remained flushed. She is a beauty, Ron said, entranced, to Harry, who was still massaging his foot. Certainly not, Hermione retorted coldly. Only you two view her as an idiot. With that, she stepped on Harry's foot again. Ouch, Harry yelped, inwardly perplexed by Hermione's surprising strength. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, but remember, I only love you. My attraction to her means nothing, Hermione. Harry attempted to manage the pain in his foot. Hearing this, Hermione's mood calmed somewhat, yet she still gripped Harry's hand firmly. It's not so great at Hogwarts. Ron continued to gaze dreamily at the girl. "It's quite nice at Hogwarts," Harry replied. Just then, Hermione tightened her grip on Harry's hand, casting him a slightly angry glance after speaking. For the next few minutes, Hermione remained silent. Harry dared not look in any direction apart from his plate, fearing that Hermione's wrath might inflict further injury upon his foot. "Harry," Hermione remarked, "when you finally divert your gaze from your plate, you may notice who has entered." Her tone was somewhat unusual, yet far preferable to being stepped on again. Following Hermione's hint, he glanced towards the staff table and observed Ludo Bagman seated next to Madame Maxime, while Mr. Crouch, Percy S. Superior, was positioned beside Professor Karkaroff. The mere sight of Crouch filled Harry with discomfort, recalling the treatment of his house elf and the unsettling events that transpired in the forest following the Quidditch World Cup. "What's he doing here?" Harry exclaimed with irritation. "They are the ones orchestrating the Triwizard Tournament, aren't they?" Hermione scrutinized the scene and replied, "I suppose they wish to attend the opening ceremony." When dessert was served, Harry took a spoonful of what appeared to be a light cream, savoring its exquisite taste. To his surprise, he boldly offered some to Hermione, who accepted despite his expectation that she would refuse due to her earlier encounter with the Beauxbatons girls. After the golden plates were cleared, Dumbledore rose, and a profound silence enveloped the great hall. "The time has come," Dumbledore announced, a gentle smile gracing his features. "The Triwizard Tournament is about to commence. Before we present the goblet, I would like to share a few words to elucidate our upcoming proceedings. But first, for those who may be unfamiliar, let me introduce Mr. Barty Crouch, the Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation." A brief round of applause echoed through the hall, followed by the introduction of Mr. Ludo Bagman, the Director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. This applause was even more resounding than the last, acknowledging the tireless efforts of Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch in preparing for the event. Dumbledore continued, "They will join Professor Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, and of course myself, to form the judging panel, evaluating the champions' performances." At the mention of the word champions, the students' attention intensified. Even Hermione, who had previously appeared somewhat indifferent, now focused entirely on Dumbledore. Mr. Filch approached slowly, presenting Dumbledore with a grand wooden chest adorned with jewels. "Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman have already reviewed the instructions for the challenges that the champions will face," Dumbledore explained, placing the chest upon the table before him. "They have prepared everything necessary for the trials. Over the course of the academic year, there will be 3 challenges, each designed to assess the champions in various aspects: their magical prowess, physical abilities, courage, logic, reasoning, and capacity to confront peril. It is well known that there will be 3 champions," Dumbledore continued calmly, "one from each participating school. Each challenge will be scored, and a series of points will be awarded based on their performances. At the conclusion of the final challenge, the champion with the highest score will lift the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be selected by a fair judge, appointed specifically for this tournament, ancient and powerful, capable of outwitting only the most skilled. The Goblet of Fire." Chapter 38. The Enormous Goblet of Fire. Immediately, Dumbledore raised his wand and gently tapped the box before him. As if responding to an unseen command, the box slowly opened, releasing a peculiar substance that resembled liquid but shimmered with a metallic sheen. Initially, it floated like an unrestrained specter, devoid of any form. However, within mere seconds, it swiftly coalesced into a massive goblet. Atop the rim danced flames of pure white, illuminating the surroundings and exuding an aura of mystery and allure. Anyone aspiring to become a champion must clearly inscribe their name and house on a piece of parchment and then cast it into this goblet. Dumbledore scanned the crowd, patiently elucidating. Those who wish to contend have 24 hours to accomplish this task. Tomorrow night, during the Halloween celebration, the goblet will select the names of 3 champions deemed most worthy to represent their respective houses. This evening, the goblet will be placed in the Great Hall, available for all who wish to participate. However, to ensure that no underage students are tempted, Dumbledore paused slightly, his expression turning solemn. "Once the goblet is positioned in the hall, I shall draw a line around it. No one under the age of 17 may cross this line. Finally, I wish to emphasize to all contemplating participation that the dangers involved far exceed mere appearances. Thus, once the Goblet of Fire designates an individual as champion, he or she must compete until the conclusion. Submitting a name to the goblet signifies the signing of a binding magical contract. Once selected as a champion, there is no turning back. Peril will accompany one for a lifetime. Even the most skilled wizards may encounter treacheries during the competition. Therefore, remember, this contest is not merely a game." He slowly surveyed everyone in the hall, his gaze seemingly penetrating the depths of their souls, before continuing, "Now is the time for rest. Good night to all." There's an age restriction. Fred furrowed his brow and murmured, surely there must be an aging potion that could work. George's eyes brightened as he seemed to conceive an idea. But I believe those under 17 stand little chance. Hermione immediately countered, her tone firm and unwavering. We haven't learned enough yet. That's merely your perception, George retorted defiantly. You'll give it a try. 1 Harry? Fred turned to Harry, his eyes glimmering with expectation. Hermione, upon hearing this, cast a surprised and fearful glance at Harry. She sincerely hoped he would not become embroiled in such a perilous contest. Meanwhile, Harry was preoccupied with finding a place to train, completing the list from Priscilla, and dealing with the Horcruxes and the other 2 rings of the crown. He sought to avoid this potentially life-threatening foolish competition at all costs. No, to be honest, I don't care. Harry shook his head, his expression indifferent. His response left everyone astonished, as if they could scarcely believe he would forego such an ostensibly glorious opportunity. Where's Krum? As Ron spoke, he attempted to leap up for a clearer view, yet the throngs of people around him were overwhelming. However, as they reached the entrance and made way for others, his inquiry was answered. Thank you, Karkaroff remarked nonchalantly, casting a cursory glance in their direction. Behind him was Krum, who, upon passing by, caught sight of Harry. Harry, however, keenly detected the gaze Krum directed towards Hermione, imbued with a sentiment far beyond that of mere classmates, an evident interest. A flicker of discontent stirred within Harry, but Krum swiftly moved on. Upon exiting, they observed several Durmstrang girls whispering among themselves. That is Harry Potter, they murmured, casting curious glances in his direction. Hermione, sensing Harry's slight discomfort, tugged at his sleeve with renewed urgency. The following day was Saturday, a time when most students typically saunter down for breakfast a bit later. Yet today, it seemed as though the entire school was propelled by an invisible force, rising early. Harry had planned to descend and continue his daily training, but the surging crowd made movement arduous. Reluctantly, he decided to postpone his plans for a day, convincing himself that it was not a matter of great consequence. In the Great Hall, they discovered the mysterious cup positioned at the center of the table, encircled by a cerulean ring, at least 3 meters in diameter, hovering in the air and emanating a faint magical aura. Lavender hurried over to inform Ron that everyone from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons had already placed their names into the cup early that morning, leaving only the students of Hogwarts. Harry gazed at the cup, musing internally that, should he reach the appropriate age, even if presented with a vault larger than the one he currently possessed, he would never submit his name. Yet, he remained curious about the events that would unfold. He continually reassured himself that due to Voldemort, he was already sufficiently renowned and had no need to prove anything further through this competition. Thus, he simply walked alongside Hermione to the dining table for breakfast. After a while, Fred and George appeared, their faces alight with excitement, each clutching a bottle of aging potion that swayed slightly in their grasp, radiating an enigmatic glow. This won't work, Hermione declared, recognizing their intentions, her expression revealing her ire. Why not? The twins chorused, their faces etched with confusion. That line was drawn by Dumbledore. Hermione raised her voice, as if it were the most self-evident truth in the world. So what? The twins and Ron echoed in unison. How could a couple of children possibly overcome the magical protections established by a wizard as powerful as Dumbledore? Hermione replied with an air of casualness, as if the notion were laughably absurd. That's precisely why it would work. Such simplicity eludes them, Fred asserted confidently, striding purposefully towards the line. The twins exchanged glances. Resolute, and without hesitation, they drank the potion before boldly stepping into the circle. In a fleeting moment, Harry genuinely believed they had succeeded, only to be abruptly ejected by a burst of golden light. To their amusement, they found themselves sporting beards as lengthy as Dumbledore's. This comical scene elicited hearty laughter from those present. However, Professor McGonagall soon arrived, her expression grave, instructing them to accompany Ravenclaw's Fawcett and Hufflepuff Summers to the infirmary. For these students had engaged in the same reckless endeavor. Fred and George departed with Ron, who, despite his efforts to suppress it, could not help but smirk, clearly struggling to refrain from mocking his brothers. As noon approached, the Great Hall began its meticulous adornment for Halloween, festooned with lanterns and various magical decorations, imbued with a festive spirit. Yet, Harry found little joy in the spectacle. He and Hermione sat in a corner, engrossed in their potion studies, still haunted by Snape's chilling warning. Meanwhile, many students, brimming with excitement and anticipation, approached the Goblet of Fire to submit their names. Among them, Slytherin's Bowl and Hufflepuff's Cedric stood out, while even Angelina, who had just turned the appropriate age last week, arrived with unwavering confidence. "How unfortunate you aren't 2 years older, Hermione," Harry remarked, meticulously rereading his potions book, his gaze not lifting. "You would undoubtedly emerge as the champion." "Of course not, Harry," Hermione promptly refuted. "I am merely 15. Even at 30, I would never place my name in, not even for a fortune." After a while, feeling somewhat bored, they resolved to visit Hagrid. Upon their arrival, Hagrid greeted them with a joyous smile, though he appeared quite busy, tending to Madame Maxime's horses. Harry cautiously approached one of the horses, which eyed him warily. After considerable effort, he managed to gently stroke its mane. Initially, the horse seemed displeased, tossing its tail irritably. But when Harry produced a piece of sugar from his pocket and offered it, its demeanor transformed, circling around him affectionately, even allowing him to touch its precious wings. Hagrid, witnessing this exchange, marveled, exclaiming that it was no easy feat, even for seasoned wizards. Amidst the commotion, Aragog had also grown considerably, now nearly a meter wide. Reaching up to Harry's knees, it was joyfully playing fetch with Hermione, while Nasu frolicked nearby, eager to join in the fun. Curious about the sudden decrease in his blast-ended scroots, Harry inquired of Hagrid. Upon hearing the question, Hagrid's expression darkened, and he sighed. They turned on one another. This revelation startled Harry and Hermione, who immediately grew concerned for their own scroots. Hagrid hastily reassured them, stating that their scroots were robust and always supported one another. Any scroot daring to attack them would surely regret it. Seizing the opportunity, Hermione attempted to persuade Hagrid to join the Society for the Promotion of House Elf Rights. But Hagrid resolutely shook his head, stating that it was a matter for house elves themselves. In his view, no house elf would ever wish to be paid for their labor. Upon hearing this, Hermione recounted the story of the house elf who worked for Harry. Hagrid, in response, merely nodded in bewilderment. Hermione understood that Hagrid was largely uninformed about such matters, yet felt helpless in conveying the deeper significance to him immediately. With a mixture of surprise and confusion, Hagrid finally, albeit reluctantly, agreed after considerable coaxing from Hermione. Witnessing his reluctance, Hermione felt a flicker of anger and sorrow within her. As they returned to the Great Hall, they noticed the Durmstrang students entering in a grand procession, and they followed suit. Upon entering, they were greeted by a throng of people, the crowd so dense that it was nearly suffocating, leading them to doubt whether any seats remained available. At that moment, Ron called out to them, pointing to the 2 vacant seats beside him. They hurried over, anxious that Ron's hard-won seats might be claimed by others. The Halloween feast then commenced in earnest. However, for Harry, the meal seemed interminable. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this was the second grand feast within 2 days. He had lost the initial excitement and novelty, merely consuming his food mechanically. Everyone was on edge due to the selection of champions, including Hermione and himself, who were both eager to discover who would ultimately represent Hogwarts. Eventually, the 3 heads of houses rose slowly from their seats. The dishes magically cleared away in an instant. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall reached a fever pitch, with everyone holding their breath. Some were excitedly laughing, while others stared intently at the headmasters. At last, the Goblet of Fire had rendered its decision. Dumbledore, with a solemn expression, approached the goblet, each step seemingly reverberating in the hearts of those present. "In 1 minute, when I announce the name of a champion, please come forth to this side of the hall, past the staff table, and enter the adjacent room." He gestured toward the tightly closed door behind him, where they would receive their first instructions and have their questions answered. As he spoke, the lights began to dim, making the goblet's flames burn even more brightly, the flickering flames appearing to be the very heart of this magical event, adding a rich layer of drama to the proceedings. Suddenly, the color of the flames within the goblet began to shift, transitioning from white to a deep brown and erupting into sparks, as if heralding the arrival of a momentous occasion. Then, a powerful burst of flames surged forth, projecting a piece of parchment into the air. Dumbledore, quick on the draw, waved his wand and deftly caught the parchment midair. "The champion from Durmstrang," he announced with a clear, resonant voice that pierced through the hall, "will be Victor Krum." As anticipated, Ron erupted into cheers, clapping vigorously, his exuberance instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire Great Hall. Almost everyone erupted into cheers, their voices crashing like surging waves. One after another, Victor Krum rose slowly from the Slytherin table, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gracefully acknowledged the heads of the houses before calmly exiting through the designated door. The applause and chatter gradually subsided, and all eyes once again focused on the Goblet of Fire. As the cup illuminated with a soft blue glow, another piece of parchment was gently ejected. The champion from Beauxbatons, Dumbledore announced with measured ease, is Fleur Delacour. The girl who had requested seafood soup the previous night, Fleur Delacour, stood gracefully, her silvery blonde hair shimmering enchantingly under the lights. Like Crumb, she smiled as she approached the heads of the houses, and then, with light steps, traversed through the door. The crowd, captivated by her beauty and elegance, erupted into cheers and whistles, while Harry merely clapped softly, occasionally glancing at Hermione, fearful of inciting her jealousy. However, Hermione seemed indifferent, her gaze fixed intently on the goblet. As silence enveloped the hall once more, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, almost palpable, as if one could distinctly feel the heartbeat and breath of everyone present. The color of the flames shifted once again, this time to a bright yellow, followed by the emergence of yet another piece of parchment. The champion from Hogwarts, Dumbledore announced, his face adorned with a satisfied smile, is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted in thunderous cheers and excited shouts, with many from other tables joining in to offer their sincere congratulations to Cedric. With a humble smile, Cedric greeted each of the professors before steadily making his way through the door. Wonderful, Dumbledore proclaimed joyfully as the applause began to wane. We now have our champions. I ask everyone to support them in every endeavor. Yet, just as he was about to finish his sentence, the goblet of fire, seemingly propelled by a mysterious and powerful force, ignited with a fierce red flame. The fire roared like an enraged beast, thrashing wildly, with some golden flames leaping toward the lofty ceiling, spiraling chaotically in the air. Shortly thereafter, a piece of parchment was flung high into the air, soaring as though it sought to breach the very dome of the hall. Everyone stared in astonishment for several seconds, until Dumbledore waved his wand, deftly catching the parchment. He glanced down at it, and his expression froze, revealing a level of shock and gravity that Harry had never witnessed before. In the protracted pause that followed, it felt as though time itself had ceased, each second stretching endlessly, as if they were traversing an eternity. Finally, Dumbledore spoke slowly, his voice initially soft, yet imbued with an indescribable magic, as if it could transcend the barriers of space. Even from the highest point in the astronomy tower, Harry could hear it distinctly. Harry Potter. At that moment, Harry's Marauder's map pointer seemed to be drawn by some formidable magic, abruptly leaping from the school's insignia to a perilous zone, never to return to its original position again. Chapter 39. The Contest. Harry sat there in silence, acutely aware that the gaze of everyone in the Great Hall was fixated upon him like a spotlight. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream or had misheard moments prior. The hall was eerily silent, devoid of applause or conversation. However, just a second later, it erupted like a cauldron, filled with a cacophony of whispers and unintelligible sounds. Some individuals even rose in excitement, striving to see more clearly. Harry pondered that perhaps remaining motionless might cause it all to dissolve like a dream. Yet, reality proved to be quite the opposite, as Hermione abruptly turned him around. He beheld Hermione's tear-streaked face, while Ron appeared flushed. Ron's expression revealed neither joy nor fear. He stood there, seemingly petrified as if under spell. At the Gryffindor table, everyone gaped, many casting him fierce glances that pierced him like thorns, causing a sharp pang in his chest. I did not submit my name, Harry uttered. Confusion etched across his face, his voice tinged with helplessness. Hermione, her eyes brimming with tears, vigorously nodded in belief. Professor McGonagall swiftly rose and strode to Dumbledore's side. For the first time, an expression of profound anger crossed Dumbledore's face. He ignored Professor McGonagall, instead glaring furiously in Harry's direction, as if attempting to penetrate Harry's very soul. Harry Potter, he bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the great hall, instantly silencing the uproar. Harry, please stand up and come here. Go on, Harry, Hermione urged softly, gently nudging him. Harry slowly rose, his legs feeling weak, and cautiously navigated the narrow gaps between the tables. With each step, he could distinctly hear the surrounding murmurings. He is not even 17. He is a fraud, and some even malevolently suggested he should be expelled. The teacher's table appeared distant to Harry, as if he were traversing a long and arduous path. When he finally reached it, it felt as though an eternity had passed. He saw Professor McGonagall's face pale as parchment, tears shimmering in her eyes, regarding him as if he had committed an unforgivable transgression. Tears glistened in Hagrid's eyes, and the expressions of the other teachers varied greatly. Snape's complexion appeared even more pallid than usual, concealing an emotion known only to him. Very well, step through this door. Harry, Professor Dumbledore instructed, his face devoid of any smile and bearing an unusually stern expression as he handed over a note. At that moment, Harry's mind was a blank canvas, consumed solely by the desire to escape this oppressive environment. He did not acknowledge Karkaroff or Madame Maxime, mechanically traversing past the teacher's desk, feeling as though time stretched infinitely, each second to torment. He glanced at the note he had been given. It bore his name, but lacked any indication of his house. He descended the stairs unsteadily, arriving at a bright small room adorned with portraits of witches and wizards from various eras, their gazes seemingly following his every move. A display cabinet filled with wondrous items caught his eye, yet his tumultuous thoughts rendered him oblivious to these details. Victor Crumb, Cedric Diggory, and Fleur Delacour stood near the fireplace. For the first time, Harry found these students intimidating, their figures towering in his perception. They stared at him for what felt like an eternity, and after an awkward silence, one of them inquired, "What's the matter?" expecting Harry to share significant news. "Are we heading back to the Great Hall?" Harry felt dwarfed by their presence, shrinking to a point where he feared he might be easily crushed by them. Nevertheless, he remained motionless, uttering not a word. "Fantastic," came a sudden voice, as Ludo strode into the room with exuberance. "Absolutely fantastic. Gentlemen, ladies." He attempted to usher Harry forward, but Harry instinctively recoiled. "I present to you the fourth champion of the Triwizard Tournament." Crum's expression darkened ominously as he scrutinized Harry from head to toe, his gaze akin to that of an investigator assessing a suspect. Cedric appeared bewildered, his eyes darting between Harry, Bagman, and Bagman again, as if searching for the punchline hidden within the revelation, struggling to believe its veracity. "Oh, what a delightful jest, Mr. Bagman," Fleur remarked with a slight smile, presuming it to be merely a joke. "This is no jest," Bagman replied, shaking his head, yet his smile towards Harry seemed excessively bright, almost blinding. "The Goblet of Fire has selected him, and the age restriction was merely a precautionary measure. Since he was chosen, I believe we are powerless to change it." Behind Harry, the headmasters and Mr. Crouch appeared, engaged in a heated debate. Before closing the door, Harry could hear the cacophony outside, which momentarily pulled him back from his chaotic thoughts. He realized that this was all indeed happening, and if he wished to survive, he must remain ever vigilant. Madame Maxime, Fleur immediately interjected, her tone resolute as she approached the headmaster of her academy. "They claim this boy is to compete." Ever since Professor Dumbledore had uttered his name, Harry felt an unusual fury at the term boy. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Karkaroff and Crouch were not the only ones present. Professors McGonagall and Snape were there as well. The other champions cast glances filled with anger and disdain, which did not surprise Harry in the least. He defiantly held their gazes for an extended period, signaling that he was unafraid of them, even though deep down he longed for a place to hide, to escape this ordeal. "What does all this mean, Dumbledore?" Madame Maxime inquired, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "I, too, wish to know, Dumbledore," Professor Karkaroff remarked, his icy blue eyes as frigid as glaciers. "Hogwarts has 2 champions? I do not recall anyone explaining to me that the host school is entitled to have 2 champions. Or did I neglect to read the rules thoroughly? This is impossible," Madame Maxime exclaimed, her large hand adorned with a magnificent opal ring resting on Fleur's shoulder, as if to offer her solace. "Hogwarts cannot have 2 champions. It is utterly unfair. We believe the age limit would exclude the younger ones. Otherwise, we would have brought more candidates," Karkaroff added. "This is not the school's fault. It is Potter's fault." Karkaroff, Snape interjected with his characteristically saccharine tone. "He crosses the line every year. He must have found some way to insert his name." Harry felt a rush of blood to his face, his cheeks burning with indignation as he could hardly contain the urge to shout in defense of himself. "I did not put my name in that ridiculous cup." His outburst startled everyone in the room, with some appearing even more enraged. As Harry's shock faded, a wave of fury replaced it, though fear still lingered within him. Professor McGonagall gently placed her hand on his shoulder and smiled at him for a fleeting moment, that smile seemingly conveying her belief in him. Harry silently thanked Merlin in his heart. At least someone still had faith in him. "He is lying," Madame Maxime stated, her tone imbued with skepticism. "Come now, Madame Maxime. The age limit is absolute. Several students have tried and been turned away," Professor McGonagall replied, her complexion still pale, but her tone resolute. "Has he persuaded an older individual to assist him in entering his name?" Karkaroff inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Harry. "I did not enlist anyone to assist in placing my name, nor do I have any desire to partake in this absurd competition," Harry declared, acutely aware of the piercing gazes fixated upon him. "Therefore, if this troubles you so greatly, I shall withdraw from the contest, and that is final." For the first time, Everyone exchanged glances, contemplating the feasibility of his declaration. Yet, Mr. Crouch shook his head, shattering their illusions. It is impossible, Mr. Potter. If the Goblet of Fire has chosen you, it has forged a connection with you, compelling you to partake in the trials, irrespective of your willingness. You are inexorably bound to the competition, Mr. Crouch articulated, wiping his brow with trembling hands, his countenance marred by confusion and helplessness. But I did not place the parchment within. Thus, it bears no relation to me, Harry replied resolutely, a hint of defiance glimmering in his eyes. Regardless of who submitted it, your presence at the time of selection suffices for the goblet. A bond was established the moment the flames ignited. Since your name has been invoked, you are now beholden to the rules, Mr. Potter. Mr. Crouch's voice resonated with both perplexity and ire, as he grappled with the intricacies of the situation. If I choose not to participate or flee far away, will that foolish cup still be able to find me? Harry retorted provocatively, filled with resentment towards this unreasonable decree. You will forfeit all your magic, Mr. Potter. I have consulted those who possess profound insight. Should you opt out, your fate is sealed, Mr. Potter, he warned, addressing the assembly with an air of caution. Once the competition concludes, you shall revert to being an ordinary muggle. Harry's momentary dissatisfaction with Mr. Crouch swiftly morphed into genuine animosity. He never anticipated finding himself ensnared in such a predicament. Very well, then we ought to have two champions. Let us present the cup once more, and we shall submit our names until we achieve our desires, Karkaroff exclaimed, his visage contorted with fury. The goblet has concluded its selection. It shall not be reopened for 5 years, which is precisely why the event is being held at this juncture, Bagman remarked. A smile gracing his features, which Harry perceived as malicious glee, as if he envisioned numerous possibilities for the competition that only heralded peril for Harry. In that case, Durmstrang shall withdraw, Karkaroff asserted, determination glimmering in his gaze. Then your little one will lose all his magic, rendered utterly powerless. How can he soar without magic? Will you strip him of his remarkable abilities? A voice emerged from the shadows. It was Professor Moody. They regarded him momentarily, some astonished by his sudden appearance, while others seethed with indignation at his words. Yet Harry merely gazed at Dumbledore, his eyes brimming with anticipation, longing for Dumbledore to provide a definitive resolution or at the very least utter something to alleviate his current predicament. It is evident that someone has placed Mr. Potter's name into the Goblet of Fire, thereby designating him as a representative from another school to partake in the competition, thus ensnaring him in this ordeal. Coupled with a potent confundus charm, that would suffice. As Moody approached, the metallic clang of his footsteps resonated, his words plunging the assembly into contemplation. Clearly, someone harbored a strong desire for Hogwarts to possess double the chances. Madame Maxime proclaimed, seemingly convinced of some conspiracy behind the scenes. Why wouldn't she? Moody stuck out his tongue at her, an action that elicited furrowed brows from several attendees. Mr. Potter, at merely 14 years of age, could indeed be gravely harmed, or even lose his life, should he be unprepared, a far more daunting prospect than for your little princess. Why should he be in danger? We have awaited this opportunity for years, some for even longer. Karkaroff spat as he spoke, clearly dismissing Harry's worthiness of special consideration. Did you not observe the prize of 1,000 galleons and the respect of the entire wizarding world? This is an unparalleled opportunity. I do not require it. Harry, seething with anger, raised his voice above theirs, reverberating throughout the chamber. I possess ample funds in Gringotts, I can assure you. 1,000 galleons, if you desire. I could bestow it upon everyone in this room, provided you cease your accusations that I place my own name in. As for the respect of the wizarding world, I have garnered more than enough, and it is not a boon. If you wish to strip me of all that respect, then do so. If you do not recognize others, I suggest that everyone in this room remain silent. All stared at him in astonishment, as though he were a Death Eater to be apprehended, his words and actions utterly unexpected. Harry felt their gazes upon him akin to that of his godfather, and he silently vowed once more to vindicate his godfather, regardless of the challenges he might face. Well, if it were not you, Potter, then why is your name manifest? Snape spat the words venomously, his tone laden with malice, seemingly intent on implicating Harry. It is quite fortuitous that you were chosen over others who are far more prepared. It appears your ears are unclean, or your mind is muddled, Professor. Harry met his gaze defiantly, unyielding in the face of authority. Professor Moody has already declared that someone desires my demise. If I had placed my name, it should have been yours that appeared. Moody erupted into a hearty laugh, his mirthful sound compelling everyone to turn their attention toward him. He wiped away a tear of laughter from his eye. positioning himself at Harry's side as if to demonstrate his support for him. Did you see that? Why has the Goblet of Fire chosen him? Nevertheless, this child possesses a courage I seldom encounter. Wouldn't you agree, Snape? Your knowledge is quite extensive. Moody, Karkaroff scoffed, dismissing Moody's words with disdain. My duty is to capture dark wizards, to think, speak, and even appear as one. And what about you? Do you recall? Moody's remarks transformed Karkaroff's expression from one of anger to one of palpable fear, as if Moody had unmasked some hidden secret. We are unaware of how this situation has arisen. Dumbledore finally spoke, gently resting a hand on Harry's shoulder, as if to impart strength. Harry was to compete as the representative of the fourth school. There was no turning back, lest someone lose their magic. Very well, Dumbledore. Madame Maxime remarked with a look of distaste. Though dissatisfied, she could only reluctantly accept the outcome. Chapter 40. On Horcruxes. The shadow of the goblet and the mystery of lineage. In the familiar yet enigmatic chamber at Hogwarts, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Harry Potter stood before Professor Dumbledore, his eyes a tumultuous blend of anger, confusion, and a hint of undeniable anticipation. My dear Madame Maxime, should you conceive of any alternative, I would be eager to hear it. Dumbledore's voice was low and serene, yet the somber glint in his eyes sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Moments of silence stretched, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Then Dumbledore let out a soft sigh and said, "Very well, in that case. We must elucidate the rules to the champions. Barty, would you kindly take the lead?" Mr. Crouch stepped forward slowly, rummaging through his robes to retrieve a scroll. All right. He cleared his throat, deliberately avoiding Harry's gaze, and addressed the champions. The first task aims to test your courage. Thus, we shall not disclose the nature of the challenge. Confronting the unknown is an essential quality for every wizard, indeed crucial. The first task will take place on November 24th, prior to which the judges, students, and those permitted from your respective houses may observe. Champions are prohibited from seeking or accepting any form of assistance from teachers during the competition. In this challenge, you may only utilize your wands. Following the conclusion of the first task, you will receive details regarding the second task and the scores attained in the competition. As the tasks require champions to perform at their utmost, they may be exempt from examinations. Naturally, if they succeed, it would demonstrate their complete mastery of magical skills, thus rendering examinations unnecessary. He inhaled deeply and continued. You also have the opportunity to request training time. The training grounds will be near the Forbidden Forest, supervised by your head of house or instructor, should you desire. Crouch wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. And what am I a representation of the fourth school? Harry could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "They're all adults, yet I am not. I still have classes, and this will consume my entire day." "Please, Moody." Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and retorted angrily, "Do not instill such notions in Harry." "But he is correct, Minerva," Dumbledore remarked, his gaze resting upon Harry with a hint of resignation. "From now on, Harry, you are free to choose which classes to attend, even selecting your own instructors. Of course, I implore you not to leave the castle." Harry stood frozen, feeling as though he were no longer a student of Hogwarts. Instinctively, he tugged at his robe, as if witnessing the insignia upon it gradually fading away, a peculiar emptiness surging within him. In an instant, Hermione's image flashed through his mind, and he was gripped by fear, uncertain of how she would perceive his current predicament. "Which house will Potter represent?" Snape inquired with a malicious smirk. Harry glared at Snape, vehemently declaring, "I represent all the wizards who perished in this foolishness. Just as my school is my surname, I stand for the Potter family." Well, quite the audacity. "My boy," Moody chuckled softly, turning to Karkaroff. "He truly possesses courage, even to the point of offering it to others." "All right, I have noted that, but I must take my leave. If there are any further questions, now is the time," Barty Crouch stated. Silence enveloped the room, and no one uttered a word. "Then I shall depart," Crouch said, turning to leave, the sound of the door opening and closing resonating through the stillness. Harry tugged at his robe once more, only to discover that the Hogwarts crest was indeed no longer present. "It is quite late, and everyone ought to retire for the night. Tomorrow will be better," Dumbledore said with his usual smile. Nods of acknowledgement were exchanged as everyone gradually exited. Before departing, each individual cast either scornful or sympathetic glances at Harry. Yet he remained motionless, acutely aware that if he sought answers, now was the moment. "Professor Dumbledore, I must speak with you," Harry asserted firmly. Dumbledore nodded slightly, while Professor McGonagall and Snape paused nearby. "Alone, please," Harry added. Dumbledore nodded once more, and McGonagall stepped forward, gently embracing Harry before departing with Snape. "Harry, what is it you wish to discuss?" "Though I must say it is quite late," Dumbledore inquired as he settled into a nearby armchair. his gaze fixed upon the flickering flames of the hearth. "Professor, I know my parents had a will," Harry stated, his eyes locked on Dumbledore's. Noticing a flicker of surprise in the professor's expression, akin to when his name emerged from the goblet of fire. "Why, yes, Harry," Dumbledore replied, intertwining his hands upon his knees. "How did you come to know this?" "A letter from my parents." Harry's voice trembled slightly, the swell of his anger rising from deep within. "Is it you who forbade me from reading it?" A prolonged silence enveloped the room, leading Harry to wonder if the professor had succumbed to slumber. "Yes, Harry, it is indeed me." The elderly professor finally lifted his gaze, a flicker of shame evident in his eyes as they met Harry's. Even earlier that morning, as he perused the letter, Harry had surmised that in this world there existed individuals with sufficient power to orchestrate such events. If not Albus Dumbledore, then who could it be? The very wizard whom even Voldemort feared. Why? Harry could no longer contain himself, his voice brimming with indignation. "Do I not possess rights?" His tone crescendoed into a furious roar. "Dumbledore, I acknowledge that my actions were reprehensible. Even now, I grapple with the morality of my decisions. However, I believe that upon reading the will, you would not be compelled to reside with your Muggle relatives, but rather with a fellow wizard or witch." As he spoke, Dumbledore's gaze was transfixed upon the flames, as if seeking the shadows of the past within their flickering light. "Why did you wish for me to remain with the Dursleys? You are aware of the suffering I endured prior to realizing my own magical identity. I have slept in a cupboard since the age of 3, living amidst insects and dust." Harry's voice trembled, emotion overtaking him as he grappled with the revelation that the very professor he had revered had subjected him to such torment, filling his heart with anguish. "I understand, Harry. Countless times, I contemplated rescuing you from that place. I kept watch over you, receiving continuous reports regarding your circumstances. Upon learning that you were forced to sleep in a cupboard, I yearned to bring you back," Dumbledore confessed, weariness and self-reproach evident in his eyes. "Then why did you not act?" Harry inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope that the professor might possess a justifiable rationale that only he could comprehend. "When I arrived and saw you smiling despite such treatment, it reminded me of my purpose. I knew I had to protect you, for the sake of Lily and James." Dumbledore's voice broke, tears beginning to stream down his face. "What was that purpose?" Harry implored, his own tears now spilling forth. "To preserve your integrity, Harry. To shield your soul from the taint of notoriety." Dumbledore finally met Harry's gaze with seriousness. "I fear that if you were to remain the boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world, your mind would become filled with erroneous notions." After uttering these words, Dumbledore lowered his head, unable to meet Harry's eyes. "Did you never consider that being with those who abused me might prove counterproductive?" Gradually, Harry composed himself, yet he remained unconvinced by Dumbledore's rationale. "Every time I received reports of you returning home only to be beaten or left behind while they vacationed, leaving you in my care, I pondered. This has been my torment, Harry. One day, I shall pay the price for it." Dumbledore spoke, wiping away his tears with the sleeve of his robe. "Fully aware of the unimaginable suffering you endured during those years, a burden not every child could bear. So, your informant is Mrs. Figg?" Harry endeavored to untangle the web of this revelation, expressing his confusion regarding your motives and whether you harbored benevolent intentions. He observed the sorrow in the old professor's eyes, even perceiving the deep regret etched upon his countenance. "But I shall forgive you, provided you divulge the truth concerning all matters, including the will. I shall cease my inquiries." As Harry spoke, he wiped away his own tears, not wishing to cause harm to the professor due to what might have been a justified misstep, even though he could never be entirely certain. Deep within, the once formidable image of Dumbledore had begun to fade. "Really? Will you forgive an elderly man who has caused you such anguish?" Dumbledore turned to him for the first time, astonished by his words. "Just tell me everything, and no longer exclude me from decisions that pertain to me." Harry attempted a smile, but it faltered. "Thank you, Harry. However, let us save this conversation for another time." Dumbledore offered Harry a sincere smile. "No, now. So much has transpired, and I fear I may not have another opportunity, Professor." Harry insisted, the looming dangers swirling in his mind, recalling Hermione's words, and even the possibility of a basilisk. He had fought one before, and thanks to Fawkes, he had emerged unscathed. He could hardly believe his luck could hold. "I hope not, Harry." "Very well, I shall share everything with you." The professor shifted aside, granting Harry a place to sit. As Harry slowly settled down, remarkably, his anger began to dissipate, revealing the enduring affection he held for the professor, despite his grievous error in judgment. Dumbledore sighed heavily, preparing to recount the long-buried past. When Tom Riddle first opened the Chamber of Secrets, I recognized he was extraordinary. Truth be told, he posed far fewer problems than you. Yet there was something within him that reeked of hatred, compelling me to confront him. But he appeared just like any other student. I exhausted every means to thwart him. Yet I failed, and thus he claimed his first victim. Dumbledore's gaze seemed distant, fixated on a point beneath him, though his eyes appeared to peer into the past. Myrtle, Harry whispered, recalling what he had learned in his second year and the memories Tom Riddle had shown him. Yes, he framed Hagrid, but I knew it was Tom. I had no evidence to act against him, leaving me with no choice but to protect Hagrid. I kept watch over him, but it seemed too late. Months later, his entire family, on his father's side, perished. I suspect he committed unspeakable acts during that time, not only slaying his family, but also employing ancient dark magic. Yet I remained without proof. Thus, he spent his final year at Hogwarts, and before his departure, I learned that he had acquired a nickname within his close circle. Harry could not help but interrupt him. "Professor, are you unaware of what he has done?" Harry inquired, striving to ascertain whether the venerable man was cognizant of the Horcruxes. In that room, suffused with an air of mystery, Harry's gaze was firmly fixed upon Dumbledore, his voice urgent and imbued with anticipation. What did the prophecy say? Professor Dumbledore slowly closed his eyes, as if endeavoring to traverse the vast expanse of time to touch upon that distant yet crucial memory. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice steady and solemn. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord is to arrive. He is born to a family that has thrice defied the Dark Lord. Born at the end of July, the Dark Lord will regard him as his equal. Yet, he possesses a power unknown to the Dark Lord. One of them must perish at the hands of the other. Neither can survive while the other lives. The professor paused slightly, a flicker of pain and remorse flashing in his eyes. I immediately warned Lily and James. They went into hiding. With you, despite my initial doubts. Because you and Neville Longbottom were born merely a day apart, we chose to protect you. Last year, when I learned that Peter Pettigrew had betrayed your parents, I realized he was the secret keeper, the one who revealed their location to Voldemort. I was a fool. Harry, I never considered it. On the night Voldemort attacked Godric's Hollow, I had visited your father just hours prior. I believed the invisibility cloak was no ordinary object. Upon further study, I discovered it to be exceedingly rare, perhaps even a means to contend with Voldemort. Yet, I never anticipated that they would be attacked that very night. When I received the news, I was astonished and immediately dispatched Hagrid to check on you and locate you. I went with officials from the ministry to relay the news. Witnessing the joy of those celebrating the survival of a baby whose mother sacrificed everything to protect him, I believed it was the safest place for you. For the prophecy had yet to come to fruition. Dumbledore quietly awaited Harry's inquiries, yet Harry merely stared at the ground, his thoughts seemingly adrift in the distance. In many ways, you are remarkable, Harry. You treat your friends with kindness, always ready to lend a hand, never shying away from challenges. Thus, the Goblet of Fire chose you tonight, and I knew you would survive. Dumbledore's voice pierced the silence. Harry slightly raised his head, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Professor. Now, I have a story to share with you. For the next hour, Harry's voice echoed within the room as he recounted the letters he discovered in the attic of the Dursleys' home, spoke of his parents' cleverness, and narrated the unpleasant experience at the bank. He noted that the professor remained completely unmoved upon hearing about the fragment of his soul within him. Harry felt a surge of relief that he had refrained from mentioning the Ring of Kings, a secret not easily shared. After a considerable pause, the professor finally spoke again, his gaze fixed upon the flickering flames. Thus, I believe those dreadful matters. My suspicions were indeed correct. I apologize, Harry. Had I known there was a means to destroy them without harming the bearer, I would not have made that decision. I hope your spirit is strong enough to withstand Voldemort's influence. Your parcel tongue astonished me. What shall we do now, Professor? Harry's eyes were filled with confusion and despair, as if his mind were on the verge of bursting from the weight of recent events. For now, Harry, I shall search everywhere I can think of for those items. And you must train yourself to survive the Triwizard Tournament. If you wish, you may utilize the entire castle. So prepare yourself, Harry. You have but a month. Dumbledore gently placed his hand on Harry's shoulder, applying a slight squeeze as if to convey strength and encouragement. But let's set that aside for now, Harry. You should get some rest. It's getting quite late. As the professor spoke, he slowly rose from the sofa. Harry managed a faint smile, turning to leave through the staircase. He entered the vast, empty great hall, where the surrounding silence seemed to threaten to engulf him. Subsequently, he made his way towards Gryffindor Tower. Well done, lad. You have courage, and you deserve my respect. A male voice suddenly resonated in Harry's mind. A sharp pain pierced his head, and he clasped his hands tightly around it, pondering, am I truly losing my mind? I've told you that you are not mad. How can you believe this is merely your imagination? A female voice followed. Who are you? What do you want from me? Harry shouted, uncertain whether the words were spoken aloud or merely echoed in his mind. Harry, what do you mean? I believe you are quite familiar with us. The male voice replied with a hint of amusement. I do not know who you are, Harry insisted, quickening his pace in an attempt to escape the strange voices. Griffin. The boy speaks the truth. He does not know, the female voice expressed with a tinge of disappointment. I am Levy, but this should be logical, don't you think? Griffin's voice stated. What is logical? Harry questioned internally. Since when can you hear my voice? Griffin asked. Since I found that ring. Harry abruptly halted, instinctively glancing at his neck, where the ring was faintly vibrating. He raised a hand to his forehead, inwardly lamenting his own foolishness. Ding ding. The prize goes to Harry Potter. Griffin's voice dripped with sarcasm, followed by a fit of laughter. But how could two rings possibly converse with me in my mind? Harry wore an expression of utter bewilderment, as if the voice truly emanated from the ring itself. We possess magic, having endured through countless centuries in the hands of wizards. And over time, we have developed a consciousness akin to the absorption of vast knowledge, Levy explained gently. Indeed, the other two also possess awareness. We have been waiting for someone worthy of our power, Griffin exclaimed with excitement. However, Prescobo informed me that as long as a fragment of Voldemort's soul resides within me, I cannot wield your powers. Harry pondered thoughtfully, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope in the darkness. So, will you grant me strength now? For Merlin's sake, child. No, Prescobo is correct. That old spirit possesses remarkable wisdom. By the way, I nearly hold all of his memories, Levy's voice responded. You are quite fond of him. Just because I cannot utilize your powers at this moment does not imply that you cannot communicate with me or guide me towards greater strength. Griffin's voice carried a hint of stubbornness, reminiscent of Oliver Wood. Very well. Will you assist me? Harry gradually calmed himself, rubbing his head once more, contemplating silently. If these voices can aid me in surviving the competition, what harm could it bring? Certainly, child. First you must find an appropriate place. In fact, you have already discovered it, yet you consistently underestimate it and dismiss it. Sometimes, you can be quite foolish, Harry. Griffin teased. I have not lived for centuries. I am merely 14. Look at the trouble I find myself in. Harry replied, hastening his pace with resignation. Griffin was right, so rest well today, Harry. In the morning, we shall reveal to you the place we mentioned. Levy's gentle voice reassured him. All right, then I look forward to hearing from you tomorrow, Harry murmured, attempting to grasp the strange occurrences unfolding within him. Upon reaching the portrait of the fat lady, he found her in a deep slumber. After several soft calls, she slowly awoke, her face displaying evident displeasure, yet she still allowed Harry entry into the common room. As soon as he stepped inside, a cacophony of voices greeted him. You should have told us you were participating, Fred shouted, his face a mix of anger and surprise. How did you manage to deal with the beard? George inquired, equally furious, yet unable to conceal his excitement. It wasn't me. Harry raised his voice, a surge of anger towards Snape welling up once more. Since it wasn't me, at least I am glad it's a Gryffindor. Angelina's tone was somewhat complex, neither overly joyful nor particularly angry. Harry shook his head in exasperation, aware that the most challenging moments were yet to come. I officially no longer belong to Hogwarts. I am competing on behalf of another school. Thus, I am no longer a student of this institution. Harry's voice resonated throughout the common room. A sudden, suppressed scream pierced the air behind Fred and George, drawing Harry's attention to Hermione. Her eyes were red, tears welling up and eventually spilling over. Are they going to expel you, Harry? She exclaimed, pushing past the twins to throw herself into Harry's embrace. All eyes were fixed on Harry's robe, which bore neither the Hogwarts emblem nor the Gryffindor crest, but rather a blank space. No, Hermione, Harry reassured her, gently stroking her hair. The Goblet of Fire selected a fourth champion, choosing me to represent another school. I suppose I no longer belong to Hogwarts, at least during the tournament. A familiar voice cut through the tension. So the great Harry Potter no longer fancies Hogwarts. Of course, believing himself superior to everyone as usual. Harry froze at Ron's words, nearly stumbling in shock. What are you talking about, Ron? He asked incredulously. You're the only one who crossed the age line without issue. Fred and George couldn't do it. What'd you do, Potter? Spill it, we want to know. Ron glared at Harry, his fury palpable. Harry had never seen him so enraged. Enough, Ron. Harry has already said it wasn't him, Hermione shouted, breaking free from Harry's embrace. Listen, Ron. Harry's voice was weary, yet he strained to sound composed, for this had nothing to do with his friends. I did not put my name in the goblet of fire. Someone else must have done it. I don't know who, but liar, Ron roared, interrupting Harry. His shout silenced the common room instantly. Fine, since you don't belong to Gryffindor or Hogwarts anymore, you can leave. I'm going to bed, Ron declared, turning away. Many around them echoed his sentiments, hurling harsh words at Harry, some even throwing objects in his direction. Harry felt his legs weaken, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet, all that echoed in his mind were Ron's furious words. Moody was right. He no longer belonged to Hogwarts. Don't be foolish, Ron, Hermione shouted, her face flushed with anger. She glared at Ron, her gaze fierce enough to intimidate those around him, causing them to instinctively step back, fearing her wrath. Harry gently grasped Hermione's shoulders, his voice low and heavy with disappointment. Well, if that is your wish. He walked slowly up the stairs, feeling the crowd cheer and applaud his departure. Just before he vanished from their sight, he heard Fred and George's furious shouts directed at Ron. But at that moment, apart from Hermione's voice, nothing else mattered to him. Chapter 42. I Hate You. The Pain of Farewell. Harry, you don't need to worry. Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall would surely allow you to stay. Hermione closely followed Harry, her voice tinged with urgency and reluctance. Harry remained silent, heading straight to his room. The sight before him weighed heavily on his heart. Nearly everything lay in disarray upon the bed, the curtains savagely torn, and papers filled with scathing insults scattered about. Without a moment's hesitation, Hermione began to tidy up, while Harry quietly packed his belongings into a box. He carefully retrieved the most precious necklace from around his neck, placing it gently into the box, along with a few changes of clothes and the books recommended by Priscilla. Hermione picked up the discarded items one by one, placing them on the bed, which, like the curtains, had become a wreck. She gathered the papers inscribed with insults and piled them into the wastebasket. Hermione, Harry called softly, watching her weep as she collected the papers. Hermione looked up, her tears cascading down like an unstoppable torrent. Take this, Harry said, extending a pouch of money towards her. You can use it now. I won't need much outside. Harry, are you really leaving? Hermione gazed at him, her eyes filled with hope for a negation of his intent. But upon seeing Harry's silence, she managed a faint smile. If you leave, I will too. Give me 10 minutes to gather my things. Harry's heart was a tumult of emotions as he gently kissed Hermione, a kiss laden with profound affection, as if it were their final farewell. Hermione wrapped her arms around his neck, holding him tightly, desperately trying to grasp everything about him, his scent, the color of his eyes, the warmth he exuded, his captivating masculinity. You cannot come with me, Hermione. Harry slowly extricated himself from her embrace, each word feeling like a severing of his own heart. I will be at the castle, but I feel I cannot see you. Many will harass you, even worse than they treat me. So please, Hermione, remain in Gryffindor and try to forget me. I implore you. Hermione seemed unable to comprehend Harry's words, her face reflecting sheer terror. Harry, you mean she said? Her expression one of anguish. Yes, Hermione, we cannot continue. A sharp pain pierced Harry's chest, more intense than the venom from a basilisk. He understood that this agony would not easily dissipate, even as time passed. Hermione merely stared at Harry, as if he had lost his mind, before throwing herself back into his embrace. Harry fought against the urge to hold her again. Harry, if it's because of someone else, I don't care. Tell everyone, I would truly go with you, Hermione sobbed, attempting to sway Harry's decision. I'm sorry, Hermione, but this is the best choice. Everything that happened today hurt me. Ron's words. Hermione clung to him tightly, as if this were the only way to prevent him from leaving, her tenacity unwavering. It's not because of that. Harry clenched his fists, struggling to restrain himself from revealing the truth. I just don't want to be your boyfriend anymore. A long minute passed, and Hermione broke away, her face flushed and tears streaming down, her countenance filled with fury. As you wish, Harry Potter. I hope you find happiness in solitude. She approached the door, opened it, and turned back to gaze at him. In that moment, her eyes seemed to harbor a lethal magic. Had a mere glance the power to kill, Harry might have collapsed to the ground. I hate you. She slammed the door behind her, the resounding noise echoing throughout the room, deeply unsettling Harry's heart. He hurried to the door, but before opening it, he berated himself fiercely within. He understood all too well that in order to ensure Hermione's safety at school, shielded from Voldemort and the impending dangers, he must distance himself from her. Tears blurred his vision as he lifted his suitcase, shouldering the firebolt. I hate myself too, he murmured to himself, casting one last glance at the room before hastily departing. As he descended the stairs, the crowd in the common room had not yet dispersed. Some hurled insults at him. Others applauded his departure, while only a few, like Colin, Creevy, and Neville, regarded him with concern. They wished to stop him, but Harry offered them a faint smile. Despite the harassment from others, they seemed to be the only ones who genuinely wished to keep him. True friends indeed. Gently, he patted their shoulders, pushing them aside. You've lingered for an eternity. Ron stood at the door, his face still twisted with resentment. What are you doing? Saying goodbye? Harry ignored him, the pain in his chest intensifying, his legs nearly buckling under his weight. Harry, you need not leave. Ron is merely a fool, spouting nonsensical words. Fred shoved Ron aside, who glared at him with malice before trudging up the stairs, deliberately bumping into Fred's shoulder. He speaks the truth. Harry did not turn to look back at Ron. I no longer belong to Gryffindor. Please let me go. Fred opened his mouth to say something more, but George tugged at his brother's shoulder, shaking his head. The passageway opened, and Harry stepped into the darkness of the night. He traversed many silent corridors, tears flowing freely. He even donned the invisibility cloak to avoid encountering Filch. His footsteps led him unconsciously throughout the castle, past places where he had once shared joyful moments with friends. Just that morning, he had been filled with delight, and now, everything had changed so abruptly. 2 hours passed before Harry's emotions began to settle. He started to ponder where he might sleep that night, or at least where to store his belongings. Do you have any suggestions? Harry silently mused, hoping Griffin or Levi would respond. The 7th floor. Griffin's voice softly echoed, devoid of its usual laughter and arrogance, offering only succinct clarity. With heavy steps, Harry made his way to the 7th floor, each stride feeling as though his life slipped away in an instant, all due to that foolish parchment cast by the Goblet of Fire. Following Griffin's directions, such as turning right or proceeding straight, he finally arrived at his destination. He realized this was indeed the spot indicated on the map, pondering quietly within himself. I'm not in the mood for jesting. I simply yearn for slumber. No, Harry, this truly is the place. Walk back and forth 3 times before this wall, and request a place to sleep. The gentle voice of Raven echoed, evoking memories of Hermione and her final words, causing tears to once again blur his vision. Well, I have nothing left to lose. I lost everything in a single day, Harry thought in anguish, approaching the wall and articulating his deepest desire, a sanctuary for training, accessible solely to him, a haven to live and release all his frustrations. Instantly, an exceedingly ordinary door materialized before him. At this moment, Harry was indifferent to its appearance. He grasped the handle, turned it gently, and stepped inside. He discovered a vast space, reminiscent of the Quidditch World Cup Stadium's expanse. This thought pierced his heart, recalling the beautiful memories of his first kiss with Hermione. He noticed a bed beside him, a small bathroom, and a kitchen. Uncertain of their usability, he strode straight to the bed, cast all his belongings aside, and lay down, fervently hoping to fall asleep swiftly. However, his body refused to comply. Perhaps his heart could not find peace. Regardless, sleep eluded him, his mood weighed down as if by a boulder. An hour passed, and in despair, Harry rose, unable to find rest. Enough is enough. Let us begin now. Tell me how I can grow stronger, he shouted in his mind. First, you must empty your mind and soul, Harry. Griffin's voice resonated with a soothing calmness. You have endured too much in less than 24 hours, grasping concepts that typically take years to comprehend, and your friends, well, you have lost so much. Raven's voice slowly joined in. If you exert yourself excessively without resting, you will deplete your magic and then faint. Griffin admonished sternly, admitting that they initially believed exhausting your magic would significantly enhance your power. Yet it is not advisable at this moment. It matters not. I desire this now, to faint and feel nothing, so let us commence. As Harry spoke, he shed his robes, clad only in a shirt, tossing the robes aside, seizing his wand, and advancing to the center of the room, a considerable distance away. If you do not instruct me, I shall begin casting spells indiscriminately. I warn you. The 2 voices in his mind sighed simultaneously. Very well, but first let us explain, you see. Within each of us lies a magical reservoir, allowing even Muggle-born children to perform magic, for they possess such a reservoir. Yours is substantial, but not yet fully matured, which presents the opportunity for us to expand it. To achieve this, we require you to exhaust all your magic until it is completely depleted and maintain it in an unfilled state. This way, your reservoir can expand according to your will, though it is not an advisable method. As we discussed, the exhaustion of magic will lead to fainting, leaving you hungrier than usual, and if you're unprepared, it may even harm your body, Griffin patiently explained. Also, remember that while this method can be utilized at any time, the longer you allow the container to remain unfilled, the more it will expand. Levy added with a hint of concern, you must perform the summoning charm to bring them forth. the repelling charm to push them back, and the shrinking charm, as well as the ascending charm, which will also prove useful. Thus, practice with a few items. Harry surveyed the vast, empty room, wishing fervently for some test dummies to materialize. Suddenly, they appeared out of thin air, encircling him. Harry was astonished, though he did not show it. He had already exhausted all his emotions within a single day. He began to throw them away, only to summon them back with the levitation charm before they fell, using the shrinking charm to pull them up with a rope. He even learned to maneuver in midair to evade the levitation charm. As this was not his first encounter with being struck head-on, the more he practiced, the more fatigued he became. His legs began to tremble. Yet he urged himself to persist, absolutely refusing to stop. He continued until his wand-waving hand ached and dizziness enveloped him from the multitude of movements. Almost there. You are doing splendidly. Honestly, I have never seen anyone learn as swiftly as you, Griffin remarked with a smile for the first time that evening. You are a remarkable wizard. Levy echoed his sentiments with equal delight. Nearly an hour later, drenched in sweat and with blurred vision, Harry managed to cast the repelling charm, sending all the test dummies flying before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. He performed admirably, Griffin stated. He is truly deserving of our regard since the days of King Arthur. Levy added. When Harry awoke, he felt utterly drained but forced himself to rise. Lying in bed, he was besieged by a throbbing headache and an insatiable hunger. At that moment, he was astonished to find Dobby seated beside him, gazing intently at his own toes. Dobby? Harry croaked, his voice raspier than usual. Dobby is so pleased that Master has awakened, Dobby exclaimed, lifting his head and leaping onto Harry's chest. Harry winced at the ache in his bones, but allowed the little elf to embrace him. He had never needed such comfort as he did at that moment. Chapter 43. Training. Perseverance in Adversity. What are you doing here? Harry softly inquired after distancing himself from Dobby. Dobby sensed Master was in trouble, so he came right away and found Master lying far from the bed. Dobby returned Master to bed and cared for him all day. The little elf joyfully explained with a few jubilant hops. Thank you, Dobby. Harry smiled, gently stroking Dobby's head. Dobby has prepared dinner for Master, he announced, bringing forth several plates filled with an array of dishes. Wait, Dobby, dinner? Shouldn't this be breakfast? Harry asked in astonishment, raising an eyebrow at the elf's mention of dinner. Dobby has taken care of Master all day. Master was unconscious for several hours, Dobby replied. As Dobby meticulously arranged the plates, he earnestly spoke. Harry picked up his cutlery and began to eat. However, the moment he recalled the myriad of events that had transpired, his hunger vanished entirely. He struggled to swallow, yet the food simply refused to go down. Dobby wishes to inquire if it would be appropriate to invite the lovely miss to keep you company, Dobby suggested, observing as Harry pushed his plate away and slowly rose to his feet. With a heavy sigh, Harry shook his head in resignation. I fear that even if you were to invite her, she would not come. You see, Hermione and I are no longer. Harry's voice trailed off, unable to complete the thought. And certain circumstances compel me to remain here, Dobby. I hope you understand that I do not wish to see anyone right now. Dobby comprehended and declared that he would take care of his master from this moment forth. The little elf nodded obediently, beaming a bright smile at Harry. Gratefully, Harry patted Dobby's small head and approached his trunk. He felt dizzy, nauseous, and utterly drained. Nevertheless, he persevered to retrieve a sheet of parchment, a quill, and ink to commence writing a letter. Dear Sirius, I know you will find out sooner or later. I do not want you to rush to the castle out of concern. So I am writing this letter. I have been selected as the 4th champion in the Triwizard Tournament. I am uncertain how my name entered the Goblet of Fire. I thought I'd not place it there. From now on, I shall not send Hedwig to contact you, for I am no longer in the Gryffindor common room. But I am not alone. I am training to face any challenges that may arise. Regardless of your desire, do not come to the castle. No reply. I shall convey everything to you. I hope all is well with you. Harry. Having completed this letter, Harry picked up the quill once more to write another. Dear Mr. Apato, I must inform you that the search for the individual who sealed my parents' will must cease, and all efforts should be directed towards exonerating my godfather, Sirius Black. I cannot maintain regular correspondence with you, but I trust you will assist and support me. Yours sincerely, Harry Potter. Once he finished writing, Harry carefully rolled the parchment and tucked it into his pocket. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed through the room, as if emanating from the depths of a cavern. Harry Potter, there are individuals in the Great Hall seeking you. The voice continued, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall, and Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Harry glanced around warily, sensing that the room itself conveyed the message of his visitors. Wonderful. Now, I must head to the Great Hall. It is just in time for dinner. He grumbled about his luck. Well, Dobby, I shall take my leave. Dobby will await your return, the elf responded while beginning to tidy the bed. As Harry approached the door, Dobby's eyes followed him intently. He still felt unwell, having to pause frequently to catch his breath due to his weak legs. "Well done, Harry," echoed the voice of Gryffindor in his mind. "You should rest tonight and continue tomorrow," said Lavy, her voice still gentle, though Harry detected a hint of concern. "When I return, I may not sleep and will have to exhaust my magic further," Harry replied resolutely. No one responded, and he continued towards the Great Hall. Through the castle's windows, he observed that night had fallen. He had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness for several hours. Yet, he felt neither refreshed nor rejuvenated. Upon reaching the Great Hall, the sounds of clattering plates, cups, and spoons filled the air, accompanied by a chorus of voices and the enticing aroma of food, which stirred a wave of nausea within him. Taking a deep breath before entering, he steeled himself and walked purposefully past the tables. He first noticed the three headmasters engaged in conversation with Professor McGonagall and the Weasley couple. The moment he appeared, all sounds and movements abruptly ceased. Turning his gaze towards the Gryffindor table, he felt the familiar ache in his chest swell like a tide, leaving him utterly fatigued once more. Hermione sat there looking despondent, avoiding his gaze entirely. Ron's face was flushed, and Harry surmised it was due to anger. As he approached the professors and the Weasley couple, he halted, not from reluctance, but because his legs felt weak and trembled incessantly. "You were looking for me," Harry stated, bowing slightly. He felt this gesture was unnecessary, but he wished to avoid further trouble in case Madame Maxime and Karkaroff were still irate. "Oh, Harry, we searched everywhere for you, even thinking you had left the castle," Professor Dumbledore said kindly, patting his back. "I apologize for causing you concern," Harry replied, striving to infuse warmth into his tone. "I was quite busy this morning." He fabricated a lie. What else could he do? Admitting to having exhausted his magic and being unconscious all day would only invite chaos. "Harry, dear, the moment we heard you were competing, we came to see what we could do. Are you truly all right?" Mrs. Weasley inquired, her voice a blend of excitement and worry as she scrutinized him closely. "Yes, Mrs. Weasley, I am fine," Harry said in the most reassuring tone he could muster, attempting to allay her fears. "Really, Harry? You look absolutely dreadful," Mr. Weasley remarked, appraising him up and down. "Professor Dumbledore has informed us of everything and explained that you had no choice but to participate." Harry was not surprised by the term dreadful. He felt worse than he appeared and was struggling to remain upright, acutely aware that everyone was watching him. "Yes, I also attempted to withdraw from the competition, but it seems impossible without losing my magic," Harry replied, as Mr. Weasley compassionately patted his back. "I also heard that you left the Gryffindor common room. Is that true, Harry?" Professor Dumbledore asked with a look of concern. "Yes, for certain reasons I could no longer stay there, but I found a place where I can sleep and train." Harry remarked that from the professor's expression, he discerned she was already aware of his training. "You are mad, Harry. There will always be a place for you in Gryffindor Tower. You must return and cannot skip classes," Professor McGonagall exclaimed, nearly beside herself with worry. Yet Harry merely smiled at her gratefully. "Harry, for the competition, you must learn more. You cannot do it alone. I appreciate your concern and the offer of a room, but I must decline. I am not welcome in Gryffindor Tower, and I have already found my instructors," Harry declared with unwavering confidence. "They may be somewhat unorthodox, but they are the best, I assure you, Professor." "Of course, is it not, Levy?" Griffin's voice boomed in Harry's mind with laughter. "Quiet. Harry cannot concentrate," Levy reproached. "Very well, Mr. Potter. So you will be training from now on, correct?" Karkaroff inquired, his tone ambiguous between anger and concern. "Excellent, Harry. But could you tell us where you will be, in case we need to reach you?" Dumbledore said more calmly, gently squeezing Harry's shoulder. "No, sir," Harry replied, hearing whispers and muffled exclamations behind him. "For now, I wish to keep this a secret." Dumbledore stroked his long beard, looking at him with some confusion. "Then, Harry, how shall we contact you?" he asked gently. Harry thought perhaps he might disclose it, for it would be troublesome if Dumbledore did not know his whereabouts. However, he recalled that the room had notified him that someone was seeking him, and from their conversation, it seemed they were entirely unaware of it. "As long as you need me, I will appear as swiftly as possible," Harry stated, having grown weary of the whispers behind him and eager to depart. "Very well, Harry, just some instructions," the headmaster said as the other heads of house sat down. "Do not leave the castle, please." "I promise, Professor," Harry replied, eager to take his leave. "I must go now. I have matters to attend to." As Harry prepared to exit, the murmurs of the students intensified, and some even dared to throw objects at him. For this, they were reprimanded by the headmaster, while Professor McGonagall began deducting points from everyone, regardless of their house, with some teacher supporting her. "Wait, Harry!" Professor McGonagall called near the door. At that moment, Harry truly wished his leg were not so weak and jelly-like. She, along with Hagrid, caught up with him. Hagrid appeared pale, and curiously, there was a snake draped over his shoulder. "Yes, Professor." Harry turned to face her as she enveloped him in a tight embrace. Whispering in his ear, "Prove to them that, despite their beliefs, you are stronger than they think. You do not need anyone. Their foolishness has driven you away." She slowly released him, gently caressing his cheek. Upon hearing the whispers around them, the professor immediately cast an angry glare. Back at the teacher's table, Harry had to feign wiping his forehead to conceal the tears that had welled in his eyes, not wishing anyone to witness his vulnerability. He looked to Hagrid, who also embraced him. "I express my deepest apologies for all that has transpired, Harry," Hagrid murmured, his coat brushing against Harry's nose, the texture of the serpent's skin rendering his face sticky. Nevertheless, he endeavored to uplift his spirits, albeit unsuccessfully. "I feel the same," Harry replied as he extricated himself from Hagrid's embrace. "Please take care of Amige, for I cannot visit her frequently. I fear she may feel neglected. Perhaps I shall go later, but for now." "I understand, Harry. Just do not exert yourself too much during training," Hagrid said affectionately, tousling his hair. Harry nodded, catching a fleeting glance from Hermione, who blushed a moment later, prompting him to move on. As he exited the corridor, he once again heard the voices of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, wishing he could hasten his pace. "Harry, wait, dear," Mrs. Weasley called out. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Harry attempted to maintain a calm tone. "Harry, we heard from Fred and George that Ron was one of those who forced you out of the room. Perhaps even the principal instigator," Mr. Weasley said with a tinge of sorrow. "No, sir, Harry began, only to be interrupted by Mr. Weasley. "Everyone is aware of it, Harry, even the professors, and they're looking for you to offer you accommodations, be it on the ship or in the carriage." Mr. Weasley shook his head, acknowledging their admiration for your bravery in participating in the competition. "Yet I doubt they would be pleased to see a 14-year-old without a place to sleep." "As I mentioned, I already have a place to stay," Harry insisted firmly, unwilling to accept anything from those who accused him of being a fraud and a liar. "We understand, but we simply wish to convey our belief in you. We will speak with Ron, and everything will work out," Mrs. Weasley said gently. "That's enough, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley," Harry sighed heavily. "Ron is quite upset. He will surely think I summoned you, which will only exacerbate matters." After a prolonged silence, the couple nodded, though Harry guessed Ron would inevitably face his mother's reprimand, a fate he could not avert. "I'm feeling a bit fatigued, so please excuse me as I take my leave," he quickly stated, as everyone began to vacate the Great Hall. He hurried down the stairs, drawing curious glances from many students. Running out at such an hour was prohibited. Yet at this moment, he felt detached from Hogwarts. The rules no longer bound him. He made his way directly to the Ollery, where he spotted Hedwig, gently stroking her beak and informing her that he had missed her for quite some time. Hedwig, displeased, pecked at his fingers. He then chose an owl to send a letter to Sirius and Apollo. After dispatching the unfamiliar owl, he hurried back to what should be the door to his room. After pacing back and forth thrice, requesting entry, the door appeared. He swiftly stepped inside and closed it behind him. "Better than we anticipated, is it not?" Gryffindor remarked in Harry's mind. "Very well. It could indeed become worse," said Levy. "You all speak for yourselves." Harry replied with irritation. "What magic shall I practice today?" After their unsuccessful attempts to persuade Harry to rest, they finally relinquished and demonstrated protective spells, which he practiced with the same fervor as the previous night. Immersed in training, Harry was accompanied by the house elf Dobby, who observed closely and congratulated him on his progress. Even when he stumbled due to clumsy spell casting and retched slightly, Dobby endeavored to halt him. Yet Harry persisted, receiving some counsel from Dobby. As the clock approached 3, he abruptly fainted, only to be tenderly carried to bed by the elf. Upon slightly opening his eyes, Harry noticed Dobby's deep concern. Nonetheless, he felt an undeniable sense of companionship. However, in the absence of Ron and Hermione, his spirit felt desolate. Chapter 44, Growth Amid Solitude. In the ensuing days, Harry's life fell into an exceptionally peculiar rhythm. His daily routine utterly disrupted. Each morning, he endeavored to partake in breakfast, though most often he lacked appetite, yielding little success. Subsequently, he would engage in physical exercise using the inexplicably appearing fitness equipment in his room. Following this exertion, he would immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge contained within books, attending lessons alongside Griffin and Levy. Their distinctive teaching methods consistently ignited within Harry a sense of novelty and excitement, as if they were unveiling a portal to a new realm of magic. As dusk approached, Harry would devote himself entirely to the practice of magic. relentlessly casting spells and continuously challenging his limits until exhaustion overcame him, leading him to faint. Each time he stirred awake beside his bed, he would find the nourishing meals prepared with care by Dobby. These steaming portions filled Harry's heart with genuine gratitude, even though he never vocalized his appreciation. Harry was uncertain how long such days had passed. Was it a week or a month? All he knew was that he must persevere. Throughout this daily regimen of training, he could distinctly perceive his magical abilities advancing. With each spell cast, both accuracy and potency were on a continuous ascent, the duration of his spells lengthening while his fainting spells grew shorter. Both Dobby and Levy joyfully reported these improvements to him, yet Harry's expression remained largely unchanged. He merely nodded silently before immersing himself once more into the next round of training. Periodically, Dobby would forcibly escort Harry to bathe, for Harry seemed driven by an obsession, fixated solely on training and then collapsing into unconsciousness, as if seeking to escape the inner turmoil and confusion, indifferent to everything else. Harry Potter. A raspy voice suddenly echoed in the room. According to Griffin and Levy, this was the name bestowed upon the room by its founder. Ludo Bagman, the head of the Magical Games Department and an emissary from the Daily Prophet, seek your audience. How splendid, just as I am on the brink of fainting. Harry murmured to himself, striving to maintain his balance and avoid being toppled by the repelling charm he had cast. I suppose I must go, right? Indeed, Harry. You have not stepped outside for nearly a week. It is time to bask in the sunlight. Griffin's voice resonated in Harry's mind. Go on, Harry. Your training has progressed more swiftly than anticipated, came the warm encouragement from Raven. Hastily, Harry gathered his belongings, carrying only his wand, adorned with Griffin and Raven's necklaces, along with a scarlet sweatshirt riddled with magical tears. He paid no mind to his appearance, his thoughts solely occupied with discovering their intentions and returning quickly to resume his training. Upon exiting his room, he was surprised to find that it was still early, as he felt he had been awake for quite some time. He speculated that he must have napped in the afternoon and then stayed awake throughout the night. At that moment, the castle echoed with the voices of thousands of students, the sound of footsteps incessant. He noticed a group of fifth-year witches pass by, each wearing badges emblazoned with the words, Cedric Diggory, the true champion of Hogwarts, the golden and black letters shimmering dazzlingly in the sunlight. Yet, mere moments later, the letters morphed into a ghastly green, the words Potter stinks glaringly materializing. Harry cast a fleeting glance, his expression unchanging, not pausing to utter a word, as if the mockery held no significance for him. In the corridor, Harry felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. He even spotted Draco Malfoy, whose face bore a smug grin as he displayed the same badge. Unmoved, Harry continued his path with unwavering determination. Following the sounds from the room, he arrived at his destination and entered. The room was a rather small classroom, with all the desks and chairs piled at the back. In the spacious center of the classroom, 4 chairs were set up, 3 of which were already occupied by Victor Krum, Fleur Delacour, and Cedric Diggory. Ludo Bagman was engaged in conversation with a witch Harry did not recognize, clad in a particularly unattractive green dress. Upon noticing Harry's entrance, everyone scrutinized him from head to toe, as if he were a curiosity. They were all dressed impeccably in their uniforms, their hair meticulously styled, leading Harry to suspect they had used magic to achieve such appearances. He has arrived, Bagman exclaimed, beaming as he approached Harry, much like Dumbledore had said. He would come when called. Bagman patted Harry's shoulder amiably. Reluctantly, Harry replied coolly, Let's be quick. I must return. My teachers are awaiting me. He lied without a flicker of emotion. That's the spirit, Harry. Leave them astonished. Griffin's voice triumphantly echoed in Harry's mind, while Raven quickly urged him to quiet down. Yes, Harry, today we shall inspect the wands. As Bagman spoke, he attempted to persuade Harry to take a seat, as others were soon to arrive. Harry let out a heavy sigh, recalling that just days prior, Griffin had informed him that his wand required inspection for any defects or minor damages. Under the guidance of Griffin and Levy, Harry had meticulously examined every millimeter of his wand, fully aware that its condition was impeccable. That's it, Harry declared, turning towards the door. My teachers have already conducted a thorough check. Bagman displayed a look of astonishment, while the witch clad in a rather ghastly green dress also appeared taken aback. Krum huffed in discontent. This is not something we can do, he stated, clearly agitated. It requires an expert. I am the expert. Levy indignantly retorted within Harry's mind. My teacher is an expert. She has already inspected it and provided me with a series of maintenance recommendations. Harry respectfully addressed Krum. Therefore, Mr. Krum, I would appreciate it if you refrained from undermining my teacher's expertise, unless you wish to encounter trouble with me. Exactly, Harry. Leave them speechless. Griffin commended with satisfaction. Nevertheless, Harry, our expert still needs to take a look to ensure everything is in order. Bagman persisted in his efforts to keep Harry. All right, but I will leave afterward. Harry asserted firmly, a hint of anger in his tone. Very well, before the others arrive for the inspection, I can have a private chat with Harry. The witch in the green dress suggested. So, Harry, she is Rita Skeeter, Bagman added, gesturing towards her. She works for the Daily Prophet. Then let us converse privately. Harry said, producing a pen of the same green hue as her dress and a notebook. Since I'm the youngest and currently in the news. Of course, if Harry is willing, I have no objections. Ludo Bagman smiled at the woman. But I do care. I do not wish to speak with you, Harry retorted angrily, feeling as if they were conversing as though he were not present, which irked him greatly. Come on, Harry, just a brief chat. Bagman endeavored to sound as pleasant as possible, though Harry could detect the tension in his voice. I'm sorry, but as I mentioned, I only wish to have my wand inspected. That is all, Harry said, taking a seat and pulling his sweatshirt hood over his face. What a pity, Rita Skeeter remarked, as her pen suddenly floated up, beginning to write on its own in the silence. You should be a bit more amiable. Cedric couldn't help but interject, as Harry anxiously eyed the pen, realizing that not every interview treated one as a significant figure. I must disagree, Cedric. I detest being treated as a noteworthy individual. Harry replied, genuinely upset. Being significant has ruined my life. What a child, Fleur murmured to Cedric, which only fueled Harry's anger further. He truly wished he had not come here. Indeed, you are correct. I am but a child. Nevertheless, they insist on sending me to undertake perilous tasks that could very well cost me my life. Is this not a splendid demonstration of collaboration within the magical community? Harry endeavored to render his voice indifferent, a tactic that appeared effective as silence enveloped the room. His gaze remained fixated on the quill, striving to discern the text inscribed upon it. Chapter 45, The Wand, Confrontation and Resilience in the Storm. He continued to scrutinize the quill, attempting to decipher the words that materialized. The fourth contender in the Triwizard Tournament, Harry Potter, a troubled youth exuding the aura of a delinquent, seemed to challenge authority. Visibly anxious in the face of the interview. Did he harbor some secret? Would the captivating 43-year-old Rita Skeeter unveil the truth, as she had done on numerous occasions in the past? A ghastly scar marked his visage, a reminder of a tragic past that rendered him akin to a bully. His eyes, tinged with red, surely betrayed memories of his parents. Was this a manifestation of suicidal impulse or a cry for help? In an instant, anger ignited within Harry's eyes, glaring fiercely at Rita Skeeter, who merely chuckled nonchalantly, continuing to watch the quill inscribe its words on the parchment with great interest. Unable to endure the unfounded slander any longer, Harry rose abruptly, exuding an air of provocation. So, I possess the countenance of a bully, and my eyes redden in recollection of my parents? Harry's voice resonated throughout the classroom. Very well. If that is your belief, I remain indifferent. However, I assure you, should this article grace the pages of the Daily Prophet, I shall obliterate your career. Rita's eyes widened in alarm as she hastily grasped her wand, assuming a defensive stance. Harry made no move to retrieve his wand. Instead, he slowly slid his hand into his sweatshirt, the motion imbued with an aura of latent menace. Pray tell, what can a child such as yourself possibly do? You know nothing of my capabilities. I possess the means to achieve my goals. If I fail, I can assure you, I have one foot already in the grave from participating in this tournament. What harm is there in placing the other foot in? Though seething with fury, Harry's voice remained remarkably calm, beneath which surged a tempest on the verge of eruption. Is that a threat, Mr. Potter? Rita inquired, feigning composure as she stowed away her quill and notebook. Not a threat, Miss Skeeter, but a warning. Should I encounter anything in your publication that I deem inappropriate, you can forget about continuing in this profession. Harry once more settled into his seat, his gaze sharp as a blade, causing all present to instinctively shift away from him. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and in strode Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Snape, Professor McGonagall, Moody, and the elderly wizard with striking blue eyes. Harry immediately recognized the old wizard. It was Mr. Ollivander, who had selected his wand for him years ago in Diagon Alley. Are we all well? Dumbledore keenly surveyed the expressions of those present. Ludo's face was etched with concern, while Rita Skeeter wore an expression of sheer fury. The other champions exhibited a mix of anger and fear, their faces revealing a myriad of emotions. Harry rose to his feet, managing a faint smile, and warmly extended his hand towards Mr. Ollivander, grasping the elder's hand firmly. The old man appeared somewhat taken aback by Harry's current demeanor. It is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Ollivander. How have you been? Harry inquired earnestly. Very well, indeed, Mr. Potter. I am delighted that you still remember me. Mr. Ollivander replied with a smile. How could I forget? Your wand has saved me on numerous occasions, Harry said, bowing slightly, his words imbued with respect. Dumbledore, your student is threatening me. Rita shrieked from behind. Harry merely turned around and jested with the assembly. It's not like that, he said leisurely, just as Ludo and Rita were about to retort. He continued, Cedric did not threaten you. The one who threatened you is me. Look, Dumbledore, this boy is irredeemable. Rita exclaimed in exasperation, but Harry ruthlessly interrupted her. A youth with a delinquent aura, seemingly challenging authority, marked by a dreadful scar. A harrowing past that renders his visage akin to that of a bully. His eyes, tinged with red, surely recall memories of his parents. Does this evoke suicidal impulses or desperate cries for help? I recall every word I have read, as per your notes, Miss Skeeter. If Mr. Potter is defending his notes, I see no fault in that. And I must thank you for your article that portrayed me as a befuddled old man. Dumbledore gently patted Harry's shoulder and teased Rita with a smile. Furthermore, everyone is aware that Harry is no longer a student at Hogwarts. Therefore, dear Rita, you must converse with his school headmaster or mentor. It is beyond my jurisdiction. As Dumbledore spoke, he kindly fetched a chair from Mr. Ollivander. I have received notice that he has achieved legal independence, thus regarded as a formal member of the magical society. The assembly gasped in astonishment. Even the heads of the other houses were no exception. How did you manage this, Harry? Cedric leaned forward from his seat, his face a mixture of confusion and discontent. Not so, my dear Diggory. The age threshold is determined by age, not social status. Thus Harry cannot simply enter his name. Dumbledore patiently elucidated as he slowly walked to the other side of the room. Now that we have addressed these matters, shall we commence? What do you think, Mr. Ollivander? Dumbledore winked at Harry, who understood and managed a faint smile. Madame Delacour, might you come forward first? Mr. Ollivander courteously requested, then gradually made his way to the vacant space in the classroom. Fleur appeared to be still enveloped in astonishment, rising unsteadily to her feet, and gracefully advancing to present her wand. Mr. Ollivander resembled the conductor, deftly manipulating the wand between his long fingers, as if it possessed a life of its own. In an instant, the wand erupted with a dazzling display of silver and pink sparks. He then brought the wand close to his eyes, scrutinizing it meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked. Indeed, he murmured softly, 25 centimeters of resilient rosewood, containing, my goodness, a strand of Vila hair. Fleur gently interjected, it belonged to my grandmother. It turned out that Fleur bore the blood of a Vila. Harry pondered this intriguing revelation, intending to share it with Ron upon their next meeting. Yet, memories of recent unpleasantness swiftly dampened his spirits. Yes, Mr. Ollivander confirmed once more, I have never used Vila hair. I believe it renders the wand capricious. However, to each their own, if it suits you well. He traced his fingers delicately along the wand, thoroughly inspecting it for any dents or scratches. Harry recalled having conducted a similar examination of his own wand with equal care. Orchideous, Mr. Ollivander uttered softly, and a splendid bouquet of vibrant orchids blossomed at the wand's tip. Excellent, in perfect condition, ready for use. He handed the flowers back to Fleur, returning the wand to her as well. Mr. Diggory, it is now your turn. Harry silently committed this enchanting incantation to memory, contemplating that one day, should he reconcile with Hermione, this spell might prove useful. As Fleur passed by Cedric, she bestowed upon him a charming smile, which Cedric graciously reciprocated. However, when his gaze fell upon Harry, it was filled with a look of sympathy. Oh look, this is my creation, is it not? Mr. Ollivander exclaimed with excitement. If I recall correctly, it contains an exceptional strand of male unicorn tail hair, measuring 17 inches in length. When I trimmed its tail, it nearly gored me with its horn. 30.5 centimeters of flexible in splendid condition. Do you maintain it regularly? I polished it last night. Cedric replied with a smile, elegantly waving his wand, which produced a series of beautiful smoke rings before he respectfully relinquished it. Harry glanced at his own wand, having diligently cared for it according to the teachings of Levio and Griffin. They had even mentioned that applying troll snot would enhance its magical potency. Enthusiastically, Harry shared with them how he had acquired the troll's nasal mucus, which elicited hearty laughter, with comments that it would indeed strengthen the wand. Oh, how I long for a day when I can converse with them again. They must possess a wealth of experience. I can only wonder what adventures your wand has endured. The elderly man, while speaking, adeptly conjured a cup, poured wine into it with his wand, and relished a sip, astonishingly better than I had anticipated. I am delighted that you do not mind the minor modifications I made to the wand. Harry found the elder's praise somewhat exaggerated. "You must share the secret with me. My dear boy, this is simply marvelous." As he spoke, he meticulously examined the wand before finally returning it to Harry. "Perhaps one day, but for now, I wish to return to my training," Harry declared resolutely to those present. "Harry, you ought to come down for dinner," Dumbledore said earnestly. "It is quite late, and you must be famished." "I apologize, Professor, but I believe I cannot, as my instructors are awaiting my return," Harry replied with a respectful bow before turning to leave. "Wait, Dumbledore, a photograph!" Bagman suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a wizard whom Harry had not previously noticed. The wizard wore a vibrantly colored tie, a black robe, appeared quite youthful, and sported a shock of black hair, complemented by large glasses. Chapter 46. The Room of Requirement, Turmoil, and Transformation. All champions and jury members gathered here. The process of taking photographs consumed considerable time, as they found Harry's appearance somewhat disheveled and wished to tidy him up a bit. However, Harry seemed rather impatient and simply removed his sweatshirt, revealing a t-shirt emblazoned with a dragon motif. The state of the t-shirt was no better than that of the sweatshirt, riddled with wrinkles and stains, prompting them to abandon their attempts at tidying him up. They arranged for Madame Maxime to sit for the photograph, with Dumbledore beside her, and Karkaroff positioned nearby, while Ludo Bagman and Mr. Crouch stood on the other side. In front were Crumb and Cedric, both relatively tall among the group, making their placement more suitable. Fleur stood next to Harry, who maintained an air of indifference towards the entire affair. Next came the individual photo sessions for each champion. Fleur seemed utterly captivated by this segment, striking various poses for the camera, even exceeding the required number of pictures. Cedric appeared equally pleased, his face radiating confidence. Crumb, on the other hand, displayed a sense of familiarity with the process, exuding professionalism in his every move. When it was Harry's turn, he merely shoved his hands into his pockets, wearing an expressionless face as they snapped his photo. Even when the photographer requested a change of pose, Harry simply removed his hand from his pockets and placed them within his sweatshirt, his nonchalant demeanor inciting the photographer's ire. After the photo shoot, Harry strode out of the room, intending to head towards the Room of Requirement, when he suddenly heard Dumbledore's voice. "Harry," Dumbledore scrutinized him with concern evident in his gaze. "Are you well?" "I'm fine," Harry replied, albeit somewhat fatigued. "I notice you bear numerous bruises and scrapes. You should visit the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey will tend to you immediately." Dumbledore's tone carried an undeniable sense of command. Harry, fully aware of his inability to refuse, hurriedly descended the stairs, brushing past numerous students making their way to dinner. On the staircase, he even encountered Fred and George, who, upon spotting him, immediately attempted to greet him with enthusiasm. However, Harry was consumed by a desire to evade everyone and abruptly leaped down a significant portion of the stairs. Fred and George, taken aback, gaped in astonishment. It was indeed quite a considerable distance. Yet for Harry, after enduring rigorous training, such height and difficulty paled in comparison to his daily regimen. Upon arriving at the infirmary, he found an empty save for a bed that appeared to be occupied. "Madame Pomfrey," Harry called out loudly, scanning the room for her. To his utter astonishment, he heard the voice of the person he yearned to see yet simultaneously dreaded. "Harry?" Hermione softly spoke from the occupied bed. "Hermione, what are you doing here? Are you all right? What happened? Who did this?" Harry's heart raced with anxiety, deeply concerned for Hermione's well-being, momentarily forgetting that they were no longer in a romantic relationship. He rushed over, scrutinizing her from head to toe, only to discover she appeared perfectly fine. "I'm fine, Harry. What about you? What happened?" Hermione looked at the scrapes and bruises on Harry with a hint of alarm. "Training," he replied, continuing his search for Madame Pomfrey, desperately wanting to inquire about Hermione's condition. "What's going on, Hermione?" he pressed without hesitation. "Malfoy, he has been taunting you. Today he said you look like a bully, and I could bear it no longer." Hermione explained, gradually rising from the bed. Harry was momentarily taken aback by her words, suddenly noticing that her teeth had become smaller, well, just a few in the front. Nevertheless, her smile remained flawless. This sight stirred a flutter in Harry's heart, nearly overwhelming him with the urge to rush forward and kiss her. "What's wrong?" Hermione noticed Harry's unusual demeanor and inquired. "I just told him he was talking nonsense because you were training, and then Ron got into a fight with him. He cast a spell on me that made my teeth larger," Hermione explained, a mix of sadness and anger evident in her voice. "I see. So that's why Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let you go to dinner?" Harry sought to change the subject, attempting to suppress his urge to confront Draco Malfoy and give him a good thrashing. "Yes, she would let me leave and even fix my teeth," Hermione replied, showcasing them to Harry. "They're beautiful. You look beautiful," Harry blurted out inadvertently. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, and a silence lingered for several seconds. Well, I must get back to training, Harry said, turning away, knowing that if he lingered any longer, he might lose control of his emotions and be unable to resist kissing her. But weren't you supposed to be healing? Hermione quickly grabbed his sleeve, imploring him. Yes, but my instructors are growing impatient. They wish to continue my training. Harry endeavored to make it sound credible. We bear no responsibility. It was your own desire to flee. Griffin's familiar irate voice echoed in Harry's mind. Harry, you ought to explain it to her. It is for the best. Levy gently encouraged him, instilling a measure of courage. Teachers? Which teachers? Hermione inquired, her surprise evident. Recalling the promise made on the train, Harry felt compelled to provide her with an explanation, despite no longer being lovers. Slowly, he produced the ring for her to see. Griffin and Levy, they're my instructors, and they converse with me within my mind. That's what transpired on the train. I thought I had lost my sanity. Harry endeavored to maintain a rational and calm tone. Hermione scrutinized the ring intently before raising her gaze to meet Harry's. Is this true, Harry? You're not deceiving me? She implored. No, Hermione, it is indeed true. I promised to be the first to inform you once I knew, and here it is, Harry replied, striving to sound composed, though inwardly he yearned to embrace and kiss Hermione. Silence enveloped them once more, each second stretching interminably as Harry pondered whether to depart or await her response. So, you're not angry about what I said last time? Hermione approached him slowly, locking her gaze with his. I could never harbor anger towards you, Hermione, but I stand firm in my belief that we cannot be together, Harry managed to say, fighting back tears that threatened to spill. After nearly a minute of silence, Hermione finally spoke. Where are you living? Are you eating well? Sleeping adequately? She queried rapidly, concern lacing her voice. In the castle, in a room of requirement on the 7th floor. Well, I've lost my appetite, but I'm sleeping enough, Harry said, looking at her with hopeful anticipation, yearning for her to inquire further. May I tell others where you are? Hermione asked, nervously fidgeting with her hands. No, I've only confided in you. I do not wish for others to know, Harry replied, a wave of guilt washing over him for denying Hermione. She appeared poised to say something more, but at that moment, Madame Pomfrey hurried over. She admonished Hermione for being out of bed and expressed dissatisfaction with Harry's condition. Administering some potions to him, ignoring their pleas, Harry resolutely exited the infirmary. He returned to the 7th floor, opened the door to the room of requirement, and stepped inside slowly. For reasons unknown, he felt a slight semblance of joy, a contrast to his earlier state. In the ensuing weeks, Harry commenced a regimen of training that was even more arduous than before. As he reached a point where he could exhaust all his magical energy without succumbing to unconsciousness, Griffin informed him that his least favored phase had begun. They commenced a detailed exposition of the various facets of magic, imparting a plethora of intricate and enigmatic knowledge. Harry listened attentively, occasionally taking notes and practicing the spells they designated. Regarding potions, they provided him with a comprehensive resource. Harry discovered that his comprehension of potions had significantly improved compared to before. He even began to suspect that Professor Snape had intentionally set him up to fail in potions class. To transform a chair into a bird, one must envision the entire metamorphosis, not merely entertain the thought, but fully imagine it, witnessing how it gradually evolves until the final form is achieved before casting the spell. As Harry attempted to transfigure the chair into a bird resembling one made of cork, Griffin patiently guided him. I don't quite comprehend. It's challenging to envision a chair as a bird, Harry remarked, making another attempt, which resulted in the chair sprouting only a pair of wings. You simply cannot do it, Griffin complained with evident impatience. Be quiet, Griffin. Transfiguration is not your forte. Allow me to elucidate. Levy interjected with a weary tone. Very well. Let the expert speak, Griffin retorted sarcastically. Levy appeared unfazed by Griffin's demeanor and began to explain earnestly. Harry, you must understand that within you resides a reservoir of magic, which is continually expanding. Therefore, I ought to clarify how it operates. Levy spoke in her characteristic, gentle manner. All right, Harry replied, striving to concentrate, as he found Levy's explanations quite comprehensible. This reservoir exists within all beings. Some are devoid of magic, like muggles and inanimate objects, while animals and plants possess at least a modicum of magic. As Levy spoke, Harry listened intently. Thus, it can be asserted that with the correct application of magic, any object can be transformed. How does one achieve this? Well, whenever you cast a spell, even the simplest one, you release a fragment of pure magic. This magic can be regarded as raw energy which, by itself, accomplishes nothing. However, to effectuate a change, 3 essential components are required. The first is pure magic, which serves as the raw material. The second is the wand, the instrument of transformation, and the third is the incantation, the command or directive given to the tool. Do you understand, Harry? Levy paused, and Harry silently affirmed his comprehension. Excellent. Typically, the raw material, or pure essence, is released from your fingertips, although in rare instances, some wizards can emit it from other parts of their bodies, such as their feet or even their tongues. However, this is exceedingly uncommon. The magic is infused into the wand, which stores and converts it into the desired spell. When the incantation is released, you must envision the magic emanating from the tip of the wand to the target. Next comes the specific incantation. In the case of transfiguration, as you mentioned, a table and a chair bear no resemblance to one another, yet they can still be transformed. You need only imagine the first object compressing into the foundational form of your choosing, then visualize it expanding and taking shape until it becomes the desired form. This will facilitate the process. Once Levy concluded, she appeared quite satisfied with her explanation. I'll give it a try, Harry said amicably. You better succeed. Levy's explanation was dreadfully tedious. Griffin quipped, chuckling in jest. Harry meticulously examined the chair, envisioning it compressing into a spherical shape, then transforming into that of a bird. It morphed into a colorful creature adorned with feathers, and then he cast his spell. To his astonishment, a bird identical to his imagination materialized before him, soaring through the air. Well done, Harry, Livy exclaimed with excitement. Finally, Griffin chuckled. Harry envisioned the same process in reverse and cast the spell again, causing the chair to plummet and shatter into pieces. After several hours of repetitive practice, Harry became adept at transfiguring nearly anything into his desired form, and he felt certain that Professor McGonagall would be pleased with his progress if she could see him now. What about flying on a broomstick? Harry inquired as the day drew to a close, recalling that Priscobb had included it on the training list. Ah, broomstick flying, Griffin exclaimed joyfully. It's my favorite subject. Harry, do you know how it works? You just get on and fly, right? Harry attempted to grasp his teacher's explanation. The current education system seemed to be deteriorating. They didn't even explain the principles of broomstick flying. I can't believe they haven't taught that. It's the most fundamental knowledge of flying. Griffin appeared both excited and frustrated. Then you explain it to him, or he'll be even more confused, Livy chided. All right, enough with the nagging. Look, Griffin relented, then turned to Harry. Broomstick flying and its mechanics are actually quite simple. Brooms are made of wood, but not just any wood. It possesses the ability to absorb magical properties and various metals and gems, which is why it's utilized in many magical items. However, the wood used for broomsticks is unique. It absorbs the magic you emit and transforms it into flying magic. This process depends on both the wizard and the broom itself. Some individuals can fly as swiftly as a courting dragon. Griffin spoke animatedly, and an image of a dragon soaring through the sky, pursuing another, flashed in Harry's mind, prompting him to shake his head to dispel the peculiar vision. How does one achieve that? Harry, filled with curiosity, pressed on. As Livy mentioned, you always release magic from your fingertips. But flying is fascinating. You don't need to touch the broom with your hands. You merely sit on it. Do you know why? Griffin teased, observing Harry's puzzled expression before continuing. You see, Harry, your body, aside from your fingers, also releases magic in minute quantities. Typically, this magic is insufficient to cast spells without using your hands. Hey, I know a fellow who can cast spells using his wand with his backside. Can you imagine? I can't help but laugh every time I think of it. Griffin chuckled as he spoke. Don't share that with Harry. It's utterly useless. And I recall that person met his demise because of such foolish antics. Levi spoke with evident annoyance, clearly displeased by Griffin's discussion of these implausible matters. Well, that may be a unique talent, she conceded, urging him to continue. Griffin reined in his amusement and elaborated, explaining that the release of minute amounts of magic could cause a broom to soar. The more magic released, the greater the force of flight. Thus, one could amass a considerable amount of magic to impart to the broom, enabling it to shoot forth like a bullet. However, this too had its limits. It would never exceed the maximum speed that both the wizard and broom could withstand. In other words, even if one spent an entire morning gathering magic for the broom, the flight speed would not surpass the shared maximum velocity of both parties. Moreover, one could also channel magic through a wand, transforming it into flight magic, allowing for flight without the need for a broom. Merlin often employed this method, and could even fly wandlessly. Impressive indeed. Griffin concluded his lengthy explanation. May I try? Harry eagerly inquired within his mind. Are you referring to flying on the broom, or without it? Levi asked. Both, Harry unhesitatingly expressed his fervent desire to experiment. I don't believe it would affect you, Griffin replied dismissively. After a short while, guided by the two instructors on his firebolt, Harry began his attempts. He was astonished to find that he could effortlessly execute the Lansky feint and learn to come to a sudden stop without being thrown off. Excitedly, he experimented with various challenging maneuvers, capable of sharp turns that made his stomach churn, and even managed to fly backward. However, in his exuberance during one vigorous sprint, his magic suddenly depleted, and he was swiftly hurled to the ground. Even Dobby's magic could not prevent the fall, and Harry marveled at how resilient he had become, though the pain still caused him to grimace. After countless attempts, Harry finally managed to lift himself a few centimeters off the ground using only his wand, though it left him utterly exhausted. It seems I'll only resort to this in truly urgent situations, Harry mused. He had also perused his father's reports, which contained insights on broom modifications, commendable ideas for reforming the Ministry of Magic, and various small inventions that would undoubtedly benefit the magical world. On November 20th, Harry decided to wander the castle. At this moment, his magic was depleted, and he had no books to read. The teachers had instructed him not to continue training until at least half of his magic had recovered. Thus, he stepped out of his room and called to Dobby. Dobby, prepare me something delicious. Strangely enough, this was the first time in weeks that Harry felt any appetite. Upon exiting, he noticed the castle was nearly deserted. He surmised it was due to Saturday, as most people had likely ventured to Hogsmeade, which secretly pleased him. This way I can avoid the scrutinizing gazes and those bothersome whispers behind my back. As he descended the staircase towards the auditorium, he found himself lost in thought. Upon arrival, he noticed that the number of attendees was indeed sparse. At that moment, he spotted two individuals waving at him, their faces adorned with smiles as they approached briskly. Neville, Luna, how are you? Harry inquired warmly as he drew closer. To be honest, Harry, school has been rather dull these past few days, Neville lamented, his expression somber. Malfoy has been placing bets on how long it will take for you to perish, and Ron has been wandering the castle as if in search of something. Neville, cease your lamentation. Cannot you see Harry's expression? Luna interjected, having noticed the sadness gradually creeping onto Harry's face. No, please continue, Neville. I genuinely wish to know, Harry urged eagerly. I have been training almost every day, so I haven't ventured out much. In fact, this is my first outing since the wand inspection. Well, Harry, you see, Hermione has been spending time in the library. Much like earlier this year, Neville attempted to maintain a casual tone, though a sigh escaped him. But worse still, her companion is somewhat different now. What do you mean by companion? Harry asked, his eyes widening in surprise. It's Victor Crumb, Luna replied, a hint of discomfort gracing her features. She is always with him. Ever since they conversed in the library, she hardly has time to speak with me. Harry was taken aback, his body freezing as if under a spell. His mind involuntarily conjured images of Hermione and Crumb laughing and conversing in the library, a sharp pang of hurt piercing his heart. Had she begun to forget the bond they shared? He internally chastised himself, recognizing that he was the one who had ended their relationship to shield her from the dangers of being associated with Harry Potter. Yet, perhaps she would fare better with Crumb. He was a legitimate champion, free from Voldemort's pursuit, and bore no fragment of Voldemort's soul upon his forehead. Despite these thoughts, acceptance eluded him. He felt an urgent need to see for himself, to ascertain whether she truly was with Crumb. Where is she? Harry asked, his voice trembling with urgency. I believe they have gone to Hogsmeade, Neville replied, only to be elbowed sharply by Luna in a fit of annoyance. Without waiting for further conversation or even a proper farewell, Harry darted out in a whirlwind, racing to find Hermione. He sprinted towards Hogsmeade, crossing the stone bridge over the ravine and nearly colliding with his fellow students. Upon spotting him, Malfoy shouted at the top of his lungs, Potter, aren't you placing any bets? I wager you won't last 10 minutes. Malfoy's arrogant demeanor was utterly detestable, and he added with a sneer, my father bets you won't make it past 5. His taunts incited laughter from those around, and even a few Gryffindors joined in the mockery. Harry had no time to heed them, merely propelling himself forward, swiftly leaving them in his wake. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, a sudden thought of the Shrieking Shack ignited his determination. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on relentlessly, running until he was breathless. Upon finally reaching the Shrieking Shack, a heavy blow struck his heart as he beheld the scene before him. It plummeted to the depths of despair, causing a sharp pain in his chest, and tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. There sat Hermione beside Crumb, with Ron on the other side, their laughter ringing out, radiating pure joy. From a distance, Hermione appeared even more beautiful than on the day in the hospital wing. Harry's feet seemed nailed to the ground. He stood there, dazed, wishing to remain unseen. Yet, That familiar laughter, his best friend's and beloved's laughter, echoed in his ears, intensifying the ache in his heart. They reveled in the company of another, a presence that was not his. A bitter thought coursed through Harry's mind. After a moment, he slowly emerged from his hiding place and made his way toward the castle. This time he did not run, nor did he notice the passers-by, ignoring the insults and vitriol hurled his way. Even when someone blocked his path, he quietly sidestepped, refusing to engage. He felt an overwhelming need to expel all the sorrow and hatred festering within him. Yet what could he possibly do about those who had wronged him? He continued walking in silence for an extended period, lost in his thoughts, until he reached the edge of the forbidden forest. By now, evening had descended, and the wind howled, sending a chill through him. Gazing into the dense depths of the forest, he pondered whether he could glean some benefit from his tumultuous emotions. I must seek the final ingredient to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux, the venom of the Acromantula. He resolutely steeled himself, recalling events from his second year, and ventured deeper into the forbidden forest. Along the way, he heard roars and howls, occasionally something whizzing overhead, yet he walked on as if oblivious, focusing intently on recalling how he had once found Hagrid's former Acromantula. After what felt like an eternity, Harry thought he might soon exit the forest, or that someone would realize he was missing from the castle. To his astonishment, spiders the size of dogs began to join his journey, one after another. He quickly drew his wand, prepared for a sudden attack. The spiders merely followed him in the same direction. The further he progressed, the more spiders appeared in the trees, until eventually the path was obscured by webs. "Are you certain you wish to proceed, child?" Gryffindor's voice echoed in Harry's mind, laden with gravity. "Yes," Harry firmly replied within himself. "Do you possess the incantation to confront the Acromantula?" Ravenclaw inquired with equal seriousness. "The spider-repelling charm." Harry responded in a gentler tone. "This will leave them dazed. Yet the effect is insufficient. You would be wise to employ a powerful spider banishment spell," said Levi with concern. "How can I prevent Dobby from seeking me out if he senses I am in danger?" Harry recalled the house elf Dobby, knowing that the moment he sensed peril, he would rush to his aid. However, he had resolutely decided to confront everything alone, if only to sever their connection. Levi's voice remained laced with worry. "How do I do that?" Harry inquired. "Close your eyes, envision your bond with Dobby, and then sever it," Griffin replied, seemingly a tad impatient. "Thank you," Harry silently conveyed in his heart. He closed his eyes, and in his mind's eye, he visualized the connections he had with all those he knew, some stronger than others. He primarily saw the connections with Dobby, Hermione, and Ron, hesitating momentarily before ultimately severing the bond with Dobby. As time passed, he entered a clearing, the very spot where he had first encountered the multitude of spiders. Yet this time, all the spiders parted to grant him passage, indicating that he was nearing his destination. After a while, the diminutive spiders gradually transformed into enormous creatures, each measuring 2 meters in length. Their black exoskeletons glistened in the moonlight, 8 cold eyes fixed upon him, their pincers clicking ominously, leaving Harry uncertain whether they were pleased or perplexed. Eventually, they reached their destination, and the spiders began to summon their father. "Aragog, Aragog, Aragog," they chanted in unison. Under different circumstances, Harry would have been terrified. However, at that moment, he thought to himself that he might perish in the first task anyway. So a little earlier wouldn't he matter? Then, a colossal spider emerged, towering at 8 meters, with legs stretching 4 meters each, its body and pincers a deeper shade of black than before. Harry noticed a small white spot, realizing that this spider was completely blind. "What is this?" Aragog inquired of its offspring. "A man," replied one spider beside Harry. "Is it Hagrid?" Aragog said, slowly advancing toward Harry. "No, I'm a friend of Hagrid's. I believe you remember me, do you not?" Harry declared loudly, ensuring all the spiders could hear him. However, Aragog seemed displeased by this answer, its pincers clicking menacingly as it drew closer, its gaze fixed on Harry. "You dare return, Hagrid's friend," Aragog thundered, spewing forth strands of silk. "I know not whether you are exceedingly brave or exceedingly foolish. The last time you barely escaped with your life, injuring many of my children and nearly killing several more." Aragog's agitation mounted with each word. "Will you not listen to the deal I propose?" Harry said, pointing his wand at the approaching spider. "It would be advantageous for you." "Wait," Aragog, clacking his pincers, bellowed. "What is it that you possess that I desire? You see, I have come in need of your venom. Should you fail to provide me with at least 3 vials, I assure you, the outcome will be dire." Harry endeavored to unleash the pent-up frustration and animosity that had festered within him since being chosen by the Goblet of Fire, his voice trembling with fervor. "So, you require venom. And after having escaped once, you dare to demand our precious venom? Aragog appeared far from pleased, straining to draw closer to Harry through his vocalizations. Listen here, Aragog. If you grant me the venom, I shall depart without causing harm to your beloved offspring or yourself, Harry stated, as the spiders encroached upon him. No, you shall perish, Hagrid's friend, so utter your last words, Aragog declared, now mere paces away from Harry. Very well, Harry acquiesced. Fully aware of the impending confrontation, there was no turning back now. The powerful spider-repelling charm was his only recourse.